In a world where everyone awakens their abilities and strange beasts run rampant, civilization faces its end. Suyu travels to this world and awakens the All Things Illustrated system, becoming a tactical master. As long as he takes photos, he can become stronger. Photo of the school beauty, SSS level talent. Ice Age successfully replicated. Photo of the master, max level skill, shadow steps successfully replicated. Photo of the alien. Beast, vitality increased. With countless abilities, he gazes upon the pinnacle of all races from now on. The strange beasts of the heavens say, he is the real monster. We are at most livestock. The human emperor says, bro, how about you teach me how to achieve enlightenment? The rulers of all realms say, he came all the way from Blue Star, and you call this a tactical master? Gathering the strengths of hundreds of schools, he becomes a god among men. I walk at the peak of the world. I'm the most terrifying urban legend among all races. Chapter 1. 5 consecutive shots in Long Country, Tianyuan City. Tianyuan number 8 High School, Class 7 of Senior Year 3. On the podium, a group of students crowded together to look at the mock exam results. Some spoke loudly, while others frowned. The classroom was as lively as a market. In a corner of the class, Song Qinghuan poked the boy next to her. Hey, Suyu, why aren't you going to check your scores? Suyu, who was dozing off on the desk, turned his head and weakly said, like you, I don't need to look to know what rank I am. Song Qinghuan thought for a moment and fell silent. That's right. She would definitely be first, and Suyu would definitely be first too. She frowned and asked worriedly, Suyu, you aren't giving up on your studies because your martial arts haven't improved, are you? Suyu sighed, feeling that his recent slump needed some explanation. At this moment, the class monitor, Zhang Shizhong, spoke up. Suyu, you deliberately scored 0 again this time. You dragging our class down in martial arts is one thing, but now you're deliberately dragging down your academic performance too, right? Suyu, as your class monitor, I have the right to demand you. The citywide unified exam is coming up soon. Don't drag our class down again. Chapter 2. SSS level ability Ice Age. Detected that the illustrated target possesses SSS level ability Ice Age. The host has a high probability of obtaining low-dimensional attributes, a greater probability of obtaining skills, a smaller probability of obtaining high-dimensional attributes, and a minimal probability of obtaining abilities. Song Qinghuan, who had been watching Suyu, noticed the camera aimed at her. Reflexively, she posed with a sweet smile. Suyu gave no quarter and took 5 consecutive shots, using up the film. The camera seemed to emit the sound of gears turning. Before long, 5 photos slowly ejected. Song Qinghuan was overjoyed. Next to her, Lu Long wondered whether he should strangle his deskmate. Wasn't it said that women are like clothes and brothers are like limbs? What happened to our brotherly bond? Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 strength attribute. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 agility attribute. The first 2 notifications made Suyu's lips curl up. More prompts continue to pop up in the camera. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a skill. Mastery of Alien Beast Illustrated. Suyu? What use is this thing to me? The curve of his lips stopped as he continued to anticipate. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a skill. Mastery of Tactical Understanding. The smile completely vanished. Suyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Chapter 3. Perfect Clearance. Initially, Suyu thought he would rely on fragmented memories to draw whatever he could, but when he saw the map unfold, his mind exploded with hundreds of escape routes. Moreover, he found that the memories he had been struggling to make sense of began to clear up gradually. Once all the information was digested, the map before him presented hundreds, even thousands of plans. He could even basically assess the success rate of each route and what kind of unexpected events might occur. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The skill Tactical Understanding has successfully advanced to master level. At this moment, Suyu, who had gained Song Qinghuan's skills, felt as if 2 tactical mindsets had merged. The collision of these 2 completely different ways of thinking elevated Suyu's understanding of tactics to a new level. The homeroom teacher, Cheng Yong, noticed he had been silent and said irritably, What? Aren't you a tactical genius? You dared to submit blank papers in the previous exams. Now you want to give me a live blank submission? Suyu opened his mouth, thought for a moment, and reorganized his words. Teacher, what? Don't think about making excuses to beg for mercy. Chapter 4. Ultimately great in Class 7 of the 3rd year. Cheng Yong was completely flustered. He had originally planned to discuss the topic with his students while solving it together. The question was something he had sought from his classmates, from any angle. So you could not have seen this question in advance. As for the student from Jubilee University leaking information, with over 1,000 students in a department, only one passed perfectly. Those kids had long been taken away for intensive training. The one who passed perfectly was even less likely to have any connection to Suyu. Chung Yong suddenly felt a mix of emotions. He had been slapped in the face, but Suyu was his most promising student. He wanted to use this opportunity to make him remember and encourage him to work hard to get into the tactical department of Jubilee University. But the other party directly nailed the final exam question for the third year at Jubilee University. Quite complicated, right? No, it's not complicated at all. Suyu was standing at the podium, waiting for the homeroom teacher to question whether he had seen the question in advance. Suddenly, he noticed the old teacher excitedly pulling out his phone. Not only that, but he also pointed at Suyu and shouted, "Suyu, just wait. I'm going to get you the admission letter from Jubilee University right now." Suyu Song Qinghuan. Meow, meow, meow. My goal could be confirmed as Jubilee University now. Chapter 5. He can only dream unless he awakens S-class abilities. In the classroom, while Suyu stood at the podium receiving the admiration of his classmates, he was also thinking about how to refuse the teacher's enthusiasm later. If it weren't for the system, he would be very willing to become a tactician. It's safe, has a high status, and good benefits. As long as one has the ability, no one would refuse. But now you want a boy with SSS abilities to stay back and play tactics? Sorry, that's absolutely impossible. In his imagination, all the deceit and strong enemies should perish under a single move of Ice Age. 2 memories, 2 lives. He was still a young and vigorous guy. The Suyu from the peaceful era was someone who would get fired up watching his predecessors fight bravely in short videos. The Suyu from this world had previously dreamed of exterminating all the Yiso alien beasts and Yidu alien races. Now that he had the chance and the capital to show off his skills, he would definitely not give up. Just as Suyu was thinking, Chung Yong returned to the class. Under everyone's gaze, Chung Yong suppressed his excitement and looked at Suyu with a sigh. "Suyu, you must not waste your talent in the future. Professor Zhu Yin from Jubilee University has agreed to give you his direct admission quota." Chapter 6. Cyberpunk. Seeing everyone's eyes turn towards him, Suyu looked innocent. He thought the homeroom teacher was being unreasonable. This kind of thing could have been said privately. Did he really have to be so reckless? "I'm just going to take a photo. How could anything big happen?" Suyu had a helpless expression. This teacher was too immature. "Don't worry, I'll definitely hold onto your thigh tightly," he replied honestly. "Hee, I hope so," Chung Yong sneered. If he believed even half of what this kid said, then his decades of life would have been in vain. However, the D-grade area was generally filled with ordinary alien beasts, with no rank at all. With him around, there indeed wouldn't be any problems. The extra reminder was purely because someone had made a personal threat. "Don't worry, I will keep an eye on him for you," Qinghuan eagerly stated again. Chung Yong nodded in affirmation while secretly sighing. Youth is really great. After a day's class, the next 2 days would be the weekend. Just as Suyu was about to get up and go home, Song Qinghuan stopped him once again. "Song Qinghuan, do you think I still need to follow you for tutoring?" Suyu took the initiative to ask. Upon hearing this, Song Qinghuan's little face flushed, and she softly said, "You bad boy." Chapter 7. Support from Family Dad. "Did you not cook again?" Suyu waved at Sujun. Only then did he take off his headphones. "I came back late from walking today." The repetitive words revealed his guilt. Suyu looked speechless. "Then what else do you want to eat? I can cook something." "No. Didn't T. Aunt Wu and the others send vegetables?" Sujun clicked his tongue as he approached the table. "How lavish. There's meat and vegetables, and dumplings too. Come on, give me your backpack." You quickly wash your hands and get ready to eat. As he handed over the backpack, he felt like his eyes were going to be blinded by the light from his dad's leg. He helplessly said, "Turn that thing off." "What?" Oh. I'll turn it off. The colorful mechanical right leg instantly returned to a plain silver color. Suyu went to the kitchen to wash his hands and get bowls and chopsticks. As Sujun arranged the dishes, he muttered, "Has this kid stopped being emo?" For several days, Suyu hadn't said a word, and Sujun had suspected that his son was feeling down. It might be due to school setbacks or failures in romance. He didn't care much. In their era, which young person didn't feel a bit emo in the middle of the night? Chapter 8. The $1 million blood crystal. The sunlight fell on his face. Suyu groggily opened his eyes. As he raised his head to look around, a wave of post-drinking headache hit him. He supported himself with his hands for a while before feeling the warmth of the sunlight outside the window. What is going on? Why am I out like a light? Wait a minute, where's my camera? Mumbling to himself, Suyu quickly got up to check. After scanning the area, he finally found the camera and the photo of Song Qinghwan neatly placed on the desk. There was also a small redwood box beside it. Suyu approached and found a note. The little girl is quite pretty. You kid has good taste like your dad. This little thing is dad's support for you. He tucked the note into a book and opened the redwood box. A blood-red crystal caught his eye. Ding! Detected 1 blood crystal. Could be used for the upgrade of the collection device. This is the blood crystal? Holding the blood-colored crystal in both hands, Suyu tried to discern its significance. This thing is incredibly precious. Blood crystals. Only first-grade alien beasts can produce blood crystal cores. On average, there's only 1 blood crystal out of 10,000 first-grade alien beasts. This is truly a rare find. The function of the blood crystal is also very simple and straightforward. Chapter 9. The Goal Top Scholar. Oh, my son can now take photos for his dad. Come on, let dad think of a better pose. Sujun's face instantly blossomed with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. He began to strike one pose after another. Sometimes he wanted to showcase his colorful right leg, while other times he felt the need to cover it up. He didn't even know which nerve was misfired. Yet he wanted to take his leg off and lift it with both hands on the spot. Seeing this, Suyu hurriedly interrupted. Dad, look over here. Follow my instructions. Yay! Sujun subconsciously complied and made a peace sign. Click! Suyu quickly pressed the shutter. The sound of gears turning echoed, and a fresh photo was developed. He smiled brightly, and the peace sign he held perfectly matched his resolute old face. Although he wasn't entirely satisfied with the pose, Sujun happily tucked the photo into his chest pocket. Suyu was also very pleased with the photo he took. Congratulations! Host has acquired the skill, Unarmed Combat, Intermediate. The sudden system notification made him pause for a moment. A flood of techniques regarding unarmed combat surged into his mind, as if all the muscles in his body had already formed a memory. He had only acquired an intermediate skill. Chapter 10. Pretty boy? This is how a family without women managing money operates. At critical moments, they can't even come up with 50,000. Suyu felt extremely pained about this. As soon as he stepped out of the house, he called Lu Long. Do you have money on you right now? He opened bluntly. Yeah. Wait, who are you? How did my deskmate's phone end up in your hands? Suyu's heart sank, worried he might have been kidnapped. Seeing Lu Long getting more ridiculous on the other end, Suyu quickly interrupted. You little rascal, are you doing this on purpose? Can't you recognize my voice? Lu Long. Hee, brother Suyu, I'm just being cautious. How much do you need? 50,000. I'm preparing to take the Tactical Specialist Qualification exam. Hiss, brother Suyu. I knew you weren't an ordinary person. When you become a tactical specialist, you have to look out for me. Suyu interrupted again. Stop. First, tell me if you have it. I don't have 50,000. I just bought a new bicycle recently. I only have 20,000 on me. All right, transfer that to me first. I'll think of other ways. Okay, brother Suyu. Friendly reminder. Song Qinghwan has plenty of pocket money. Lu Long even deliberately mentioned before hanging up. Chapter 11. Genius girl. A girl in a blue training outfit with a ponytail was beaming with enthusiasm. While inquiring about Suyu, she also gently nodded towards Song Qinghwan. Let's give it a try. Seeing that the two seemed to know each other, Suyu politely responded. Look, this kid is really just giving a try. Why don't you try spending your own money? Why waste a little girl's money? The little girl's hard-earned savings were about to be squandered by him. Sigh. This kid really can't read people. Suyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. Once the assessment is over, everything will be explained. The girl heard the voices around her and looked a bit puzzled, glancing at Song Qinghwan, who was holding back laughter and shaking her head. She didn't ask further and observed Suyu for a few more moments. She then approached the payment area, quickly resolving the payment with a card. Seeing this, Suyu felt blatant discrimination again. After paying, the girl returned to the two. Song Qinghwan, I didn't get a chance to meet you at the last training camp. Now let's get to know each other again. My name is Qin Ling, and I dream of becoming a tactical specialist like Master Ji Qing. I hope we can become teammates. I would love to be your tactical specialist. Chapter 12. Newly minted tactical specialist. Time passed second by second. Among those taking the assessment with Qin Ling, only one other person was still holding on. That man passed the first 2 questions very narrowly, facing 2 combat losses stuck at 19%. By the 3rd question, he became even more anxious, hesitating for a long time with every step. In contrast, Qin Ling, who also seemed to be in a perilous situation, was taking an entirely different approach. This genius girl wished she could perform tactical changes every moment. Throughout the process, she never hesitated. One decision followed another without pause. Of course, the more decisions she made, the more mistakes she encountered, and she faced an overwhelming number of unexpected situations. Each time, she barely managed to pass through by the skin of her teeth. As the time drew near, the discussions in the hall gradually grew louder. Sigh. Hong Kong is in trouble again this time. Time doesn't allow him to hesitate any longer. I've heard that his family spent hundreds of thousands on his assessment. If he fails again, he's likely to give up. Every time he's just a bit short. It's a matter of timing and fate. What timing and fate? He just can't manage his mindset. With this mentality, who would dare let him be their tactical specialist when he truly hits the battlefield? Chapter 13. Those who follow me die thud. The bell signaling the start of the assessment rang out. The assessment hall instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at the big screen, and a sudden gasp echoed through the hall. Why is his question so difficult? It's backed by the coast, with enemies coming from all directions? Is this guy that unlucky? He couldn't move in the sea, with only 3 directions to choose from, each with 4th-grade exotic beasts. The strongest combatants he could deploy were only 3rd-grade warriors. Is this really a question a low-level tactical specialist can handle? Is there a problem with the system? The hall erupted in chaos. When Qin Ling saw the question, her pupils slightly contracted. Then she noticed Song Qinghuan was extremely calm, seemingly unaffected. A question this difficult. Aren't you nervous for your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Song Qinghuan's face instantly flushed. She awkwardly replied, he's not my boyfriend yet. Qin Ling was taken aback. Was that the point I was making? Now she understood who the love brain mentioned by the older guys was referring to. Noticing Qin Ling's strange gaze, Song Qinghuan realized she had lost her composure. She quickly waved her hand. Don't worry about him. His tactical understanding is very impressive. Chapter 14. Does he know what he did? Qin Ling repeatedly simulated Su Yu's method in her mind, successfully leading people out only once, with a casualty ratio exceeding 50%. When the battle situation became chaotic, she found that among the 8 teams, she could only manage to care for half at most. In most cases, chaos would lead to self-destruction, resulting in total annihilation. Throughout Su Yu's escape, the roles of the several 3rd-grade warriors under his command were maximized. Most of the time, he could rely on those 3rd-grade warriors to maintain a zero-casualty situation. After Su Yu passed, no new questions appeared in the assessment room for a long time. However, in the hall, only Song Qinghuan was puzzled and anxious about the situation. Everyone else was stunned by this terrifying problem-solving method. These people have never seen anyone break through like this. For a moment, many people's tactical thinking, which had been established for years, was shaken. Some attempted to place Su Yu as their hypothetical enemy on the opposite side. The moment this thought emerged, they felt a cold sweat on their backs. Qin Ling came out of her ability state, visibly weakened. Your boyfriend is really impressive, she said. Song Qinghuan proudly nodded and then immediately shook her head. Chapter 15. What a blunder. Su Yu walked out of the assessment room. The hall was not as lively and noisy as when Hong Kong passed the assessment, resembling a bustling market. In contrast, there was absolute silence. It seemed that there was an innate divide between such geniuses. The moment they saw Su Yu, many were hesitant to take a step forward, while Song Qinghuan and Qin Ling approached him with smiles. Song Qinghuan excitedly congratulated Su Yu. Congratulations on officially becoming a tactician. I knew you could do it. Qin Ling, somewhat confused by Song Qinghuan's sudden excitement and her previous calm demeanor, thought perhaps this is love. She also stepped forward and said, congratulations. Don't forget what we agreed on today. In the future, when we team up, you help me and Qinghuan strategize. With your help in tactical planning, we'll definitely be unstoppable. Su Yu laughed. That won't do. I want to be on the front lines too. Just then, 2 proctors appeared to walk over, seemingly furious. This scene stunned everyone present. Some who had been enviously admiring just a moment ago couldn't help but speculate. With the proctors acting like this, could it be that Su Yu cheated during the assessment? Chapter 16. Another nickname, the 2 girls exchanged glances. Now, they believed that Su Yu's habit of taking photos was indeed a quirk of his, and not just a matter of being attracted to appearances. After all, he took pictures of both genders. Su Yu felt like he had missed out on a goldmine. He recalled Lu Meng's hurried appearance, and even began to suspect whether it was intentional. After a long sigh, reminding himself that there are always greater talents out there, he regained his energy and looked at the 2 girls with anticipation. Let's go. We'll take pictures under Master Ji Qing's statue. Su Yu walked ahead. Qin Ling pulled Song Qinghuan back and whispered, "Are you sure Suyu will give us the photos later?" It wasn't surprising that she asked again. Mainly, Suyu's gaze towards her felt like he was fixated on some prey. Although she felt a bit uneasy, there was also a strange sense of delight. But Qin Ling couldn't help but ask again. Song Qinghuan frowned. Suyu is not that kind of person. Qin Ling sighed. Fine, this couple isn't normal either. When they got outside, Suyu skillfully pointed the camera at the two of them. A system prompt appeared again. Detected that the target's illustration possesses A-level ability ultimate analysis. The host has a high probability of acquiring low-dimensional attributes, a small probability of acquiring skills, a very small probability of acquiring high-dimensional attributes, and an extremely small probability of acquiring abilities. Chapter 17. Suyu's strength. Having successfully exited the city, Suyu appeared very excited. Seeing him like a runaway wild horse, Song Qinghuan quickly said, "Before you go in, I have to set 3 rules with you. First, you can only enter when I think it's safe. Second, you cannot be more than 5 meters away from me. Third, if danger arises, you must follow my commands." Normally soft and a bit naive, Song Qinghuan's expression was very serious at this moment, and her tone was not to be questioned. After thinking for a moment, she added, "Otherwise, I'll just knock you out and take you back." Suyu believed she had the strength to do that. "All right, don't worry. I just want to go into the wilderness and experience it for myself. When I see the exotic beasts, I'll definitely hide behind you. I'll take a few pictures and study the differences between them and what I've read in books." Seeing Song Qinghuan still looking doubtful, Suyu had to continue. "You can rest assured, even though I usually act recklessly, I fear pain and death, I won't be a liability." Hearing this, Song Qinghuan finally believed him a little bit. Suyu felt helpless. Chapter 18. Invitation to the ability hunting team. What if Suyu approached me and suddenly attacked? With the strength he has shown now, would I be in danger? This question suddenly popped into Song Qinghuan's mind. Just a few moves, and she realized that if she only considered skill without physical attributes, when it came to using a dagger, she was definitely no match for Suyu. Every move he made was extremely precise and fluid, along with his movement techniques. Without decades of practice, one could not reach this level. In Song Qinghuan's impression, only the top performer in the training camp could compete with Suyu in dagger skills. Other geniuses were no match for him. After Suyu dealt with the shallow grass yellow-eyed rabbit, he leisurely took out his camera. The book was right. The shallow grass yellow-eyed rabbit's attack always came with a forward lunge. Blocking the first attack, the second could be fatal. However, this was an ordinary exotic beast. Those above the first tier would have corresponding awareness, so it wouldn't be that simple. While summarizing, Suyu took pictures. Song Qinghuan stayed beside him without saying anything. She had many questions, but felt there was no need to ask. Congratulations to the host for recording the illustration of the shallow grass yellow-eyed rabbit. Gaining rewards. Agility 10. Vitality 1. Fixed reward. Chapter 19. How is this different from what I imagined? Upon seeing Suyu, who was visibly weaker than before, the 4 members of the team looked at him twice. At this moment, they noticed that Suyu was still wearing the diamond badge, symbolizing a tactician on his left chest. "Hey brother, you're a tactician?" exclaimed the red-haired Lu Qiu excitedly. Suyu nodded. "I just passed the assessment not long ago. If you trust me, let's come up with a specific kill plan in advance." Lu Qiu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Of course, you're a tactician. My dream was to be a tactician, but unfortunately I don't have that talent. I'm only suited to be a meat shield." Xiaowei glanced at him and mercilessly retorted. "Since you already know that, after this time back at school, don't waste your money on assessments." Clearly, the 4 of them were college students. Without wasting time, everyone established a temporary hunting team through their wristbands and also set up the distribution of loot and battle contributions in advance. So you couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the leaders of Long Country regarding these features. The existence of these things could reduce a lot of unnecessary suspicion and defense. Soon, both parties saw each other's basic information on their wristbands. Chapter 20. Harvest. After dealing with the first-grade Star Point frog, Suyu took out his camera. Song Qinghuan saw that there were still a few Star Point frogs left unresolved, and with a flash of silver light, she moved over. The remaining Star Point frogs all went silent. Seeing the girl in white calmly holding a gun with one hand, Peng Si and the others were stunned. They had previously thought that giving up 50% of the spoils and contribution points was a loss for them. Now it seemed that they were just bystanders. To deal with this first-grade alien beast, this girl alone was enough. Song Qinghuan put away her spear and smiled faintly at the 4. This Star Point frog has just broken through, so it was easy for me to deal with. If it had a little more time to digest its upgraded power, I would have to put in a lot of effort to handle it. The four nodded numbly. On the other side, Su Yu, who already knew Song Qinghuan's strength, was focusing the lens on the first-grade Starpoint frog. With a click, the last roll of film for the day was used up. Congratulations, host, for registering the Starpoint frog, first-grade alien beast, in the illustrated book, receiving a vitality reward of 10, fixed reward, and gaining 100 in strength attribute. Chapter 21. Gossip. Su Yu, who was sent home by a certain girl, was sitting in the living room undergoing a joint interrogation by several uncles and aunts in the community. So, what did you do after the tactical assessment today? The events that took place in the assessment hall had already spread throughout Tianyuan City. With word of a genius about to be accepted as a disciple by a tactical master, many people exclaimed that finally, it was Tianyuan City's turn to produce talents. Upon hearing this, the uncles and aunts in Su Yu's community immediately went to the market to buy a pig and brought wine to celebrate with him. However, they thought Su Yu would return home right after the assessment to share the good news, not expecting him to come back until it was almost dark. Watching the beautiful girl escort Su Yu into the community until he went upstairs before turning to leave, the gossiping souls of the uncles and aunts were ignited. Facing Aunt Wu's mechanical eyes sparkling with light, Su Yu felt helpless. It wasn't an interrogation. Was it necessary to deliberately increase the brightness? You always use this method to scare the kids upstairs. I'm not unaware of that. We went to the wilderness after the assessment. Chapter 22. First display of ability. Su Yu and Song Qinghuan broke through the encirclement. Amidst the genuine smiles of the uncles and aunts, he rode his bike out of the community. Why did you come looking for me so early? Su Yu asked curiously. Song Qinghuan replied matter-of-factly. I knew you would definitely go to the wilderness today, so I had to come early to keep an eye on you. Do you always listen to your teacher? Su Yu continued to ask. Song Qinghuan thought seriously for a moment. Not entirely. I'm also afraid you might get yourself into trouble in the wilderness. You're my best friend. Su Yu didn't push the topic further. He changed the subject and asked, so, after coming once today, you won't dare to come again, right? Song Qinghuan immediately shook her head. No, I think the uncles and aunts are very enthusiastic. Although they asked a lot of questions I didn't know how to answer, I really like them. She continued, my mom asked me last night when you would come to our house to play. Su Yu's pedaling momentarily paused. Whenever I have time, you can take me. No, progress is still too slow. It's fine if Aunt Wu and the others say, I'm not good enough at home. But I can't let the uncles and aunts over at your place say the same. Chapter 23. Talent Advancement. Seeing Su Yu seriously considering it, Jing Yao knew he wouldn't give an immediate response. He smiled. Don't rush your reply. You can take your time to think it over. Okay, thank you, Brother Jing. I will think it through carefully, Su Yu replied earnestly. After exchanging contact information, Su Yu left the checkpoint with Song Qinghuan. At the checkpoint, young Kai asked in confusion, Bro, why didn't we push a bit harder when Su Yu seemed interested? Jing Yao shook his head. Young people will naturally feel tempted at first. We want him to join, but that doesn't mean we should pressure him to do so. The military academy and the 4 major colleges are completely different choices, and he needs to consider it carefully. Even if he just agreed to us, we can't make any substantial contracts yet. It's better to leave a good impression. On the way back, Song Qinghuan curiously asked, Su Yu, are you tempted? Actually, what they promised you, the 4 major colleges can offer as well. If you study tactics under Professor Zhu Yun, perhaps after graduation, you could directly enter the highest decision-making department of the human race. Having heard countless schools make extravagant promises, Song Qinghuan rationally analyzed for Su Yu. Chapter 24. Are you not embarrassed? Early the next morning, Su Yu was puzzled as to why Song Qinghuan was waiting at his home to go to school. Even in romantic novels, shouldn't he be the one waiting downstairs at her place? Seeing Su Yu, Song Qinghuan exclaimed, Su Yu, has your vitality increased again? Su Yu nodded. In the past 2 days while practicing the breathing method and body refining technique, I could still feel my vitality increasing. It's probably the effect of the blood crystal. Song Qinghuan's eyes sparkled. Su Yu, this is also a manifestation of talent. Seeing her happier than he was, Su Yu just nodded along, not wanting to tell her that he could only gain a maximum of 15 vitality from 1 blood crystal. How embarrassing. At Tianyuan No. 8 High School, Class 7 of the 3rd year, Lu Long mysteriously approached Su Yu. Su Yu, I have a surprise for you. Su Yu glanced at him. What is it? Did your vitality increase? Lu Long nodded vigorously. 5 points. My dad spent over $1 million to buy a vitality pill. Now my vitality has officially crossed 130. Now I'm not afraid of not being accepted by any school. Suyu, when we go to the wilderness today, just follow me. I'll protect you, Lu Long said, patting his chest. Chapter 25. Making a move then. Chung Yong and Yoji, who follow behind, saw this scene and their eyelids twitched, their mouths twitching. This kid, Chung Yong gritted his teeth. Clearly, Song Qinghuan could solve it with one shot, but he insists on going slow to finish it off himself. Isn't this just provoking his classmates? And Song Qinghuan, is your ability used to deal with these inferior beasts? The wilderness trial, which was initially a bit tense, suddenly became absurd due to Suyu's antics. Zhang Shizheng caught a glimpse of this scene and wielded his long knife with even more force, not even bothering to mention the importance of cooperation. However, he also displayed the gap between himself and the others. After a few dodges, he forcefully took a hit from the fire-eyed sheep and successfully decapitated the beast with a single strike. After dealing with the beast, he provocatively looked at Suyu, who was busy taking photos of the beast with his camera. Meanwhile, Song Qinghuan smiled at Suyu. Zhang Shizheng, almost coughing up blood, couldn't care less about resting and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and deal with the corpse. We need to continue our exploration." After taking the photos, Suyu faced the contemptuous gazes of the group with a calm expression. He even took a moment to curiously observe the batch of beasts they encountered. Chapter 26. Snatching people. When Chung Yong rushed over at the fastest speed, he happened to see a pitch-black dagger smashing through the mouth of a wolf-like beast, piercing through its skull. He knew this dagger was a reward given to Song Qinghuan in the training camp. And he also knew that Suyu was using this very dagger today. So, he followed the direction to see the figure standing on a branch. Although he had already guessed, he still found it hard to believe. At the same time, Zhang Shizheng looked at Suyu, his pupils contracting and his eyes wide open. He opened his mouth, but made no sound. The other two were also completely stunned. Yang Shu, a bit slow to react, climbed up and comforted everyone. "It's okay. The teacher is here." No one spoke, and he turned to look in the direction everyone was gazing. There was Suyu, still wearing that annoying smile, slowly walking towards him. No way. Yang Shu was dumbfounded. Li Hao was pinned to the ground, breathing heavily. The other four simply watched as Suyu passed by them and retrieved the dagger from the tree trunk. Suyu wiped the blood off the dagger and turned around to find his homeroom teacher staring at him from distance, immediately breaking into a warm smile. Chapter 27. Heartbroken. Back at school, Chung Yong asked everyone to reflect on today's experience and write a 3,000-word self-critique. After arranging these tasks, he left the classroom to make a phone call. Not long after, in the office of Jubiai University, a professor's angry shouting echoed throughout the floor. Students passing by shrank their necks. Who provoked Professor Zhuge? No way. I need to hurry and notify my roommate. This assignment needs to be checked a few more times. In Class 7 of the 3rd year at Tianya No. 8 High School, everyone was focused on writing self-critiques. So he was also considering his plans for the next month. Today, he gained 10 vitality points. With over 30 days left, it would be enough for him to break through to become a martial artist with 200 vitality points. He also collected 6 different entries for the Beast Encyclopedia today. If he worked hard in the next 30 days, he could completely finish this phase of the encyclopedia collection task. The difference from F to E isn't significant, and by reaching D, it shouldn't be that bad. After all, D-level talents are already at the level of ordinary people. Sigh. Every time he thought about this, Suyu felt quite bitter. Who can understand the pain of striving to reach the level of an ordinary person? Chapter 28. Who dares to have an opinion? Our Class 7 is a key class at Tianya No. 8 High School. Each of you is among the top 50 students in the senior year rankings. Although one of you is not in the top 100, Chung Yong glanced at Suyu. Suyu grinned at him. You are all the pride of Tianya No. 8 High School, but your performance in the wilderness today has greatly disappointed me. Without comparing to other high schools, your achievements today are far inferior to those of the seniors from Tianyuan No. 8 High School in previous years. The group lowered their heads in shame, except for Suyu and Song Qinghuan, one with an innocent smile and the other listening attentively. Therefore, I hope you can recognize your own strength. In the remaining month, think carefully about what improvements can be made. Suyu nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Chung Yong finally couldn't hold back. Suyu, come out. Chung Yong's mouth twitched. Neo Ji. The next part is up to you. The burly Neo Ji stepped forward. This scene left the students in Class 7 puzzled. Neo Ji smiled. Your classmate Suyu thinks he can't learn anything in school, so he voluntarily proposed to take a leave of absence to study at home. Chapter 29. You are much stronger than everyone thinks. In the principal's office, several people reached a consensus. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Seeing it was Chung Yong, the principal immediately smiled. Teacher Chung, you're just in time. We were discussing whether to let your student Su Yu participate in the last half-month of the Genius Training Camp. I plan to wait until he ranks in the top 100 in the City Joint exam before signing him up. First, let us know, does Su Yu have the ability to make into the top 100? Facing the eager gazes of several principals and the grade director, Chung Yong nodded and shook his head. The grade director, confused, asked, Teacher Chung, why are you nodding and shaking your head? What does it mean? Chung Yong, wanting to be angry at someone's bold behavior, helplessly said, Director and all the principals, my nod means Su Yu has the ability to enter the top 100. Let alone the top 100. He's capable of making it into the top 50 right now. That's great. In the office, everyone looked delighted. However, Chung Yong continued, but my shake means we don't need to fill in Su Yu's name. Huh? Teacher Chung, what do you mean by that? The four of them looked at him in confusion. Chapter 30. Special treatment. Su Yu's sudden offering of encouragement left the three people present bewildered. Although Song Qinghuan was puzzled, she seriously replied, Okay, Su Yu, I will. Chung Yong looked at the kid again, feeling like he was up to something bad. Before he could warn him not to talk nonsense, he saw Su Yu eagerly raise both hands. Teacher, principal, what about me? What about me? How about giving me 10 or 8 blood crystals too? This time, the smiling principal had several black lines appear on his forehead. This kid, does he think blood crystals are just lying around on the street? Chung Yong shot him a glance and said coldly, You don't have any blood crystals. You should make good use of the gravity training room and the vitality training room first. Completely squeeze out the potential from the remaining blood crystals you absorbed before talking about anything else. So you suddenly felt like a frostbitten eggplant. He wanted to say that he had already squeezed out that 15 points of vitality to the limit. After thinking for a moment, he lifted his spirits. Teacher, I want to try these 2 training rooms first. If they don't significantly enhance my abilities, I still want to apply to train in the wilderness. Chung Yong's eyes widened, ready to refuse. Su Yu quickly added, For me, understanding more about the habits of different exotic beasts will be more helpful. Chapter 31. 200 Vitality. In the following days, Su Yu left early and returned late every day, hunting different exotic beasts in the wilderness during the day. At night, he returned to school for combat training with Song Qinghuan. As time passed, Song Qinghuan gradually found it increasingly difficult to suppress Su Yu. This made her feel that her progress was too slow. While working harder in her training, she also began to have new insights regarding the abilities Su Yu had mentioned before. In the wilderness, Su Yu had just finished using the 10th roll of film. There were 6 fierce-looking people nearby, watching him. Once Su Yu finished dealing with the corpse, the 6 immediately squeezed out smiles and approached him. Brother Su, look at you these days. You've almost hunted all the exotic beasts in this area. How about considering my suggestion? Join our hunting team and go into Area C with us to hunt those first-class exotic beasts. You know our strength. We just need an excellent tactician like you. With your addition, hunting 2 first-class exotic beasts a day would be a piece of cake. The scar-faced leader was very enthusiastic. Su Yu's actions in Area D over the past week had attracted the attention of many hunting teams. Chapter 32. Miscalculation. Su Yu was not prepared to hide the matter of his vitality. After all, any questions could be attributed to the blood crystal from his father. If asked, he could say it was due to his extraordinary talent, as a blood crystal had raised his vitality by several hundred. After a brief surprise, Song Qinghuan's face was filled with joy. In her excitement, she even hugged Su Yu and spun around several times. It wasn't until Su Yu gasped for air that she blushed and realized. After sending Song Qinghuan home, Su Yu leisurely rode his bike back, summarizing his recent gains along the way. His vitality had reached 202, and with the additional 10 vitality he hadn't claimed today, it was now 212. In 7 days, he had increased his vitality by 71 points. Indeed, that point was from Su Yu's nightly training. He had successfully broken through the critical value of 200 vitality that those geniuses aimed for. The books mentioned that for ordinary people, reaching 200 vitality before becoming a martial artist was the limit. After that, one could break through to become a martial artist and undergo 3 transformations of the body. He initially wanted to break through to become a martial artist before the training camp to show his teacher, But once he discovered that he could break the limit and increase his vitality beyond 200, he was no longer in a hurry to become a martial artist. Chapter 33. Acquiring Martial Arts. Senior, I saw the way you were sitting just now. It had a great feel. Can you hold that pose for me to take a picture? Suyu approached with a camera and a harmless smile. The middle-aged man sitting on the old yellow cow smiled. You must be Suyu. Suyu nodded immediately. Suyu from Class 7, Year 3 of Tianya No. 8 Middle School, that's me. All right, then take a picture of me and my old buddy. The middle-aged man grinned. The old yellow cow beneath him also mooed. Suyu raised the camera, even trying to find a good angle. Although he looked carefree, he was somewhat worried. With the system's automatic correction, he still wanted to take a good shot. Perhaps the photos would please the other party, and he could continue to benefit from it. This man was a 6th-tier expert, the strongest he had seen so far. One step away from being a master who could protect a region. With the camera focused, no special prompts appeared. Suyu was a bit surprised that this senior had no abilities. But after taking 2 pictures, a bright smile appeared on Suyu's face. Congratulations, host, for acquiring martial arts. Shadow Step, mastered. Chapter 34. Mastering various skills. In Class 1, Year 3 of Tianya No. 1 High School, Qin Ling had specially put on delicate makeup and dressed up carefully today. During the exam in the morning, many young and impulsive boys couldn't help but glance at her. However, while solving problems, her mind was filled with thoughts of how Suyu would handle them. After the written exam ended, when her classmates routinely praised Qin Ling for likely securing the top spot, Qin Ling replied without thinking, Suyu from Class 7, Year 3 of No. 8 Middle School is much better than me. This left a group of sycophantic classmates stunned. Some thought Qin Ling was trying to compete with Suyu and quickly changed their angle. It's okay, Qin Ling. Suyu has tactical talent. But I heard he has never made it into the top 300 citywide in martial arts exams. You have consistently maintained a top 5 position overall. So there's no need to compare with him. You're not on the same level. Qin Ling couldn't be bothered to respond to these remarks. This was a gap in perception, not just among these classmates. From the discussions of the teachers about Suyu these days, almost everyone seemed unaware of what a tactical master truly meant. A master. A master. How could a tactical master, who is even rarer than a martial arts master, be on the same level as her? Qin Ling thought to herself. Chapter 35. Letting you completely give up Tianyuan City. After the written exam was the martial arts exam. After competing against the puppets, the top 300 in the city would participate in the final arena competition. At the Tianyuan City Martial Arts Grand Plaza, all the principals of the high schools in Tianyuan City were seated in the grandstand watching. On the plaza, 300 students were already waiting at their respective arenas, according to the draw. Qin Ling looked around, but could not find Suyu. Moreover, she had not seen Song Qinghuan either. At this moment, it wasn't just her who was puzzled. The boys who had always regarded Song Qinghuan as their dream girl were also inquiring about why they had not seen her. Some boys who were thinking of teaching Suyu a lesson in front of Song Qinghuan were also sighing in disappointment. I can understand that Suyu is not qualified to participate in the arena competition. But why isn't my goddess Qinghuan here? What is going on at your No. 8 Middle School? Could it be that Suyu dragged down goddess Qinghuan? I have long said that the 8th Middle School cannot cultivate true geniuses. Now look, the top 3 in the joint entrance exam are actually absent. Zhang Shizheng listened to the chatter around him with a cold gaze, showing no intention to argue with these people. Chapter 36. Breakthrough before the battle. Tianyan City. The arena competition was in full swing. Compared to previous joint exams, the absence of Song Qinghuan, who consistently held the top 3 positions, was unexpected. Caillou's ruthless outburst also became a highlight of today's competition. From the first round of the arena until the semifinals, he defeated his opponents with a single move, giving them no chance to react. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone understood that he was provoked by Suyu and Song Qinghuan participating in the small college entrance exam. For many years, he was first, universally recognized as the #1 genius of this Tianyan city. Everyone believed he would be the leading figure in this year's college entrance examination in Tianyuan City. However, despite being so highly regarded, he suddenly learned that 2 other people from Tianyuan City were attending the genius training camp he wished to join but could not. Such a thing was unacceptable to any genius, especially since one of them had never defeated him in 3 years, and the other didn't even have the ability to reach him. Caillou was constantly telling himself to stay calm. The joint training camp of the 4 schools had nothing to do with martial arts talent. Suyu and Song Qinghuan could attend purely because of Su Yu's tactical talent. Chapter 37. Breaking the Limits. Old Tang, 2 blood crystals. I will deliver them to your 8th middle school tomorrow. The principal of the 1st middle school laughed heartily. The other principals congratulated him. This child Kai Yu has broken through his limits in battle. 200 vitality. Are we going to have an extreme martial artist in Tianyuan City? Old Lin, that middle grade vitality from your 1st middle school is finally going to be useful this time. You can't be stingy. If you're reluctant, we at the 3rd middle school still have a middle grade supply. Why not let Kai Yu transfer to our school? Go, go, go. Are you daydreaming? You think you could take our 1st middle school students? The principal of the 1st middle school was beaming. After a moment, he sighed. Truly, it's all about timing and fate. This kid has been stuck at the last hurdle for several months. I was thinking that if he couldn't reach his limit, I would let him break through as a martial artist and start conditioning his bones so that he wouldn't fall too far behind the geniuses of other cities in the college entrance exam. I didn't expect that after being stimulated by Su Yu and Song Qinghuan, along with Qinling's outburst, this kid finally broke through the last barrier. Chapter 38. Only teaming up with Song Qinghuan. It really makes no difference. Even if we have the information, we don't have the qualification to choose. Su Yu smiled. Given his understanding of his past achievements, it would be a blessing if someone was willing to pay attention to him. Song Qinghuan still looked serious. Cheering him on. No worries, we rely on ourselves. Besides, we mainly came to gain experience. So, should we find a place to sit for a while? Su Yu immediately suggested. Feeling lost, he decided to take it easy. Song Qinghuan usually listened to his little decisions. Just as they lifted their feet, a figure appeared before them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Yu's first impression was that this guy's eyebrows were connected. I assume you are Su Yu, right? My name is Su Insheng. We are of the same clan. I rank 4th in this training camp's preliminary rankings. Su was a bit surprised. This Su Insheng, with his connected eyebrows, did not beat around the bush. He directly invited. Su Yu, I don't know if you have formed a team yet. I have already formed a team of 4, all with vitality reaching 200, and 2 of them are S-class ability users. If you join us, we are confident we can secure a top 3 finish in this training camp. Chapter 39. Su Yu's teammates. The admissions director of Beibei University, Qian Yun, broke the silence. Brother Zhuge, did Zhou Zhan give this mysterious steps to Su Yu? Zhuge Yun nodded. I asked Zhou Zhan to help bring this kid to Wuqing. I didn't expect this kid to take a few photos with Zhou Zhan and get his signature martial art, mysterious steps. The people in the room fell silent again. How could a few photos exchange for the famous martial art mysterious steps? Why don't we go take photos with Zhou Zhan too? Zhuge Yun chuckled. This martial art only has a 7-day validity. If this kid can't learn it, he'll miss out. So Zhou Zhan is just playing with kids. Qian Yun shook his head with a smile. In his view, learning a martial art in 7 days was pure nonsense. Very few have mastered a martial art before becoming a martial artist. It seems there are only 8 in this training camp. Batten from Dongji University said. Qian Yun nodded. These 8 are all from martial arts families, exposed to martial arts from a young age, learning martial arts, and with innate talents that others do not possess, which makes it possible. They are all ranked in the top 10 and are preparing to lead their own teams. He added with interest, Brother Zhuge, if Su Yu really learns mysterious steps, then our combat department might have to dig a little. Chapter 40. Ignorant and uninformed. Su Yu found the chosen one with 2 companions. This handsome guy, you must be Lin Yan, right? This handsome guy was definitely not a formality with his facial features. Face shape, height, and build, Lin Yan could definitely be called handsome. It would be an exaggeration to say he looked like a comic book character. His features were so exquisite that they created a strange sense of disharmony. His nose, eyes, and mouth were all good-looking, but together they didn't look as good. Lin Yan looked at the 3 and showed a confident smile. I knew I wouldn't be overlooked. Are you inviting me to join your team? Seeing the confident look on the other person, so you couldn't help but hit back. Yes, I'm last, he is second to last. And you're third to last. It would be unreasonable for us not to team up. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yan's confidence as the chosen one instantly vanished. I knew it. In the end, we would definitely be the few stragglers huddling together for warmth. He became dejected. The stark contrast in his demeanor shocked both Su Yu and Song Qinghuan. Fu Yu had been quietly observing him with indifference. Seeing this scene, he nodded in understanding. His ability was hypnosis, which could hypnotize others as well as himself. Chapter 41. Another encounter with SSS abilities. The principal gave a blood crystal to Song Qinghuan. He instructed her to use the blood crystal for a final push when she felt her vitality was completely blocked. The principal's expectation for her was to reach the limit of 200 before the training camp ended, and then break through to participate in the college entrance examination with martial artist strength. Originally unaware of the matter regarding the limitless martial artist, Song Qinghuan intended to start using blood crystals during the training camp. She wanted to enhance her strength as much as possible to provide more help to Su Yu. At this moment, Su Yu advised her not to use them. She did not immediately agree. She could follow Su Yu on small matters, but she always insisted on her own opinions regarding the big picture. Su Yu noticed this girl's thoughts and, after some consideration, did not rush her to agree right away. After all, once his surpassed blood value was revealed, Song Qinghuan would naturally choose to strive for the limitless martial artist. Her competitiveness, especially in comparison to him, was so strong it made him feel exasperated. He had felt this deeply in the gravity training room before. Fu Yu also looked at Song Qinghuan in surprise. Having interacted for only a short time, he was already accustomed to her obedience to Su Yu. He did not expect her to stand firm on this matter, which was meant for her own good. Chapter 42, Blood Value Testing begins. Once again, an SSS level ability was revealed, and it was a highly esoteric special attribute ability: mental control, fantasy realization, and lucky favor. If any one of these three abilities was acquired, this training camp would be worth it. High-grade blood crystals and medium-grade blood crystals were nothing compared to these three abilities. First, Fu Yu's mental control and mind control differed by only one word, but Su Yu knew there was a world of difference between them. Just knowing this name brought several methods of using this ability to his mind. Next was Lin Yan's fantasy realization. There was no need for much explanation. These four words were enough to express how monstrous this ability was. An SS-level evaluation represented potential at the level of divine wrath. This meant that when this ability was developed to its extreme, Lin Yan could even make things that were miraculous in nature come true. At that point, the term Master of One Thought would not be a joke. As for the SSS-level lucky favor that touched the laws of the Tao, Su Yu had nothing to say. Starting today, he would persist in taking photos of Qiao Qiao until he obtained this buff. Snap, snap, snap. 3 consecutive shutter clicks. Strength 10, agility 10. Chapter 43, Unrestrained Su Yu. Wu Linlin, 3-time champion of the Central Region Joint Examination, individually killed a 3rd-grade beast. Su Yinsheng, 3-time champion of the Southwest Region Joint Examination, individually killed a 3rd-grade beast. With 4 blood value testers, Wei Ikuan directly announced the preliminary top 4 rankings, while also briefly introducing their past achievements. No one questioned the preliminary top 4 rankings. The entire venue was filled with admiring gazes. Most people present had previously been defeated by these 4 in various joint examinations. Su Yu watched the 4 ascend the high platform, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. His goal was to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. And these 4 were the obstacles he had to overcome: participating in the killing of 4th-grade beasts and individually killing 3rd-grade beasts. The gaps between 1st-grade and 4th-grade beasts were not significant. I had the highest chance of picking up a 1st-grade beast. The gap was not large, and I could pursue it. However, I might need a weapon that could break defenses. Su Yu assessed seriously. Beasts below the 5th grade could not control blood value. The differences between them were all based on fundamental attributes like strength, speed, and resistance. If one thought a little, there were ways to bridge the gap. In the observation room, Cheng Yong and Zhu Yun were constantly monitoring Su Yu's emotional changes. Chapter 44. Is this what you call mediocre talent? Song Qinghuan, Fu Yu, Qiao Qiao, and Lin Yan stepped onto the high platform. Except for Song Qinghuan, who was not very well known. The other 3 had drawn attention from the other geniuses present to varying degrees. Fu Yu, with a mental type ability that could read minds and influence other spirits, was a lower-tier master compared to the upper-tier strong individuals among these limitless martial artists. Among so many geniuses present, even the top-ranked Gao, she could not guarantee a smooth entry into the 7th-grade master realm. But Fu Yu was different. He had no difficulty entering the 7th grade from the 6th. It might also be because heaven is fair, granting him a mental talent while not allowing him to break the 180 barrier in blood value despite the various resources poured from the Fu family. The elders of the Fu family wanted him to absorb blood crystals directly, but Fu Yu still insisted on pursuing the goal of becoming a limitless martial artist. He was very clear that if he could not become a limitless martial artist, even if he were guaranteed to be a 7th grade master, his breakthrough speed would be several times slower than his peers, let alone the differences among the strong in the same cohort. Fuyu's barrier made countless strong individuals feel regret for this genius. As for Qiao Qiao and Lin Yin, their abilities were purely too peculiar. Both of their abilities had theoretical invincibility when they were first discovered. Chapter 45, Hot Commodity. Cheng Yong wanted to give the audience a reasonable explanation. However, Su Yu's rapid rise from 100 blood value to breaking through the limit in just 1 week was simply too outrageous. He is a genius. I've said it before. He had to emphasize. This statement was evidently insufficient to convince the audience. Everyone in this room knew that Su Yu was a genius, but no one said he was a martial arts genius. In just 1 week, he went from below 100 in blood value to 212. This training speed was unprecedented, and the key point was the limit. How did Su Yu break through the limit? A crowd of people felt puzzled. As the director of the admissions office at Jubilee University, Qian Yun chose to take the lead. Everyone, you just said you wouldn't compete with our Professor Zhuge for students. So let us not have any ideas about our Su Yu. Did I say that? Feng Wan seemed confused. Qian Yun glanced at him. Director Feng, we have surveillance here. If you don't remember, I can pull it up to jog your memory. But I was joking. How can admissions be taken so lightly? There was no written agreement. Director Qian, please don't take it seriously. Feng Wan wore a face of false smiles. Chapter 46. A minor in tactics is not impossible. Su Yu had another thing he wanted to say about striving for first place, but held back. A request from someone aiming to be captain almost discouraged everyone. Such a pretentious statement about striving for first place. He chose to keep it to himself for now. Seeing everyone disperse, Lin Yin and Xiao Qiao both breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could fully relax, they heard the previously well-dressed young man loudly proclaim, "No problem. You join our team, and we'll make you the captain." Lin Yin and Xiao Qiao were stunned. Joining the team came with a spiritual weapon, and they were even actively offering the captain position. Is this student okay? At this moment, not only the two of them couldn't understand, but the majority of people in the square felt the same way. Facing the gaze of the crowd, the young man in elegant attire smiled brightly. Su Yu, I have no other requests. I just hope that we can continue to be teammates in college. For the next 4 years, I can cover all your spiritual weapon expenses. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene erupted in an uproar. Wow, whose rich young master is this? Is he really that extravagant? Just now, when testing vitality, it seemed his name was Shiman Boishue. Could it be the Shiman who runs the Divine Weapon Pavilion? Almost certain. Do they still need accessories? I'm not greedy. Chapter 47. The true rating of abilities Wei Ikuan gave everyone an hour to form teams. Su Yu's team was almost the fastest to be established. Following them were the teams of the top 8. With 8 great prodigies in place, inviting people was not difficult for them. Moreover, these teams had basically determined most of their members from the very beginning. Interestingly, after Su Yu's vitality was revealed, although they hesitated, ultimately no one invited Su Yu. Especially after hearing Su Yu say he wanted to be the captain, Gao Shi and the others became serious when looking at Su Yu. After Su Yu formed his team, the majority were discussing how his choice of teammates was inadequate. In this hunting competition, they posed almost no threat. However, Gao Shi, Su Yin, and the others quietly kept Su Yu's team in mind. Perhaps it was the instinct among geniuses, but they felt that Su Yu's team could be a formidable opponent. After Su Yu's team was formed, he immediately found a corner to start preparing for battle. An hour was not only the team formation time, but also their preparation time before entering the wilderness. Su Yu had several things he wanted to clarify. The 5 of them sat together. Chapter 48. Divine Artifact. Adjusting everyone's mental energy to the same frequency. This means that on the battlefield, everyone will be able to truly communicate their thoughts. 1 or 2 might not show obvious effects, but if it's on a desolate battlefield, if everyone, or an entire legion, can achieve thought communication, then the help this ability brings to humanity will exceed everyone's imagination. At that time, Su Yu would be the divine artifact of humanity on the battlefield. Of course, Su Yu currently cannot do this, but what if he breaks through to become a master-level powerhouse? The mental type Su Yu stepping into the 7th rank has no shackles. By then, even if he cannot control the entire battlefield, as long as he exerts this ability in high-end combat, the effects will be unpredictable. although the mental strength of master-level powerhouses is strong enough to communicate through thoughts. This is different from the probability Suyu proposed. Thought communication also requires time, and in battles between powerhouses, every second could be the key to changing the entire situation. In the observation room, everyone watched Suyu say, "Let us give it a try." A group of people instinctively held their breath, staring intently at Suyu, who had his eyes closed. Suyu looked at Suyu, attempting with his eyes closed. Chapter 49. A rank ability? It's SSS. Before even becoming a warrior, he can simulate the aura of a third-rank beast. And he even fooled a master-level powerhouse. This is not a hypnotic ability. It's clearly the most powerful disguise ability everyone has seen so far. If Lin Yan's strength were to grow a bit more, could he simulate the aura of a supreme powerhouse? Yet another ability that can directly help humanity. Judging from its value, rating it as SSS is completely justified. In the observation room, everyone felt a bit disordered. After all, within a short time, two abilities with actual value could be rated as SSS level had appeared. Zhuge, is it possible that Suyu's talent is not tactical, but rather about uncovering others' talents? It was only a short time, but Suyu and Lin Yan felt revitalized in his hands. Qin Yan couldn't help but ask. In his eyes, the new effects of these two people's abilities were indeed shocking. But what he found most incredible was Suyu. After all of this was led by Suyu. Zhuge glanced at him lightly. "Brother Yun, you are mistaken. This is also part of tactical talent. Allowing everyone to fully unleash their strongest strength is what we tacticians should do." Chapter 50, SSS Luck Bestowed, Initial Display of Power. A group of people clearly leaped down, but at the moment they passed through the bronze gate, they firmly landed on the ground and walked out of the door normally. This miraculous feeling made everyone look back at the bronze gate. Then looking ahead, the gray sky and towering trees blocked their view. In front of everyone, there were paths leading into the depths of the forest, stretching endlessly. Clearly, the choice of route was the first challenge everyone had to face. For a moment, everyone on site fell silent. For the crowd that knew nothing about the road ahead, they were all seriously judging in their hearts. Interestingly, many people in the crowd turned their gaze towards Suyu. It seemed they wanted to witness the tactical genius's judgment on route selection. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao also subconsciously looked at Suyu. Suyu first looked at Suyu. Suyu said lightly, "The specific situation of the training camp varies each year. I don't remember hearing about choosing routes right upon entry." Suyu nodded and, under the gaze of the crowd, looked at Xiao Qiao. "Xiao Qiao, choose any path you like." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was taken aback. Chapter 51. Battling a third-rank beast, Mastering Martial Arts. I observed closely. This swarm must have just gone through a fierce battle. A third-rank queen bee was injured and was recuperating in a hive. Inside the hive, there were also two critically endangered second-rank black-tailed killer bees. Outside the hive, a healthy second-rank black-tailed killer bee was patrolling. Additionally, there were 8 first-rank black-tailed killer bees and 27 black-tailed killer bees. Lin Yan detailed all the information he gathered. Where there are hives, there will definitely be honey. The honey from black-tailed killer bees can enhance the strength of the human body's organs, Suyu said. Suyu teased Xiao Qiao, an injured third-rank beast, plus honey, TSK. Xiao Qiao, you truly live up to your reputation. Lin Yan immediately knelt on one knee, dramatically saying, "Goddess of luck, accept my worship." Xiao Qiao smiled shyly. "I'm just happy to be able to help everyone." Song Qinghuan, "Xiao Qiao, you are too modest. Without you, we definitely wouldn't have such good luck." Fuyo stood by with a cold expression, but nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao's face broke into a happy smile. Chapter 52. Reward for the Illustrated Guide of Third-Rank Exotic Beasts. Suyu dodged the attack of the mother bee for the first time. The people in the observation room could only sigh, noting that his speed was already not inferior to that of a peak first-rank warrior. However, as Suyu continued to narrowly evade each attack, they grew tired of marveling at his speed and strength, which were comparable to those of a peak first-rank warrior. This kid had really learned the Mirage Step in just one day. Moreover, his proficiency was definitely beyond just the basics. He had even surpassed the stage of familiarity. At this point, no one was worried about his battle against the third-rank mother bee anymore. The already injured third-rank mother bee relied heavily on speed in its attacks. And it just happened to run into Suyu, who could use the Mirage Step. Not to mention that Suyu focused each of his strikes on the wounds. Even if he took his time, He could wear it down. In the observation room, the silence was palpable. Everyone was fixated on Su Yu's agile movements. The lethal use of his dagger, his speed and strength not inferior to those of a peak first-rank warrior, his blood energy that had exceeded its limits, and the martial arts he learned in just one night. At this moment, everyone was at a loss for words to describe this kid's talent. Because the most crucial point was that this kid also had a tactical talent favored by future grandmasters. Chapter 53. Grandmasters also argue. No one. Su Yu's team 14070. In the small wilderness, other geniuses also saw the words Su Yu's team at the top of the leaderboard. Over 10,000 points in one go clearly indicated that they had taken down a third-rank exotic beast. Su Yinsheng, leading his team, had just dealt with a few second-rank exotic beasts. He opened his wristband, looked at Su Yu's name at the top, and sighed. What a pity. If Su Yu were willing to join us, I would have an 80% chance of securing first place in this training camp. Yao Yu comforted him. It's okay. Even if he doesn't join us, our cooperation is even more tacit. Su Yinsheng nodded, his earlier words showing no consideration for the other three members of the team. The other three had no objections either. They had joined Su Yinsheng's team partly to ride on his coattails, and partly because they were being paid. So they had no complaints regarding their boss's words. Su Yinsheng didn't say much more. Now that the team had taken shape, thinking about these things would only add to their worries. A glimmer of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Let us go. Let us hunt a few third-rank exotic beasts to boost our points. Let those at the bottom of the pre-rankings sit comfortably at the top. They should feel embarrassed. But I don't. Chapter 54. The initial display of SS-level ability. In the observation room, the four heads of the admissions office suddenly noticed that the two people beside them were arguing more fiercely than they were. They tacitly stopped their quarrel and turned to watch Zhuge Yun and Cheng Yong exposing each other as flaws. While arguing, Zhuge Yun shouted to them, "Don't think about filming. I have the video of you two throwing shoes at each other." Zhuge Yun threw the observation room into chaos once again. The teachers responsible for data analysis were accustomed to this scene, showing expressions of indifference. It was the same every year at the four-school training camp. This year, it was just livelier with the addition of Professor Zhuge. They all sighed in unison, thinking that after this year's four-school training camp, they would once again have to sign non-disclosure agreements until their wrists hurt. Su Yu practiced the body refinement technique for over an hour. The other four patiently waited without any complaints. They all understood that Su Yu was the main combat force of this team. Only if his strength increased would they perform better in this training camp. Moreover, they had long prepared to be at the bottom before coming here. Chapter 55. Targeted. Inside the observation room, there was still silence. Several heads of the admissions office were silently calculating the enhancement brought by Fuyo's abilities in this battle. The long gun-wielding Deng Ji couldn't help but speak first. Everyone. Su Yu's level of marksmanship is truly as he said. His mastery of marksmanship has definitely reached proficiency. His use of thrusts, sweeps, slashes, and stabs has surpassed that of the vast majority of people. If you were to learn martial arts related to marksmanship, it would be a natural fit. Ahem. Teacher Deng Ji, don't forget that as heads of the admissions office, we cannot take on apprentices, Qian Yun reminded. He noticed that these people were trying to prove that their school was more suitable for teaching Su Yu. To this, Qian Yun could only say bah. Deng Ji was not in a hurry. She smiled and said, "Of course, I cannot take on apprentices. But don't forget, my teacher is the true #1 gun in Huagua. What if my teacher takes on apprentices?" Bah! Deng Ji, are you throwing away your face? By saying this, does it mean that Su Yu has to call you sister? Qian Yun finally couldn't hold back. Deng Ji replied with a look of course. If he becomes my teacher's student, then he would indeed have to call me sister. Chapter 56. Another SS level? Are they all? As the leader of the entire team, Su Yu immediately noticed Xiao's emotional downer. He didn't rush to comfort her. He wasn't very clear about her abilities. This was a good opportunity to observe her closely again. As for the subsequent comforting and encouraging her, he planned to leave that to Song Qinghuan. It was more effective to have a girl comfort another girl. Thus, it seemed that ever since Xiao started feeling down, the good luck of their group of 5 had run out. During the hunting that followed that day, they finally found a suitable third-rank exotic beast to hunt. At a crucial moment, however, a fourth-rank exotic beast suddenly appeared, causing the other to narrowly escape. They had been busy for a while, and even got chased by the fourth-rank exotic beast for several miles. As night fell, seeing that everyone was not in good condition and had exhausted too much energy. Suyu said, "Let's find a suitable place to rest. After a day of fighting, we are already tired. Tonight we should recover our energy and continue hunting tomorrow morning. The wilderness at night is too dangerous. Safety comes first, no matter what." The others had no objections and agreed. The danger level of the wilderness at night increased exponentially compared to during the day. Chapter 57, Blood Energy Enhancement, Upgrading the Collector Again. Is Xiao Xiao's ability really SS level? The four heads of the admissions office were all pondering at the same time. Does Suyu really know, or is he simply brainwashing Xiao Xiao? At this moment, it's really no wonder they were overthinking. After all, when Suyu said in the morning that he had mastered the Mizong step in just one night, everyone thought it was nonsense. This kid was just bragging. Then, not long after, he demonstrated his mastery of the Mizong step. Not only that, but with just a few words, he made Fu Yu and Lin Yan's abilities instantly strategic. In contrast, his claim that Xiao Xiao's ability was SSS level didn't seem so unbelievable anymore. Now, every word Suyu said couldn't be dismissed lightly. Perhaps Suyu had awakened his own abilities and could perceive the abilities of others. Qian Yun boldly speculated. The group once again looked towards Suyu's mentor, Cheng Yong, with a tacit understanding. Seeing him equally bewildered, everyone realized that Cheng Yong's 3 years with Suyu had been in vain. Cheng Yong had already given up resisting this fact. Zhuge Yin said, "Actually, we don't need to guess here. After the training camp ends, we can conduct an ability test on him and just ask him." Chapter 58, Significant Improvement in Abilities. System, check my personal panel. Name, Suyu, talent, ability, Ice Age, incomplete. Martial arts, Mizong step, mastery. Title, low-level tactician, low-level illustration collector. Skills, tactical understanding master, marksmanship, mastery, swordsmanship, mastery, combat, mastery. Dagger, intermediate, bicycle riding skills, intermediate. Physique, high-dimensional attribute, 281 health. Mental, high-dimensional attribute, 349 he. Strength, low-dimensional attribute, 2080. Agility, low-dimensional attribute, 2419. Illustration collection, 91,100 health, is only 19 away from the limit of 300. And even if he doesn't hunt a third-tier beast tomorrow, he can easily reach it. The illustration collection task only needs 9 more pages to be completed again. So, if nothing unexpected happens tomorrow, health will reach its limit, and martial arts talent will also level up. Looking at the already changed attributes, mental power has slightly increased, and both strength and agility have doubled. Although these basic attributes don't represent all strength, seeing these numbers, Suyu's desire to take first place has become even stronger. Chapter 59, Battling a Peak Third-Tier Beast. Early the next morning, Suyu, who had practiced the body refining technique all night, woke the 4 of them up. The health increase in just one day was too significant, and controlling that strength would take time to hone. Practicing the body refining technique was one approach, and practical combat was another. Suyu sensed the changes in his body and estimated that after fighting a few more beasts, he would be able to master his current strength. The group smashed the giant rock blocking the cave entrance. As soon as they emerged, they encountered a second-tier ghost-faced fox. Seeing this, Suyu smiled and said, "Xiao Xiao, look, your luck is starting again." Xiao Xiao nodded firmly. "Yes, we will definitely be even luckier today." As soon as she finished speaking, Fuyu was about to use his ability for a synchronized connection when he saw Suyu dash out alone in a flash. Facing the ghost-faced fox's equally agile speed, his speed didn't seem to lag. The ghost-faced fox's sharp claws were coming straight for his head. Suyu made a strange sidestep and appeared above the ghost-faced fox. Before the fox could react, he delivered a powerful punch to its spine. With a loud bang, dust rose from the ground, and while the fox's thick fur seemed unharmed, its spine visibly caved in. Chapter 60, Breakthrough. The 4 of them worked together seamlessly, making the mountain rock snake, which only had brute strength, seem incredibly clumsy against them. Time and again, its massive tail swept by, and its head, harder than rock, slammed into the surrounding trees. Despite this, each of its attacks remained incredibly fierce. The trees that several people could hug were crushed like paper against these attacks. After several rounds of combat, the area within thousands of meters had turned into barren yellow land. Under Suyu's seemingly omniscient command, everyone skillfully dodged the mountain rock snake's attacks. Each time they avoided an attack, they felt a lingering fear. Looking at the trees and rocks that had met a tragic end, they all knew that if they were hit even once, this training camp journey would be over. Everyone felt like they were dancing on the edge of a knife. While feeling nervous and fearful, it was also incredibly thrilling. The increasingly agitated mountain rock snake, disturbed continuously, had a furious aura emanating from its murky eyes. After dodging an attack with a leap, Lin Yan looked at the long knife in her hand with heartache. What do we do? My other knife is also damaged. Chapter 61. Task completed. Further improvement. A whole morning passed. After back-and-forth battles and breaks, Suyu was just one task away from completing the illustration collection. Not only that, but with his health reaching its true limit. When the unclaimed rewards were just enough to raise his health to 300. He found that collecting illustrations no longer provided health enhancement rewards. This was normal. For example, breathing techniques could no longer provide health boosts after officially becoming a martial artist. In just 2 days at the training camp, his health had increased by nearly 100 and the illustration collector had been upgraded. So he was satisfied and surprised by this progress. Since health could no longer be improved, he decided to focus his next goals on the several gold mountains beside him. Whether it was completing the SSS level Ice Age or acquiring the abilities of the other three, if he could successfully obtain just one, it would be a qualitative leap. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao were roasting rabbit meat. Suyu took out his wristband to check the leaderboard. With over 50,000 points, they had surprisingly jumped to second place. Looking at the team ranking second, he didn't feel happy. Instead, he frowned slightly. After carefully reviewing the top 10 rankings, he was convinced of one thing. Besides the constantly changing 10th place, there was also their current rise to second. Chapter 62. SSS level ability, Ice Age complete. Seeing that Suyu seemed to be deep in thought, Song Qinghuan approached and asked, "What's wrong, Suyu? Did you discover something?" Suyu snapped back to reality and smiled. "I had an epiphany." An epiphany? Song Qinghuan was momentarily confused. He explained, "I've gained new insights into martial arts." Upon hearing this, Song Qinghuan immediately showed a happy expression for him and stopped asking further. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Suyu pointed the camera at her. "Qinghuan, give me a smile." Song Qinghuan smiled brightly in response. Click. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level ability Ice Age. Incomplete. Suyu. Damn, is luck really unstoppable? Claim the reward. Detected that the host possesses the SSS level ability Ice Age. Incomplete. The ability is merging. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level ability Ice Age. In an instant, a wonderful feeling surged in his heart. It felt as if something had changed all over his body, a feeling that was mysterious and profound. Song Qinghuan saw him dazed again and was about to ask. Suddenly, she found herself being picked up entirely. At that moment, both of them wore happy smiles on their faces. Meanwhile, the other three turned away tacitly, pretending not to see anything. Chapter 63. The Disappearing Team. Hey, so you guys really have bad luck. Penguin sighed while stepping forward to help support Lin Yan. Is there anything we can help you with? The instructor said that we are all teammates now, so feel free to ask for anything. Suyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your concern, classmate. We just need to find a place to adjust ourselves. Don't let it delay your hunting. Points are what matter. All right, I see that you guys have already rushed to second place. Now others will catch up. Penguin seemed to feel sorry for Suyu and the others. I was too aggressive, leading everyone to hunt without rest. Suyu regretted. If it weren't for our good luck at the beginning, encountering 2 third-grade beasts fighting each other, we wouldn't have aimed for the top 10. It was my greed as the captain. Song Qinghuan reached out to hold his hand. Suyu, don't be too hard on yourself. This choice was made together. And we don't blame you. Xiao Qiao nodded in agreement. Yeah, Captain, we don't blame you. Fuyu remained indifferent, while Lin Yan coldly snorted in a barely audible voice. Penguin watched this and sneered inwardly. Chapter 64. Self-revealing abilities battling 4th-grade beasts. Observation room. The screens displaying various teams were silent at this moment. Bak Ting chuckled lightly. After 3 warnings, she still wants to fight a 5th-grade beast. This Miao Qiong is not only harming herself, but also others. Our Dongji University will not admit her. As for the other 4, those 2 who used their teammates as shields, I propose we cancel their college entrance examination qualifications. Approved. Nanjing University also refuses to admit Miao Qiong. Approved. Pinyin University refuses to admit Miao Qiong. Approved. Beibei University refuses to admit Miao Qiong. The other 3 admissions directors unanimously approved. Miao Qiong. an extreme martial artist with S-level fire control ability, was completely rejected by the 4 major universities. After the 5 heavily injured were taken out of the wilderness by wail, they lay on the wooden board, completely devoid of spirit, following the instructions of the medical personnel beside them, especially the 2 students who betrayed their teammates. The 2 lay on the cold wooden board as if they had already entered the coffin of their lives. The disappearance of Miao Qiong's team and the sudden change in the points leaderboard made Su Yu's team start checking their weapons and backpacks. Lin Yan tied his shoelaces over and over again. Chapter 65, Surprise. SSS-level ability. As the dazzling light dissipated, a massive ice sculpture stood in place. The 3-headed hellhound, completely encased in ice, still showed signs of panic from being frightened by Lin Yan's 5th-grade beast aura. Seeing it had no breath at all, Lin Yan let out a breath and sat down on the ground, but the next moment, he immediately got up. It's so cold. So cold. Feeling increasingly chilly, he looked around in disbelief and asked, "Is this your 2S ability?" Just as you see, Su Yu smiled. Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter. Song Qinghuan also sparkled with beautiful eyes. "So my ability is this powerful." After resting for a moment, Lin Yan examined the ice sculpture of the hellhound, still marveling. He suddenly said, "Su Yu, let's take a group photo as a memento. This is the first 4th-grade beast I participated in killing." He looked up at the ice sculpture as if admiring a piece of art. With Lin Yan's initiative, Su Yu had no reason to refuse. He immediately called everyone over to the ice sculpture. Come, I'll take a photo of you with the ice sculpture." Click, 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 click. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points in spirit. Chapter 66. No reason. Absolutely no reason. 1 3rd-grade beast was an accident, but what about 2, 3, or 4? If that's not enough, how about hunting another 4th-grade beast? At this moment, the points of Su Yu's team skyrocketed by 100,000, silently slapping every genius who looked down on them in the face. The first AS ranking was not an accident. They not only possessed the strength to be in the top 10, but also had hopes of breaking into the top 3. At this moment, any genius seeing the leaderboard basically stopped what they were doing, their faces filled with shock and confusion. They didn't understand. Su Yu's team of 5 had blood vitality below 200. Among them, 2S abilities couldn't directly enhance combat power. 1S ability had limited effects on beasts, being a mental type. The only one who could directly enhance combat power had only an A-level ability. How could such a small team, under Su Yu's leadership, hunt a 4th-grade beast? Many people found it hard to accept this reality. Su Yu, hailed as the next tactical master, they had never underestimated him. Yet, they never regarded him as a competitor. After all, everyone's tracks were different, and making comparisons felt somewhat bullying. But it was precisely in this situation. Chapter 67. The Embodiment of Justice. Captain, didn't they have a girl whose ability is luck? I heard she could pick up blood crystals while walking in the past. Is it possible they encountered a half-dead 4th-grade beast again? If we encountered a half-dead 4th-grade beast, do you think you could kill it that quickly? And one person is severely injured, Pang retorted. But Captain, do you think in the case of one person being severely injured and their weapons being nearly worn out, do they have any chance of killing a 4th-grade beast? The team members also raised reasonable doubts. Pang was at a loss for words. Suddenly, one person stood up, slapping his thigh. Damn, could they have been fooling us from the beginning? Impossible. I used my mental power to check Lin Yan's condition. He is really injured and extremely weak. That is not something you can fake, Pang affirmed. The group's doubts fell into a deadlock again. So, is it possible that Professor Zhuge is giving them a backdoor? Deliver the 4th-grade ESO, that is 1 knife away from death to them. A bold team member guessed. Strangely, everyone suddenly felt that this kind of speculation was easier for them to accept. In the observation room, a group of people looked at Zhuge Yun in unison. Chapter 68. Buying Spirit Tools. Song Qinghuan. Snow Lotus Flower? What does that mean? Are you saying Shi Minbo Shui is a white lotus? Su Yu, I definitely mean it as a compliment. Lin Yan, brother Yu, is what Shi Minbo Shui said true or not? Xiao, I don't think it looks fake. Fu Yu, let us wait and see. We shouldn't let our guard down. Lin Yan, right? ISNT his family selling spirit tools? How about we buy spirit tools from him? Song Qinghuan. In this situation, we might easily get ripped off. Just a single meeting. Countless thoughts had already emerged in Su Yu's mind. Song Qinghuan was still seriously considering how to bargain with Fu Yu. Seeing Lin Yan, who was seriously injured, Shiminbo Shui immediately walked over quickly. Lin Yin, I have a first-grade healing pill here. You should take it quickly. I see your injury might affect your source. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any medicine for this. He took out a crystal bottle from his wristband, poured out a red pill, and handed it to Lin Yin, looking a bit regretful. Lin Yin, happy. He actually knows my name. He definitely didn't deceive us. Fuyu, Suyu, Lin Yin, release your abilities. Since the other party has no malicious intent, we don't need to intentionally deceive others. Chapter 69, Defeating Magic with Magic. Suyu held a gun in one hand, seemingly exuding a more domineering aura. Everyone's mouths slightly dropped when they saw the long spear appear. The four people behind Shiminbo Shui were anxious to say something, but didn't know what to say. The spirit tool was originally meant for whoever Shiminbo Shui wanted to give it to. They wanted to stop it, but couldn't find a reason. Shiminbo Shui was very pleased with everyone's reaction. He smiled and said, Brother Suyu, how is it? Are you satisfied with this weapon? This spear is called the Overlord Spear. As its name suggests, when the spear is unleashed, it's like the Overlord has come into the world, sweeping away everything in its path. It is a treasure among the C-grade spirit tools of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The blood-red patterns flowing on the spear are blood energy patterns. As long as Brother Suyu uses blood energy to nourish these patterns, this spear can truly recognize its master. At the same time, it also has self-repairing capabilities. Shiminbo Shui explained it as if it were a treasured possession, and Suyu put the long spear away, transforming it into a scroll and handing it over. Brother Bo Shui, this spirit tool is too precious. You should just give me an E-grade long spear. Shiminbo Shui was stunned. This was the first time in his life that someone wanted to return a spirit tool he was giving away. Chapter 70, 4th grade Isho dead. Along the way, Suyu and the others followed behind Shiminbo Shui, and as the environment became more familiar, their expressions grew increasingly strange, until Shiminbo Shui stopped at a cave. Suyu said quietly, Bo Shui, you're not telling me that the 4th grade Ishog is in this cave, right? Shiminbo Shui nodded and said, that's right. We wanted to find you before. Seeing the battle traces outside, we thought we'd go in and see if you might have stayed inside. After entering, we didn't expect there to be a 4th grade Andongshi inside. The group of Niu Zichong, who followed behind, sneered when they heard Shiminbo Shui mention this. No one cared about them. Everyone first looked at Xiao Xiao in unison, then together looked at Suyu. These two, one is a lucky goddess. The other speaks, and magic follows. It's simply outrageous. Suyu touched his nose and found it somewhat amusing. This situation suddenly became hard to explain. On second thought, this matter could indeed make Xiao more firm in her recognition of her abilities. The group was wildly praising Xiao's lucky abilities in the mental space. Chapter 71, The Gap. A strong smell of blood permeated the air. The black gold Overlord Spear penetrated the head of the Andongshi, and the blood-red patterns on the spear flowed. With a pop, the long spear was retracted. The Gaoang de Tu of the Andongshi fell to the ground. The fiercely aggressive Ishog from a second ago now had no aura. At the scene, Niu Zichong took a step back in disbelief, stepping on a branch with a loud crack that sounded so jarring. Not yet a martial artist, killing a 4th grade Ndongshi. What kind of monster is this? The way Niu Zichong and his group looked at Suyu had already changed. Initially somewhat arrogant. Now only astonishment and admiration remained in their eyes. Suyu single-handedly killed a 3rd grade Iso. Impressive, but they felt that given some time, they could also do it. Killing a 4th grade Isog as a team of 5, impressive. They couldn't do it, but it was still far from being something they looked up to. After all, this was team combat. Perhaps given a suitable team, they could do it. But when they witnessed Suyu personally slay a 4th grade Isog, all their pride and confidence instantly vanished. At this moment, they understood that the gap between them and Suyu was like a chasm. This was a gap that cannot be bridged by any reason. Chapter 72. All encounters in the world are long-lost reunions. Suyu's sudden words made everyone laugh. Song Qinghuan was initially a bit dazed and didn't react. Soon, she was also infected by Lin Yin's cheerful laughter, showing a hint of a smile on her face. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Suyu. Her smile sweet. Even Fuyu's mouth twitched slightly at the side. After a day of tense battles, it seemed like this one sentence had lightened the mood considerably. Suyu calmly took out the camera. Using the Overlord Spear, he took pictures from various angles of the Andongshi. Compared to the initial intention of simply collecting pictures, This first solo kill of a fourth-grade show made him genuinely want to leave behind a handsome photo. Of course, in the eyes of others, he was just desecrating the corpse. Taking photos of a desecrated corpse made the teachers in the observation room a bit worried. This kid, he still looks normal, right? Congratulations, host, for obtaining the illustrated guide of the fourth-grade Yishub on Dongxi. Congratulations, host, for obtaining attribute reward agility 500. Congratulations, host, for obtaining S-grade Hellfire ability fragment 1, 23. Host can recover 100 health. So he was once again stunned. What happened to the 1 in 10,000 probability? Chapter 73, Rapid Progress. If we can't meet again with red eyes, can we still meet with red faces? So you didn't know why. But looking at the expressions of Pang 1 and the others in front of him, a certain line from a song floated into his mind. In the world of spirits. Everyone else looked completely bewildered. Pang stood in place, his 10 toes tightly gripping the ground. At this moment of confrontation, he scolded himself 100 times in his heart. Why did you lift the seal? Are you stupid? You can't hunt them with a seal. You could still sneak away. Pang regretted it too late. A group of 10 people, you look at me, I look at you. They had no idea what to say. The most awkward was Lin Yan, who was bursting with energy. When Pang and the others saw his state, they were all stunned. Their little heads were filled with big question marks. What? You weren't like this in the morning? Weren't you supposed to be weak like a little sister after being ambushed by a second-grade beast? What is your current ability to take on 5 mean? Ahem. In the midst of this strange atmosphere, it was finally Su Yu who broke the silence with 2 coughs. Pang what's going on with you guys? Pang revealed a smile that looked worse than crying. We're planning to change our hunting route. Chapter 74. The plot thickens. Night fell. The howls of exotic beasts echoed throughout the wilderness. Darkness was about to completely engulf the land. At the steel gate of Tianyuan City, a group of youths excitedly emerged from the wild. Caillou, you are now the only one among us who can single-handedly kill a second-grade beast. Can we team up tomorrow to challenge a third-grade beast? A group of boys and girls surrounded the first genius of Tianyuan City, Caillou. Hearing the flattery from everyone, Caillou remained humble. He cautiously said, I just broke through to a martial artist, and I'm not yet skilled enough to control my own strength. If I want to lead everyone to hunt a third-grade beast, it might take another couple of days. No problem, Caillou with you and our team. We'll definitely take first place this time. Even if we don't hunt a third-grade beast, our team's performance will still be the best. Caillou nodded and said no more. For him, being the first in a genius training camp no longer satisfied him. He looked forward to the arrival of the college entrance examination and the return of those 2 to the 4 school training camps. Hailed as a gathering place for national geniuses, he was curious how much stronger Song Qinghuan would be when he returned from there. Chapter 75. Points Explosion. Early the next morning, as the darkness in the wilderness slowly faded, each team was about to finish their night of rest and training. In the cave where Wu Linlin's team was located, Himei's aura erupted, and her blood qi surged. Immediately, a black substance began to seep from her skin. In the cave, the other 4 widened their eyes in shock and held their breath. Stinky, an extreme stench. After 3 transformations of washing the marrow and refining the blood, thick black substances had accumulated on her skin, reaching several centimeters. These substances were all useless impurities from within her body. As the transformation ended, Himei's aura stabilized, and her blood qi gradually calmed. Wu Linlin and the others covered their mouths and noses as they approached to check. Himei also opened her eyes. At that moment, everyone sincerely admired the brightness and clarity in her eyes. Even though she was now surrounded by an overwhelming stench and was a mess of black, fortunately, Wu Linlin had anticipated this and had taken everyone to a cave with a spring last night. Himei opened her eyes and nearly suffocated from her own stench. She immediately held her breath, didn't have time to greet the others, and rushed into the spring in a flash. Moments later, Chapter 76, Blood Qi Exposure 300. On the 3rd day of the training camp, Gao Shi's team topped the leaderboard with 500,000 points, making many teams feel hopeless. It was at this moment that the mad chase for points officially began. While Su Yu's team increased their points by 130,000 in the morning, placing them second in the leaderboard, all teams' points began to explode. Teams ranked lower started to grow by thousands. The top 8 teams began to increase their points by 10,000 at a time. Su Yu's team, which had been steadily in 2nd place, was overtaken by the Hao Jiming team, which gained 360,000 points in the afternoon. At the same time, Their gap with Gao Shi's team was reduced to just 30,000. The remaining Wu Linlin, Su Yinsheng, and the others also went crazy. In the afternoon, they each gained around 150,000 points. In comparison, Su Yu's team's gain of 70,000 points in the afternoon seemed quite low. Su was also speechless. Watching these people's points soar, he was ready to cheat and play infinite recovery. However, after wandering around for an entire afternoon, he didn't encounter a single shadow of a fourth-grade beast. As night fell, a few of them once again occupied a cave to rest. Chapter 77. Choice. Wei Yikuan asked slowly, "What is your martial arts ambition?" "To make all exotic beasts our human race's food. To drive the barren alien races out of the wilderness and off Blue Star," Su Yu answered without hesitation. Wei Yikuan was not surprised by this response. He nodded and asked, "Do you think it's possible to achieve this by becoming a 7th-grade master?" Su Yu shook his head. "What about the 8th-grade Golden Body realm? The 9th-grade grandmaster? And the Divine King level?" He continued to probe. "I don't know," Su Yu answered honestly. "I can tell you that even a 9th-grade grandmaster or a Divine King cannot fulfill your martial arts ambition. In this world, there are 9th-grade grandmasters among the exotic beasts, and even more among the alien races. Just one grandmaster is not enough to drive them out of the barren Blue Star. Currently, the only thing our human race's grandmasters and divine kings can do is to support you kids and give you a chance." Wei Yikuan looked at everyone, finally focusing on Su Yu. "We still do not know what wondrous and powerful realms exist beyond the 9th-grade martial artist. But if you want to achieve your martial arts ambition, even if you just want to get closer to it, being invincible at the same level as what these talented individuals should pursue." Chapter 78. The Shining Su Yu Speak. "What do you want?" Wei Yikuan's lips twitched as he looked at Su Yu, who was being held by Song Qinghuan, seemingly enjoying it. Su Yu seemed limp and powerless, slumped in Song Qinghuan's arms, and weakly said, "Instructor, I can let go of my personal losses. The main thing is that our team's first place is gone. Shouldn't the training camp provide some corresponding compensation? Otherwise, this is really unfair." Wei Yikuan's brow twitched, signaling him to continue. "1 piece of 8th-grade blood crystal for pieces of 7th-grade blood crystal, and the rest can be ignored." Su Yu quickly replied. "No," Wei Yikuan said, his head filled with black lines. Su Yu immediately began to cough violently. Stop. Just say it directly. What do you actually want?" "High-grade blood crystals are impossible to have. All blood crystals are rewards, and there are no extra blood crystals in the training camp." Wei Yikuan could no longer tolerate it. 4 sets of C-grade spiritual weapons. Su Yu once again said without hesitation. Clearly, he was well prepared. Wei Yikuan stared at his unchanging face, as if wanted to see if this guy would blush from extortion. However, someone noticed his gaze and said again, "It would be even better if the teacher could provide a mental cultivation method." Chapter 79. After the student finishes singing, the teacher takes the stage. Su Yu felt that he might have some issues. Except for the first time after ending, he felt a sense of resistance before starting the second round of forging. In each subsequent round, he was filled with anticipation, becoming more and more energetic. It was like leveling up in a game. He just wouldn't give in and wanted to see how long he could hold on. Each completion brought him immense satisfaction. He wouldn't completely sink into that brief pleasure. He just looked forward to the next start even more. He jumped back and forth between this torment and enjoyment. He truly achieved the state of suffering while enjoying it. At dawn the next day, he successfully completed his 100th forging. At the moment those threads that seemed to be at his command filled his mind again, he opened his eyes. His gaze burst forth with an extremely dazzling brilliance. The 4 people who had been silently waiting for him to finish his training did not dare to meet his eyes at this moment. It seemed that just a single glance would lead them to be seen through by him. Su Yu also felt as if every grass and tree in the cave was under his control. He knew this was an illusion that naturally occurs after a power increase. It was like when one's vitality suddenly surged. Everyone feels they can break the heavens with a punch or split the earth with a kick. Chapter 80. The hunt has just begun. Many years later, the 4 retired admission office directors would still jump up and curse the shameless tactician when they recalled the unequal treaty signed that morning. Since then, the 4-school joint training camp added a new rule. Tacticians are not allowed in the observation room. In the small wilderness, Su Yu was still unaware that his yet-to-be-married teacher had fought for him to gain significant rights, while also attracting a considerable amount of hatred. He looked at the 4th-grade shallow grass yellow-eyed rabbit in front of him, his expression somewhat excited. Yesterday, he hadn't encountered a single fourth-grade exotic beast all afternoon. And today, as soon as he set out, he ran into one. This was clearly a good omen. Without him reminding, Fuyu automatically initiated mental synchronization. The blood-red patterns on the Overlord's spear flowed, and Suyu thrust the spear toward the rabbit, directly closing in. Fuyu used arrows from the outside to harass. Song Qinghuan, Lin Yin, and Xiao Xiao each took their positions, coordinating with Suyu to surround the shallow grass yellow-eyed rabbit. The battle was about to begin. After the shallow grass yellow-eyed rabbit swatted the Overlord's spear aside with its sharp claws, it lunged towards Lin Yin. Suyu was already prepared. His eyes turned blue, and countless ice spikes appeared, directly targeting the rabbit from behind. Chapter 81. The sky is his limit. When everyone thought Suyu needed at least a few hours to recover before continuing the fight, he sat down and practiced breathing techniques for more than 10 minutes. He stood up and told everyone that he had recovered. The training camp was halfway through. Over the past few days, he had consistently shocked and amazed everyone. In the observation room, the admission office directors from the 4 major schools, who had seen all kinds of geniuses, went from shock to numbness and then back to shock again. This cycle repeated countless times. In just a few short days, Suyu had been overturning their understanding of what genius was. They had seen perverts before, but never such an all-rounder. Whenever they thought that genius was just like this, he would always show them through his actions. Suyu, can be even more of a pervert, breaking 200 in vitality, mastering martial arts in one night, having at least SS-level supernatural talent, going from 200 to 300 in 3 days as an absolute warrior, and now with his speed of vitality recovery. Each of these feats was something that ordinary geniuses could not achieve. Not to mention his powerful tactical talent, suspected ability to perceive other supernatural powers, and the immense willpower to complete a cycle of forging on his first try with the 100 forging method. Chapter 82. Breaking through shackles. While other teams were engaged in battle, Suyu's team was getting closer and closer to the first place, even surpassing it. So, a morning passed. When everyone opened their wristband again and looked at the name of the first place, everyone instinctively rubbed their eyes. What happened? Am I seeing things? Wasn't the first place the name Gaoshi? How did it become Suyu now? Is there a bug in the points leaderboard? Doubts flooded everyone's minds, and they looked back at the points behind the team name. Suyu's team had 970,000 points. In just one morning, in less than 6 hours. They gained 500,000? Am I crazy? Or are they cheating? Wu Linlin's team. He may stare at the name and points in first place on a wristband. She had spoken for a long time. The others were also silent. When 2 cheaters appeared in a competition, it would severely impact the gaming experience of others. This time, she did not release any grandiose statements about surpassing Suyu's team. She asked in confusion, Sister Linlin, do you think we still have hope to surpass them? Wu Linlin shook her head. It might be very difficult, but that is not a reason for us to give up. Chapter 83. Gather early. Damn! Looking at the overwhelming number of exotic beasts, Lin Yin exclaimed. Without much time to react, Suyu immediately said, Run. The entire earth was shaking, and the sky was completely covered by birds and beasts. It was a dark mass that made it hard to breathe, although it seemed that the beast tide had not yet reached this side. The situation left no room for hesitation. Suyu immediately took the lead and began to run wildly. Fuyu also directly activated mental synchronization. Lin Yin, brother Yu, where are we going now? This is the beast tide. Are we going to exit the training camp early? Suyu, don't worry. I don't know if this is part of the training camp, but if it is, there should be other prompts coming up next. So pay attention to the wristband messages. If not, we should wait a maximum of 3 more minutes. The instructor should tell us what to do. The group nodded. While weaving through the forest, they kept an eye on the information on their wristbands. At the same time, some small teams in the wilderness were completely frozen in place as they faced the oncoming beast tide. When those beasts, all below the 3rd rank, charged in front of them, Chapter 84. Space shuttling. A castle standing in the wilderness appeared before everyone's eyes. Moats, steel gates, crossbows on the city walls, laser cannons, and electric nets on the dome, etc. This castle was clearly built to withstand the beast tide. The steel gate bore the 3 large characters' watchtower city. The castle's steel gate was already closed. Suyu and 4 small teams of 20 people approached the castle. The steel gate slowly opened, and the group dared not linger, immediately pouring into the castle. The man in black who opened the door for them looked at Suyu. Suyu nodded. How's Jiming? Now, there were 7 small teams in the city, with 2 injured personnel, 12 warriors, and 20 ability users. This was a rough outline of the abilities of the various ability users. Hao Jiming directly handed over a booklet. Originally planning to hunt Su Yu's team tomorrow, he now submitted all the information about his team to Su Yu. He said, "Although I don't know what level you are, I believe in the evaluation standards of the Tactician Alliance. Before the training camp ends, our team will definitely follow your command." With the 3rd-ranked Hao Jiming leading, the other teams immediately stepped forward to express that all actions would be under Su Yu's command. Chapter 85, Reckless. Definitely reckless. Su Yu's explosive behavior not only left Gao Shi and Hao Jiming dumbfounded, but also stunned the 2 ferocious wind wolves that had been roaring at him. They were hit repeatedly by his fierce jabs and were left dazed. In their bloodthirsty eyes, there was even a hint of confusion similar to that of a silly dog. How was this human so fierce? Any random shot that hits them would cause severe injury. Hao Jiming squinted, puzzled, although Su Yu was holding a C-grade spiritual weapon. The C-grade spiritual weapon shouldn't be able to kill a 4th-rank beast with just 1 shot. Could this reckless man be a strength-type ability user? And that ghostly figure, this was the martial art Mizong step, Hao Jiming murmured. Beside him, Gao Shi was somewhat excited. This guy's a tough man. No wonder their points are so high. As he spoke, he raised his heavy sword and slammed it directly at the wind wolf in front of him. The 4 4th-rank beasts had made him feel quite frustrated earlier. Now he finally had a chance to vent, charging in to strike the wind wolf. A few black lines appeared on Hao Jiming's forehead as he immediately followed suit with a soft sword. Su Yu was handling 2 4th-rank beasts alone, while the 2 of them were attacking 1 4th-rank beast together. Chapter 86, Holding the Fort. Standing on the city wall, the young geniuses seemed to momentarily transcend time and space, encountering the countless Watchtower army soldiers who held their ground. Not far away was still a dark mass. From a distance, the towering trees were falling in droves. Some were responsible for operating laser cannons, while others used large crossbows. The stronger ones stood outside the city gate, actively confronting the enemy. At the 4 main gates, except for the Vermilion Bird Gate, where Su Yu was, the other 3 were arranged with 2 top 10 ranked geniuses taking turns leading the defense. 10 people stood at the city gate, blocking the enemy outside. Another 10 provided fire support using laser cannons and crossbows. Shifts were changed every hour. At the Vermilion Bird Gate, others took turns to face the enemy. Su Yu held his ground. Aside from Song Qinghuan and the others, he chose 5 other classmates, 4 of whom were capable of mass destruction abilities, and 1 whose ability accelerated healing. At the same time, these 5 were also warriors with strong recovery abilities. This was the strongest team he could pair himself with without affecting the overall combat power of the other 3 gates. In comparison, the only challenge was that he had to face 2 top 10 ranked geniuses alone. Chapter 87, Achievements that make juniors look up to him. In front of Watchtower City, a group of geniuses displayed an unstoppable momentum. In the distance, a dark mass resembling an invasion of locusts surged towards Watchtower City. The roars of various beasts made everyone's ears buzz. The ground trembled. With the arrival of flying beasts, the gradually darkening sky looked as if the apocalypse had arrived. Those holding laser cannons and large crossbows on the city wall felt their palms sweat and swallowed hard. A great battle was imminent. When everyone could clearly see the types of beasts in that dark mass, several laser cannons on the 4 city gates lit up simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. At the same moment, the laser cannons from all 4 directions fired around. In the dark mass of beasts, gaps began to appear. From the dome, looking down at the land, at the moment the laser cannons fell, it was as if dozens of blood-red flowers had bloomed. The surging beast tide was repelled by the laser cannons. But soon, these blood-red flowers were filled again by the subsequent beasts. Wind wolves, earth jackals, copper foxes, shadow leopards, silver-toothed elephants. These were all beasts that Su Yu had collected in his bestiary, and they all appeared collectively this time. In the sky, sun-blocking bats, sharp-beaked sparrows, killer bees, ghost-faced birds, and various birds and beasts also surged towards Watchtower City. Chapter 88, Excitement. After 55 minutes of fighting against the beast tide, even without high-grade beasts, the numerous young geniuses began to gradually feel overwhelmed when facing the densely packed low-grade beasts. In contrast, the Vermilion Bird Gate, with only 5 people fighting, was currently in the best condition across the entire wilderness. Su Yu had almost become a beast meat grinder, without any mid-grade beasts. His basic strength and speed had already surpassed that of ordinary second-rank beasts, making him a god of slaughter amidst the beast tide. Moreover, the effects of the Mirage Step martial art were fully manifested in this chaotic battle. Holding the Overlord's gun, he moved in and out among the beasts, achieving the true feat of passing through a herd of thousands of beasts without touching a single leaf, while the other four sustained varying degrees of injuries. All the blood on him came solely from the beasts. Notably, Song Qinghuan also began to gradually display her mastery of the Mirage Step. Suyu learned it overnight thanks to the system, while she mastered it in 5 days purely through her talent. In the 58th minute of fighting against the beast tide, another round of laser cannons and crossbows bombarded the area as the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Xuanwu gates began to rotate in units of 5. After 3 rounds of laser cannons and crossbow bombardments, all 10 from the first battle were swapped out. Chapter 89. Not making it easy for others to live. Suyu moved ghost-like among the beast horde, his overlord's gun continuously harvesting the lives of the surrounding beasts. The agile beasts like the copper fox and wind wolf charged at him, always narrowly missed by him. On the battlefield, those third-tier beasts were almost all held back by Suyu. The remaining 4 were responsible for dealing with the first and second-tier beasts, as well as ordinary beasts. They were all outstanding talents, and they moved through the beast horde with ease. After piercing through 2 wind wolves with a single shot, Suyu turned off the communication on his wristband and immediately aimed his gun at 2 silver-toothed giant elephants. The third rotation was when these geniuses were most likely to become careless. The ease of the first 2 hours would lead them to think that the beast tide was nothing extraordinary. Once this thought started to emerge, the consumption of their vitality and mental energy would gradually be ignored. Although it seemed that there was an hour of rest after each round, in reality, this hour was completely insufficient for this tug-of-war battle. At that time, this consumption would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. A 1,000-mile dike was destroyed by an ant hole. Carelessness and a dismissive attitude were the hidden ant holes. For this temporarily assembled team, all Suyu could do was remind them multiple times during the battles. Chapter 90. The era of talents. Suyu stopped. He was taking pictures. He finished taking pictures and was back in action. Lin Yan's voice rang in the wristband. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and several other talents gradually became numb. They silently looked towards the direction of the Zhuke gate, not wanting to speak. Wasn't he supposed to be a tactical genius? Can he really fight like this? Do his family members know? Time kept passing. Every hour, Lin Yan would broadcast Suyu's status through the wristband. At first, his broadcasts were a blatant stimulus for the group of talents. By the 9th hour, 10th hour, his broadcast showing Suyu still fighting fiercely in the wilderness became a belief for everyone to continue persevering. More and more people's vitality and mental energy gradually depleted. An hour of recovery time seemed useless at this point. A sense of impending failure loomed over everyone, and darkness slowly encroached upon the entire area. Outside the Zhuke gate, Suyu, holding the Overlord gun, continued to weave in and out of the beast horde, seemingly tireless. The killing intent emanating from him had completely intimidated those ordinary beasts and first-tier beasts. Time passed, and darkness completely enveloped the small wilderness. On the lookout tower, several strong lights suddenly turned on, illuminating the entire land. Chapter 91. SSS Class Ability. Ice Age. A 3-headed demon dog walked gracefully among the beasts. Within 100 meters of it, no beast dared approach. Suyu quickly finished taking pictures of the barbaric bear while retreating and issued new commands through the wristband. Laser cannons. Crossbow bolts cover. Everyone retreat to the lookout tower. He repeated it several times. In the wilderness, the sound of booming began to echo. Laser cannons and crossbow bolts were fired wildly as if they were free. Outside the city, everyone began to withdraw immediately. The laser cannons and crossbow bolts briefly slowed the speed of the beast tide. Inside the city, everyone gathered. The 5th-tier, 3-headed demon dog should be the instigator of this beast tide. If we kill it, we should be able to pass this beast tide assessment. Suyu said calmly. Everyone silently gripped their weapons. After just killing a 4th-tier beast, a fatigued Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and others looked at Suyu. Their expressions were somewhat complex. All along, they had made others feel the gap between people. Today, they personally experienced the disparities in the world. Leaving aside combat power, talent, and abilities, in terms of endurance, they all willingly admitted defeat. Chapter 92. The meaning of the assessment the battle was about to break out. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and others pondered how to kill the fifth-tier, three-headed demon dog before them. So you first asked them to introduce their abilities and martial arts. Gao Shi spoke up. My ability is... The next moment, he immediately shut his mouth. Through the mental synchronization. So you got a general understanding of the four people's strengths. Gao Shi's ability, Dark Devour, could drain the vitality of beasts hidden in the shadows. As long as his mental energy was sufficient, his vitality could remain in a boiling state for combat. So you a tough guy. Gao Shi likewise. His martial arts, 9 layers, could unleash extreme power with each strike, stacking and doubling. Clearly, his martial arts were specially cultivated according to the characteristics of his ability. So you felt a bit sad about this. A poor child had to grow up early. When it came to cultivating martial arts, he could only rely on luck with draws, getting whatever he got, with no choices at all. At the same time, he was determined to take 10 or 20 pictures of Gao Shi after the assessment ended. This thing suited him very well. Hao Jiming's ability was space traversal, and his martial arts were sword rain, allowing him to unleash 7 swords with extreme power simultaneously. Chapter 93. Everything is under control. On the battlefield, seeing those beasts frozen in ice gradually beginning to awaken, the 4 admissions directors and instructor Wei Ikuan also prepare to step in to suppress this beast tide. Outside the UK gate, Hao Jiming had disappeared for a long time. Suyu continued to lead the other 3 in various consumption and harassment against the 3-headed demon dog. At first, their consumption and harassment could still provoke the demon dog. Slowly, the demon dog returned to its previous posture of teasing its prey. Many times, Wu Linlin and Su Yinshan's attacks were completely ignored by it. To it, the damage caused by the 2 could be recovered in an instant. Like being bitten by a mosquito, it was more eager to clash with Su Yu and Gao Shi in brute strength, as if it had to determine a winner in terms of power. The 10-minute countdown was about to end. Everyone's condition visibly declined. The demon dog was in high spirits. Su Yu and the others had their eyelids drooping. Just as the Ice Age was about to completely fail, Hao Jiming returned to the battlefield. And along with him was Shiman Bishue, holding a white jade disc. The 2 appeared directly on the back of the demon dog. The demon dog completely ignored them and charged towards Su Yu and Gao Shi. Chapter 94. Why provoke him for no reason? The second complete S-class ability, Hellfire, was obtained. Ice Age, Hellfire, a true duality of ice and fire. Su Yu himself was curious, not knowing which unfortunate soul would be the first to experience this treatment. The attributes of strength and agility received another significant boost. His current basic strength and agility are no less than those of enhanced ability users. I wonder if, with an enhanced ability, my basic strength and speed could directly withstand those 3rd and 4th rank martial artists? Su Yu thought to himself, just as he was about to call Shi and the others over for a group photo. Wei Ikuan suddenly appeared in front of him. Without thinking, Su Yu picked up the camera and snapped a picture of him. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, Master of Basic Leg Techniques. Wei Ikuan looked over. Su Yu, with a beaming smile, handed him the photo. Instructor, look, it's very handsome. Wei Ikuan expressionlessly accepted the photo. This kid has a devious teacher. He needs to be careful. Being too familiar can lead to pitfalls, while a poor relationship can make him more of a target. So you looked at him, still full of enthusiasm. Indeed, the stronger the illustrated object, the better. Just casually acquiring a skill is at the master level. Chapter 95. A new perspective after 3 days apart in the Immortal Pawn Hall. Is not a product of the human race. The pool water in the center comes from the Alien 9 King's pool. Practicing near the pool can help quickly restore vitality and mental strength to their peak. Some hidden injuries and deficiencies will also recover during practice. Currently, there are only 5 places in the entire human race that have an Immortal Pawn Hall. The one in Marshall City is the smallest. For the outstanding individuals participating in the training camp, entering the Immortal Pawn Hall is also one of the rewards. Many past injuries will be healed in this Immortal Pawn Hall. Just this effect is worth a fortune. After Wei Ikuan introduced everything, he left the Immortal Pawn Hall. Everyone was very tacit, choosing their mats according to their rankings. The first team, led by Su Yu, sat closest to the Immortal Pond. Next was Gao Shi's team, followed by Hao Jiming's team. Su Yu's vitality remained in a full state. However, his mental strength consumption was not any less than that of others. If we consider his mental strength as 100 strands of silk the last strand supporting him in the battle against the three-headed demon dog, was the final one. If it weren't for the 100 forging method, perhaps he would have collapsed on the ground like Song Qinghwan. Chapter 96. Collective breakthrough. Su Yu's various data compared to 6 days ago were drastically different. The 4 teammates beside him also gradually emitted fluctuations indicating an increase in vitality. This commotion drew the attention of many people in the Immortal Pawn Hall, who opened their eyes to look. Initially, there was some confusion in their eyes. At this stage, aside from a few who had already become martial artists, almost everyone's vitality had reached its limit. It was undoubtedly surprising for there to be others who could still increase their vitality at this time. But once they clearly saw who was increasing their vitality, the confusion turned into admiration. In the small wilderness, Su Yu's team's advantage in points, along with the great contributions of Lin Yin, Fu Yu, and Song Qinghwan during the Beast Tide, made everyone forget that their vitality hadn't even reached 200. They played a crucial role during the Beast Tide, yet their pre-training camp ranking was at the bottom. At this moment, everyone realized and refocused their attention on Su Yu. It was he who led these 4 people to achieve an epic comeback. He also led everyone to accomplish something that seemed impossible. After Song Qinghwan's vitality increased, a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Chapter 97. The sour smell of love when the water in the center of the Immortal Pawn Hall stopped boiling. Everyone knew that the time for healing injuries was coming to an end. Wei Kun appeared and scanned the crowd. Tonight, you all go back and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow morning at 8, gather at the Martial Arts Square. After saying this, he vanished again. The quiet Immortal Pawn Hall instantly became lively. Finally, they could go back and get some sleep. Hurry up, hurry up. I haven't gamed for several days. I can't wait any longer. I heard there's a great barbecue place in Marshall City. What do you guys say about going for a feast together? Hey, can we exchange contacts? A group of 17 or 18-year-old boys finally returned to their youthful selves at this moment. Some boys were linking arms, planning to go out for barbecue, while others nervously asked girls for their contact information. So he was thinking about how good it was to be young. When he turned around, he found a girl with a high ponytail staring at him. He was startled. Is there something you need? The girl with the high ponytail continued to stare at him, as if trying to see what made him different from others. Chapter 98. The Legend of Martial Arts on the 7th day of Su Yu and Song Qinghwan's training camp in Pinyin Community 201, Tianyin City. Su Jun got up early and tidied up the room inside and out. Then he took out a diary from the cabinet, which contained a photo. It was from this diary that Su Yu learned that even playing a game in the past required his mother's permission. It was also in this diary that he first saw his mother's appearance. That day, he also welcomed Su Jun's stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. The entire Pinyin community echoed with his wails. This was the only time he had ever been beaten by Su Jun's sunlight filtered through the old window into the room. Su Jun sat in the corner, holding a phone in one hand and a photo in the other. When Su Yu called last night, he hadn't been drinking or asleep, but he didn't answer. His son has achieved something, and he was afraid that as a father, he would embarrass himself by crying. So early in the morning, he kept mumbling about the missed call and the photo. Xiaoman, our son is much more impressive than his father. Do you know about the 4-school training camp? He participated and was the first in all of Tianyin City. He called me yesterday, but I didn't dare to answer. Chapter 99. Who does Su Yu resemble? On the high platform, Wang Chuandao's voice was not loud. The 4 school heads beside him, who could clearly hear, were slightly taken aback. Old minister, your expectations for this kid are quite high. They thought to themselves. Wang Chuandao chuckled. A strategist who can earn the respect of his peers. What do you think his future will be like? The 4 heads of schools simultaneously looked towards the arena. In front of the platform, Su Yu did not get on stage. The others were all waiting for him. Gao Shi and Hao Jiming. These geniuses who had been used to being first all their lives were now waiting for Su Yu to be the first to step onto the stage. This is not only a recognition of strength, but also a heartfelt admiration from them. In the Beast Tide War without him, everyone wouldn't have made it to the night and couldn't have resisted the Beast Tide. Everyone looked at Su Yu. Su Yu felt a faint sadness. He realized that his strength and mindset were not in sync. His friends had become so strong, and he didn't know what he was still waiting for. He should have been the first to step up. Anyone who disagreed could come and fight. He definitely wouldn't make the same mistake next time. Reflecting on himself, Su Yu suddenly jumped onto the first arena. Standing on the stage, the smile that had long been on his face disappeared. Chapter 100. No, Brother Su Yu. Lin Yin called out to Song Qinghwan, who blushed at being called sister-in-law. Looking at Su Yu on the arena, she smiled and said, "It's okay. Su Yu knows what he's doing." On the stage, Su Yu approached Fu Yu, knocking him back several meters with a single strike of his spear. Dust flew everywhere. Fu Yu didn't dare hesitate and quickly got up, his expression serious as he drew his bow. Su Yu smiled and put away the Overlord's spear. Again, there was constant mental interference. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, 6 sharp arrows shot out, trying to block his escape. Su Yu lightly tapped his toes and retreated while intercepting these arrows with a few swift moves. Throwing the arrows aside, he smiled. "Your speed and power aren't enough. You plan to use this against me?" Fu Yu looked helpless. He was truly being overwhelmed from all angles. His proud mental ability couldn't shake his opponent at all. In terms of strength, speed, and combat skills, he was no match. Nearby, the board Gao Shi and Hao Jiming had looks of regret. Below the stage, many spectators also looked away. The gap in strength between the two sides was simply too great. There was no reference value in such a battle. Just as Fu Yu was about to give up, Su Yu said lightly, "Are you ready to end this?" Chapter 101. Let the legend acknowledge you. Lin Yin quickly raised his dual blades to block the Overlord spear. With a clang, he was pushed back several hundred steps. He knew Su Yu had held back. Otherwise, with the force he usually used against beasts, this strike would have sent him flying off the stage, spitting blood. Without hesitation, Lin Yan's entire aura suddenly transformed into that of a giant tooth rabbit. His legs became incredibly thick, and he pushed off the ground with great force. He charged towards Su Yu at a speed far surpassing before. Wow, Lin Yan has some skills too. I can't keep up with that speed. The students who were previously watching for amusement were now gasping in amazement. Lin Yan instantly rushed to Su Yu's face. As his dual blades descended, the aura of the sawtooth rabbit suddenly shifted to that of a fierce bear. His eyes turned blood red, and he exuded a ferocious aura belonging to a beast. His upper clothing instantly shredded, revealing muscles sculpted like rock. His arms swelled, and he brought down his hands with overwhelming force. Clang! Su Yu held the Overlord's spear horizontally, steadfastly blocking Lin Yan's attack without taking a step back. What monstrous force! Someone below silently complained, while everyone else nodded in agreement. On the arena, Lin Yan seemed to be in a frenzied state like a wild bear, continuously launching fierce attacks. Chapter 102. Acting Captain. So you're saying that as long as I work hard to improve my level, my abilities will naturally take effect? Xiao Xiao blinked her big eyes and asked. You could say that, Su Yu nodded. Xiao Xiao nodded seriously. Then, Captain, watch my whip. Her blood energy exploded instantly. The long whip lashed towards Su Yu, who knew that her best choice was to unleash her full power. Once her burst ended, she felt she had done her best. After all, she didn't want to end up like Lin Yan and Fu Yu. The long whip covered Su Yu like a net. He once again used the misty steps, weaving through the gaps. But this time, it seemed like Xiao Xiao saw through his misty steps multiple times, forcing him to halt several times. As the long whip came crashing down, he could only forcibly block it with the Overlord spear. Below the stage, the group of prodigies was once again dumbfounded. Is our team really full of talents? Did Xiao Xiao just crack Su Yu's misty steps? Wow, that's so impressive. It feels like Xiao Xiao is much stronger than those two big brothers just now. Aren't you just talking nonsense? Fu Yu and Lin Yan were treated like toys by Su Yu. Look how strong Xiao Xiao is. She almost hurt Su Yu several times. Chapter 103. Su half-immortal Song Qinghuan stepped onto the 8th arena. All attention immediately focused on her. The defender of the 8th arena, Du Yan, had A-class poison fog abilities. The toxicity of the fog is inversely proportional to its range. The smaller the range, the greater the toxicity, the larger the range. The weaker the toxicity, to the point of only causing slight paralysis. However, if his mental power is strong enough, his abilities would definitely have a good effect on the battlefield. His abilities were rated S-class officially. Su Yu had seriously considered that if he could obtain this ability, he could definitely choose to stay. He looked at Song Qinghuan, feeling not too worried. On the 8th arena, the poison fog instantly filled the entire stage. The onlookers could no longer see the situation on the arena. Du Yan relied on the fog to obscure vision, paralyzing his opponents, and had already defeated 6 challengers. Because there was no confidence in dealing with his abilities, the 8th arena had long been without challenges. Hey, it feels like Song Qinghuan chose the wrong target to challenge. Even Du Yan's people can't see clearly. She wouldn't be able to freeze him even if she wanted to. It's better to challenge someone next to her. By the way, Is there anyone who can counter Du Yan's abilities? It's time to prepare to make a move. If we wait any longer, it won't be interesting. Chapter 104. Su Yu's reveal clearly. Su Yu is revealing his cards now. He wasn't pretending anymore. I can know what your abilities are by taking pictures. If you dare to come up and let me take a picture, I will dare to tell you what the true effects of your abilities are. He made no attempt to hide this. Of course, the system only provided a rating and a name. Many times he had to extend or fabricate based on the name. But there was no other way. With his reputation out there, everyone believed him even when he was making it up. Everyone tacitly understood that Su Yu could learn about their abilities through photography. They all honestly waited beside Su Yu for him to calculate their fates. In the audience, Xingyong looked puzzled. That doesn't make sense. He used that camera on me before. He didn't see anyone's abilities at all. Zhuge Yin smiled and said, so this is the key point. It's not about the camera's ability, but his ability. This kid isn't foolish. He knows that today's situation is the most suitable for exposing this special power. TSK, I'm a bit curious now. In the eyes of those few, has this kid already become a treasure to be cherished? On the high platform, Wang Chuandao said lightly, there's no need to record this kind of data. Chapter 105. Sense of participation. The moment the battle list was announced, everyone looked at Xiao Qiao. The reason was simple. Su Yu's opponent, Bu Shiming, has the ability to control water elements. From the perspective of abilities, Su Yu, who had frozen the Watchtower City, perfectly countered Bu Shiming. Su Yu's earlier words echoed in their ears. At this moment, Xiao Qiao's lucky ability was showing its effects. Although on the other side, Song Qinghuan faced Gao Shi, everyone could understand. Besides, in their view, Song Qinghuan's results against the top 5 in the upper zone were all pretty much the same. Perhaps in countering Gao Shi, it was the best match for her. Thinking this, a group of people was already itching to approach and get to know Xiao Qiao first. On the arena, Su Yu brandished his Overlord Spear. He had been looking forward to the finals for a long time. Competing with Lin Yin and Fu Yu in the arena was just child's play. Now, it was the real arena battle, and the opponent was also a top 10 powerhouse. The fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He had always been fighting against exotic beasts. He had long wanted to have a good spar with these talented individuals. On the other side of the arena, Bu Shiming wore a bitter expression. Although he knew that the finals were more about participation for him, there really was no need to challenge the strongest right from the start. Chapter 106. Unexplainable. Today, Song Qinghuan's mastery of her ability was different from before. The ice crystals spreading beneath her feet represented her unique ice domain. However, limited by the strength of her mental power, the strength and size of the domain would also vary. At this moment, facing Gao Shi's dark engulfment, the ice domain she could deploy could only cover a maximum of 3 meters. This was the most suitable range. If it were any larger, the speed at which he absorbed her vitality would increase geometrically. If it were any smaller, it would restrict the space for battle. Gao Shi frowned, somewhat puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, but unfortunately, there was no time for him to ponder slowly. Wanting to quickly end the battle, he approached Song Qinghuan with his sword in both hands. The heavy sword slashed down, and Song Qinghuan barely dodged. The misty steps, which she had just started learning, became somewhat difficult to execute against Gao Shi. However, after several rounds of dodging, even though she was only on the defense, she still caused a stir in the audience. Oh wow, they've already exchanged several blows, and Song Qinghuan is still holding on. Bu Shiming and Yuan Hongjing were defeated in seconds. Song Qinghuan is at least at the top 8 level. 8 moves. 9 moves. Song Qinghuan is still holding on. Chapter 107. Reason in the audience. Xiao Qiao was a bit dazed to see Su Yu draw by. She had just closed her eyes to pray, merely swept up by everyone's expectant gazes. She was very clear now that she was not a master of luck. It was just good luck. Sometimes it didn't even work. But what to do now? It seemed a bit hard to explain. Looking at the crowd that had gathered around her, she opened her mouth to explain, but didn't know how. Meanwhile, she felt a bit nervous. On the high platform, several directors of the admissions office exchanged glances. Deng Ji looked puzzled. It wasn't like this before. It was unclear. It could be a coincidence, or perhaps Su Yu was just having a good day today. Qian Yun wore a helpless smile. This year's arena competition was entirely different from previous years. On the arena, Su Yu had a bye. Hao Jiming drew Gao Shi. Wu Linlin and Su Yinsheng automatically became opponents. Hao Jiming and Gao Shi's early encounter immediately stirred up excitement in the audience. Interestingly, at this moment, the once scattered talented individuals in the audience had all gathered around Su Yu's team, especially around Xiao Xiao. A group of boys was competing to sit near her, almost cramming several people onto one chair. Chapter 108. Grass growing on the head if it weren't for Su Yu's sudden emergence. The duel between Gao Shi and Hao Jiming could be considered a rehearsal for the finals. Compared to Wu Linlin and Su Yinsheng, the two had always been recognized as being in a league of their own. In the audience, most people's attention was on Gao Shi and Hao Jiming. As the one with a bye, Su Yu was in the best viewing position and felt like he didn't have enough eyes. This was his first time watching these talented individuals duel, and he didn't want to miss any match. On the arena, the battle was about to erupt. Gao Shi showed no hesitation. The entire arena was instantly shrouded in darkness. In the pitch blackness, Hao Jiming closed his eyes, quietly sensing the movements of his opponent. Gao Shi's ability enveloped the entire arena. The speed at which he absorbed vitality wasn't fast, so Hao Jiming wasn't overly anxious. Damn, I can't see anything. Is there a brother who can see? In the audience, the talented individuals were getting anxious. Wei Yikuan waved his hand. In the arena where Gao Shi and Hao Jiming were located was covered by a blue light shield. Above the martial hall, a large screen appeared. On the screen, Gao Shi and Hao Jiming's movements were clear. At the same time, the sound from outside could not penetrate the arena. Chapter 109. Gao Shi's frustration. The clash between the two great talents had not yet ceased. After being swept away, Hao Jiming showed no signs of stopping. With another spatial shift, he appeared directly above Gao Shi, launching a rain of sword attacks. In the audience, everyone watching from a god's eye perspective couldn't keep up with his movements. However, Gao Shi rolled to avoid the attack in that instant. Hao Jiming did not hesitate even a moment after his attack failed. While Gao Shi was still rolling, he appeared at the landing spot, continuously stabbing with multiple swords. His speed in spatial traversal attacks completely surpassed the speed of normal human thought. When almost everyone in the audience thought he would land a hit with this sword, at the very moment he struck, Gao Shi suddenly leaped up and unleashed a power that surpassed his current state. He exchanged injury for injury. Hao Jiming once again spat blood from a slash, and several blood holes appeared on Gao Shi's body, with his vitality continuously being absorbed. Hao Jiming's face clearly looked much more haggard than Gao Shi's. He was very clear that if this exchange of injuries continued, he would undoubtedly lose. In the audience, the change in the battle situation made everyone exclaim in excitement. At the same time, some were curious and asked, why can Gao Shi accurately respond every time Hao Jiming makes a spatial leap? Because the place shrouded in darkness is Gao Shi's domain. In his domain, no matter where Hao Jiming appears, he will be sensed. Song Qinghuan said. Chapter 110. The unique top tier? The semifinals begin. Since Gao Shi and Hao Jiming have already faced each other in a round of 5-4, this round opponent for Su Yu must be one of these two. The three of them are considered the unique top tier by everyone. No matter which two face off, it will be the highlight of today. When it was time for the draw, Gao Shi and Hao Jiming automatically separated to wait. Su Yu and Wu Linlin went up to draw lots. You go ahead. Su Yu gestured for Wu Linlin to draw. Wu Linlin nodded, closed her eyes, and reached into the bamboo tube. Wei Yikuan was a bit confused as to why these kids like to close their eyes when drawing lots. Is it a spiritual tool? Can you cheat just by opening your eyes? Beside him, Su Yu chuckled. Instructor, closing your eyes is mainly for the ceremonial feeling of drawing lots. Wu Linlin, with her eyes closed, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wu Linlin drew a jade slip. The camera on the big screen immediately focused on the jade slip. At this moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for the name to appear. The first character, Hao, emerged, and the audience immediately became lively. Su Yu against Gao Shi. Hao Jiming against Wu Linlin. So Hao Jiming goes directly to the finals. Then the final will be Su Yu versus Hao Jiming? Why? Does Su Yu have a way to avoid Gao Shi's darkness engulfing him? It's not certain who will win. Chapter 111. The first unique top tier? In the audience, Su Yinsheng and Wu Linlin's eyes widened the most. At the moment Su Yu defeated Gao Shi, Su Yinsheng stood up in shock, his mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. He had been defeated by Gao Shi using the 9th level of the 5th strike. Now witnessing Su Yu defeating Gao Shi, who used the 6th level, head-on, he momentarily couldn't imagine what the outcome would be if he faced Su Yu. Perhaps it would be another bushiming. In silence, he clenched his fists tightly. He, who had always been regarded as the top among peers, suddenly realized the vast gap between himself and true geniuses. Now, he didn't even qualify to be Su Yu's opponent. The pride of a genius collapsed in that moment. Not only him, but other top talents also felt the waves of shock in their hearts. The closer they got, the more they understood the other's strength. For those students originally outside the top 10, Su Yu seemed to be a genius, even stronger than Gao Shi. But in the eyes of Su Yinsheng and others, if Gao Shi was a small hill to climb over, then Su Yu was a towering mountain, a mountain standing in front of all of them. Chapter 112. 8-Piece Blood Crystal. The arena competition ended. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Yu returned to the audience. Next up was the award ceremony for this year's 4-school joint training camp. The teams that had been eliminated in the previous team competition also entered the Battle Marshal Hall at this moment. 6 teams, a total of 30 people. The Miaoqiong team, which was eliminated first, was directly kicked out of the 4-school joint training camp. After entering, these students looked around curiously, as if Lu Lao Lao had entered the Grandview Garden. They looked at the people sitting in the audience with eyes full of envy. They had already felt envious when they learned that the remaining 14 teams had all entered the arena competition. Many teams regretted immensely why they had chosen to give up when facing the Beast Tide. Of course, all of this had become a thing of the past. The first thing they did after entering the Battle Marshal Hall was to inquire about who won first place in the arena competition. Among the 30 students, no one was not curious about who took the final first place. Who was the first? Is it Gao Shi or Hao Jiming? Such questions echoed everywhere. Not them. The first place is Su Yu. What the heck, are you kidding? Hao Jiming has spatial shuttling. How could he lose? Chapter 113. When did we become so familiar? Su Yu looked closely at the blood crystal within the crystal. He saw that there seemed to be a feather floating up and down inside the blood crystal. Wei Yikuan smiled slightly and said, "This blood crystal comes from the 8th grade exotic beast, the Qianyu King. Its feather is as sharp as an ancient artifact. It is said that the Qianyu King has awakened some phoenix bloodline. If you can absorb some during body training, it will be a great opportunity for you." Su Yu retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. "I still have to thank Instructor Wei for stopping me from breaking through to a martial artist earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take advantage of this opportunity." Wei Yikuan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to say something to encourage him, he suddenly heard Su Yu continue, "Instructor, when can we get those 5C grade spiritual tools?" Wei Yikuan's expression froze, and he immediately turned to leave. All words of encouragement swallowed back. The conversation between the two on the podium was unknown to the group of top talents. Zhuge Yin started to laugh. This kid has quite a bit of his youthful style. Grateful where he should be, and not the least bit polite when it comes to taking. For a moment, he became curious. If Su Yu were to become a general in the future, wouldn't the other generals have their heads spinning? Chapter 114. Taking photos is my hobby. The names of the top 10 were called one by one. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others all went up to receive their awards. A group of top talents looked at them, some envious, some admiring, until Wei Yikuan finally called out Su Yu's name. Su Yu stood up. At the scene, all the top talents also stood up. Everyone watched him walk step by step toward the podium, feeling deeply emotional. 7 days ago, he was just a tactical genius in everyone's eyes who had taken the back door. 7 days later, first in team hunting, first in personal arena, he became the undisputed strongest in his training camp and the object of desire for all top talents to surpass. Everyone looked at him. It was unclear who started applauding first to congratulate him. Soon, everyone in the audience and on the podium began to cheer for Su Yu. At this moment, everyone had to admit their admiration for him. Sheng Yong looked at Su Yu, who had previously said he would take first place. Watching him step by step win over all these top talents, he couldn't help but feel proud and said, "For us tactical strategists, how to make the top talents acknowledge you can be said to be the most difficult in practice. But for Su Yu, it's just a small matter." Zhuge Yin nodded slightly and said, "This is the submission of brute force. This kid still needs to rely on his brain to win their hearts and minds. That's what makes a qualified tactician." Chapter 115. Xiao Qiao's little dream. In the end, Zhuge Yin rescued Su Yu from the hands of the 5 grandmasters. Only one of the 4 photos was left for Su Yu, but all 5 of them signed their names. Finding a place to rest, Su Yu took out 4 small notes from his pocket. "Su Yu, come to our South City University. I am willing to recommend you to join the first gun of the human race under Master Zhong. And your teacher Zhuge Yun is also willing to become a guest professor at our South City University." After reading the 4 notes, Su Yu looked at Zhuge Yun and asked, "Teacher, are you planning to become a guest professor at another university?" Zhuge Yun scoffed, thinking about it. He paused halfway, suddenly wondering if Suyu really went to another university, and if he didn't follow, wouldn't he be making someone else a wedding dress? Well, if it really came to that, he could only endure it. After a moment, he added, after this, wherever you want to go to university is entirely up to you. Suyu nodded, got it. I will wait for the right opportunity and strive for maximum benefits. Zhuge Yun raised his eyebrows. Good kid, I was just being polite. And you took it seriously. Cheng Yong was stifling laughter beside him, almost bursting out loud. Soon, Song Qinghuan and the others also managed to escape. Chapter 116. Entering the warrior realm, the group of 5 did not return to the hotel. Zhuge Yun led them directly to the demon refining hall. After multiple checks, the 4 entered the hall. As the space transformed, countless doors appeared before them, labeled as low-level training room, medium-level training room, and high-level training room. Stopping. Zhuge Yun said lightly, "You have high-quality blood crystals in your hands. You can only absorb them in the demon refining hall, or you will die from the impact of the powerful energy. The college entrance examination is approaching, and time is precious for you. Strive to reach your limits and officially step into the warrior realm within 7 days." Xiao Xiao shook her twin tails. "Teacher Zhuge, I can't absorb them. Didn't you tell me to save the high-quality blood crystals for when I break through to the intermediate warrior level?" Zhuge Yun nodded. "So you only need to go to the low-level training room. It will help you refine the blood crystals and maintain a rich supply of energy in the room. After you break through, you can train there for a while longer. About 7 days later, you will be able to come out. You still have blood crystals, right?" he asked. Xiao Xiao nodded. "I picked up a lot of blood crystals during the beast tide and shared some with Suyu and the others. I still have some left." Chapter 117. Too materialistic. In the Tianyuan City Genius Training Camp, many talented individuals learned that Suyu and Song Qinghuan would be breaking through to become warriors in Wuqing. During their break, everyone was discussing it animatedly. "Did you hear? Suyu and Song Qinghuan are going to break through to become warriors in Wuqing and then come back. Wow, are they really starting to break through to become warriors this quickly? Didn't the teacher say to wait until we enter university to break through? I see that Qin Ling and Li Wei aren't rushing to break through." Everyone was talking at once. The boy who spread the news sat down and took a sip of water. "You guys are silly. The teacher told us to break through after entering university, because once we are in university, we can exchange credits for blood crystals. With blood crystals, our energy can be boosted further. It said that the 4 school training camps will at least have 1 rare 4th-grade blood crystal reward. So Suyu and Song Qinghuan don't need to wait. Does that mean Goddess Qinghuan is basically guaranteed to reach 200 energy to break through to become a warrior?" Someone asked. "You could say that, now that she has a rare 4th-grade blood crystal, and her energy was already above 180, reaching the limit of 200 should be easy." Chapter 118. Song Qinghuan comes out. Suyu forging the indestructible origin at the Tianyin City Education Center. All the principals of Tianyin High School gathered in the conference room. The principal of the 3rd school smiled. "Old Wang, we're about to get off work, and you still called us for a meeting. If this matter isn't important, we might have to team up to raid your office for stuff." "Raid what? You're just thinking about my few tales of tea?" The principal of the 1st school chuckled as he sat down. Once all the principals were seated with smiles, he turned serious and said, "The reason I called everyone here today is that the matter I want to discuss cannot have any selfish motives." As his voice fell, the group of principals also put away their smiles and focused on him. "Just now, Teacher Qin Wenfang from the Genius Training Camp proposed an opinion to me. As we all know, the worst reward of the 4-school joint training camp is a 4th-grade blood crystal." As soon as this was mentioned, everyone instantly looked at the principal of the 8th school, and Tang Yaodong's expression also turned cold. Everyone guessed it was about to be serious. Tang Yaodong did not interrupt the principal of the 1st school, but quietly waited for him to finish. The principal of the 1st school smiled apologetically. "Now that I mention this, everyone should understand. It is a fact that Suyu has already absorbed blood crystals." Chapter 119. Coming out. Suyu was contemplating his own changes when suddenly a system voice rang in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for activating the bloodline power. Fire Phoenix bloodline, unknown. Cultivation talent level has automatically increased to A level. Martial arts comprehension has been enhanced. Affinity with the way of fire has significantly increased. Detected that the host has obtained the Fire Phoenix bloodline. The supernatural ability Hellfire, S, has transformed into Nirvana Flame, SSS. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully stepping into the warrior realm. The collection device has been upgraded. Collection device, see. Available film rolls, 30/30. Available supernatural slots, 58. Probability of gaining supernatural abilities. Skills and attributes has increased. Congratulations, host, for successfully passing the novice period. The high-dimensional attribute direct acquisition channel has been closed. The bond function for all things has been opened for the host. Activating the corresponding bond will grant corresponding bloodlines, supernatural abilities, and high-dimensional attribute rewards. A series of system prompts left Suyu momentarily dazed. Bloodline power? Is this what the instructor was talking about? Directly upgrading from C-level talent to A-level. And S-level supernatural abilities to SSS level. This bloodline power, wow, it's pretty impressive. Activating bonds also provides opportunities to gain bloodlines. Chapter 120. Comprehending Martial Arts. After Song Qinghuan came out, she immediately rushed towards Suyu. Suyu, you're out. She dove into Suyu's arms like a little bird. The talented couple embraced, making others envious. After a moment, Song Qinghuan suddenly remembered that there were two teachers nearby. Her pretty face flushed, and she hurriedly stood obediently to the side, not knowing where to place her delicate hands. Suyu looked at Niz's flustered appearance and grabbed her small hand. The two held hands. Zhuge Yun and Cheng Yong stared ahead at the door of the training room, not looking sideways. After a while, Xiao Qiao also emerged from her retreat. Captain, how many bones have you tempered? She curiously asked as soon as she came out. Everyone turned their gaze towards Suyu. 2, and I'm halfway through the third. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Qiao thought, it's not as terrifying as the instructor said before. It feels similar to my speed. I've been tempering bones for a few days longer than you, Captain, and I just started on the 4th bone. Saying this, she looked at Song Qinghuan, Sister Qinghuan. What about you? I just tempered the 5th bone, Song Qinghuan replied with a smile. Under saturated blood energy conditions, her bone tempering speed had once approached 1 bone per day. In contrast, Xiao Qiao, who hadn't broken through her limits, took 10 days to complete 3 bones. Chapter 121. The return journey in the wilderness. Blood flowed like rivers, and countless beasts lay dead at the man's feet. Suyu was immersed in the intricacies of martial arts. Suddenly, he noticed that the man he was inhabiting was smiling at him. Have you learned it? Suyu was slightly taken aback, then closed his eyes to review everything he had sensed earlier. In his mind, every move of the paired leg technique was executed flawlessly. The circulation of blood energy, the manipulation of meridians and bones. From initial awkwardness to gradual proficiency. As Suyu simulated with his eyes closed, in reality, his body was performing every thought he had. After displaying everything the man had shown him, Suyu opened his eyes. He had learned it. Huh. He suddenly realized he had left the previous mysterious space. Confused, he noticed he was drenched in sweat. Glancing at the data panel, he found that his blood energy had consumed several hundred. Reflecting on the earlier wondrous experience, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, amazing. Remembering the man's question, he pondered that it might be similar to a system setting. After the martial arts comprehension ended, the light screen panel appeared, and Suyu did not choose to go again. Chapter 122. On the way back in the wilderness, a fast-moving carriage suddenly came to a halt. Inside the carriage, the 4 were puzzled. Zhou Zhan cautiously said, a mid-tier martial artist is approaching us. You all stay in the car. Everyone nodded. The 3 students opened the window to look outside. They hadn't encountered anyone else in this wilderness so far. Beside them, Cheng Yong tensed up instantly. Sensing the movement of the teacher behind him, Suyu narrowed his eyes. In the next second, he saw the figure approaching. Suyu's pupils instantly constricted, and he sat up straight. The other 3 did the same. It's the Watcher Army. Xiao Qiao's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Suyu nodded gravely. He is indeed wearing the Watcher Army armor. It seems there might be a beast-tide outbreak somewhere. The incoming figure was clad in black armor, covered in congealed black and red blood. He jumped forward among the trees, moving slowly, clearly severely injured. At that moment, everyone's hearts tightened. I'll go take a look, Zhou Zhan said as he stood up. I am Guan Chongfu, a communications officer of the Watcher Army in Taiyuan City. There is a beast-tide outbreak that has crossed the 7th-tier front line. The man in black armor raised his hand and said loudly. Chapter 123. The last lesson, watching the flames engulf Guan Chongfu. That terrifying energy also dissipated invisibly. Zhou Zhan, Cheng Yong, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao all halted in their tracks. The 4 of them stared blankly at Suyu. Suyu was playing with a flicker of flame at his fingertips. He didn't expect that the newly awakened ability also had the effect of absorbing energy. Moreover, he sensed that his nirvana flame seemed to have become a bit stronger. The faint red line on the indestructible source seemed to have grown as well. The power of his bloodline exceeded his imagination. Everything happened too quickly. From the Watcher army soldier attacking Suyu to self-destructing, to Suyu using his ability to incinerate him. It all happened in just a few dozen seconds. Everyone was still somewhat in shock. Qianyun slowly landed beside Suyu. Is this the ability you awakened after absorbing the 8th grade blood crystal? Suyu nodded. Just lucky. Qianyun's expression was complicated. Lucky? Why didn't the others have such luck? An ability that can absorb the energy of a self-destructing 4th grade martial artist is probably another SSS grade ability. Beside them, Zhou eyes widened even more as he looked at Qianyun's arrival. So, Suyu has 2 master-level protectors on this journey. Chapter 124. Criticism from Suyu on the carriage. Everyone no longer felt as joyful as before. The excitement and joy of going home were greatly diminished by the attack of the saintly dogs and the letters from the Watcher army soldiers. These events instantly awakened the 3 who were still in their ivory tower to the dangers of this world. Seeing the atmosphere was low, Suyu's expression became serious, and he said sternly, "There's one thing I must criticize you for." The 2 girls looked at him. Noticing Chung Yong was silent, he added, "Including you, Teacher Chung." Chung Yong, looking guilty, turned to him and opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Suyu was suddenly covered from head to toe by silver armor. The 3 were momentarily stunned. A muffled voice came from inside the armor. "Do you think this B-grade spirit armor can't withstand a self-destruct from a 4th grade martial artist?" The 3 froze simultaneously. "Oh right, this is B-grade spirit armor, a treasure that can withstand the full force of high-tier martial artists." The armor disappeared, and Suyu looked extremely angry. Foolish. The more critical the moment, the more rational you need to be. What use would you have coming over at that time? Especially you 2. Teacher's tough skin and muscle can at most break an arm or leg. Chung Yong. Chapter 125. The transaction after passing through the main gate. Suyu and the others had to get off the carriage for inspection. The wristbands needed to confirm information, and they had to undergo an electronic full-body scan. If there were any impersonators, they would be revealed in this electronic scan. Earlier, in the wilderness, if Suyu and the others had this electronic scanner, they wouldn't have been deceived by that saintly dog. Of course, a certain master-level strongman definitely could see through it. To this, Suyu swore he would not believe it. No way. Instructor Wei Yiquan just didn't notice. "Brother Jingyao, are you on duty today?" After the checkpoint inspection, Suyu encountered someone familiar. Jingyao nodded and said, "It seems we are quite fated." He laughed and added, "It's impossible for you to go to the military academy now, right?" Suyu honestly nodded. "It's okay. If you become a tactician in the future, you're welcome to join our Tianlang Legion." "Thank you, Brother Jingyao." Including the big yellow cow, the entire group passed the identity verification. Upon seeing the bus adorned with a big red flower, Suyu's mouth twitched slightly. Even in the era of martial arts, this tradition hasn't been lost at all. While silently complaining, he suddenly noticed that several old men walking towards him seemed to be principals. Am I now so important? Chapter 126. Challenge. Inside the Qilin Sports Stadium. In the final match, Caillou faced Qinling. Over the past half-month, in every arena match at the training camp, these 2 had always made it to the end. However, Qinling, who had not yet broken through to a martial artist, could only stop here. Her fiery attacks consistently failed to touch the hem of Caillou's clothes. Now, with 3 pieces of tempered bones, Caillou's vitality, speed, and strength far surpassed hers. There was no talk of any technique. The arena match, with such a huge gap in strength, felt more like a solo performance by Caillou. On the second floor of the sports hall, the principal of the 3rd school wore a slightly proud expression. "Qiao Qiao, what do you think? This is our Tianyun City's top genius." Qiao Qiao seemed to be swept along, awkwardly nodding with a forced smile. She didn't speak, but whenever the term top genius was mentioned, she would subconsciously glance at Suyu and Song Qinghuan beside her. After watching 2 semifinals, the finals were now nearing the end. How should I put it? It's excellent, I guess. But compared to brother Suyu and sister Qinghuan, it seems just so. Of course, she wasn't foolish enough to contradict these old gentlemen, so she could only nod in agreement. Seeing Caillou preparing to take control of the match and secure victory. Chapter 127. Why cultivate? After watching several matches from the second floor of the sports hall, Suyu quickly realized that this top genius was a bit arrogant. Since the principals wanted Xiao Xiao to wake him up a bit, he might as well help. Rather than let the two have a back and forth on the arena, it would be better for Xiao Xiao to give him a wake-up call. The sooner this mindset was corrected, the easier it would be to get back on track. Otherwise, if he truly thought that all top geniuses were like this, when he finally encountered a top genius, his heart would surely collapse. Xiao Xiao becoming his opponent was indeed a perfect choice by the principals. If it had been Lin Yin or Fu Yu, Suyu would have felt it somewhat cruel to Caillou. Our lucky goddess mainly focuses on support. Suyu smiled. Seeing those junior brothers and sisters cheering for Caillou, he raised his right hand and shouted loudly, "Go, Xiao Xiao." This shout startled several principals. Song Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle beside him. On the arena, referee Qin Wenfang officially announced the start of the match. Caillou looked serious, wanting to test the waters first. Smack! Smack! Xiao Xiao's long whip had already sliced through the air. The whip danced, striking the arena and leaving terrifying marks. Chapter 128, Master S Style. In the audience, some people returned to their senses, still full of disbelief. Others looked at the young man on stage with admiration and longing. Among the crowd, a young man murmured, "Why do I feel that Brother Suyu is the real big shot?" The buzzcut guy looked at his senior on stage and said without turning back, "Aren't you just talking nonsense?" Don't underestimate the tactical genius. Their vision and mindset are on a whole other level compared to us. That's true. When we go to the battlefield, we might still have to listen to Brother Suyu's commands. To be honest, if Brother Suyu is the commander, I absolutely won't run west when he says east. The junior brothers and sisters discussed among themselves. Suyu didn't interrupt them, just continued to ask, still the same question. Why do we cultivate? I know this question may seem very pale. I could have each of you come up and shout something like to drive away the foreign races or to kill all the exotic beasts. Suyu smiled, and then someone would shout, "Damn it, isn't that just nonsense?" Many young people laughed along. Just as everyone was laughing, Suyu gestured for Song Qinghuan to project something. Chapter 129, Suyu versus Caillou. At this moment, the principals exchanged glances. A guess arose in their hearts, but they were somewhat reluctant to believe it. Helpless, everyone turned their curious eyes towards Changyong. Changyong smiled mysteriously. The principal's eyes widened instantly. If Suyu really had the strength to fight Caillou, in that moment, all the principals held their breath, looking at Suyu with eager anticipation. Suyu and Caillou stepped onto the arena. Qin Wenfang suddenly said, "Caillou, you just fought a battle. Don't you need to rest a bit?" The principals frowned at her. Qin Wenfang was taken aback and quickly started fixing her already neat hair. Caillou had just fought a big battle. Her prize student had already lost to the transfer student. If he lost to Suyu again, she didn't dare to think about it. On the arena, Suyu also asked, "Are you sure you don't want to recover a bit?" Caillou's eyes were firm. No need. He knew very well that whether he recovered or not, he was no match for Suyu. In this match, he just wanted to personally experience the gap between them. Rather than remain arrogant, it was better to clearly recognize the reality of the gap once and for all. Suyu understood his meaning and greatly admired his mindset at this moment. Chapter 130, Forever the First. Caillou pushed open the door and returned home. What greeted his eyes was a large table filled with his favorite dishes. Hearing the noise, Caillou's parents immediately put down what they were doing and came over. The two elders greeted Caillou with smiles. "Ah, our little you is back. Hurry, hurry, your mom won at cards today and is treating us to a feast." Caillou's father pulled Caillou to take a seat. Caillou's mother instinctively wanted to give him a stern look to make him wash his hands first. Before she could say it, she immediately returned to a smiling face. Yes, yes. Son, you sit, and Mom will get you a towel." "Dad, Mom, I'm fine. You don't have to do this." Caillou smiled happily. Caillou's dad and Mom exchanged glances and immediately burst into laughter. Caillou's dad said, "What do you mean fine? Didn't I say your mom won at cards?" "Kaima, yes, you child. I finally managed to win some money from Aunt Wong and the others." Caillou stood up, and the two elders quickly followed suit. Caillou smiled helplessly and said, "I'll go wash my hands. I really have nothing to do." He walked in the bathroom. The two elders immediately exchanged glances. Caillou came out. "You two don't need to communicate with your eyes. Your eyes are almost cross-eyed." Kama quickly picked up a mirror. "Really? I don't see anything wrong." Chapter 131. Young girl's heart stirred. Beep. "Congratulations. The host's root bone has been slightly enhanced." Beep. "Congratulations. The host's root bone has been slightly enhanced." Beep. "Congratulations. The host's root bone has been enhanced." Beep. "Congratulations. The host's root bone has been enhanced." A series of 4 notification sounds. This reward left Su Yu somewhat puzzled. ISNT the root bone, a talent? Why has the root bone been enhanced while there's no sign of any change in talent? However, the 5 senses have indeed been significantly enhanced. Outside the house, the sound of his dad driving the tractor became more pronounced. He could even sense a mosquito just landing on his dad's arm. After eliminating these perceptions, Su Yu stood up and moved a bit. He found that his control over his body seemed to have improved significantly, and his coordination had also become much stronger. His strength seemed to have increased a little as well. Interesting. It's hard to identify more changes at the moment, but Su Yu knows this is definitely a good thing. At the same time, he became curious about what kind of enhancement would come if the 8th grade 5 beast bond was activated. Thinking about this, Su Yu pulled up his personal panel. Name, Su Yu. Talent, Bloodline, Fire Phoenix Bloodline, Unknown. Chapter 132. Fairness. The teachers were all ready to wait until 8 o'clock. But soon, Su Yu and the others appeared in everyone's sight. Su Yu executed a stylish drift, lightly tapping his toes, backing into the parking space. The whole movement was smooth as flowing water. The students were stunned for a moment. Wow, is this the feeling of riding a bicycle like a race car? The 3 locked their bicycles and ran to report. Once they stood still, Su Yu immediately apologized. Sorry, Teacher Chong. I didn't know we were supposed to arrive half an hour early since I've never attended a training camp before. The bald teacher was slightly taken aback, then looked at Su Yu with admiration. With unimaginable talent and such a humble demeanor, Su Yu was indeed likable. He spoke kindly. It's okay. I didn't explain it clearly beforehand. If anything, we teachers should be blamed for not notifying you properly. Upon hearing this, the students all widened their eyes. Is this still the Teacher Chong I know? Not only was Teacher Chong's tone kind, but Qin Wenfang also asked with a friendly expression. Our training camp is divided into 3 groups. How about you 3 join Group D? Group D consists of your classmates from Class 8, so you'll be a bit more familiar. Chapter 133. Encountering an old friend in the wilderness, officially stepping into the sea level area. The wristband suddenly beeped. It displayed that access to Area C had been granted. Seeing this, Su Yu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In fact, ISNT this sea level area also a confined space? Unseen. There has always been a giant supporting a piece of sky for these youths. Just like what his dad shouted yesterday. These young people still have a long way to go. Song Qinghuan and Xiao stopped. Su Yu, you'll be heading to Area B later, right? Song Qinghuan said. In this wilderness, no one understood the young man in front of her better than she did. Without waiting for Su Yu to respond, she continued. I and Xiao will become a burden if we follow you to Area B. Besides, following you 1T give us any real experience. We decided last night that once we enter the wilderness, we will act separately. Song Qinghuan spoke gently, but with a resolute expression. This was a girl who once wouldn't let Su Yu leave her sight in the wilderness. Now she was actively suggesting they split up. Seeing her like this, Su Yu understood that no matter what he said, it would be useless. All right, but you two must act together, he advised. Chapter 134. Su Yu, I can't hold it anymore. Brother Wang, long time no see. Your team is getting bigger. Su Yu assessed the hunting team in front of him. When he was invited to join before, there were only 7 people, and now there were 11. However, it seemed they were preparing to kick a few people out. From their expressions and positions, Su Yu picked up on some information. Scar-faced Brother Wang laughed heartily. Not at all. It's because you joined that we can call ourselves bigger. So, since you're in Area C now, how about joining us for action? Don't worry, we'll split everything 50-50. Upon hearing this, the man with the rooster comb hairstyle behind him twitched his lips, but thought better of speaking. Times have changed. Su Yu had become a martial artist and a well-known tactical genius. If they wanted to befriend him, they naturally needed to show some sincerity. Although he still felt it was unnecessary, it was clear Su Yu wouldn't stay with him for long, and trying to curry favor was a waste. Instead of wasting time on that, he might as well upgrade his equipment. Facing the enthusiastic invitation, Su Yu smiled. Thanks, Brother Wang, but our teacher is not far away. I'm just here to take a look around. Chapter 135. Unexpected at 5:30 p.m. The designated assembly point for the Genius Training Camp. Except for Su Yu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao, everyone else had arrived. The students were chattering. The 3 teachers looked indifferent. The 3 of them must have gone far. So they couldn't come back. It was understandable. After all, 3rd grade exotic beasts weren't easy to find. As for the safety of the 3, The teachers weren't worried at all. Unless they encountered a beast tide, they would definitely be fine in Area C. They're here. They're here, a student shouted. The three teachers raised their eyes simultaneously. Looking over, they showed a look of confusion. Hey, where's Suyu? Why did only Song Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao come back? Song Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao approached. Teacher Chang asked with concern. Classmate Qinghuan, where's Suyu? Didn't he act with you? Song Qinghuan nodded. We acted separately. She didn't mention that Suyu had gone to Area B. Otherwise, the teachers would definitely rush to Area B with the principals to look for him. Just as Suyu knew he couldn't change her mind, Song Qinghuan now had complete trust in all of Suyu's choices. Three teachers were a bit worried, but recalling the scene from yesterday, they felt reassured. Chapter 136. Jesus coming is useless. On the way back, Qin Wenfang told Xiao Xiao about her joining Group Ding, but her points would not be counted in Group Ding. She also stated that regardless, she would still receive the rewards for being first in the training camp group. The students were closely watching Xiao Xiao's expression. In response, Xiao Xiao smiled and waved her hand, indicating that it was fine. Students from groups A and B all breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Zhang Shijing's disappointed expression, Suyu smiled and said, Don't worry, class leader, we still have Qinghuan. Zhang Shijing sighed. It's not that I don't trust classmate Song Qinghuan. It's just that the other students in groups A and B have already hunted 8 third-tier exotic beasts in Group A and 3 in Group B. Our Group Ding hasn't hunted a single third-tier exotic beast yet, which is holding you back. I've heard that the first group will have D-class spiritual weapon rewards. Sigh. Class leader, why is there no Group C? Suyu's focus was quite different. Zhang Shijing was slightly taken aback and glanced at the 3 teachers in front, quietly saying, Teacher Chang forgot about Group C when dividing the groups, and just said we are Group Ding. Suyu then asked, how many points for a third-tier exotic beast? How many points for a fourth-tier exotic beast? Chapter 137. Certified Warriors Receive Tasks. Jing Yao praised Suyu. Suyu took the wristband. Among the crowd, Zhang Shijing curiously asked, Teacher Chang, how many points for a fifth-tier exotic beast? The 3 teachers slightly opened their mouths, but did not speak. Points? What else is there to accumulate? Just give out the awards. The students recalled Suyu's earlier words. Group Ding is firmly in first place. Not even Jesus can take it away. Students from groups A and B all wore helpless smiles. They didn't need Xiao Xiao's points. One person was enough to support the entire training camp. In the competition, everyone exchanged glances, realizing that we were all just clowns. Suyu had no particular thoughts. Jesus was just a joke. The only thing he regretted today was being late for the afternoon assembly again. At first, he could have made it on time. However, a solitary 5th-tier silverhorn deer was simply too tempting. While collecting the 5 animals bond, he couldn't refuse it at all. With the 5th-tier silverhorn deer and those 2 barbarian bears, he quickly found 2 for the 5th-tier bond. The deer had already been dealt with, and the 2 barbarian bears would eventually be taken care of as well. Plus, only 1 bird was left for the 4th-tier bond. Back and forth, he was close to gathering half of the 5 animals bond. Chapter 138. Making Money. The crowd had just pushed their bicycles to the entrance of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. A chubby figure rode in, drifting on his bike. Hello, classmate Xiao Xiao. I've heard so much about you. Before getting off, Lu Long greeted Xiao Xiao first. Xiao Xiao was somewhat stunned. Suyu laughed and said, He's my desk mate. He's a C-level member of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. If we let him help us sell materials, we can earn a few thousand more. The Divine Weapon Pavilion has 3 membership levels, A, B, and C. Spending 1 million in the pavilion qualifies you as a C-level member. Spending 50 million qualifies you as a B-level member. Spending 500 million qualifies you as an A-level member. Beyond that, there are rumored S-level members. A, B, and C members can enjoy different discounts when purchasing spiritual weapons in the pavilion. Selling materials in the pavilion can also yield higher prices. As Suyu and the others had never spent in the pavilion, he called Lu Long over. Knowing that a child from a poor family often learns to manage money early and never waste a penny. The giant-toothed rabbit was completely out of the question. After parking the bike, Lu Long began to complain. Brother Suyu, it's still you. Chapter 139. Unbeatable Heart, Unbeatable Path. After being in debt for so long, the first thing Suyu did after making money was to quickly pay off the debts he owed to Song Qinghuan and Lu Long. The money between the couple was no different whether it was in the left hand or the right hand. Lu Long expressed that he had already earned back the few thousand from the tea he drank. However, Suyu insisted that he accepted. In addition, he took a tube of honey from his backpack to give to him. This was one of the few specialties they brought back from the four-school training camp. Suyu brought 10 small tubes, 9 of which he used to make sobering tea for his dad and relatives on the night they returned home. This tube was saved for Lu Long. Lu Long was somewhat taken aback, and Suyu smiled and said, "This honey can strengthen your organs. After drinking it, you might even improve your vitality." "Brother Suyu, this is too precious." Lu Long immediately wanted to stuff it back into Suyu's backpack. Suyu glared, "You take it, or I'll just throw it on the road." This tactic was learned from classmate Shimin Boshue. Lu Long stopped his movements, wanted to say something, but hesitating. Suyu immediately said, "Don't talk to me about money. If you keep being ridiculous, I'll just take it back and throw it away." Lu Long was stunned. Wow, it can really be taken back and thrown? Chapter 140, Making a Name. Tianyan City. After Song Qinghuan and Xiao finished drinking pork rib soup at Aunt Wu's house with Suyu, the two girls firmly refused his offer to take them home. The two girls walked home together. On the way, Xiao curiously asked, "Sister Qinghuan, didn't Aunt say to bring Brother Suyu back for a meal? Why did you refuse him even when he offered to take you?" Song Qinghuan shook her head. With the college entrance examination approaching, Suyu's goal is to be the top scorer. I can't let my presence affect his progress. Every moment is crucial now, not just for him, but our focus should also be on cultivating. She understood that her mother wanted to finalize the marriage arrangement between their families. She thought about it too, but she also understood that Suyu was in a critical period of effort. These romantic feelings should not become his burden at this moment. Xiao nodded, not fully understanding, but feeling that what she said made sense. Song Qinghuan continued, Xiao, if Mom asks you, just tell her the truth that I'm the one who didn't allow it, so that Mom doesn't misunderstand Suyu. By the way, if you go home and still call her aunt, Mom will probably be sad. Oh, I forgot, haha. Chapter 141, Suyu's Influence. After entering the wilderness, the three of them did not follow the main group to the enclosed area. As soon as they entered the wilderness, Teacher Chong said, "Suyu, we will meet here today, same as usual at 6 o'clock. Suyu nodded seriously. "Teacher, rest assured, I absolutely will not be late today." The three teachers' mouths twitched slightly. "If you want to hunt the 5th grade exotic beasts, we can actually wait." The three teachers looked at the young man with mixed feelings. "All right, I won't delay your time any longer. Be careful." The last 4 words were emphasized by Teacher Chong. The three nodded, their spiritual armor covering them, and they disappeared as they navigated through the forest. Once the 3 figures were completely out of sight, Teacher Chong glanced at the others, observing the envious and yearning expressions on the students' faces. It's rare for King Chong to show them a smile. Don't worry. One day, you will be able to do the same. The trials of the Genius Training Camp in the wilderness continued. Tianyan City Education Center. The governor of Tianyan City, the minister of education, the presidents of 2 associations, and a number of high school principals all attended the meeting. The news had just been released today that this year, Tianyan City would serve as the examination venue for the arena competition in the Northwest War Zone, the education minister announced. Chapter 142, The Disgrace Suyu. He took the 2 most important feathers from the sun-moving sparrow and handed them to the 2 girls. Suyu skillfully handled the corpse. "I'm going to Area B. You guys train in Area C. Don't casually run to C-132 or C-131. I'm worried those 2 barbaric bears might break through the boundaries to find me." Suyu advised. The 2 girls nodded. The 3 said their goodbyes. Suyu headed to Area B, having entered Area B from C-132 yesterday. Today, he specifically chose a route that was far from that area to enter. "It's not that I'm afraid of thieves stealing. I'm just afraid they're thinking about me. If the 2 barbaric bears really want to ambush, it could be quite troublesome." Right now, in the wilderness, his main goal was still to obtain rewards. On the way, Suyu also received the 4th level 5 animal bond reward. After claiming the reward, his movements while jumping from branch to branch showed subtle changes. The action seemed to have become much more graceful and elegant, and his speed seemed to have increased slightly. This was all Suyu's self-perception. To the naked eye, there wasn't too much change. On the other side, having witnessed Suyu easily kill the 4th grade sun-moving sparrow, the 2 girls felt an increased sense of urgency. In Area C, as they hunted 3rd grade exotic beasts, their expectation for themselves were also rising higher and higher. Chapter 143, The Speed of Bone Quenching Increases. At night, as his vitality was nearly depleted, Suyu showed a puzzled expression. My bone-quenching speed has increased." He was somewhat confused, so he claimed the reward to restore his vitality and continued with the bone quenching. His vitality was being used to refine his bones through the meridians. Suyu carefully experienced the intricacies of it. After a while, he was completely certain that his bone-quenching speed had indeed improved, based on the original speed of quenching one bone every 3 days. He could now perhaps quench one bone in just a little over 2 days. After reflecting on the changes over the past few days, he pinpointed the reason to the reward from the 5-animal bond. If it really was because his root bone had improved, hissing, he took a sharp breath, and a rare hint of joy appeared on Suyu's face. The issue of restoring vitality was resolved. The difficulty of bone quenching also had a solution. If he could enhance his root bone a few more times, his bone quenching speed might very well catch up to that of other talented peers. As he pondered, those 2 barbaric bears were completely added to his must-kill list. The 6th level 5-animal bond was currently basically out of reach. The 5th level 5-animal bond must be fought for with opportunities. The importance of activating the 5-animal bond had directly risen several levels in his heart. Chapter 144, Returning to Campus, College Entrance Examination Approaches. Tianyin City. Ever since Tianyin City was chosen as this year's main examination venue, all citizens of Tianyin City have been wearing extremely bright smiles when they go out. Not only that, but in order to ensure the smooth progress of the upcoming college entrance examination, everyone has voluntarily become volunteers to prepare for the upcoming examination. Banners and slogans are seen everywhere on the streets. The hotels in Tianyin City quickly replaced all bedding and amenities to leave a good impression on the people coming to Tianyin City. On the last day of the training camp, they did not go to the wilderness. In the Qilin Sports Center, the senior officials of Tianyin City gathered. The faces of the Genius Training Camp students were filled with tension. I can't believe it. I'm so nervous I'm shaking. If I can make it into the top 10 today, there's a rare blood crystal. This is a rare blood crystal. You might not even get it in college. If I can obtain it, I dare to aim for the top 100 in the Northwest this year. Damn, you only dare to aim for the top 100 with a rare blood crystal? You might as well give up. Today's 3rd grade blood crystal is mine for the taking. You don't really think that because Su-Yu and the others aren't participating in the competition, you have a chance, do you? There's also Qin-Ling and the others. Chapter 145, Su-Yu, I need help. In the classroom, Cheng-Yong was reminding everyone about what to pay attention to for the college entrance examination. Below the podium, a group of students were secretly glancing at Su-Yu and the others. Some even went so far as to take pictures with their wristbands. In response, Su-Yu would instinctively dodge. It was not quiet below. Cheng-Yong thought this was their last day of high school, and he endured it again and again in his heart. With a bang, everyone instantly sat up straight. Su-Yu immediately straightened his back, while Qiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan obediently placed their hands on the desk. This is the deterrent power of the homeroom teacher's desk slap. Just when everyone thought Cheng-Yong would lose his temper, he scanned the crowd and sighed helplessly. Forget it. I know you all don't have the heart to continue listening, so I'll make this long story short and say a few final words. A group of students. There's 1 week left until the college entrance examination. During this time, all of you should focus on sprinting at home. Just improve your vitality as much as you can. It's best if I don't see you anywhere else. Additionally, if any students want to review tactics, you can come to me during this time. All right, today's class is over. Chapter 146, 5th level 5-animal bond completed. Suyu controlled the flames to slowly consume the corpse of the female barbaric bear. He took out a camera and snapped a photo. On the 5th level 5-animal bond panel, the bear icon lit up. With the female barbaric bear killed, the male barbaric bear fell into complete madness. However, facing Cheng-Yong's suppression, it had no way to retaliate. Suyu seized the opportunity and threw a spear. The Overlord's spear grazed the fur of the barbaric bear, and he followed up to unleash his abilities again. Cheng-Yong no longer held back and dealt 2 fatal blows to the barbaric bear. Next, it was Suyu who used the Nirvana flame to take the life of the barbaric bear. The barbaric bear, which was already on the brink of death, had no power to resist against the engulfing Nirvana flame. Your bloodline must consume exotic beasts with vitality. It really is somewhat troublesome. Otherwise, I'll just have Zhu Yin help you find some level 6 and level 7 exotic beast corpses, Cheng-Yong said. Suyu finished taking pictures, and the Nirvana flame completely reduced the barbaric bear to ashes. He laughed and said, if that's the case, teacher, I think we can go directly to find Senior Wang Chuandao and ask him to help us get level 8 exotic beast corpses. You brat, always dreaming, said the teacher. Aren't you the same? Suyu replied. Don't let your mouth be like Zhuge. The two continued on to the next location for level 5 exotic beasts. Chapter 147, Closed Door Training. Coming out. College Entrance Examination. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by, and the Pinyin community was incredibly quiet. Everyone had heard that Suyu was at home in closed-door training. Everyone tacitly lowered their voices and lightened their movements. Even the usually mischievous children were much more obedient than usual during these days. It wasn't just the Pinyin community. The entire Tianyin city had created a good preparation environment for the children as the college entrance examination approached. At night, Suyu, who had been in a state of cultivation, opened his eyes. A glint flashed in his eyes. The accumulated blood energy rewards from these days had been used, and he had just completed the quenching of the 13th bone. The last of the 14 toe bones was still missing. The following metatarsal and tarsal bones would be much more difficult. Sure enough, the progress of bone quenching couldn't simply be calculated like solving a math problem. Before his closed-door training, Suyu had hoped to complete all 14 toe bones. But in the last 2 days, for some reason, whether it was due to his mental state or something else, the quenching speed had obviously slowed down significantly. Although he hadn't met his expectations perfectly, he was still very satisfied with the results. He roughly estimated the outcome. Chapter 148, Sunshine Boy. The first day of the exam ended. Outside the school, some people looked relaxed while others looked dejected. Suyu had come out early to wait for Song Qinghuan. After a while, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao came out together. Suyu, how did you do? Song Qinghuan asked. SOSO. Probably around 580 or 590, Suyu replied, taking Song Qinghuan's stationery. I'm a bit worse than you. Probably around 550. It feels like the tactical questions this year are much harder than before, Song Qinghuan said seriously. The two academic prodigies discussed their scores while Xiao Qiao looked confused. Captain, Sister Qinghuan, why do I feel like I can barely get 400? I feel like I'm going to lose a lot of points on tactics. You two are too amazing. Song Qinghuan patted her head. It's okay. We're not going to the tactics department. As long as we pass 350, it doesn't matter how many points we get. Suyu smiled on the side. Speaking of which, Song Qinghuan, who was proficient in tactical understanding, was definitely a tactical genius. When he tutored her back then, she caught up with the others' progress in just 2 months. That talent was simply terrifying. After sending Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao home. Chapter 149, Friendship First. After a moment of silence, the gymnasium erupted like a calm water surface being struck by a meteor. Including the teachers, everyone instantly burst into excitement. Wow, is this the difference between a top genius and an ordinary genius? I can't believe they're high school students. This is just unreasonable. I thought Caillou's 289 was unbeatable, but I didn't expect the true genius level to be above 400. I just want to say, if I could get a fraction of Suyu's blood energy, I could make it into the top 10. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder a level 1 warrior can kill a level 4. After Suyu and Song Qinghuan's blood energy tests, everyone lost interest in the others' results. A group of students looked at the names firmly sitting in the top 2, wishing they could replace them with their own names. 3 hours later, all 47,008 students' blood energy tests were completed. The top 100 blood energies were officially determined. Suyu and Song Qinghuan stood proudly at the first and second positions. Following them were Xiao Qiao and Caillou with around 300 blood energy. Further down, the top 10 were all around 220. The high-level leaders of Tianyin City were very satisfied with these results. Chapter 150, Disappointed Crowd. At 2:30 p.m., the top 100 of Tianyin City's college entrance examination took the stage. In a professional lounge and a splendid entrance passage, Suyu walked at the front, suddenly feeling like he was watching NBA stars enter the arena in his previous life. No, it felt even better than that. As he stepped out of the contestant passage first, his projection appeared above the gym, looking incredibly handsome in silver armor with a long spear. His achievements and today's exam results were displayed beside him. Suyu, 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 go Suyu, Suyu will win. Suyu, Suyu, you're the best. The cheers of hundreds of thousands of spectators erupted. Suyu couldn't help but feel his heart race. This is what it feels like to be in the spotlight. Scanning the crowd, his gaze was firm as he walked towards the top of the ranking steps. There was the first position. As Suyu stood there, the crowd erupted into a wave of cheers again. Amidst the cheers, he heard someone banging drums and others blowing flutes. Following the sound, he saw on the big screen that his expression clearly showed a moment of pause. Dad, when did you get this skill? The camera shifted to the support group from the Pinnacle community, where a group of uncles and aunties were making an even bigger ruckus. Chapter 151. In Youth Next, we invite the top scorer, second place, and third place of this year's Tianjin City College entrance examination to the stage to receive their robes and crowns. On the stage in the center of the gym, 6 elegant ladies appeared holding the corresponding red robes and crowns. Beside them were the governor of Tianjin City, the president of the Tianjin City Warriors Association, and the president of the Tianjin City Tacticians Association. Su Yu, Song Qinghuan, and Xiao Xiao took turns to step onto the stage. The 3 big shots personally helped the 3 put on their robes and crowns. The students on site looked at the 3 with immense envy. This moment of vigor and enthusiasm was a scene many people dream of. After the governor of Tianjin City placed the hat on Su Yu, he carefully adjusted it. He smiled and asked, "Can you help us Tianjin City win another national top scorer?" "Governor, what reward will our city give for achieving the national top scorer?" Su Yu asked, answering a question with another question. The governor of Tianjin City laughed heartily. "You brat, just as the rumors say." As he spoke, he looked at the 3 seriously and said, "However, no matter what kind of results you achieve next, I can responsibly tell you that Tianjin City will always be your strongest support." The other 2 presidents nodded seriously. As they spoke, 3 first-class, silver-horned white horses adorned with big red flowers were led out at the contestant passage. Chapter 152. Regional College Entrance Exam Grand Competition. After the city's top 100 emerged, there were 2 days of rest in between. This was also time for candidates from other cities to travel to the main examination city. As the host, Su Yu and his team had 2 days to rest and cultivate. Su Yu spent 1 day in the wilderness to accumulate enough rewards. Then he entered seclusion to refine the last toe bone. 2 days passed in a flash. In his room, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, with little joy on his face. The last toe bone was successfully refined, and next up were the 10 metatarsal bones. After starting to refine the metatarsal bones, he clearly felt the increase in difficulty. If the metatarsal bones were already this challenging, he could hardly imagine how difficult it would be for the bones of the limbs and the spine. At this moment, he deeply realized that the path of a martial artist was still far from over. He could not underestimate the martial artists of the world just because he had the ability to defeat 5th-grade exotic beasts. Merely refining all the bones successfully was a reflection of ability and strength. For high-level martial artists, one must maintain the necessary sense of awe. No martial artist achieves success easily. Thinking about this, Su Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air and picked up his wristband to browse the internet. The hottest topic online right now was the newly ranked college entrance exam dragon and tiger list. Chapter 153. Provocation? Instigation? In the Northwest War Zone, 10 cities. 10 teams gathered. A total of 500 geniuses would ultimately compete in the stadium to determine the top 100 and the champion. Everyone raised their battle flags and entered the Chiland Gymnasium together. Once inside, hundreds of thousands of spectators stood up to applaud and welcome them. The applause was thunderous. In the most prominent area of the gymnasium, the uncles and aunts from the Pinnacle community came today to cheer for the students of Tianjin City on behalf of all the citizens. This time, Su Jun no longer played the swana. 2 gigantic war drums stood in the audience, with Su Jun on the left and Uncle Jean on the right. Both were bare-chested, adorned with glorious medals. Their muscular arms bulged as they beat the war drums. Tianyun, hey! Tianyun, hey! Tianyun, hey hey hey! The entire audience shouted in unison along with the 2. A powerful aura pressed towards the teams from other cities. The young talents of Tianjin City proudly stood tall. The earlier applause was a formality. Now the slogans represented their attitude. Today's champion must be from Tianjin. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Governor Li Chengyin of Tianjin appeared on the largest stage. He called all the number 1 seeds to the stage to draw lots. From 10 factions, 5 people stepped forward. From Tianjin City, Su Yu, Song Qinghuan, Xiao Xiao, Kai Yu, and Qinling. Chapter 154. Past events in the Northwest War Zone. Time passed, and the group stage ended. The top 100 list of the Northwest War Zone was released, with Tianjin City having a total of 19 people advancing. Among them, 9 advanced as group leaders. When this result came out, the high-ranking officials of Tianjin City breathed a sigh of relief. They did not embarrass themselves as the main examination venue this time. Several presidents and the principal focused their attention on Su Yu and the others. They knew that merely not embarrassing themselves wasn't enough. Next, these kids would make Tianyin City truly rise in the Northwest War Zone. With the top 100 announced, a break was called. So you suddenly realized an issue. It seemed that apart from the three of them, no other students in the entire Northwest War Zone had participated in the 4 training camps. There wasn't a familiar face among the top 100. Principal Tang Yaodong, upon hearing him and Song Qinghwan discuss it, slowly said, "The Northwest War Zone has been like this for many years. In previous national college entrance exam competitions, there hasn't been a single person in the top 16 from the Northwest War Zone. The number of people eligible for the 4-school training camp is decreasing year by year. If it weren't for the 3 of you this year, our Northwest War Zone would really have no one at all." Upon hearing this, Su Yu, Song Qinghwan, and Xiao Qiao were somewhat puzzled. Chapter 155, Grudges and Resentments. The top 50 were announced. From 10 cities, Tianyin City had 10 people advancing, while the other 9 cities had only 4 to 6. Among them, Yulian City had only 2 left. The top 50 stood on the central stage, with the 10 from Tianyin City looking down on the entire venue. This scene reminded everyone of the earlier confrontation between the proud youths of Tianyin City and those from the other 9 cities. In front of the live broadcast room, citizens from various cities in Huagua had a new understanding of Tianyin City. Initially, those who believed Tianyin City was unworthy of being the main examination venue of the Northwest War Zone now had to admit that Tianyin City was indeed qualified. Watching the children from Tianyin City standing on the stage, full of spirit, the presidents and principal felt increasingly emotional, grateful for Su Yu's contributions. Without his few rare blood crystals, even with their investment of resources, they wouldn't have achieved such good results. Among them, Qin Ling and Li Wei, who broke through using the 3rd-grade rare blood crystal, completely surpassed the champions from other cities. They were very clear that Su Yu, Song Qinghwan, and Xiao Qiao were the greatest contributors to this college entrance exam. After the top 50 were announced, a simple and exciting defending competition began. There were a total of 16 platforms, 8 upper platforms, and 8 lower platforms. Chapter 156. Song Qinghwan, "I'm not stupid. Impossible. How could I lose to you?" she murmured. Xiao Qiao shook her head, not needing the other party to say anything more. Once, she wanted to clarify things and make the other party pay for what they had done. But now, seeing her captain, Qinghwan, Kaiyu, Qin Ling, and those uncles and aunts cheering for her on the platform, she felt that any further entanglement with this person was a waste. An unstoppable force sent Nie Yueqiu back to the main platform. On the big screen, the number behind her name changed from 2 to 1. Xiao Qiao saw that everyone was still silent and smiled brightly. "Everyone, my matter with Nie Yueqiu ends here. Thank you, Sister Qinghwan. Thank you, Captain. Thank you all." Xiao Qiao's cheerful and lovely smile was highly infectious. Everyone saw it and instinctively smiled back. Smiling, Song Qinghwan shot a cold glance at Nie Yueqiu, feeling that such a lesson was still not enough. At this moment, Su Yu finally seized the opportunity to speak up before everyone. "Everyone, since Xiao Qiao said the matter ends here, there's no need to linger on it." Chapter 157. Even the incomplete are SSS level. Song Qinghwan's reflection basically covered what Su Yu was thinking at that moment. But in reality, he was still somewhat soft-hearted, leaving a choice for Nie Yueqiu to make on her own. If she admits her mistakes in the upcoming competition, everything she did today will be greatly offset. But if she remains stubborn, then it would be better for the 16 strong to be excluded from the top 16. No strong person would want such a disciple. Those who do want her will only lead to a worse outcome. Therefore, what your future looks like depends on the choices you make. Su Yu regained his focus and stood up, twisting his body a bit. Then he looked at the 16 strong from the other 8 battle zones. At a glance, there were few unfamiliar faces. When he saw Fu Yu and Lin Yin both in the North Battle Zone, he smiled. He wondered if the competition could end early today so he could watch the 2 of them fight. Suddenly, he realized that his opponent in today's finals seemed to be. Song Qinghwan's distant voice came. "Su Yu, if you dare to lose on purpose to me in the ring, I won't let you off." She was making a show of strength, but the threat was quite limited. Chapter 158. Hidden, but not completely hidden. In the observation room on the 2nd floor, the worries of the governors were instantly put to rest. Not long ago, they were afraid that Su Yu would be the second Lu Ling. Now, they were certain that this kid was not Lu Ling. At the same time, they decided that it would be better to be kinder when they encountered this kid in the future. They couldn't beat him now, but he would definitely be polite. Once this kid's strength rose, those who offended him would definitely not have a good ending. In the live broadcast room of the Northwest Battle Zone, a barrage of comments appeared. Who just said he was too upright? By the way, have you noticed that Su Yu has awakened his powers? This is not important. The key is that this guy is using his powers to shut people up. I can see it. Not only that, but he also controlled the strength of each kick just right. Although I really want to say I feel sorry for Nyeuechio. She really doesn't deserve it. I can only say it's enjoyable. In the great martial arts gym of Dongji City, Gao Shi unleashed his powers in an instant to defeat his opponent. Just to watch the feud between Su Yu and Nyeuechio. To be honest, if he faced Nyeuechio in the national finals, he would also want to teach her a lesson. Xiao Xiao is such a good girl, yet she was smeared and isolated like that. Her actions are no different from murder. Chapter 159. Can he win? Su Yu's victory over Tong Xian meant that 3 out of the 4 strong from the Northwest Battle Zone would come from Tianjin City. He stepped down from the stage, and warm applause erupted. Xiao Xiao and Kai Yu faced off again. After watching it twice, Su Yu pulled out a press card from somewhere. He then started wandering around looking for geniuses to interview. While the battle on the stage was intense, he was having a great time below. His sunny smile and superb photography skills successfully shattered everyone's stereotype of a prodigy being aloof. The top 10 geniuses of the Dragon and Tiger ranking taking photos and doing interviews. Whoever came would be confused for a while. In a few words, a group of people became brothers, calling him Brother Su Yu back and forth. After wandering around, Su Yu returned to the headquarters of Tianjin City. The people there had already gotten used to his behavior. On the stage, Xiao Xiao successfully captured Kai Yu 3 times. Soon, Song Qinghuan and Qin Ling took the stage. Qin Ling advanced to the top 8 by relying on her powers for extreme analysis. However, her analysis had no effect in front of Song Qinghuan. With the absolute gap in strength, Song Qinghuan quickly secured victory. Next was the last match of the day for the top 4. The champion of Jiangbei City, Yao Luming, fought against the champion of Shilin City, Pei Sun. Chapter 160. Locking in the champion. Also gained powers. The other semi-final began. Song Qinghuan faced Pei Sun. The geniuses from other cities cheered for Pei Sun, placing their last hopes on him. As the countdown ended, a bright light flashed on the stage, blinding everyone. When they could finally see the scene before them, they were shocked to find that the entire stage was frozen by Song Qinghuan. While everyone was in shock, Su Yu nodded slightly. An A-grade ability, sensory deprivation. As long as one takes advantage of the opponent's inattention, they could deprive them of their 5 senses. Even if the opponent is on guard, it can still be forcibly deprived. Su Yu chose to accept this ability. Today, after using his 30 opportunities, while gaining a series of strange skills, the A-grade ability of sensory deprivation could be said to be the biggest gain of the day. At the moment of acquiring it, Su Yu had already thought it through. This ability would become his true trump card. Whenever he uses it, it must be to take the opponent's life. Depriving someone of their 5 senses without them knowing would be a guaranteed kill. Besides this, he was also looking forward to upgrading this ability. To put mildly, this ability might be able to permanently deprive the 5 senses at the SSS level. Chapter 161. Strike. The battle was about to begin. Pei Sun directly used the ability of sensory deprivation. Since the opponent was already aware, she could only forcibly deprive them. Pei Sun, who initially thought it would be somewhat difficult to succeed, was surprised to find that the opponent seemed to have no resistance at all. Generally speaking, as long as one has a sense of vigilance, it would pose some difficulty for her to use her ability. However, Xiao Xiao seemed completely unaware. Could it be that Song Qinghuan didn't tell Xiao Xiao? Her brain was working rapidly and recalled that Xiao Xiao was just following Su Yu. I see. They are plastic sisters and also rivals. At that moment, Pei Sun felt like she had uncovered a huge gossip. This Xiao Xiao seemed so cute. And yet she and Song Qinghuan were like this privately. After depriving the 5 senses, Pei Sun did not act immediately. Earlier, Song Qinghuan's domain had already made her realize that sensory deprivation was not omnipotent. It's possible that Xiao Xiao also has a similar domain ability, or maybe she has a psychic ability. Pei Sun was not in a hurry. After all, a person deprived of their senses would slowly fall into the abyss. Chapter 162. Brother Su has misled me. In the 9 battle zones, the finals began simultaneously. In the East Battle Zone, Gao Shi looked at his opponent, his mind filled with thoughts of Su Yu and Song Qinghuan's battle. He initially planned to hide some of his strength, but now he didn't care. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could watch the Northwest Battle Zone's match. Moreover, who says that taking down the opponent in one move doesn't count as hiding strength? Just look at Suyu. Gaoshi had already thought about how to explain to his dad. Since he met Suyu, he has inexplicably started to yearn for life outside, longing for a life like Suyu's. With his eyes firm, he thought about it. On the other side of the arena, Lu Shua suddenly noticed that the captain's gaze towards him had changed. For some reason, a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. In the northern combat zone, Lin Yin and Fu Yu stood on either side. Lin Yin brandished a curved knife and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Fu Yu, if I defeat you, I can become the vice captain." Fu Yu had no intention of competing with him over the suddenly added vice captain position. He replied expressionlessly, "You might as well just stick to being Lin Daiyu." The conversation on the stage left the audience in Jubii City deeply confused. After a day of competitions, they understood that the two were old acquaintances. Chapter 163. Even with thousands of people, I will go. In the Qilin Sports Center, the governor of the Northwest Combat Zone, Shi Chaobi, made his entrance. All the citizens of Tianyin City immediately went wild. Men and women, young and old, all cheered and waved crazily. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs, their veins bulging, just to yell, "Long live Governor Shi!" On stage, Suyu felt the scene and suddenly realized that for the people of this era in Huagua, the man before him was a god in the hearts of everyone in the Northwest Combat Zone. He stood in front of them, blocking the invasion of foreign tribes as a guardian. Without him, there would be no Tianyin City or Northwest Combat Zone today. Everyone was protected by him. It seemed sure Chaobi knew what Suyu was thinking. He smiled and said, "One day, you'll be like this." Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Looking at the audience, their heartfelt admiration, seeing his father and Uncle Zhang going wild like brainless fans meeting their idol, he suddenly seemed to understand the meaning of protection. It was precisely because of these lovely people that he needed to keep growing. What was the martial arts ambition of letting all foreign beasts be food and slaves? Driving the barbaric foreign tribes out of desolation, out of Blue Star? The last time he answered, it was because of youthful passion, because he had a heart for Huagua. Chapter 164. Reward after breakfast, the three rode their bicycles to the Qilin Sports Center. Along the way, they encountered people who warmly greeted them, cheering for the National College Entrance Examination competition. Luckily, they left very early. If they had been any later, they might not have made it to the sports center by noon. After cycling all the way, they arrived at the Qilin Sports Center. The three entered with ease, and several principals were preparing for the afternoon's oath-taking ceremony on stage. "You guys are here," Tang Yaodong shouted. "Get in quickly. The governor is waiting for you in the lounge." "Hello, principals." After politely greeting the principals, the three headed to the lounge. "Look, this is the genius from Tianyin No. 8. Not only talented, but also polite," Tang Yaodong said proudly. All right. We know they are from Tianyin number 8. No need to keep repeating it. You've been going on about it all day. These kids are just excellent. You old man just like to boast. Cut it out if you envy me. Just say it." The three pushed the door and entered the lounge. When Tianyin Governor Li Cheng'en saw the three, he immediately got up. "You're here. I promised you before that there would be rewards for securing a spot in the top 3 of the Northwest Combat Zone." Chapter 165. Reason on the second floor. Shi Chaobi was setting up a game of Go. When Suyu came up, he waved him over. "Sit down. You play with white." "I won T." Suyu replied decisively. Shi Chaobi said, "It's fine. Just remember to surround 4 stones." Suyu sat down and began to play Go with Shi Chaobi. In no time, Shi Chaobi gave up. "You have a chance to learn Go. When you encounter bottlenecks in the future, you can try to tackle them from different angles. Do you understand?" Suyu nodded obediently. "Got it, Governor." Shi Chaobi stood up. "Li Cheng'en wants you to come up and collect a reward. Let me tell you now, being the top scholar itself is the biggest reward. Do you think I'm just fooling you?" "No. Since the governor said so, there must be a reason." Suyu replied immediately. Shi Chaobi smiled, non-committal. The college entrance examination from many years ago was different from now. Back then, it mainly tested physical strength and written exam scores. The highest total was the top scholar. Do you know why it was later reformed into a tiered selection through competitions? He asked. Suyu thought seriously for a moment. To avoid resource wastage, only those who stand at the end after numerous trials are the ones worth cultivating. Chapter 166. A rat crossing the street in the afternoon at the National College Entrance Examination Competition oath-taking ceremony. Suyu returned to the sports center carrying large bags, attracting everyone's attention. After receiving their rewards in the morning, The three had rare free time to rest. Suyu wanted to fulfill his promise and accompany Song Qinghuan shopping. After wandering through several streets, the three returned with a pile of items without spending a penny. This was the reputation of being in the top 3 of the Northwest Combat Zone, the highest achievement in the history of Tianyan City. With the enthusiasm of the citizens of Tianyan City, Suyu became more aware that this top scholar was different from the others. In another parallel universe, the top scholar represented fame and status. In this universe, for the citizens of Tianyan City, the top scholar represented the future and hope. The top scholar of the combat zone would at least be a master-level powerhouse. If Suyu were to become a master in the future, Tianyan City would also have the protection of a master. Aside from Suyu's conspicuous bags, people also noticed that one person was missing from the top 16 competitors. Classmate Nie Yuechio could not withstand the blow of failure and went mentally unstable, unable to represent our Northwest Combat Zone in the National College Entrance Examination competition. The last spot in the top 16 would be filled by the student in 17th place. On stage, Li Cheng'en announced LY. Chapter 167, Defeating Suyu. It is our duty. Suyu watched as Su Jun finished the life liquid. Seeing him start to circulate his energy, he was satisfied and left. After exiting the room, he secured several iron plates tightly. In the room, Su Jun's brow twitched. Was this kid doing it on purpose? After sealing the door, Suyu went upstairs and downstairs to inform several uncles and aunts. Initially, they were curious about how Su Jun, who could no longer cultivate, suddenly wanted to go into seclusion. Suyu told them about the life liquid. Upon hearing this, the uncles and aunts were genuinely happy for Su Jun. They immediately patted their chests, promising that no one would disturb Su Jun's seclusion during this time. In addition, they also joined Suyu in criticizing Su Jun's immaturity. Their voices were so loud that Su Jun, who was in seclusion, could hear them clearly. Looking at the uncles and aunts who were laughing joyfully because Dad could regain his health, Suyu silently promised in his heart, "One day, I will help you all recover your health as well." After finishing up with Dad's matters, Suyu returned to his room to begin his training. Sensing the depletion of his vital energy, he frowned slightly. The difficulty of bone tempering had decreased, and now the daily reward of 30 times the vital energy was becoming somewhat inadequate. Not wanting to waste a single minute, he had to find a way to upgrade the collection device again. Chapter 168, The King of Soft Rice in Contrast. A few students on the bus in the Southern War Zone remained relatively optimistic. The 16 strong were all for the Eastern, Central, and Southwestern War Zones who had participated in the 4-school training camp. On their bus, everyone seemed rather tense. Suyu stood before them like a mountain. Until someone defeated him, they could only look up to his existence. The only one who seemed a bit more relaxed was Gao Shi, who aimed for second place. He had only one thought during this trip, to avoid Suyu as much as possible and secure a stable second place. Then, he would see if there was a chance to be classmates with Suyu. The 16 strong from 9 war zones set off together towards Wuching. The final college entrance examination competition was approaching. In the endless darkness, the auras of several strong individuals from Huagua emerged. The real college entrance examination was about to begin, and who knew if anyone would bite our direct hook this time? It looked difficult. Over the years, Shenglin had been besieged within the borders, and knowing that the 9th class had masters protecting them, it was hard for them to gather enough forces for an attack. Shi Chaobi's voice rang out. If it were previous years, they might still have a chance to fight. Now, this group of Shenglin and Huagua was probably still searching for who had walked the infinite path. Chapter 169, When Will You Be First? The three returned to the hall of the Demon Refining Palace. Li Cheng'en was already waiting for them, and beside him stood Fu Yu and Lin Yan. "Captain, you finally came out," Lin Yan exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Suyu. "If you dare to get your snot on me, I'll make you reenact your training camp arena experience in front of the whole nation." Suyu stepped back. Lin Yan immediately stopped, taking out a tissue to wipe her tears and snot from her face. Nearby, Qiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan did not hide their disdain. Hey, what's with your expressions? This is how it's done on TV," Lin Yan shouted. After a long separation, shouldn't we be hugging and crying? The three walked past her directly. "You all came together?" "Captain," Fu Yu nodded. Li Cheng'en felt extremely complicated inside. These 5 were a small team, with 2 top scholars and 2 second-place winners. What were their results in the training camp? "Governor, we still need to go to the martial arts hall. Qinghuan and Qiao Qiao want to comprehend martial arts. Do you want to go back first?" Suyu said. "Okay." These people are definitely among the top in the training camp team competition. Li Chang'an confirmed in his heart. It's fine, I'll go with you. I'll just wait for you. Chapter 170. Something's not right. In the gyms of major cities, the crowd was buzzing, all waiting for the talents from the 9 war zones to appear. As time passed, the big screen finally showed Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Su Yu, and the others. They're here. They're here. Fu Yu, go for it. The Northern War Zone is the best. Gao Shi, charge. The Eastern War Zone continues to defend its title. Wu Linlin, the only female top scholar. You're the best. Su Yu, re-establish the glory of the Northwest. It's our duty. In the gyms of various war zones, everyone was cheering for their own top scholars. The spectators were also discussing. Looking at it, last year's top 4 war zones were indeed stronger. All 16 strong entered the Dragon and Tiger rankings. Indeed, the third place from the top 4 war zones could probably take the top spot in other war zones. Heh, you two are from last year's top 4 war zones. Just wait and see. This year's top 4 war zones are definitely going to flip. Flip? Big brother, didn't you see Gao Shi and Hao Jiming's match? Did they use their full strength? With their abilities and their powers, I don't know how they could lose. As long as they don't encounter each other early, everyone else is just here to fight for 3rd and 4th. Chapter 171. Lin Yin. If I could come again in the group matches, there are 14 groups, each with 9 participants. The 9 third-place winners were the number 1 seeds, and the remaining 5 number 1 seeds were filled by the top 5 war zones from previous years. Xiao Xiao drew Group 13. Therefore, the remaining talents drawing lots were all hoping to get into Group 13. The teacher leading the Southeast War Zone was very happy to see their top 4 draw number 13, clenching his fists in the audience. Although he knew the opponent had master martial arts, their top 4 also had martial arts skills, and their powers were combat-oriented, with higher vital energy than the opponent. Plus, given the past performance of the Northwest War Zone, drawing Xiao Xiao was definitely the best draw. The leading teacher was excited. The folks from the Southeast War Zone were also cheering for the good draw. In contrast, those talents who had participated in the 4-school training camp found themselves relieved not to have drawn number 13. The 5 members of Su Yu's team now had 4 already waiting in the top 32. As for the remaining lucky lady, they really couldn't guarantee a win. Moreover, who has the time to go win over the lucky lady? They would be lucky just to please her. The group matches officially began. Right from the start, they would eliminate 72 people. This competition system was extremely brutal. Chapter 172. It's no different. The 8th match began. In the audience, there were voices cheering for Su Yu and also voices cheering for Lin Yin. In the Northern War Zone's base, Lin Yin rubbed his face. His bitter expression disappeared, replaced by a confident smile. Walking towards the arena, he waved like a star, making an entrance, garnering even louder cheers. Over on the Northwest War Zone side, the eliminated talents looked at Su Yu. Now, the entire Northwest War Zone only had him and Song Xinghuan left. At this point, any past grudges were forgotten. Everyone just hoped Su Yu could represent the Northwest War Zone and break into the top 16 again after so many years. Go Su Yu! Go Su Yu! Break into the top 16. Charge for the top scholar. Caillou, Qin Ling, and a few others shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, in the gyms of the 10 cities in the Northwest War Zone, everyone was shouting for Su Yu. Even though they knew Su Yu couldn't hear these voices. He was now their pride and hope. Compared to Lin Yan's flamboyant entrance, Su Yu walked towards the arena calmly. The audience watched him with curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. A prodigy capable of making Gao Shi and Hao Jiming yield. Chapter 173. Strong Winds. Lin Yan, who could perfectly mimic a 4th-grade exotic beast, was easily kicked away by Su Yu, and his chatter finally stopped. His face was filled with shock. He had always known that the captain was powerful, but now, possessing strength far beyond a 1st-grade warrior, he truly felt the terrifying power contained within the captain's body. Unhuman, unable to fight back, the winds are fierce. It was impossible to shout surrender, but he could run toward the edge of the arena. As long as the captain exerted a little more force, he could fly out with the momentum. He thought clearly, secretly calculating the angle to fly out. A figure appeared beside him. Hey, Captain, how can you kick me toward the center of the arena? Don't kick my butt. Lin Yin was wrong. This kick is heavier. I was wrong. I will never say my name again. Captain, if you're a real man, let me down. And let's have a fair fight. Captain, I was just joking. You can keep kicking. Just don't use the gun. This thing is too dangerous. The scene on the arena stunned everyone, and then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. A faint smile seemed to flash across Fu Yu's wooden face. Chapter 174, Record-Breaking. Northwest War Zone, Tianlang City. Once the undisputed main city of the Northwest War Zone. In a war, they exhausted their foundation and future. When Song Qingwan won, the Northwest War Zone entered the top 16 again after many years. Inside the Tianlang Stadium, excitement, joy, excitement, tears. On the high platform of the second floor, the governor of Tianlang slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fists. He let out a long breath, as if a stone he had been carrying in his heart had finally fallen. After that battle years ago, the Northwest War Zone was almost cut off from the next generation. College entrance examination scores had been getting worse year by year, and resource allocation was consistently the lowest among the 9 war zones. Seeing that this vicious cycle would continue indefinitely, he took the lead in proposing to gather all resources in the Northwest War Zone to specifically cultivate a few geniuses. Thus, that year, the other 9 cities tightened their belts. The 2 prodigies from Tianlang City suddenly stood out among the crowd. In the final college entrance examination, they ambitiously aimed for the top spot. The entire Northwest War Zone placed their hopes on them. It was a gamble, and in the end, the gamble failed. One fell in the 16th, and the other fell in the top 8. After that year, the gap between the Northwest War Zone and other war zones widened again. Chapter 175, Perfectly Flawless. Lost. Is this the end for our Southeast War Zone this year? As the entire stadium erupted in cheers. The headquarters of the Northwest War Zone was dead silent. It was as if they had lost their hearing, and the whole world had been muted. The noise from others had nothing to do with them. The teacher leading the Southeast War Zone looked at the boy standing on the arena with a gun. For a moment, he didn't know what kind of emotions to feel. The loss was too quick and too thorough. So thorough that he knew that even if they tried 100 or 1,000 times, the outcome would still be the same. This battle had nothing to do with anyone else. It was purely because this boy was too strong. Bu Shiming stepped down from the arena, neither dejected nor full of unwillingness. He just looked back at Su Yu on the arena, his gaze more determined. Next time, I will definitely perform better than today. I will force you to bring out your stronger state. Su Yu met his gaze, as if saying welcome to battle anytime. The youth had the ambition of a youth, and he also had the dominance of a youth. Southeast War Zone. In the originally silent gyms, 2 boys locked eyes. Bu Shiming's encouraging voice rang out again in the skies of the Southeast War Zone. The path of martial arts has just begun, regardless of today's achievements. Chapter 176, The Fierce Yang Wenxian. Su Yu and Song Qingwan advanced to the top 8. The entire Northwest War Zone could no longer contain their excitement. On the streets, some people were shouting their names while going wild. Top 8. This year, we have 2 in the top 8 from the Northwest War Zone. Many people excitedly rushed into the streets, unable to contain their excitement. Everyone remembered very clearly that the last time they achieved such results was 23 years ago. Every household in the Northwest War Zone was happier than during the new year. In contrast, the people from the Southwest War Zone appeared downcast. They never expected that last year's top 4 war zone would be completely eliminated in the top 16 this year. Moreover, the ones who eliminated them were the once struggling Northwest War Zone. The stark contrast left the gyms in every city of the Southwest War Zone silent for a long time. In the top 16 to the top 8, there were a total of 8 arena matches. Su Yu, Hao Jiming, and Song Qingwan advanced. In the next 5 matches, Wu Linlin, Yuan Hongjing, Yang Wenxian, Fu Yu, and Gao Shi followed suit, advancing to the top 8. As each genius displayed their strength, everyone also discovered that the strength that had at least reached the top 4 in previous years was basically present among this year's top 8. Not only that, the already eliminated Lin Yin, Bu Shiming, Su Yinsheng, and Yao Yu also had the strength of the top 8 or even close to the top 4 last year. Chapter 177, The Top 4. They had already reached the quarterfinals. Even knowing that Su Yu's mental strength was very strong, Yang Wenxian still wanted to give it another shot. The 2 climbed onto the arena. She looked at Su Yu with her beautiful eyes blinking. Classmate Su Yu, please give me your guidance. Opposite her, Su Yu closed his eyes and cupped his hands toward her left. Classmate Yang Wenxian, please give me your guidance. Wei Yikuan was filled with black lines. Yang Wenxian was momentarily unsure of what to say. They hadn't even started fighting. Was it necessary to be so cautious? The quarterfinals. The top student of the Northwest War Zone, Su Yu versus the second best of the Central War Zone, Yang Wenxian, officially began. As the words fell, Yang Wenxian immediately moved. Since Su Yu had his eyes closed, she naturally had to seize the opportunity for a quick victory. With a surge of energy, the iron ruler struck straight at Su Yu's forehead. At the same time, her gaze towards Su Yu was like shimmering autumn water, not as seductive and emotional as everyone imagined. Yang Wenxian's ability was directed solely at Su Yu, yet it made many in the audience feel a sense of pity for her. On the arena, Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and fixed on her. Yang Wenxian was taken aback by his stare. The next moment, the long spear swept directly at her slender waist. The terrifying power of this shot made Yang Wenxian feel as if her entire body was about to be shattered in half. Chapter 178, 2 of the 4 Strong. The final battle of the top 8. If Song Qinghuan wins, the Northwest War Zone will break history again. At the same time, this will also be the 3rd champion to fall under the hands of the talented individuals from the Northwest War Zone this year. Su Yu eliminated Yang Wenxian. If Song Qinghuan eliminates Wu Linlin again, then the Central War Zone will have this couple, sending them off together. Before this, the Southeast and Southwest War Zones had already suffered severe losses. Thus, before the two even stepped onto the arena, the headquarters of the Southeast War Zone and the Southwest War Zone were filled with cheers for Song Qinghuan. Go Northwest War Zone. They have already taken down 2. One more won't hurt. In response, the leader of the Central War Zone was filled with frustration. The martial arts competition officially began. Wu Linlin wanted to perform as she did against Su Yinxing back then, exhausting her mental energy from the start and then determining the outcome based on martial arts and vitality. On the arena, terrifying wooden stakes sprang up rapidly like dragons or flood dragons. Song Qinghuan's beautiful eyes turned blue, and ice crystals spread beneath her feet. The wooden stakes that charged towards her instantly halted. Wu Linlin was also slightly stunned. She suddenly realized that her supernatural ability seemed to be completely restrained within Song Qinghuan's domain. If she were to forcibly generate these wooden stakes to attack, the consumption of mental energy would increase exponentially. Chapter 179, Thick Eyebrows and Big Eyes. The 4 Strong ascended the arena, using the power of the martial arts hall to recover their vitality and mental energy. Above the martial arts hall, the projections of the 4 battled on their respective sides, forming a competitive stance among the 4. Watching this final 4 emerge, many spectators felt deeply moved. If you had told me before I came this morning that the Northwest War Zone would occupy 2 spots in the top 4, I wouldn't have believed it. The key is not only that they occupy 2 spots in the top 4, but Su Yu also has a very high chance of reaching the finals. To be fair, if Hao Jiming's ability wasn't the bug-level space traversal ability, I feel Song Qinghuan would also have a chance to reach the finals. No. Do you really not consider Gao Shi a genius? Now that we've reached this point, it's hard to say who will win among the top 4. Indeed, if you think about it carefully, which previous edition could these 4 not take the championship? In this year's college entrance examination, there are no losers. Our Huaxia has directly won big. Ha ha ha. Makes sense, just thinking about it feels great. So many geniuses have emerged. And the names at the top of the rankings should be the names of our Huaxia talents. I've already started looking forward to Su Yu and Gao Shi participating in the Blue Star Martial University competition in their junior and senior years. If the top 4 of Blue Star Martial University are still these 4, can we fast forward 3 years? Chapter 180, Victory. Su Yu used the Misty Step to instantly create distance from Gao Shi. The first round of their clash left the audience in awe. Whether it was Gao Shi's strategic baiting, using the mountain collapse step for a decisive blow, or Su Yu displaying his perfected Misty Step to steadily create distance in a crisis. In just 1 round, they showcased their extraordinary talents and strength. As the two distanced themselves, many people finally had the chance to release the breath they had been holding. Phew, that was too thrilling. If it were me, I would probably be done after the first hit. Wake up, brother. We don't even have a chance to stand on the semifinal stage. I didn't expect Gao Shi to look like a thick-browed, big-eyed person and still be fishing. TSK. I've learned something new. There's no choice. The situation is clear. If Gao Shi doesn't do this, it feels like there's no chance to win at all. Indeed, with Su Yu's speed, plus the perfected Misty Step, he is basically in an undefeated position. Too fierce, a first-grade martial artist, the speed of a third-grade martial artist, and a perfected body technique that even mid-grade strong individuals cannot master. Damn, if he isn't invincible, who is? Suddenly, I can understand Gao Shi's expression earlier. How we play this? Is it a competition of who has the better cheat? Chapter 181. The wind and sand are really strong today. After a long silence, thunderous applause erupted, not just in the martial arts hall. In the 9 major war zones of Huagua, various sports venues were the same. This battle allowed everyone to see the power of Huaxia's talents and the future of Huaxia. Fighting to this extent, there are no losers. If anything, Huaxia is the biggest winner. The crowd applauded, and there were mid-grade martial artists with keen senses. Speaking of which, did Su Yu's recently exploded vitality surpass Gao Shi's? Didn't he test his vitality at 456 before? Haha, this kid's vitality hasn't exceeded 500. I'll eat the live broadcast with rice. Too fierce. It feels like if they were given a little more time, a first-grade martial artist could enter the rankings. Indeed, I even suspect Su Yu can now touch the edge of the rankings. Don't forget, he still has an ability he hasn't used. Hiss. It feels like we don't need to wait until junior or senior years. They might shine in the Blue Star Martial University competition in their sophomore year. Speaking of abilities, many talents felt shocked while also feeling regret. Only they knew that Su Yu's ability was also an unsolvable power. Chapter 182 Stay. In the semifinals of the lower half, the champion of the Southern War Zone, Hao Jiming, faced off against the second place of the Northwest War Zone, Song Qinghuan. It officially began. As Wei Yikuan's voice fell, the audience was immediately blinded by the light reflected from the ice crystals. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. On the arena, as Song Qinghuan froze the entire platform, she instantly shot out, holding a silver spear, aiming the tip directly at Hao Jiming's left chest. Hao Jiming seemed to be caught off guard as well, instinctively wanting to use space traversal. His figure, however, did not change. At that moment, he could only hurriedly raise his sword to block. Song Qinghuan's spear struck against the sword, and the ice light instantly covered it. In the eyes of everyone, Hao Jiming, who had an almost unbeatable ability of space traversal in the arena, fell into a disadvantage right from the start. In the audience, everyone's jaws were about to drop to the ground. Damn, Song Qinghuan's ability isn't the legendary one that can seal space, right? Damn, are you telling me this ability is A-grade? Hao Jiming is in danger. I was wondering why he didn't use space traversal to dodge just now. So the Northwest War Zone really has a chance for internal conflict and to seize the champion early. Chapter 183. 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix. Song Qinghuan's cold voice reached everyone's ears. In an instant, the ice and snow that had originally frozen the entire arena melted away, centered around Song Qinghuan. Only the last 10 meters remained frozen. Meanwhile, Hao Jiming was left within this 10-meter range. Without giving him any chance to react, Song Qinghuan's vital energy erupted completely, her footwork employing the misty steps, and her spear moved like a dragon. This time, Hao Jiming dare not pause for even a moment. Helplessly, he could only use his long sword to continuously defend. Yet, even though the sword rain was a high-level martial art, Song Qinghuan, who mastered the misty steps, was evidently stronger than him in close combat. The two exchanged dozens of blows, and the audience in the martial arts hall did not dare to blink. Everyone knew that it wouldn't take 100 exchanges for the two to determine the victor, with Song Qinghuan forcing Hao Jiming to stay within a 10-meter range. If she couldn't win within 100 exchanges, she would suffer both a depletion of vital energy and mental strength. Hao Jiming could not afford any mistakes. If Song Qinghuan seized the opportunity, it would also lead to a decisive victory. As their weapons clashed, sparks flew. With each increasingly fierce attack from Song Qinghuan, Hao Jiming realized that if this continued, he would be vulnerable to her winning. Chapter 184. Digging a pit. Song Qinghuan won, until Wei Yikuan announced the result. Both inside and outside the Qilin Sports Center in Tianjin City, people were still in disbelief. When Hao Jiming escaped Song Qinghuan's blockade through spatial shifting, everyone thought of the girl from the Northwest. Even in defeat, she was glorious. No one expected that she had been laying her plans on Hao Jiming from the very beginning, only revealing her true teeth at the last moment. In this battle, Hao Jiming's loss was entirely justified. Song Qinghuan made everyone marvel at who said women are inferior to men. Song Qinghuan won. We won. We are the champions. Our Tianjin City is the national champion. We have a top scholar. And the second place, the top scholar is already predetermined. A role model. Song Qinghuan is amazing. Su Yu is amazing. You are the pride of our Tianjin City, the pride of our Northwest children. Following a moment of silence, the Qilin Sports Center erupted with cheers that seemed to overturn the heavens and the earth. Everyone was shouting madly that Song Qinghuan was amazing, and Suyu was amazing. Some even started to urge for marriage, wanting the two to quickly get married and have children to secure another top scholar in the Northwest War Zone. In response, Su Jun and Song Ma began to consider this very seriously. Chapter 185. Growth inside the martial arts hall. After announcing the results, Wei Yikuan moved Hao Jiming back to the stage, using the power of the martial arts hall to restore both of them. At the same time, Su Yu and Gao, she also jumped onto the stage voluntarily. We still have a competition to go. It's not unreasonable to come up and recover a bit. Wei Yikuan raised an eyebrow. He had seen Su Yu signaling to Gao Shi. Once Gao Shi received the signal, he followed without hesitation. In this regard, Wei Yikuan could only say that he was not worried about the quality education of this group of prodigies. Half an hour passed, and the four of them had mostly recovered. Wei Yikuan also specifically helped Hao Jiming with his injuries. Su Yu and Song Qinghuan held hands as they stepped off the stage. Gao Shi's eyes widened as he looked at Hao Jiming, who was already ready on the other side of the stage. He snapped back to reality, his expression resolute, having already lost the second place. Losing the third place would be hard to justify. With Wei Yikuan's announcement, the contest for the third place between Gao Shi and Hao Jiming officially began. Everyone had basically guessed what the finals would look like, treating this match as the final showdown of this major examination competition. Everyone straightened their backs and got into the spirit. The several war zones that had been causing chaos earlier now fell silent. Chapter 186. National Top Scholar. The final of the National College Entrance Examination Competition. Northwest War Zone's top scholar Su Yu versus Northwest War Zone's second place, Song Qinghuan. The match officially began. As Wei Yikuan announced the start, it immediately ignited a frenzy across the Northwest War Zone. Did you hear that? The final of the National College Entrance Examination Competition. It's our Northwest War Zone's top scholar in second place. Not only that, but I even think Master Wei can directly announce the top scholar and second place from Tianyan City. Ha ha ha. This is our Tianyan's pride. Hey, you guys better not argue with me in the future. The top scholar and second place are both from our number 8 high school. Tang Yaodong boasted with his nose in the air. The several principals were extremely envious and did not dare to refute this old man. Beside them, Sheng Yong also said lightly, inadvertently taught out a top scholar in second place. TSK, if those two weren't from the same year, wouldn't I have taught out 2 top scholars? As he spoke, the other senior teachers couldn't help but twitch their lips. This kid should sit next to the principal. Not far away, Caillou's homeroom teacher Qin Wenfang also had a complicated expression. She had previously wanted to compete for the city's Outstanding Teacher Award. Now it seemed that her previous thoughts, remarks, and actions were laughable like a clown. Chapter 187. Passing on the teaching's wasteland battlefield. A small team was returning from patrol. Just as they entered the city gate, a group of young people immediately surrounded them. Brother Boo, you Northwest War Zone has produced a dragon. Xiao Wang just returned from Blue Star and said that this year in the college entrance examination, you Northwest War Zone swept the top 2 spots. Not just the top 2. Seems like they are a couple from the same city. What were their names again? Tianyan City. Yes. That's Tianyan City from the Northwest War Zone. This year's finals was an internal battle. A group of people chattered excitedly. With a weary look, Bulua Bean's eyes lit up. Our Northwest War Zone swept the top 2 spots this year. You're not lying to me. Really, the martial artist wristbands have already announced it nationwide. And they're probably receiving teachings from Minister Wang right now. The top scholar's name seems to be Su Yu. Great. Our Northwest War Zone finally has a prodigy stepping forward. Of course, Brother Boo, who knows, in a couple of years. This Su Yu Jr. might showcase his talents on the wasteland battlefield. Just don't know if we'll have the chance to see it. Bulua Bean's mood sank a bit further. I went around Changya City today, and the Changya Divine plant will probably reach the intermediate level in about a year. Chapter 188. Qinghuan, I have a headache in the white space. The originally excited crowd suddenly became oppressive. A prodigy looked at Wang Chuan Dao with a confused expression. They didn't know what to do. Right now, none of them could match Su Yu's strength. 6 months later, would they be able to contend with those origin beasts? They weren't sure. They didn't dare to be sure, because this bore the safety of all of Huaxia, even humanity itself. Such responsibility no one dared to take lightly. However, among the crowd, there were still those with extremely resolute gazes. Su Yu, Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, Song Qinghuan, and even Xiao Qiao. When Wang Chuan Dao said this, Xiao Xiao immediately thought of the lovely uncles and aunts in Tianyan City. If the beast tide attacked Tianyan City, Xiao Xiao couldn't bear to think about it and would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. In the midst of dead silence, Suyu was the first to meet Wang Chuan Dao's gaze. Soon after, Song Qing Huan, Gao Shi, and Hao Jiming also looked over, their expressions incredibly determined. Wang Chuan Dao smiled. With such talent in our Huaxia, how can we worry about the extinction of alien beasts and alien races? His voice echoed in the space. The scene shifted, and everyone returned to the battle martial hall. Wang Chuan Dao also vanished from their sight. Chapter 189. First encounter at Windling Ferry the next morning. The convoys from each battle zone were waiting at the hotel entrance. The group of talents bid farewell with reluctance. Yesterday, they were rivals in the arena, but today many had already become friends. The people from the Northwest Battle Zone boarded the bus first. The group of talents looked on with incredibly determined eyes. The next time they met, at the freshman exchange meeting, they would definitely not let Suyu easily take first place again. The challenge would continue without pause. On the bus in the Central Battle Zone, sitting by the window, Yang Wenxian gazed at the convoy from the Northwest Battle Zone, lost in thought. Wu Linlin sat down beside her and teased. First encounter at Windling Ferry. Meeting Yang Guo was a mistake for life. She expected her good friend to get annoyed and start tickling her, but unexpectedly, the other leaned against the window and sighed deeply. Then, with a determined look, she said, "There's no mistake for life. In this lifetime, we martial artists should protect our homes and our country, dying without regrets, whether it was admiration or infatuation. In this era, the little thoughts of love were ultimately just small loves." Wu Linlin, who had a smile on her face, also became serious. Looking at the townsfolk sending them off by the roadside, she nodded and said, "Yes, our lives are destined to be entrusted to this land." Chapter 190. The future Song Qing Huan and Xiao Xiao were full of curiosity. Shi Zhaobai smiled. "Your source power is a bit weak. If it grows stronger, this spirit feather will become a great weapon for you." Suyu's face showed a hint of excitement, eager to devour enough avian alien beasts immediately. He had a premonition that with another 10 or 8 6th-grade alien beasts, this spirit feather would be able to let him soar through the skies. At that time, just the ability to fly would make many people sigh in envy. Moreover, it was clear that this spirit feather had even more abilities yet to be discovered. Suyu was somewhat impatient. Shi Zhaobai looked at him and suddenly said, "Suyu, you must understand that no strong person will place their hopes in others. Everything that comes easily will only make you more hollow. The path of a martial artist is something you must fight for yourself. If you lose this fighting spirit, you might just become an average person in the future, possibly trapping you for a lifetime." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu immediately realized. He understood that he had accidentally fallen into a trap. If he truly relied on these senior strong individuals to prepare everything for him, even with the system's help, he wouldn't get far. Chapter 191. 6th-grade bond reward, strength enhancement at night, after meeting with Shi Zhaobai. Suyu went into the wilderness to use up a day's worth of film. After a busy day, he finally opened the illustration panel. Looking at the rewards available for the 6th-grade 5 animals illustration, his eyes were filled with anticipation. The 6th-grade 5 animals illustration was basically the highest level he could currently reach. For the subsequent 7th-grade 5 animals illustration, he would need to at least become a mid-grade martial artist to have a chance. Otherwise, even if a dying 7th-grade alien beast was placed in front of him, he could only watch helplessly. He also had to be careful not to be made a fool by the mental pressure. Starting from his 6th grade, the power of alien beasts began to increase geometrically. If these 1st-grade alien beasts had intelligence from the start, he might not have even completed 100 illustrations by now. Clicking to claim the reward, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Your root bone has greatly improved." At that moment, Suyu suddenly felt as if ants were crawling all over his body. This itchy yet comfortable feeling lasted for an unknown amount of time. When he opened his eyes again, he looked radiant. At this moment, Suyu seemed to have undergone a transformation. He circulated his vital energy and threw a punch. The wind from his fist was terrifying. Chapter 192. Who Changed My Name? In the wilderness, Suyu smashed the head of a 4th-grade copper tiger with a punch. In this battle, he did not use any supernatural powers, nor did he use spirit weapons or martial techniques. He easily killed this fourth-grade copper tiger, purely relying on the explosion of his vital energy and basic combat strength. At this moment, he felt even more the combat power boost brought by the root bone enhancement from last night. This was roughly the difference between a first-grade martial artist and the second and third grades. The same vital energy unleashed completely different concepts of power. After easily killing the fourth-grade alien beast, Suyu reminded himself that despite killing it barehanded, he was only facing an ordinary alien beast without awakened intelligence. If the opponent were a fourth-grade source beast capable of easily operating its powerful vital energy, if he encountered it, he could only run away quickly. After dealing with the corpse, he did not take a photo to collect the illustration. His vital energy had already exceeded 500, making the 300 vital energy recovery reward from the fourth-grade alien beast seem insignificant. A fifth-grade alien beast's recovery of 500 vital energy at once wouldn't waste his daily film. It was just that there were enough alien beasts in the wilderness. Otherwise, with only 30 fifth-grade alien beasts a day in a few days, all the fifth-grade alien beasts near Tianyun City would be cleared by him. Similarly, this also meant that once all alien beasts gained intelligence, most human cities would be destroyed under the beast tide. Chapter 193. Breaking the threshold the next morning, before Suyu even opened his eyes, he immediately wrapped himself tighter in the quilt. "Dad, why do you keep opening the door for them?" The two girls nearby giggled. Song Qing-Huan said, "Suyu, is your sensing ability really that strong now? Could it be that you are too close to us?" Saying this, Suyu instantly covered himself with spirit armor. He calmly lifted the quilt and got out of bed. The two girls were stunned at the sight. "Is this how you use B-grade spirit armor? Aren't you supposed to be in seclusion? Why did you come to find me?" "Dressed in spirit armor. So you searched for clothes in the wardrobe," Song Qing-Huan said helplessly. "Our doorstep is about to be trampled to pieces." Suyu raised an eyebrow. No one cares about the top scholar's house, but the second scholar's doorstep is trampled. What kind of world is this? Song Qinghuan seemed to know what he was thinking and continued. "They didn't come to find me. They all came to invite Xiao Xiao." "Invite Xiao Xiao?" Suyu began to put on his armor directly. He saw clear disappointment on the faces of the two girls. "Suyu?" "Yes. They are all teachers from the admissions office of Sifong Martial University. They said that the resources of Sifong Martial University will definitely be poured into us. If Xiao Xiao follows us, the resources and training she gets will be better than going to their school." Chapter 194. Masters arrive on the day of filling out college applications for the college entrance examination. All high school seniors were nervously excited at home. At this time, Tianyuan City welcomed 4 master-level experts. The 4 flew swaggeringly towards Pinyin community. This scene instantly made the entire Tianyun City lively. Did the previous top scholars also have masters personally go to their homes for recruitment? I don't know. Our Northwest War Zone hasn't produced a top scholar in many years. I checked, there weren't any last year. The year before that, neither. Only our top scholar has this treatment. No problem, after all. Our Tianyun City's top scholar is the top scholar of the Tianjiao era. If my son could have this too, that would be great. Big brother, were you dreaming? What do you mean dreaming? Didn't Suyu also rise up in the last month with accumulated strength? In the streets and alleys of Tianyun City, people were discussing. In Pinyin community, room 201, the 4 masters arrived. Suyu opened the door and was stunned for a moment. "Master Deng, Master Feng, Master Qian, Master Ba. What are you doing here?" Hearing the voice, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao immediately ran out of the room. They greeted the 4 masters with a bow. The 4 entered the room, and Xiao Qiao and Song Qinghuan hurriedly went to prepare tea. Chapter 195. Preparations from all sides at Zhubiai University. Zhuge Yun, who was expressionless while teaching a group of students, sensed his wristband vibrating. "You all absorb this information first and prepare mentally." After saying this, he walked out of the classroom. The wristband information read, "Qian Yun. Suyu is in." Zhuge Yun raised his eyebrows, a barely noticeable smile appearing on his face. This kid, luckily, didn't cause trouble at a critical moment. Although he had laid a series of foreshadowing for Suyu to join Zhubiai University from the situation, it seemed highly likely that Suyu would join. However, this kid was best at giving surprises. Even if he was a tactical master, he still felt a bit nervous. If he really followed Suyu to transfer schools, then the title of tactical master would be meaningless. On the other side, other gifted students were also waiting for Suyu to make a decision. The resources and training of each university were limited. Every year, The top 4 and top 8 in the college entrance examination would try to avoid the same Marshall University, which was also a tacit rule. This year's top scholar and runner-up would obviously go to the same school. At this time, if they still followed to join the fun, there was a high chance they wouldn't even get the leftovers. Therefore, if Su-Yu chose South City University, and his target had always been Hao Jiming from South City University, he might change his application overnight. Chapter 196. Expectations from teachers and students of Jubiai University on the campus of Jubiai University, which should have had a month-long summer vacation, only had a week off this year. Students could be seen coming and going everywhere on campus. The most discussed topic today was Su-Yu's potential arrival at Jubiai University. I heard that when Su-Yu filled out his application, the 4 masters went directly to his house. Some even said that the 4 masters fought at Su-Yu's house. Masters, are you able to make up stories like that? A man in black with a buzz cut coldly scolded several people. Hello, senior brother. Seeing the character Tian on the chest of the buzz cut man, several boys showed even more respect. The uniforms of Sifong Martial School all share a common feature: brown for freshmen, white for sophomores, black for juniors, and red robes for graduation from the battlefield. Usually, most students on campus wear brown or white. Juniors and seniors are either out in the wilderness looking for resources or participating in battles on desolate battlefields. Additionally, there are 8 levels in total for each grade. The senior brother in front of them is from the 3rd-year Tian class. The group quickly searched for information about the buzzcut man in their minds, fearing that he might hold them accountable. Chapter 197. Su-Yu, how strong am I? A month quickly passed. There were only 3 days left until the major Marshall universities opened. During this month, many students had already set off early to the cities where they would attend university. Lulong arrived in Tianlang City half a month ago. These days, he sent Su-Yu a lot of videos and photos from Shishan University. Even before the school started, he was enthusiastically inviting Su-Yu to come and play when he had time. In the morning, Su-Yu calmly opened his eyes. What came into view were 2 pretty faces with a hint of light makeup. Xiao Xiao's big eyes blinked like a porcelain doll. Song Qinghuan exuded a hint of a mature sister vibe. Of course, in Su-Yu's eyes, she still carried a cute and silly aura. Not having scared Su-Yu, the 2 looked disappointed. When Su-Yu lifted the blanket, he was dressed neatly, which made the 2 even more disappointed. The corners of Su-Yu's mouth curled up. He had already agreed to go into the wilderness today. How could he not prepare in advance? Qinghuan, Xiao, how much have you tempered your bones? He asked. Xiao immediately raised her hand. I have 28 pieces. Sister Qinghuan is very fast. She already has 45 pieces. The metatarsals and tarsals are a bit difficult. I initially thought I could temper all the foot bones in a month, Song Qinghuan added. Chapter 198. Bold and vivid, the 2 stood on the stage. One on the left and one on the right. In this teacher-student battle, there were only Song Qinghuan and Xiao watching. So you clasped his fists. Teacher, please. Yong nodded. On the stage, he lowered his center of gravity and assumed a full defensive stance. So he took a step forward, his fists clenched and blood energy circulating. Yong saw this and had a hint of expectation in his eyes. A 1st-grade realm challenging a 4th-grade realm, using himself as a test stone. This kid must have made significant progress this month. He might have completed the tempering of 1 foot. His gaze darted to Su-Yu's feet, and his expression slightly tightened. Once he figured out which foot Su-Yu had completed the tempering on, there would basically be no problems. Defending against all his attacks as a 4th grade against a 1st grade would be easy enough. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to hold back his strength and injuring this kid. Moreover, it would be somewhat shameless for a mid-grade martial artist to actively attack a 1st-grade martial artist. Yong observed Su-Yu. Su-Yu's muscles seemed to remain relaxed. He noticed Yong's momentary distraction. He immediately switched his stance, taking 2 quick steps forward and throwing a straight punch at the face. Yong raised his arm to block. Su-Yu feinted with a straight punch and smoothly changed it to a back fist. Bang! Su-Yu's punch landed solidly on Yong's forearm. Chapter 199. Ranking. The next day, at Yong's home, Zhuge Yin came to visit. Seeing Yong wrapped in bandages, he was taken aback. What happened to you? Yong forced a smile. Guess. Zhuge Yin squinted and laughed. You weren't beaten by your own student, were you? Hee. A 1st-grade warrior with explosive energy can exert a force equivalent to 10 cards. Tell me, how could I possibly lose? TSK. A mid-grade warrior beaten by a 1st-grade warrior. Zhuge Yin seemed not to hear. Yong had a cold smile on his face. He had realized something over the night. Being surpassed by a student could be a different kind of pride. He hadn't even used a weapon. He hadn't used his special ability either, right? He had already tempered 52 bones, and both foot bones were fully completed. He had completely given up. Zhuge Yun, who was looking forward to the show, was stunned. This kid improved so much a month. It turns out he didn't even use his special ability or a weapon. You are too. Sheng Yang's gaze was deep. Aren't you a 5th grade warrior? Guess how long it would take him to catch up to you. Zhuge Yun's expression became serious. I'm a tactician. Sheng Yang, you speak as if you're not the same. Chapter 200, heading to Zhubiai University. Tianyan City, the Steel Gate. A massive 6th grade wild wolf was lying down. And Xianyan sat in the carriage with his eyes slightly closed, quietly waiting for a few people to arrive. Nearby, warriors passing by would spontaneously salute the master. Suyu truly deserves to be the pride of Tianyan City. Even a master personally came to pick him up for school. That's impressive. Now it seems Suyu really made the right choice by selecting Zhubiai University. I heard that Master Zhuge is here today as well. I'm not leaving. I've never seen a tactical master in my years of life. I'm not in a hurry to enter the wilderness anymore. Let's wait for our top scholar and send him off. Around the Steel Gate, a crowd began to gather unknowingly. Just then, 5 figures appeared in front of everyone. Hey, isn't that Suyu's homeroom teacher, Cheng Yong? Why is he bandaged? I don't know. Logically, Teacher Cheng is a mid-grade warrior. He shouldn't get injured so easily. Maybe something went wrong during training. I heard Teacher Cheng is also going to work at Zhubiai University this time. Is he getting promoted alongside his student? I think that's reasonable. After all, Suyu and Song Qinghuan were both taught by him. Chapter 201, Enrollment. The carriage arrived at Zhubiai City. Tianyan City is like the Steel Gate, while Zhubiai City is more like the Southern Gate. The 3 looked up, and Zhuge Yun smiled lightly. This is a town artifact. If you can obtain 108 town artifacts, the threat of the beast tide would be no problem. Teacher, how many do we have in Huagua right now? Suyu asked. No more than 10. Suyu fell silent. This is just pie in the sky. Let's go. There's still some distance to Zhubiai University. Zhuge Yun walked ahead. Walking? Do you know how far Zhubiai University is from here? Xing Yong looked confused. Taking the bus is fine too, Zhuge Yun's voice came. Qian Yun took the 6th grade wild wolf and parted ways with the others. Suyu and the 3 obediently followed behind the 2 teachers. As they walked, Zhuge Yun introduced them to the customs and culture of Zhubiai City. In a word, it can be summed up as fierce folk customs. After walking for nearly 2 hours, they still hadn't seen a shadow of Zhubiai University. Teacher, how about we take the bus? Suyu tentatively asked. Sure, there's a bus stop just ahead. At the entrance of Zhubiai University, Lu Meng and the others were anxiously waiting. Old Lu, didn't you say it only takes an hour by distance? Chapter 202, Strict Hierarchy. Along the way, Zhuge Yun meticulously introduced the 3 to Zhubiai University. Yun's own building is the resource shop of Zhubiai University. If you want to exchange credits for training resources, you usually have to go to Yun's own building for exchange. Do you see that small mountain in the distance? Everyone looked in the direction Zhuge Yun pointed. On the small mountain, not far away, there were identical small houses lined up from the foot to the peak. That will be the place for your bone tempering training in the future. There are 3,000 training pavilions from the foot to the top of the mountain, divided into 24 levels. As freshmen in your first year, you can use the brown top pavilions. Above that are the white and black levels. Heaven and earth profound in yellow. The universe in chaos? From first year to 3rd year? Suyu asked. Before entering the school, he had looked at a lot of related information. Yes, first-year students were brown, second-year students were white, and third-year students were black. You 3, as first-year freshmen, must respectfully call those in white and black senior brother or senior sister. Zhuge Yun said. The 3 nodded. Of course, first-year students also have the opportunity to wear white and black. As long as you can challenge all the classes in the second year, you can wear the second-year white robes. Chapter 203, SS Special Ability. The 3 took the elevator back to the square. Captain, I missed you so much. Lin Yin exaggeratedly rushed over. Su Yu's overlord spear instantly appeared. Captain, I don't have snot and tears this time. Lin Yin looked aggrieved. No, I just simply don't like hugging men. Lin Yin looked at Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao. Thought for a moment and honestly stepped aside to stand properly. Did you come 2 days early? So you looked at Fuyu. Fuyu nodded. Lin Yin added, I arrived in Zhubiai City half a month ago and spent half a month at Old Fu's house. Captain, I have already tempered 40 bones. What? Are you planning to challenge me? Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. No, that's not the case. Lin Yan immediately waved his hand. Meanwhile, Fuyu calmly opened his wristband. Lin Yan's voice echoed from the wristband. Old Fu, let me tell you, the captain's bone tempering speed is definitely not as fast as ours. I have 40 bones now, you have 39, and when we finish tempering our foot bones, let's show the captain our strength. Suyu smiled without speaking. Xiao Xiao widened her eyes, looking at Lin Yan. Lin Yan, have you been drinking again? Lin Yan glared at Fuyu, indignantly said, Old Fu, I remember this. In the future, if you don't put the wristband aside, don't think about finding me to drink. Chapter 204, Choosing a Class Leader. In Jubii Square, more than 1,800 new students from the Combat Academy were lined up neatly. The newly arrived students from the Tactical Academy also followed suit, lining up in groups of 5. The Tianzi class of the Tactical Academy stands side by side with the Tianzi class of the Combat Academy. Among the crowd is the familiar face of Qinling. As soon as she arrives at the square, she greets a few people happily. Having passed the junior tactical exam and ranked in the top 8 of the Battle Zone College entrance exam, she has successfully been admitted to the Tactical Academy's Tianzi class. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, everyone has a heartfelt smile on their faces. In the square, the students have already formed a line spontaneously. The group of teachers coming in sees this scene. Principal Fan Sunluo laughs and says, It seems we don't need you homeroom teachers to line them up and establish authority this year. We all have to thank Director Qian for helping us regain a treasure. A treasure is a good treasure, but we must ensure not to ruin a raw gem. Not only must we avoid ruining it, but we also need to show the other 3 academies that we, at Jubii University, have never been weaker than them in the past 5 years without a top scorer. Now that we have a top scorer, they will know the real gap. The teachers chat and laugh. Chapter 205. The True Face of the Desolate Battlefield. How is it? Isn't it a bit surprising that the desolate battlefield we've been talking about is actually like this, with blue skies, white clouds, and lush green grass? Everyone nods honestly. Class leader, had you heard about the origin of the desolate battlefield before this? Yangxiu looks at Suyu. Suyu, who has never been a class leader, initially doesn't respond. Song Qinghuan immediately nudges him with her elbow. I've read in some books that the desolate battlefield is another space of blue star. Extraterrestrial beings descended, and then they discovered the desolate battlefield and occupied it. Yangxiu nods, that's right. 100 years ago, that was how we humans believed. However, in the past century, our powerful humans have continuously explored and come to a new conclusion. The students' ears perk up. The desolate battlefield. You can understand it as the warships of the extraterrestrial beings migrating in the universe. As soon as he finishes speaking, all 30 students look shocked. No way. Is it true? The desolate battlefield is their warship? So, does that mean the extraterrestrial beings did not invade our territory? This news almost overturns everyone's understanding, and they begin to discuss excitedly. Yangxiu doesn't stop them, waiting for everyone to finish talking. Chapter 206. The Strongest of Humanity. On the same day, all martial arts universities in Huagua commence their new term. At the same time, universities in the other 3 directions of Blue Star also start their new terms on this day. Although some are called temples and other sanctuaries, they are basically organizations that cultivate the next generation. As the martial arts university begins its term, the leaders of the Human Alliance and the 4 holy places gather together today, in a mysterious space. Minister Wang Chuandao of the Huagua Education Department is stationed in the east. Zeus of the New Gods Nation, Belle, is stationed in the west. The chief of the Untribe, Wu Shi, is stationed in the south. Popo Syrian of the Holy Soul Church is stationed in the north. Wang, what were your ancestors thinking? Why did they leave behind sacred laws to help beasts in the Holy Land? Bill, looking confused, continues. Previously, we in the New Gods Nation also encountered a situation where beasts gained intelligence, but they stumbled upon the enlightenment of ancient gods. Why did your ancestors in Huaxia specifically leave behind the cultivation path for beasts? Wang remains calm. However, rest assured, Bill, at the peak of the gods, there's been a legacy of the hunting goddess. On this election day, I will have my Western disciples search for the legacy of the hunting goddess. If we can obtain it, these beasts will surely be hunted at will by our human race. Chapter 207. The Deceived Little Lamb Yangxiu ends class early. The group of 3 pairs heads to various locations in the school. Suyu and the others had already visited the martial arts hall, library, mystic refinement realm. blood refinement realm, and battle tactics building yesterday. Without exception, aside from the library, which does not require blood crystals. The other places either cost too much or they do not have the qualifications to enter. The minimum cost of the martial arts hall is 5,000 credits for a low-level martial art, with Suyu owing 2,000 credits. He doesn't dare to think about it, and there's no need to. Starting tomorrow, he can save a lot of credits by taking photos of teachers every morning. Besides the martial arts hall, the mystic refinement realm and blood refinement realm both cost 10,000 credits for a single entry, and freshmen only have 3 opportunities per semester. No one in Suyu's team can afford that. The only place they can afford is the battle tactics building, which charges 50 credits for each challenge and rewards 10 credits for every level cleared. Suyu was thinking of rushing into challenge yesterday, but was informed by the administrator that the minimum requirement for the battle tactics building is the peak of the first rank. After running around all day yesterday, they mainly have the training hall and cultivation pavilion left to visit. Now that they have time, the 5 head straight to the nearest training hall. Chapter 208. The Big Bad Wolf. Suyu raises his eyebrows. Sister, as the class leader of the Tianzi class. If I stand up for my classmates later, that should be reasonable, right? Seeing someone eager to try, Yinyu pauses for a moment. That should be reasonable. After all, you are the class leader. All right, sister, let's hurry down. The few of them rush down first. Lin Yin excitedly says, Captain, what if I disguise myself as someone else and pretend to be deceived on the stage? Then you come out to help me out, how about that? I'll bet 50 credits, and if you win, we split it 70-30. No, 80-20. Old Lin, I didn't expect you to have a business mind. As your captain and class leader, I have high hopes for you. The group hurriedly runs down. Yinyu is slightly taken aback behind them. She feels like, in this group SIs, the people in the training hall are the real fat sheep. Did we invite a big demon to Jubiai University? They dash to the first floor, seeing a figure on the stage wearing a brown Tianzi class uniform. Suyu first smirks, then immediately turns angry. Chapter 209. The live broadcast starts at 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Something's happening. Something's happening. The top scorer comes and causes a stir right away. Damn it. Don't be a riddle person. My classmate in the training hall said, Suyu wants to take on 5? Which shameless ones have provoked Suyu? They just tricked a junior brother, and then Suyu went on stage. Let me tell you, this isn't even the most exciting part. Do you know what the bet is? How much? 5,000 credits. Damn, is there still a shortage of people? I want that 5,000 credits. If I tell you Suyu also said that even if he loses, he would use his abilities, wouldn't you think you could do it too? Damn, this junior brother is too ruthless. Stop talking. Hurry to the training hall. They are still signing betting contracts, and if they hurry, they might still catch a glimpse. The news of Suyu challenging 5 second-year students from the Huangzi class simultaneously in the martial arts hall quickly spread throughout Jubiai University. No one expected that the top student would start making waves on the very first day of school. In the faculty building of the Battle Academy, first-year department, Old Yang, your class leader was chosen quite well. Yeah, every year, new students from the Tianzi class get tricked, and it's the first time this class leader has stepped up. Chapter 210. Class leader's responsibility in the second-year teachers department of the Battle Academy. It's over. The teachers watching the live broadcast side. They didn't last even 3 minutes? A few teachers stood up in surprise. One teacher who was watching the live broadcast opened his mouth, then paused. You all should come over and see for yourselves. As everyone stood up, they wore expressions of anticipation. Based on Suyu's performance in the college entrance examination, they all understood that his chances of winning this battle were over 90%. Below the third grade realm, Suyu had the possibility of defeating any of the top talents one-on-one. Several teachers gathered around. 1 punch per second, 3 kicks in 3 seconds, and finally a leap kick in 2 seconds. A total of 6 seconds, and Suyu ended the fight. With his full burst of energy, the 5 who unleashed their powers before him felt like toys. He didn't even use his special abilities. Not just that, he didn't even use a weapon. These little rascals didn't even force him to use his martial arts. 1 punch for each and 1 kick for each. He really didn't need to use martial arts. In the office, everyone fell silent. After a long while, a teacher from the second-year Huangzi class asked in confusion, Do you think Suyu's energy is a bit too strong? The few peak first-grade teachers, including one who practiced battle techniques, couldn't withstand even one move against him. Chapter 211. First experience one side is making waves, and 3 sides are aware. New students from Dongji University, Nanxing University, and Pinyin University quickly learned about Suyu's challenge of 5. Some even understood the ins and outs clearly. Not only was there a high-definition battle video lasting 6 seconds, but the portions of 30 years in the East, 10 years in the West endure him. Let him also spread widely. At Dongji University, Gao Shi repeatedly watched the segment where Su Yu spoke to the crowd. Watching, he kept encouraging himself. Come on, Gao Shi. You can do it too. If Su Yu can do it, you can definitely do it. This is the kind of example a class leader should set. You have to take on the responsibility of being a class leader. Otherwise, how can you be Su Yu's teammate? At Nanjing University, Hao Jiming only watched the video once. After finishing, the class leader of the 228th session of the Tian class in Nanjing University sent a message in the group. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me. The lively discussion about Su Yu in the group instantly quieted down. Everyone thought Hao Jiming would have more to say. After waiting for a long time, the group fell silent. In a strange atmosphere, someone sent a message saying received. Chapter 212. Su Yu. I am a confident young man at the entrance of May Garden number 18. Wu Qingmei waited for a long time, but did not see Su Yu's figure. Helpless, she found a stone to sit on and began using a wristband to work on tactical problems. While working on tactical basics with her hands, her mind was filled with thoughts of Su Yu battling the 5 second-year students. If she fought him without using special abilities, she might not necessarily be his match. Wu Qingmei frowned. Wanting to prove that martial arts and tactics can coexist, she felt the difficulty of the situation at this moment. Sigh, this junior. Why does he have such good martial arts talent for no reason? At the Brown Tianzi Training Pavilion number 18. With just a few minutes left until the scheduled 5 hours, Su Yu opened his eyes early. Without consuming blood crystals, 5 hours in the training pavilion was roughly equivalent to 2 hours in the ordinary training room of the Demon Refining Pavilion. Moreover, unlike the thick blood energy that permeated the Demon Refining Pavilion, the air in the training pavilion did not show significant changes. But the recovery speed of blood energy was significantly enhanced. His senior sister said this was because there was a spiritual vein buried at the foot of the mountain in the training pavilion. He wondered what it felt like for one person to use a spiritual vein. Imagining this, Su Yu called up his personal panel. Chapter 213. A meeting gift worth its weight in gold. In the basement of May Garden number 18, the two stood side by side, watching Su Yu empty-handed. Wu Qingmei confirmed again. Are you sure you don't need a weapon? She held a soft sword while Su Yu was barehanded, looking a bit embarrassed. Su Yu nodded to confirm. Wu Qingmei tightened her grip on the soft sword a bit more. As long as she could win, who cared about losing face? The great battle was about to begin. Su Yu's droopy eyes instantly turned sharp. In that moment, Wu Qingmei's pupils seemed to transform into swords. In the basement, an invisible wave rippled. Having done her homework before coming, she clearly understood that if she didn't use her special ability for a surprise attack, her chances of winning were not high at all. Especially after watching this morning's match, she understood even more that as a mid-grade martial artist, she had no advantage in terms of blood energy. The only way to win was through her special ability of mental intimidation. Even if her opponent had several times the mental power compared to her, encountering her special ability for the first time would still leave them stunned for a few seconds. And those few seconds were enough to determine the outcome. She knew Su Yu's mental power was strong, and she was also aware that Su Yu absolutely did not know the effects of her special ability. The moment Wu Qingmei activated her special ability. Chapter 214. Internal test player in the Beast Tide War, after learning that the opponent had a source beast commanding them. All the tactics Su Yu learned from textbooks on dealing with beast tides became ineffective. Many times, those ingrained thoughts would lead him to make fatal judgments. After defending the city for a day and night, with no survivors in the entire city, it was officially declared a failure. At the moment when he was pierced through the chest by the source beast's claw, he truly felt as if he was facing death. Zhuge Yin did not immediately ask what exactly happened. Su Yu closed his eyes and began to review all the information from that day and night. After several minutes, he opened his eyes again. What time is it now? He asked first. Zhuge Yin smiled. 1 hour. Su Yu was slightly surprised. A day and night in the Beast Tide world had only passed less than an hour in the outside world. He was very sure that every second in that world had been genuinely experienced. He looked at Zhuge Yin. Zhuge Yin smiled without speaking. He then turned his gaze to the pure white helmet. The teacher said this helmet was worth over 100,000 credits. Now it seemed that its value was definitely worth more than 100,000 credits. This helmet is currently only in your possession in the entire Blue Star. You can think of it as an upcoming game. Chapter 215. Master of Gun Techniques. After Yang Xiu finished a set of gun techniques, everyone in the class looked at him with shining eyes. It piqued everyone's interest, so he put away the long gun and began to explain the details of the basics of gun techniques. For some demonstrations, he specifically invited classmates to come up and perform. Without a doubt, Su Yu and Song Qinghuan became the positive examples in the demonstrations. Lin Yan's lively personality led him to be called up multiple times as a negative example. By the end of the class, his clothes had several holes made by Su Yu's thrusts. Class started at 8 and ended at 12. Yang Xiu was incredibly punctual. Just as he was about to leave the classroom, Su Yu called out to him from behind. "Teacher, today is our first official class, and I would like to take a commemorative photo with you." Yang Xiu turned around, and Su Yu had already set up the camera with a tripod. Su Yu hurriedly stood next to Yang Xiu, showing his signature sunny smile. Yang Xiu cooperated skillfully. Su Yu had a habit of taking photos, and Yang Xiu had heard about it long ago. During class yesterday, he was curious why Su Yu didn't have his camera out, taking pictures everywhere. Today, the lens was aimed at him. After being a teacher for so many years, he had seen all kinds of talented quirks. Compared to taking photos, the previous student who liked sketching was more torturous. Chapter 216. The day of challenge arrives. Su Yu left. The great hall of the Cloud Tower suddenly became lively. Wow, did you see that? It seems he only bought 10 low-level blood essence pills. So few, even for a challenge at the same level, it's not enough. Could it be because he doesn't have enough credits? Are you stupid? He just won 5,000 credits from those in the U class a few days ago. I don't get it. Maybe he's just confident. After all, he didn't even use his abilities during the college entrance examination. Indeed, but Tang Yu has entered the intermediate realm. He is probably the only one in the second year who can stop Su Yu. One in the first tier against 4 in the fourth tier. Our Jubiai University hasn't had such a genius in many years. I bet Su Yu will win. I believe in miracles. I still think Tang Yu has a greater chance. With all his limbs and torso bones refined, plus his ability to diamondize his entire body, it's hard for Su Yu to break through his defense. That makes sense. After all, even when Tang Yu was in the third tier, he was able to block attacks from intermediate realm warriors. No matter how strong Su Yu's blood essence is, if he can't break through his defense, it's useless. For a moment, everyone at Jubiai University was debating whether Su Yu could overcome Tang Yu. Chapter 217. One more reason to join the Tian class. The first item in the challenge competition was the third-year student challenge. Students who wish to challenge, please step forward. As the words fell, many people from the third-year camp stepped out. The challengers from the Huang class went up to the third-floor arena. Soon, the challengers from each class took their positions, with 30 students from the third-year Tian class waiting on the top floor for challenges from others. The 30 stood proudly at the highest level. This scene made both freshmen and returning students envious. The third-year challenge officially began. So you observe carefully. All the seniors from the 4 levels of the universe and primordial classes were in the lower tier. Those at the peak of the third tier could challenge all the way to the U class. However, to continue challenging upwards, one needed to enter the intermediate realm. Everyone in the Xin and Huang classes was at the intermediate level. To challenge the D class, one needed to reach the peak of the 4th tier to have a chance. Aside from a few exceptional students in the 5th tier, most in the Tian class were also at the peak of the 4th tier, and, at this point, their differences from the D class were evident in martial arts, abilities, and battle tactics. Su Yu placed himself in the shoes of the seniors challenging the Tian class. Those who wanted to win against the third-year Tian class might have to reveal all their trump cards to have a chance. Chapter 218. Getting Retribution. In the end, Qi Wenrui and his group fell to the U class. Among them, Qi Wenrui faced the senior who had won 500 credits from him earlier. Although he lost this time, it was a very close match. The 4 of them fought with the intensity of a life-and-death battle in the challenge competition, while many second-year students chose to forfeit. After all, it wasn't worth getting injured over a challenge match. After all, there were still the Tian and D classes to rely on, so why fight desperately? The first group of freshmen in the Tian class brought a lot of shock to the seniors. Every subsequent group continued the impressive performance of Qi Wenrui and Ma Ming. All 30 freshmen in the Tian class bought blood essence pills. After 6 consecutive groups of challenges ended, the following participants succeeded in challenging all the way through the universe and primordial classes. Ultimately, they fell to the seniors of the Huang class. It's hard to say if it was to protect the honor of the 227th cohort, but the few in the second-year Huang class were extremely ruthless. Several were carried off the stage. Despite this, they all wore proud smiles on their faces. The previous few were nothing. Neither the universe nor the primordial classes could get through. Look how fierce our brothers, sisters, are. This year's cross-level challenges were much more intense than before. Chapter 219, The Divine Eagle and the Heroine. Lin Yin faced off against the 4th tier Tang Yuyu. After a moment of bitterness, his eyes immediately sharpened. What does it matter if he's an intermediate-level warrior? Can he be stronger than the captain? If I can't even surpass intermediate-level warriors, how can I ever surpass the captain? Thinking this, Lin Yin decided to take the initiative. This time, he unleashed the aura of a 5th-tier exotic beast. As his dual blade struck against Tang Yuyu's broadsword, the power between the two was surprisingly evenly matched at that moment. Mimicking a 5th-tier exotic beast, Lin Yan's endurance was extremely limited. Without daring to hesitate, he used the Xiaoyao step to change direction and launch an attack from another angle. The speed of the shadow leopard combined with the graceful movements of the Xiaoyao step made Lin Yin feel like a protagonist on the arena. Among the freshmen, many girls watched with sparkling eyes. They instinctively clenched their fists and cheered for him in their hearts. With a powerful strike that could split mountains, his dual blades slashed towards Tang Yuyu's shoulders. With a clang, Tang Yuyu diamondized his entire body. Even with Lin Yin wielding a C-grade spiritual weapon, he could not break through his defense. Tang Yuyu immediately seized the opportunity when Lin Yin left an opening, dropping his shoulders and swinging the broadsword as he turned. The blood essence of an intermediate-level warrior erupted as he unleashed his battle tactics. Chapter 220, I Want to Fight 10. Below the arena, the crowd that was previously filled with combat intent now looked bewildered. Against such an opponent, is our effort even useful? Everyone questioned themselves in their hearts. On the arena, Suyu suddenly looked towards the 9th floor and asked, "Teacher, can I fight 10 people at once?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue was shocked. This was completely no consideration for face. The 3rd-year students who were watching gasped in astonishment. Goodness, is just hitting the left cheek not enough? Does he want to hit both cheeks at once? To be fair, as a junior, shouldn't he leave some face for his seniors? Leave face. From the moment Suyu stepped onto the arena, do you think those 2nd-year students still have any face left? Exactly. It's because of this that I think he should be a bit more humble. There are always people better than you. And being so arrogant will sooner or later lead to trouble. You don't understand anything. A young person should be reckless. The 3rd-year students were discussing on the 9th floor. Suddenly, Xiao Xiong, who had been silent, said, "So when you go to battle in the future, do you expect the other races to give you face?" As soon as he spoke, the few who were discussing instantly fell silent. Xiao Xiong sneered. Instead of discussing whether to give face here, you might as well think about where your face will be when Suyu challenges you. Chapter 221, Openly Show Affection. Senior brother, good eyesight. Suyu wore his signature innocent smile. Tang Yuyu shook his head. It's just that you never intended to hide it. Helping Song Qinghuan clear the obstacles, Suyu was actually using a straightforward strategy. It was only because his challenge of 1 against 10 was too outrageous that everyone overlooked this matter. Teacher, the class leader of the 2nd-year Tian class, Tang Yuyu, requests to battle Suyu for a decisive victory. Tang Yuyu bowed to Qiu Rulon. Qiu Rulon nodded, aloud. In fact, such a decisive battle could easily lead to collusion and sharing of credits. There had been several such incidents before the rules for challenging across ranks were improved. But today, it didn't matter whether there was collusion or not. After all, within the entire 2nd-year Tian class, the only one who could be Suyu's opponent was Tang Yuyu. With Qiu Rulon's permission, Tang Yuyu stepped onto the arena. The others from the 2nd-year Tian class fixed their eyes on Song Qinghuan below. If it weren't for Song Qinghuan, they would have insisted on going up to battle Suyu today. But now, they had to stay back to guard another line of defense. Suyu smiled and said nothing. He wanted to help Song Qinghuan clear the obstacles. Chapter 222, not discussing that for now the two of them clearly hadn't done anything excessive. Yet, inside the martial arts hall, there were continuous lamentations of single dogs. Suyu stepped down, facing the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd as he approached Song Qinghuan. "You can do it. I believe in you." Song Qinghuan nodded obediently. "Yes, I can definitely do it." She revealed her silver long spear, leaping onto the arena with grace. On the other side, the others from the 2nd-year Tian class wanted Tang Yuyu to take a short break, while they could also wear down Song Qinghuan a bit. Tang Yuyu's expression was more serious than ever. "If we need to use a wheel battle to deal with a junior sister, I might as well not fight this last match." Saying this, he looked in Su Yu's direction. Moreover, if it weren't for him showing mercy, I wouldn't even be able to fight in this arena match. Hearing this, the second-year Tion class fell silent. Tang Yu stepped back onto the arena. At this point, no one felt that the second-year students were losing face anymore. When the gap was significant enough, everyone sighed more about the prowess of these few outstanding talents. The referee announced the start of the match. As the words fell, Song Qinghuan unleashed her martial arts and swung her long spear. Her vitality erupted completely from the start, showing no intention of holding back. Chapter 223: The Value of the Era of Talents. The two battled fiercely on the arena. Yen Yu's advantage in vitality could not bridge the gap in martial arts. Her abilities were completely suppressed by Song Qinghuan's Ice Age. Soon, with the combination of her abilities, Song Qinghuan secured victory. In this battle, Yen Yu lost with admiration. Following that, the remaining 8 came up one by one to battle Song Qinghuan. The fighting continued on the arena. Meanwhile, Yang Xiu's expression of shock grew even stronger. Not just him, but other teachers also widened their eyes. After defeating Tang Yu, Song Qinghuan focused on honing her spear techniques. After each battle, she would undoubtedly gain new insights. After a series of battles, her mastery intent became increasingly profound. The teachers turned to look at Su Yu. It seemed that the kid had the idea of teaching Song Qinghuan during his battle with Tang Yu. Everyone was speechless, feeling as if they had been fed a mouthful of dog food in silence. The challenges continued, and Song Qinghuan's speed of victory increased. Facing her last opponent, the moment she seized the opportunity to stab with her long spear, the entire martial arts hall clearly heard a phoenix cry. Behind her, it seemed as if a phoenix was spreading its wings. The martial arts hall fell into silence. Chapter 224: Another SSS level ability. After issuing the challenge, Su Yu and Song Qinghuan headed down the mountain. The challenge for the Tion character training pavilion wouldn't come so quickly. Before that, the two planned to return to the brown Tion character training pavilion to cultivate. They had walked down the mountain for long when they received a notification on their wristbands. You have successfully obtained the ownership of the No. 18 White Tion character training pavilion. Did they just give it to us? Song Qinghuan was somewhat surprised. Su Yu nodded. They obtained the ownership of the White Tion character class without any battle, clearly indicating that everyone else had given up the competition. Upon closer thought, it wasn't surprising. Giving up the competition still allowed for another chance to challenge. If they failed the challenge, they would no longer be able to challenge the same level training pavilions. Now, the two of them had the strength to make others voluntarily give up. Su Yu and Song Qinghuan returned to the White Tion character training pavilion. At this time, the doors of the number 17 and number 18 Tion character training pavilions opened. Two third-year seniors dressed in black saw the two return and smiled. Junior brothers and sisters, we want to humiliate ourselves. Thank you, senior brothers, for your kindness, Su Yu politely replied. The two shook their heads and said nothing more, then went to look for other training pavilions. Su Yu and Song Qinghuan successfully took over the White Tion character training pavilion. Chapter 225. The best training partner Su Yu informed the class teacher Yang Xiu about the arrangements he had made. The latter had no objections and highly praised such an arrangement as suitable for his current stage. There were no issues with the class schedule. Yang Xiu only reminded him to be sure to attend the last class at the end of the month, because on that day, all the new students of Jubiai University would execute tasks in groups of 5 outside the school. After Su Yu acknowledged this, he went out to take the bus to the wilderness. This bus travels at the same speed as a high-speed train in another timeline. Soon, he arrived at the north gate of Jubiai City. Beyond the north gate lies the largest wilderness in the north of Huagua. There are no city guards at Jubiai City to conduct inspections. As long as the wristband flashes green light when passing through the city gate, one can enter and exit freely. If it flashes red, city guards will immediately surround the person. Under the 100-meter-high city gate, many people come and go. Everyone looks weary and carries a strong smell of blood. Su Yu left the city with a mix of excitement and anticipation. As soon as he stepped out of the city gate, he felt a suffocating aura of terror. Looking up, he saw the spine of a giant beast resembling a mountain. This was the spine of a 9th-grade exotic beast slain by the governors of the northern and northwestern battle zones during the Beast Tide era. Chapter 226. Level up again. 7 Earth Wolves surrounded Su Yu. He expanded his mental energy and located 2 more Earth Wolves. He found that those two seemed to be guarding something deep within a cave, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. If intruders broke in, these two Earth wolves could still control their ferocious beast instincts and guard the sides. There must be unexpected surprises deep inside the cave. While pondering this, Suyu silently used mental control. An invisible wave spread out. The two Earth wolves at the deepest part of the cave instantly felt a pressure from the mental energy. Immediately, they seemed to see someone stealing what they were guarding. In an instant, their green eyes turned blood red, and they charged towards this direction with incredible speed. As the training partners were about to arrive, Suyu's mouth curved slightly upwards. He raised his king's spear slightly. All 7 Earth wolves surrounding him also began to move. The 3 Earth wolves behind him opened their huge mouths and lunged forward. At the same time, Earth wolves from other directions also launched their attacks. The fur of these Earth wolves instantly became as tough and sharp as steel needles. Facing attacks from all directions, Suyu completely disregarded the threats from the other Earth wolves. His spear pointed directly at the Earth wolf in front of him, which had a bit of green fur on its head. Chapter 227, 7 stars North Hunting Team Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Illustration Collector. Illustration Collector B. Available film rolls 50/50. Available ability slots 510. The probability of obtaining high-level abilities and skills has increased. After many days, Suyu finally upgraded the Illustration Collector again. The number of film rolls increased from 30 to 50, and there were 2 more ability slots. Most importantly, the probability of obtaining high-level abilities and skills increased. This trip into the wilderness was fruitful. However, in the future, upgrading the Illustration Collector wouldn't require spiritual veins, right? He recalled the spiritual veins at the foot of the cultivation mountain. No, he should focus on the alien races. He quickly shook his head, reining in his thoughts, and looked at the now empty area in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. If it weren't for the system, he might have missed out on this treasure mountain today. In the future, he could take the camera out more often. Who knows, he might come across something extraordinary. After the system acquired the primordial spiritual vein, he sensed that a segment of the mountain range seemed to exist within him. There was no time to experience it in detail, so you left the cave first. Chapter 228, Peak of First Grade. In the first month of school, after the challenge day, no one in class saw Suyu again. During the 20 days, Suyu returned to the routine of hunting in the wilderness in the morning and bone tempering in the afternoon and evening. In between, there are games sent by his dear teacher to adjust his mood. For more than 20 days, Suyu was living life to the fullest. Meanwhile, regarding the fact that he had accumulated over 6,000 credits in these days, the teachers at Yunzhong Building were seriously considering whether to change the credit reward system. The rules, which have been criticized by countless students for being too difficult and low, were not an issue for Suyu. Originally, the design of the credits was meant to encourage students to leave campus and undertake more tasks. But given Suyu's current situation, it seemed he might not need to execute any tasks from freshman to senior year. On the 18th of the month, in the White Tianzi Cultivation Pavilion, Suyu opened his eyes, a hint of joy on his face. He originally thought it would take a month to reach the peak of first grade, but unexpectedly completed the tempering of all his lower limbs in just 23 days. Achieving the peak of first grade so quickly was largely due to the unexpected gain from the primordial spiritual vein. While pondering this, he summoned his personal panel. Chapter 229, Experiencing Life Zhang-san, Suyu tentatively called out. The response was Zhubi Yun, who looked as if he could no longer endure. Then let's call him Wu Mu. He immediately thought of a new pen name. Zhubi Yun's expression softened. That's a relatively normal name. In the future, if you appear as a strategist, use this name. As a strategist, accumulating fame is also very important, Zhubi Yun added. Suyu nodded in understanding. Zhubi Yun then asked, You are now at the peak of the first grade. Suyu nodded again. Zhubi Yun's gaze was deep. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that you, kid, are walking the invincible path in the same realm. Of course, you can't be careless. With your current rate of improvement and strength, you will also attract the attention of the Holy Presence. Understood. As long as you're aware, you are now at the peak of the first grade, and there are 3 days left until your first task. I suggest you spend the next 3 days challenging the combat strategy building. If you can clear the 27th floor, your strength will undergo a transformation. At that time, when you go out to execute tasks, you'll have an extra layer of security. Currently, there are 4 mainstream combat strategies in Huagua. The combat strategy of Dongji University focuses on explosive power, allowing them to achieve 3 times the blood energy explosion upon entry. Chapter 230. Just a little more. At 3 in the morning, Jubiai University, which should have been quiet, was now filled with a crowd outside the combat strategy building, discussing animatedly. Moreover, most of these people were in black uniforms. The third-year students, who were rarely seen on campus, were now looking up at the big screen. Ever since they heard that someone had cleared levels in seconds, they couldn't sit still. Since the second semester of their sophomore year, most of their time had been spent hard at the combat strategy building. After a whole semester, some had yet to clear the 9th floor. The vast majority were stuck on the 27th floor. Now, suddenly, a prodigy emerged, easily clearing the levels they had been obsessing over. This blow was comparable to when Suyu single-handedly defeated 10 opponents during the challenge day for the sophomore students. The key point was that after listing various possible candidates, Suyu was overwhelmingly elected. For a moment, the third-year and second-year students suddenly felt a sense of empathy. Moreover, not long after the challenge day, it is very likely that they will experience being challenged 10-1 again. Damn, the first time they reached the 27th floor. You really have to throw people when comparing. By the way, what was the highest record for our first challenge at Peking University? Chapter 231. Master Protecting the Path. The 54th floor of the Battle Method Tower. It felt as if the last layer of window paper had been pierced. When Suyu kicked out with 4 times the blood energy amplification, this set of battle methods, capable of changing thousands, was instantly comprehended. The battle methods that were originally stiff and uncommunicative became smooth in an instant. The transparent person did not shatter with a single blow this time. Both sides maintained the operation of battle methods, and blood energy erupted fully, exchanging hundreds of moves. If Suyu's blood energy power, under the operation of battle methods, were converted to that of an ordinary first-grade martial artist, each of his strikes now had the power of 100,000 blood energy. He gradually forgot the route of the battle method operation in continuous fighting. Bang, bang, bang. Each time fists and feet collided. The explosive power of blood energy was still not weaker than before. When he completely forgot the existence of the battle method, he kicked the transparent person in the chest. And with 4 times the blood energy amplification, the transparent person dissipated like foam. The space shifted again. Welcome to the 55th floor of the Battle Method Tower. Shall we begin the challenge? Outside the Battle Method Tower, after Suyu stayed on the 54th floor for more than 10 minutes, everyone fell silent. In the month since school started, reaching the 54th floor was already a record. But if he passes the 54th floor today, it would completely break the highest record for first-time challenges. Chapter 232, Second Grade. B-Class Mission. In the basement of May Garden number 18, Suyu's aura continuously rose. Yang Xiu beside him was also becoming increasingly cautious. Time passed. Suyu carefully experienced the connection of the meridians between the bones of his lower limbs. Throughout the process, he was somewhat surprised by how smoothly and simply the meridians activated. Normally, activating meridians would cause some pain, with skin bleeding being a common experience. But he was different. He didn't use a single protective pill and effortlessly activated all the meridians in his lower limbs, officially stepping into the second grade realm. At this moment, he could feel the surge of blood energy, ready to start the refinement of his upper limbs at any time. There was no surprise on Yang Xiu's face at Suyu's effortless breakthrough. Since the beginning of school, this kid had shocked him more and more. Now, this little matter was simply a small witch meeting a big witch. He said lightly, "Suyu, please notify all classmates later that there will be a class meeting tomorrow, and everyone must be present. Also, let everyone think about teaming up with those people tonight." After speaking, Yang Xiu left. Suyu took out his wristband to notify everyone in the group chat. After sending the message in the group chat, he also privately notified each person. After the messages were sent, almost everyone replied instantly. Chapter 233. Mission Objective, Soul Searching. After joking around, Yang Xiu's expression suddenly became serious again. However, I must remind you, this B-class mission, while suitable for the 5 of you, is also extremely dangerous. The 5 looked serious. On the large screen behind them appeared the face of a man. A horse-like face with slender eyes and very thin lips. His name is Peng Dayo, an unregistered individual currently residing in the wasteland city between the Bridge City and Wind Pillar City of the Northern Combat Zone. The Wasteland City is a city that roams the wilderness and is not recognized by the major powers. Most of the people in the Wasteland City are criminals. In the years when supernatural abilities first emerged, many who suddenly gained powerful strength became arrogant and fantasized about creating their own kingdom. During those years, the public order of the entire Huagua was extremely chaotic, with supernatural beings breaking the law everywhere. Thus, the Huagua dispatched troops and security departments to suppress them forcefully. Under several years of suppression, most of those lawless supernatural beings were punished. A small portion of special supernatural beings escaped into the wilderness to establish the so-called Wasteland City. As time passed, the Wasteland City gradually became a place for those criminals to evade punishment. They could no longer enter Huagua cities to cause trouble, and the cost of completely cracking down on them was too high. Chapter 234. Lin Yin, why me? Here are the identities and wristbands for the 5 of you going to Fengzhou City. For boys and 1 girl. Which of you 2 will cross-dress as a boy? Yang Xiu looked at Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao. Fu Yu suddenly said, Captain, do you think we should have Lin Yin dress as a girl? It might have unexpected effects. After all, he can even disguise as a beast. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Seeing the expectant gazes from everyone, Lin Yin emphasized his bottom line. I said it settled. I absolutely want to seduce anyone. Everyone held back their laughter and nodded. Yang Xiu handed the girl's wristbands to Lin Yin. He smiled and said, Lin Yin, don't worry. This girl has an ordinary appearance, so there's no need for seduction. Everyone burst into laughter. Joking, the 5 of them each took on their respective roles. These 5 identities truly existed. They were 4th-year students from Qingling Martial University in Zhubai City, 1 at the 2nd grade realm and 4 at the 1st grade realm. This trip to Fengzhou City was for an internship at the security department there. The wristbands contained other detailed information. The 5 glanced over briefly and basically understood their life experiences from a few years ago. In fact, their mission didn't require such complete identities. It was just due to the special nature of the 5 that there was an extra layer of protection. Chapter 235. Captain, you're so fast? Entering the martial arts hall, Suyu opened his eyes again and found himself in a desolate battlefield. Not far away, there was an alien with a completely black face and hands on the ground. You noticed that the other party seemed to be saying something, but he couldn't understand it. Just as he was pondering, the strong man he possessed spoke. You, the divine oracle clan, invade our human territory, and yet speak so grandly. You seek death. The possessed strong man rushed forward with incredible speed and swept with a kick. Just from his first encounter, Suyu was completely stunned. During the last comprehension, he had just entered the 1st grade realm and was completely unaware of many things. At this moment, he realized that this strong man actually came from Zhubai University as well. The power of that kick not only had the strong power of the martial arts Mandarin Duck Link Leg, but also contained a 7-fold blood energy amplification from the Zhubai battle method. This was at least a perfected battle method. Suyu felt his heartbeat quickening. Unfortunately, he could only feel the blood energy operation route of the Mandarin Duck Link Leg. He had no perception of the operation of the possessed strong man's battle method. The attacks of the possessed strong man were incredibly swift. As the linking legs were executed, the speed increased and the power became increasingly terrifying. Not only that, but in almost complete silence. Chapter 236. The dragon enters the sea. The bird returns to the forest. After suppressing someone's indiscriminate words, Suyu calmed down to review the insights he gained from this martial arts experience. Compared to the half-step perfection of the Mandarin Duck Chain Kick, the words a man said to him were actually more important. You talented individuals, while quickly mastering these martial arts, have also missed the realms that only fools can see. Suyu is not a genius. He mastered these skills and martial arts directly through one-click leveling. No matter how much he trusts the system, it ultimately cannot compare to the state of mind that can only be reached through repeated practice. Suyu understood that this time was not only a teaching of martial arts, but also a teaching of the martial way. Practice legs 1,000,000 times. Practice guns 1,000,000 times. Practice swords 1,000,000 times. Only after drawing a sword over 1,000,000 times can one dare to trust that this sword in hand can break through 10,000 armors when truly facing a desperate situation. What he practiced was not techniques, but the heart. Seeing Suyu deep in thought, Lin Yin put away her playful nature and pondered something beside him. Fu Yu raised an eyebrow at this. Could it be that this guy actually succeeded in imitating the captain? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao came out one after the other. Song Qinghuan furrowed her brows in thought. while Xiao Qiao had a beaming smile. Chapter 237. Encountering the Sword God. The convoy traveled along the official road. Suyu closed his eyes to practice the awareness technique. Previously, due to his insufficient realm, his spiritual power enhancement had hit a bottleneck. Now that he had stepped into the second-grade realm, his practice of the awareness technique finally began to show slow progress. He understood very well that his strongest power was still the ability. Along the way, the 5 members of Suyu's team were all practicing the awareness technique with their eyes closed. Inside the carriage, a group of uncles chatted in all directions. University students are indeed university students. Just look at their composure. A bald uncle looked at Suyu and the others, clicking his tongue in admiration. Speaking of which, he glanced at the time. 5 hours and 8 minutes. They really hadn't even moved a finger. Next to him, another bald uncle chimed in. Damn it. My son practices a breathing technique, half an hour of practice, an hour in the bathroom. If he had even a fraction of their composure, he wouldn't be at the bottom of the class. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Do you know who the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination is? It's Suyu from the Northwest War Zone. He crushed the competition from the city entrance exam to the national entrance exam and won the championship. If my son had even 1/10 of him, it would be like the ancestral grave smoking. Right. Don't be fooled by Suyu's crushing victory. He was at the bottom of the class before the college entrance exam too. It wasn't until a month before the exam that he suddenly awakened and soared. Chapter 238. Wrong place. Identity verification, inspection completed. The 5 successfully entered the city. At first glance, Wind Pillar City was almost no different from Tianyan City. After entering the city, the 5 headed straight for the rental corner. At both ends of the city gate, one corner was for renting houses, and the other was all about blind dates. Oh, the young men are looking quite spirited. Come, look at our child, 1.70 meters, a graduate of Wind University. The 5 fled in panic. What the hell? How is Wind Pillar City a blind date corner? So you look horrified. These Annies are really enthusiastic. They don't care whether there's a house or not. Upon seeing the badges of the supervisory department on them, they immediately surrounded them. Among them, the burly Lin Yin was the most popular. The 5 arrived at the left corner of the city. This time, after seeing the rental information on the sign clearly, they dared to approach. Young men, are you renting? 2 bedrooms and 1 living room for $800 a month. We're in the city center. $2,000 a month for a 3-bedroom and a 2-bedroom next to each other. Little brother, I have a 4-bedroom and 1 living room. Would you consider it? Annie, how much is the 4-bedroom and 1 living room per month? Suyu inquired. The hunched aunt looked at the 5 of them. For you 5, I'll charge you $1,005 per month. Chapter 239. Buried in Peace. Damn it, why does one family have so many shops? Don't they need rent? Lin Yin cursed all the way. As the few listened to the old man, they walked 3 streets in. The street archway read Ghost Street. Stop mumbling. Be careful not to get lost on the way back. Suyu scolded. The 5 entered Ghost Street. Compared to the few streets outside, this Ghost Street could only be described as dirty, chaotic, and poor. The stench of feces, the smell of blood, and the various unpleasant odors of exotic beasts mixed together, making everyone squint their eyes. Walking down the street, they even saw bones and corpses in the corners. The 5 held their breath and entered a materials purchasing shop. Pushing the door open, the owner was a horse-faced man with narrow eyes and thin lips. At a glance, he seemed like a born swindler. Suyu, being someone who values looks, immediately wanted to close the door and leave upon seeing the shopkeeper's appearance. Seeing this, the horse-faced man immediately opened his squinting eyes. With a fawning expression, he chased after them. You guys are here to sell materials, right? How about it? Is the purchasing price on Material Street too cheap? Don't worry, I guarantee you'll get your money's worth here. Chapter 240. Killing the Old Dog, the Wild Lord Appears. Brother Wei Chu, if you have knowledge in the underworld, you must remember that it was I, Wang Jiuwu, who helped you be buried in peace. I hope you bless me with everything going smoothly down there. I also hope you can be born into a good family in your next life. Wang Jiuwu rambled on, picking up all 5 military bags. Boom! The shop of Peng Yu exploded completely. With a loud bang, all 5 military bags on Wang Jiuwu's back fell to the ground. As he came back from the dead, he stared in shock as the 5 rushed out of the shop to chase the old dog. The massive commotion instantly attracted the attention of the entire Ghost City. The old dog, wielding a meteor hammer close to the 5th grade power, continuously swung, destroying one house after another. Suyu's blood surged as he brandished the Overlord gun and arrived in front. The coordination of the five forced the old dog to flee. In less than 3 minutes, the entire Ghost Street was thoroughly destroyed by them. The people in Ghost Street immediately distanced themselves from the battle, daring only to watch from afar. Soon, nearly everyone in the Wild City came here. The old dog was covered in red threads. Forced to use a blood-boosting pill by these kids. Damn, are all 5 of them really in the 1st and 2nd grades? It can't be. Look at the one at the front with the black gun. That fluctuation of blood power definitely reached the 3rd grade. Chapter 241. Pointing fingers at each other. Suyu cupped his hands. Thank you for the information, senior. On the other side, Fu Yu and the others finished investigating the old dog's information. A cold glint flashed in Song Qinghuan's eyes. The frozen old dog instantly shattered into nothingness. The Lord of the Wild City stood in the air, his gaze deep, not intervening. After resolving the matter, Su Yu and his 4 companions rushed towards the city outskirts. The crowd blocking their path immediately stepped aside. As Su Yu and the others departed, some in the street had flickering eyes, while others looked terrified. The Lord of the Wild City scanned the crowd. These 5 had the strength to jointly kill a 5th-tier powerhouse. If there were those unafraid of death, they could certainly chase after them. Moreover, members of the Beast God sect were approaching from this direction. If you were to leave the city now, you would inevitably be regarded as accomplices of Su Yu and the others. They would not allow anyone to leak information for the sake of their plan. As his words fell, those eager to leave the city instantly turned ashen. Lord of the Wild, are we all to stay here and wait to die? Everyone, don't panic. Since I've told you to stay within the Wild City, I can guarantee your safety from the Beast Tide. Just wait here for the people from the Beast God sect to arrive. The Lord of the Wild spoke calmly. Chapter 242. Place of refuge as night fell. The howls and roars of strange beasts in the wilderness gradually increased. A familiar city came into view for the 5. At this moment, including Su Yu, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. As they stopped to rest, the searchlights atop the city immediately pointed at them. Su Yu quickly removed his ghostly disguise. I am Su Yu, the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination, a freshman at Beida University. He shouted, I am Lin Yan, ranked 32nd in this year's college entrance examination, also a freshman at Beida University. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yan. Lin Yan grinned. I thought we all had to shout at once. Soon, 3 figures rushed out of the city. When they were 10 meters apart, the 3 stopped. 2 of them held electromagnetic guns, aiming at the group. At the same time, the electromagnetic cannons on the city walls also turned towards them. The 5 knew that if there was any mistake in identity verification, these electromagnetic cannons would definitely fire without hesitation. So he took out his wristband from the spatial ring and threw it over. The soldier holding the verifier placed the wristband inside. After 5 seconds, 9 green lights lit up sequentially on the verifier. Soon after, Song Qinghuan and the others also threw their wristbands over. Chapter 243. What is our mission? The darkness, where one cannot see their own hand, faded away. The world turned gray. Inside the watchtower, Su Yu spoke for an entire night. From the initial tactical analysis to subsequent tactical drills, everyone was engrossed, and time quietly passed without their notice. As dawn broke, Su Yu set down the chalk in his hand. The 800 soldiers below stood up in unison. Someone shouted, class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. These rugged men had serious expressions. Looking at them, Su Yu moved his lips. He stood at attention and bowed to express his gratitude to the soldiers. Everything was unspoken. Su Yu was reluctant to rise. Brother Tang shouted loudly, at my command, all stand at attention. Clap. Salute. Swish. The 800 men stood as one, their gazes resolute. Su Yu looked at everyone. His throat choked. With a clap, he returned the standard military salute. Behind him, Song Qinghuan and the others did the same. Everyone knew that yesterday's news was essentially a death sentence. So you didn't know how to face them. He wanted to selfishly say, since we already know the beast tide will come in 7 days, brothers, let us retreat. But no, as both sides saluted, those resolute-faced men revealed the most sincere smiles. Chapter 244. Words follow the law. Following the map's route towards the original wilderness, the 5 traveled in silence, their moods heavy. Watching those lovable people willingly face death filled everyone's hearts with a sense of helplessness. That bit of pride as a prodigy vanished completely. They wanted to grow. They wanted to become stronger. They wanted to be strong enough to keep the beast tide at bay 1,000 miles away. They only wanted to be strong enough to protect those they wanted to protect. Xiao Xiao, with red eyes, asked in confusion, Captain, do Brother Tang and the others really have to sacrifice? So he was at a loss for words. Do they really have to sacrifice? Since they already knew the beast tide would come, couldn't they just hold their ground in the city? This is our responsibility. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Ours is to uphold this defense line. Your responsibility is the future. They arrived. Suyu stopped, with the god suit concealing their presence and Fu Yu's radar for detection. After over 3 hours of travel, the five successfully reached the secret realm C-1026. This area was flat ground, completely devoid of any change. Just as they were puzzled, Suyu's sheepskin scroll suddenly floated out of his hand. Chapter 245, Multiple Concerns Inside the Secret Realm. After Song Qinghuan entered the second-tier realm, Fu Yu and Lin Yin also reached the peak of the first-tier one after another. Damn it, old Fu actually got ahead of me. Damn, I want to accept this. Let us see who reaches the second tier first. Fu Yu replied calmly. If you want to explode with blood all over your body right now, go ahead and break through. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Yin obediently shut his mouth. Captain, how much have you refined your bones now? He asked again. 14 finger bones and 3 palm bones. I only need 2 more for my right hand to finish refining them all, Suyu said, clenching his right fist. Lin Yin muttered, freak. Suyu sneered. Song Qinghuan opened her eyes and said, I'm going slowly. I've only refined 7 finger bones so far. Lin Yin and Fu Yu fell silent simultaneously. It's better not to compare right now. 7 days had passed, and they didn't know when Xiao Xiao would finish. Suyu glanced at the time. 7 days. The beast tide outside might have already ended. The other 3 also pondered. Suyu took out some fruits and dry rations from his spatial ring. Just as he set them up, Xiao Xiao's light and lovely voice sounded in the space. Ah, Captain, why are you secretly eating by yourself? The others looked towards a voice. They saw that pond of water reappear, and Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake. Chapter 246. A bit too much. The 4 took their positions, while Su Yu stood casually. The battle was about to begin. Lin Yin transformed his aura into the peak of the 4th tier, the man-bear, and charged to the front. Behind him, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao stood on either side, and Fu Yu was at the back, drawing his bow to shoot arrows. The ice domain erupted, and Xiao Xiao's long whip struck out. Su Yu's lips curled upwards as he flickered, preparing to kick the 2 girls out of the battle. Freeze! Hail! Ice spikes! Various supernatural abilities of Song Qinghuan were blocked, but they were all destroyed by Su Yu's feet, which emitted the power of blood. Just as he was about to approach, Lin Yin immediately blocked the way. The dual knives came down with an unstoppable momentum, and Su Yu swung his sword to counter it, targeting the feet. Before he could kick Lin Yin, several sharp arrows came whistling through the air. With no choice, he could only sweep his leg to deflect the dual knives and slash at the arrows. Just as the arrows were cut, Fu Yu's mental energy exploded. A moment of dizziness followed. The ice-sealing power reappeared, and the spirit snake whip attacked violently. At this moment, Su Yu had no choice but to unleash his blood power and quickly distance himself using the misty steps. In an instant, he retreated 10 meters away. The place he was just standing in was now filled with flying sand and stones, with a deep ravine several meters deep. In their first encounter, Su Yu was forced to retreat defensively. The 4 did not give him a chance to rest, and their exquisitely coordinated attacks followed closely. Chapter 247, Stitching and Mending. Over 5 hours of travel. The journey was extremely desolate. All the towering trees had been destroyed in this beast tide. As far as the eye could see, it was boundless. Lin Yin sighed, saying that if the beast god sex people came to hunt them down at this time, the 5 of them would have nowhere to hide. In response, Fu Yu coldly told her to shut her crow mouth. The 5 rode their bicycles forward. Through the sand and wind, they finally saw the outline of the city. Getting closer, they could see the half-broken city wall. The surroundings were pockmarked, full of scars from the Great Battle. On the city wall, a group of people was stitching and mending. Upon seeing 5 figures emerging from the sandstorm, everyone cautiously tightened their grips on the bricks in their hands. When the figures were finally recognized, Wang Jiwu, who had just returned to Wine Pillar City due to the migration from the desolate market, instantly brightened his eyes. He excitedly waved his hand, shouting, "It's the top scholar. The top scholar is back." On the city wall, everyone froze for a moment. Then they all shouted in unison, "Su Yu is back. Su Yu and the others are back." The voices continuously transmitted, slowly spreading throughout the entire Wind Pillar City. At that moment, the city, which had originally been somewhat listless, seemed to suddenly radiate vibrant life. Chapter 248, Multiple People Being Blocked. On the quiet street, looking around, almost every household was hanging white silk. In silence, the young man seemed to see Tianyuan City in the northwestern war zone. If the target of this beast tide was his hometown, what would it look like now? Suyu suddenly became alert and asked, "Have you contacted Uncle and Aunt after coming back?" The four shook their heads simultaneously. Although they had returned to Wine Pillar City and their wristbands had regained signal, the series of events had left them with no time to check messages. "Let's make a call to report safety. They've probably been quite worried after our disappearance for so many days." The five dialed the phone, and the other side picked up instantly. "Hello, are you okay? You did well this time. Didn't embarrass our Sioux family. Lin Yan's mom asked me to ask if you could get your team leader's autograph. Our Xiaoman downstairs is a fan of your team leader." "We're all fine. Ciao ciao. Make sure to listen to your brother Su Yu and sister Qinghuan outside, okay? Qinghuan isn't hurt, right? What about Su Yu? As long as you're all okay. Son, didn't you want to leave your name in the family tree? This time, I wrote 3 lines for you in the family tree." Su Yu's forehead was filled with black lines. Chapter 249, Are You Human? Su Yu emerged from Yunzhong building alone. He hadn't expected that the grade director would send the 4 to find the principal, and it would happen tonight. Seeing the eager and envious look on his face, the grade director stated that someone was waiting for him outside. Thus, he came out with high expectations. Upon seeing the crew-cut man, disappointment instantly filled his face. "Senior brother, you were looking for me?" He was still somewhat reluctant to admit it. Xiao Xiong raised an eyebrow. "What did this kid mean? I've been waiting for you for several days. I thought we would have a battle on this challenge day. But I didn't expect you to be delayed by a mission and couldn't come back. I'm preparing to go to the desolate battlefield tonight. I estimate I 1T have a chance to participate in the challenge day for the second half of the year. Let's go. Senior brother, the training hall won't close at night, right?" The last second, Suyu, who seemed listless, was now full of energy. Xiao Xiong was taken aback and instinctively added, "I'm not planning to bet anything with you." Suyu showed a sunny smile. "No problem. Being able to challenge senior brother is already my honor." With a sparring partner actively seeking him out, who would refuse? The usually brightly lit training hall was now tightly shut. A sign stood at the entrance, Arena Maintenance. Chapter 250, Entering the Secret Realm. Looking at Suyu, half engulfed in flames and half in ice, Xiao Xiong was speechless. He realized that this kid was intentionally showing off his dual abilities. But to be honest, it was indeed enviable. Suyu keenly sensed the fleeting envy. He satisfiedly retracted the flames and ice, without using the 5 senses deprivation and mental manipulation. He couldn't win against senior brother Xiao Xiong relying solely on these 2 abilities. The opponent had always suppressed his blood power until now. This was essentially a sparring-type battle. He wasn't the type to cling and fight, so he would try the last move. "Senior brother, let's end today's battle with this final strike." Suyu put away the Overlord spear and drew out a silver-white long sword. Xiao Xiong raised an eyebrow. This kid, after showcasing his dual abilities, still wanted to show off his mastery of other weapons? In that case, I won't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xiong's aura surged again. A peak 5th-grade powerhouse, all his organs, bones, and meridians were tempered. When all the blood power was mobilized and formed a whole, Suyu felt as if he was facing a colossal being. Xiao Xiong wielded a giant halberd with one hand, drawing arcs as if he had mobilized all the energy in the arena. Chapter 251 Break. Seeing several senior brothers looking at him, Suyu returned a polite smile. He then sat down cross-legged, ready to fully feel the mysteries of blood refining. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and in less than 10 seconds. The blood that had just surged like the yellow river now flowed slowly. Suyu was stunned. He began to doubt if he was doing something wrong. He tried to operate the breathing method on the platform, and everything was normal. He then tried to temper his bones, and everything was still normal. Helplessly, Suyu stood up. With a whoosh, he jumped onto the 3rd platform. This time, the students on both the 2nd and 3rd platforms opened their eyes. Who was messing with people's mentality? If you have been here before, can't you just set up the previous platform directly? The crowd was even filled with resentment. In the next moment, they saw the troublemaker clearly. The words that were on the tip of their tongues were swallowed back. "Junior brother Suyu, hello." The crowd greeted stiffly. "Hello, senior brothers and sisters." Suyu seemed completely unconcerned about the boiling blood, waving at the seniors. This time, he He didn't wait long. As the blood calmed down, he immediately leaped onto the fourth platform. On this platform, hundreds of people were adapting to the power of blood refining. Chapter 252. He can't be the principal. Blood droplets splattered, and a wave of scorching heat spread across the platform. The surging and boiling blood began to settle. Suyu cast his gaze toward the previous step. Just observing, he sensed a power that could tear him apart. He smiled lightly, having no thoughts of courting death. In 3 days, he raised his blood energy by over 1,800, reaching a total of 5,179. Not only that, but he also broke through from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank. This required operating the blood energy to temper the 5 organs. And the difficulties had kept countless peak 3rd rank martial artists from advancing to the middle rank. But for Suyu, who was now refining blood nearly like a blood transfusion, as long as he reached the peak of the 3rd rank, stepping into the 4th rank would be a natural progression. Moreover, the most dangerous organ, the heart, would become the easiest part for him to refine. He sighed, feeling that the 10,000 credits spent were very worthwhile. Suyu took another look at this realm. He understood in his heart that next time he came in, he would probably need to be at the middle rank. Arriving at the center of the platform, he pressed his palm against it, and a portal appeared. At the entrance of the cave, Suyu emerged. As the space shifted, the moment he stepped out, his entire body's blood energy surged. Waves of energy rippled out. At the entrance of the secret realm, several students widened their eyes. Chapter 253. What if he can kill a 6th rank exotic beast? Zhuge Yin took out 5 brocade boxes. These are the badges awarded to you 5 for this mission by the country. Based on your performance and contributions in this battle, you 5 have each received a 3rd-class hero badge. So you took it. Open one to take a look. A golden badge, engraved with a sharp sword and a blood-colored cloud pattern. He carefully placed the badge back into the brocade box and then stored it in his spatial ring. Zhuge Yin smiled. He was also this careful when he received his first hero badge. He said, "All right, you should also prepare to go into seclusion after returning this time. I want to be in school for the next 2 months. If you have any tactical questions, you can contact the Dean of the Tactical Academy. I will give you his contact information later." As he spoke, he added softly, "I hope the next time we meet, the tea you brew will be drinkable." Suyu scratched his head. "Teacher, when God opens a window for you, it's quick." "All right then." In the wilderness, 7 people slowly wiped their blood-stained weapons, with several corpses on the cart behind them in a tragic state. The 4th-rank silver-horned horse in front of the cart struggled wildly. Chapter 254. Peak of the 2nd rank. Each making progress. Inside the White Heaven Tower number 18, Suyu opened his eyes, circulating his blood energy, exuding a powerful aura. Every breakthrough gave him a feeling of being able to move mountains and seas. No wonder some people get carried away. Jokingly, Suyu summoned his personal panel. Name, Su, Talent, S, Bloodline, Fire Phoenix Bloodline, Fire Phoenix Divine Feather, Primordial Power, Unknown, Abilities SSS level Ice Age, SSS level Nirvana Flame, SSS level Luck Blessing, SS level Mental Control, A level Sensory Deprivation, Martial Arts, Mysterious Steps, Master, 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix Spear, Master, Wind Stop Leg, Master. Title, Peak 2nd Rank Warrior, Low-Level Tactician, Intermediate Illustration Collector. Skills, Marksmanship Grandmaster, Swordsmanship Grandmaster, Tactical Understanding, Master, Basic Leg Techniques, Master, Fist Techniques, Master, Bicycle Riding Skills, Master. Tomato and Egg Stir Fry, Master. Physique, High Dimensional Attribute, 68, 88, 51, 20, Blood Energy. Spirit, High Dimensional Attribute, 768 Hz. Strength, Low Dimensional Attribute, 213090. Agility, Low Dimensional Attribute, 232586. Chapter 255, 81 Levels. Jubai University. Suyu entered the War Strategy Building, restoring his original appearance. The responsible teacher was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened. "Suyu, you are at the peak of the 2nd rank?" Suyu nodded. After the shock, the responsible teacher sighed. "You young people nowadays are truly more monstrous than the last. You can go in. Sorry to trouble you, teacher." Suyu cupped his hands and pushed the door to enter the War Strategy space. Outside the War Strategy Building, for people gathered. Lin Yin looked around. "Where's the captain?" "Suyu's upcoming challenge levels will be hidden. He has already gone in." Song Qinghuan explained. "Ah," Lin Yin cried out. "Then how do I know if I've caught up with the captain?" "Can't you wait for the captain to come out and ask?" Fuyu said calmly. Xiao Xiao blinked her big eyes, curiously asking, Lin Yin, do you have confidence in getting past the 54th level? Lin Yin's expression instantly froze, and he complained, why are you guys not funny at all? Old Fu, this time I will definitely surpass you. He turned his gaze to Fuyu. Fuyu remained calm. Whatever. Hey, how can you be like this? Let us have some passion, okay? Chapter 256, Breakthrough, 3rd Rank. An ordinary-looking man left the war strategy building. Oh, I thought it was the captain coming out. I don't know how much longer the captain has. If it doesn't work, don't force it. This thing isn't about who lasts longer. Lin Yin mumbled incessantly. Who is forcing it? Suyu's voice rang in his ear. With a swish, Lin Yin instantly jumped 3 meters away. The next moment, he put on a flattering smile. Captain, let me explain. What I meant was you must have already passed the 81st level. Sorry to disappoint you, but after the 54th level, each level's war strategy is almost being reshaped. The difficulty increases geometrically, Suyu said. Xiao Qiao nodded in confusion, then encouraged. Captain, it's okay. You're already very fast. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Lin Yin's eyes lit up. Captain, how many levels did you get? Let me see how far I am from you. 81, just right stuck at the 81st level, Suyu said calmly. Silence. All 4 fell silent. Returning to the dormitory area, Suyu prepared to take a nap before heading to the refining spirit's secret realm. At this moment, Fuyu proactively said, Captain, with your mental power talent, entering the refining spirit's secret realm now would be a bit of a waste of credits. Chapter 257, The Day of Challenge arrives. After the era of beast tides, once again, 9 great exotic beasts appeared to participate in the beast tide war. The Qingpeng of Tsongshan, on its first strike, severely injured 2 9-grade grandmasters of the Untribe. If it weren't for the timely support from the governor of the southwestern war zone of Huagua, the human race might have suffered the fall of a grandmaster in this battle. Although the 2 9-grade grandmasters saved their lives, the Untribe was still overrun by the beast tide, losing 7 cities in one fell swoop. As various details of this beast tide war emerged, the entire world fell into a state of panic. Exotic beasts, which once only charged forward mindlessly, now organized by a large number of primordial beasts, became as terrifying as an army. At this moment, the beast god sect reappeared. They began to spread the legend of the beast god around the world, claiming that only the beast god could protect Blue Star from foreign invasions. The world was in chaos. The cities in the southwestern war zone nearest to the Untribe officially declared a state of combat readiness. On the way back to school, everyone was discussing the beast tide of the Untribe. Suyu frowned slightly. He didn't expect to underestimate the impact of the Enlightenment method on exotic beasts. The Unbeast tide saw the emergence of thousands of primordial beasts. These primordial beasts completely took control of all the exotic beasts, turning the savage beast tide invasion into a full-blown war. Chapter 258. The reason for madness. The second-year Tian class members took turns to step onto the stage. Their first cross-level challenge taught them a lesson from the first-year Tian class. Now, they were also paving the way for the strongest among them. Even knowing there were several 5th-grade senior brothers and sisters in the 3rd year, every little advance counted. Facing difficulties head-on was the mindset a martial artist should have. Yinyu fell in the Huang class. After defeating 2 senior brothers with her advantages in combat techniques and abilities at the peak of the 3rd grade against the 4th grade, her vitality and mental strength were insufficient to support her in fighting a 3rd opponent. If asked about her true strength, perhaps no one in the 3rd-year Huang class could match her. Yet she still fell short here. The cross-level challenge was never fair duel. Tang Yuyu was the last to appear from the 2nd-year Tian class. He had passed through the 4 classes of the Cosmic Primordial with ease. He also made it through the Xian class and Huang class one after another, with little time to rest amidst the battles. He had to face the first 4th-grade peak senior brother as he entered the 4th-grade realm. There were still 9 4th-grade peak senior brothers behind him, all in top condition, eager to fight. Damn, how could this possibly be overcome? Just looking at it was despairing. It was fine for us first years to challenge the 2nd years, as they were all low-grade martial artists, but the gap was truly significant when it came to mid-grade martial artists. Chapter 259. Feeling sorry for their junior brothers and sisters hiss. They are really coming, first-year students challenging the 3rd year. Last month, Hao Jiming from Dongji University also initiated a cross-level challenge against their school's 3rd-year students. I know about this. He eventually exhausted his vitality and mental strength, collapsing at the door of the D class. Sigh. mainly because his realm was too low. His combat power might be strong, but he couldn't sustain in prolonged battles. If the Flower Explorer reached the door of the D class, wouldn't Su Yu and Song Qinghuan have a chance to touch the threshold of the Tian class? It's hard to say. Still, the point is, it's not just about combat power but also endurance. I absolutely believe that Song Qinghuan and Su Yu have the strength to defeat the D-class senior brothers and sisters. But whether they can hold out until then is another question. Indeed, lacking even the third-grade realm, they were at a significant disadvantage in terms of vitality and mental strength. Wait, instead of discussing Su Yu and Song Qinghuan, have you thought about how high the success rate is for Fu Yu and the others challenging first? This remark awakened everyone. Looking at the weak second-year Tian class members, everyone instantly realized, damn right, the Tian class was basically half incapacitated, and Tang Yu absolutely couldn't fight anymore. Fu Yu and the others had a great opportunity. Chapter 260. It doesn't seem that difficult? When the advantage of vitality was no longer present, the three swept through. They passed the first four classes and faced the Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang classes, with Xiao Xiao being the first to step forward to challenge. The supervising teacher looked at her. Sorry, senior brothers and sisters, Xiao Xiao said apologetically. Teacher, I continue to choose 1 against 10. At this moment, no one was surprised by her choice. Vitality advantage, combat technique advantage, martial arts advantage. With overwhelming superiority, she had every right to take on 10 opponents. With a whip sweeping across, various martial arts and abilities were rendered ineffective against her crushing advantage. Battled the Huang class. Victory. Battled the Xian class. Victory. Battled the D class. Victory. Xiao Xiao arrived at the 9th level of the training hall. The second-year Tian class members looked bitter. At this moment, they felt both helpless and regretful. They clearly understood that none of them were a match for Xiao Xiao. Master martial arts. Combat techniques close to small success, and vitality comparable to the peak of the 3rd grade. Without reaching the mid-grade realm, none of them could stop Xiao Xiao. At this moment, the only mid-grade member of their class was still recovering from injuries. Still 10? The supervising teacher asked. Xiao Xiao nodded. Everyone stepped onto the stage, and a great battle was about to begin. Xiao Xiao's long whip was like a fierce beast. The other 10, with martial arts and abilities in full bloom. Chapter 261. Please advise inside the training hall. Lin Yin went from being dazed to smug in less than a second. Everyone looked puzzled. His eyebrows danced. Yes, I am indeed the protagonist. Come on, you're just an early-stage mini-boss. I won't fall to you twice. You 10 can come me together. He scanned the second-year Tian class members. As soon as he spoke, the senior brothers and sisters from the second-year Tian class jumped onto the stage without hesitation. Led by Tang Yu, everyone was eager to fight. Has Lin Yin become a bit overconfident? Although Tang Yu was not in good condition, he was at least a mid-grade martial artist. If he seized the opportunity, he could win with 1 strike. Who cares, as long as there's passion? To be honest, this kind of middle schooler makes my skin crawl, feeling no excitement at all. You know nothing. Go Lin, you are the only protagonist. Sooner or later, you'll defeat the big boss Su Yu. Go Lin Yin, you're the best. On the first floor, Su Yu raised his eyebrows. This kid Lin Yin even has a fan club? Song Qinghuan laughed. If the school had a middle schooler club, Lin Yin might be elected president by a landslide. Chapter 262. Gritting his teeth, he must keep up as a second-grade martial artist. Song Qinghuan could basically crush opponents below the mid-grade realm with a single strike. She fought her way from the Cosmic Primordial to the 3rd-year Huang class. She also welcomed her first mid-grade opponent. Her combat techniques, nearly reaching small success, allowed her to close the gap in vitality. Master level 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear, completely unable to reach the 4th rank's blood protection. After attempting several rounds, Song Qinghuan unleashed the Ice Age. The momentary slowdown was enough for her to find an opportunity to strike and kill. 2nd rank defeating 4th rank. Victory. The yellow character class had 10 consecutive members, all defeated by Song Qinghuan. In the martial arts hall, cheers and shouts of encouragement were nonstop. Truly fierce. It felt like Song Qinghuan won even more easily than Tang Yu. Indeed, just moments ago, someone claimed to be the protagonist, struggling to deal with a weakened Tang Yu. Well, look at Song Qinghuan. Lin Yin? Who is it? Come out and fight. What did the junior brother say? Let's spar after it ends. Senior brother. I was joking. Upon seeing the speaker in a red robe, Lin Yin immediately backed down. The second small boss appeared. Clever as I am. Listening to the praises for Song Qinghuan, Su Yu smiled. He knew very well. Chapter 263. Yu Shun bravely pretends. The battle was about to break out, when 10 people's blood energy burst forth, wielding weapons toward Su Yu. Surrounded in the center, Su Yu instantly erupted with blood energy strength several times stronger than theirs. The terrifying force shook the ground. The attacks of the 10 were instantly neutralized. With over 7,000 basic blood energy, the power was infinitely close to 15 cards. At this moment, everyone realized that even when facing a 4th-rank martial artist, Su Yu could still form a crushing advantage with his blood energy. On the 9th floor, the senior 4th-year students gasped. What the hell? This is truly abnormal. What the heck? Is he really at the low rank? I expect him to keep pretending. The 4th-year students were dumbfounded. Su Yu swept with a spear. The phoenix cried out across the world. The fire phoenix spread its wings, instantly crushing the 10. Even facing the 4th rank, he could still push through. The entire mid-4th rank Xian class, victory. The entire peak 4th rank D class, victory. As Su Yu broke through the D class that blocked Tang Yuyu and Song Qinghuan, the entire second-year students erupted with cheers that seemed to blow the roof off. Su Yu reached the 9th floor. At this moment, someone shouted from below. Su Yu, enough. No need to pretend anymore. One by one, take it steady. Chapter 264. Do your best on the stage. The 9 opponents were completely stunned. They even forgot that they were still in battle. Master level Misty Steps. 5 times blood energy amplification, reaching the 6th rank's blood energy fluctuations, coupled with his terrifying speed. In the gravitational field, the absolute speed created 6 figures, each one truly existing. In a fraction of a second, there was no speed to compare with. They faced 6 Suyes. The fighters on the stage were dazed. Outside the stage, the spectators were even more dumbfounded, filled with shock. Is this the perfected battle technique? 2 months into the 3rd rank. 1 month to break through 81 floors. Even in a game with a cheat code, I wouldn't dare to play like this. Hanging on the wall. A glance determines the truth. The 4th-year students completely couldn't believe their eyes. Wang Wei narrowed his eyes, correcting. No, it's still a line away, truly perfected. Qingshi nodded. But it's not a big problem. He has completely mastered the understanding of the battle technique. Breaking through that line is just a matter of time. The short-haired girl also smiled and said, if possible, I also want to feel this kind of feeling. The Thorn team of 5 chuckled, who isn't? Chapter 265, crazy. He is definitely crazy. At the moment, the battle ended. Clearly knowing Su Yu's monstrous talent, having witnessed the entire process. Yet, everyone just couldn't believe their eyes. In the silence, someone murmured, is this it? After the silence, it turned into a cacophony that could blow the roof off. Damn, an over-level challenge. The 1st year taking down the 3rd year. Quick, pinch me. Ouch, that hurts. Awesome. Yu Shun is amazing. A monster. So cool. From today on, Su Yu is my idol. The 2nd-year students instantly erupted in chaos. Amidst the commotion, Tang Yu looked at the young man on stage, somewhat dazed. The hurdle he fought so hard to overcome was so easily surpassed by the boy. Is this the insurmountable chasm? From the 1st year to the 3rd year, even including the 4th year. These geniuses looked at Su Yu with complicated expressions. Being in the same era as him was both despair and hope. Qiu Rulan said softly. A group of teachers nodded. They didn't try to enlighten these students. After all, some hurdles needed to be crossed by themselves. If they were to falter just because of Su Yu at this moment. Chapter 266. I have a sword that can cut through heaven and earth. The movements of the gravel giant seemed very slow. But in the blink of an eye, it crossed thousands of meters to reach Su Yu. A fierce punch came crashing down. The battle technique operated, blood energy erupted, martial arts 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. After a brief pause, boom, Su Yu was sent flying. He, who always sent others flying, got up from the ground, excitement written all over his face. Qingshi slightly nodded, jumping down from the gravel giant. Just before landing, a small gravel giant caught him. He stood on the small giant. The gravel giant suddenly charged. Heavy punches, elbow strikes, knee thrusts. The seemingly clumsy giant was incredibly agile in battle. Every strike came rumbling like mountains and seas. In the martial arts hall, even using the blue circular mirror to watch, everyone felt a suffocating urge to crouch down. At the peak of the 6th rank, the blood, flesh, and bones reached their extremes, and the spiritual power also reached its peak. Only at this level could the myriad extraordinary abilities truly begin to display their power. What Suyu faced at this moment was Qing Shi, who had begun to comprehend the will of the master. Facing the fierce impact of the gravel giant, Suyu hurriedly used Ice Age to slow it down. Chapter 267, Slander. These are all rumors. Bang, bang, bang. Besides the sound of a heartbeat, the martial arts hall was silent at this moment. Suyu slashed with a sword, annihilating the gravel giant. They were dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. When Suyu swung his second sword, everyone, including the teachers, fell into a numb state. When a person's emotions reach a certain threshold, the only reaction they can give is a numb expression and body. Including those teachers, everyone remained quiet. After a long silence, hiss, suddenly someone took a long gasp. The training hall where the sound of needles could be heard instantly exploded with noise. Hey, is there a cheat here? The kind with a stone hammer. Damn, this is what real immortals fighting looks like. There's no need to mention Suyu. Senior Brother Qingshi's final complete santification also left people feeling hopeless. To be honest, although Suyu lost, I feel like he won. Everyone was discussing fervently. The senior students in their fourth year all had complex expressions. Those who had previously competed to challenge Suyu were now somewhat relieved and somewhat panicked. Luckily, it wasn't them on stage. Otherwise, they would end up like those unfortunate second and third years. Chapter 268. A look of surprise appeared on Suyu's face. The soundproofing effect of the training hall was ridiculously strong. Generally speaking, even if there were a world war outside, he wouldn't hear it. But now, there was actually a knocking sound. The visitor must be a big shot. Perhaps they were here to deliver resources to him. Thinking this, Suyu immediately got up to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, a bright, innocent smile appeared on his face. Principal, did you need something from me? How is it? Have you discovered that even the black training hall can't satisfy your training needs? Fan Senluo asked with a smile. Suyu nodded heavily, pretending to look pitiful. Principal, you have no idea. It's not that it can't satisfy. It's completely inadequate. Fan Senluo accurately caught the moment Suyu raised his eyebrows in delight. All right, stop putting on a sad face in front of me. Here. Suyu received a small pendant. Fan Senluo said lightly, "There's about half a mountain of training resources in here." As soon as these words fell, Suyu's eyes widened instantly, his brows raised, and he immediately changed from holding it with one hand to cradling it with both hands. Don't be too happy too soon. Fan Senluo looked at Suyu with a complex expression. We didn't expect you to awaken your bloodline, and even in the blood-refining secret realm, you cultivated a vitality like a dragon, turning it into a pearl. Chapter 269. Not expensive at all. Ding. Detected level 8 illustration. Consuming 10 rolls of film can obtain at once, with a high probability of obtaining high-dimensional attributes, a small probability of obtaining master skills, and a very small probability of obtaining low-dimensional attributes. Note, due to the low level of the illustration collector, collecting level 8 illustrations will incur a cooldown period of 30 days. During this period, the host can still collect other lower-level illustrations. The system voice rang in his mind. Suyu was extremely grateful that he hadn't wasted any film today in the training hall. Click, 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 click. A wave of dreamlike 5 consecutive shots. Congratulations to the host for obtaining high-dimensional attribute. Vitality 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining high-dimensional attribute. Vitality 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining high-dimensional attribute. Vitality 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining high-dimensional attribute. Spirit 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining skill. Fist technique, master. 3 consecutive waves of vitality rewards almost made Suyu exclaim that he had been tricked. But the final increase in spiritual attributes and the master-level fist technique made these 50 rolls of film extremely worthwhile. 5 fresh photos were produced, and Fan Senluo took a look and was quite satisfied. Look, this hobby is much better than that worthless sketching. However, I heard this kid also has a hobby of wanting to change the principal's tires. Chapter 270. Ancient Spirit Artifact give you a discount of 5,000. A firm price of 140,000. 130,000. Can't go lower. So you strode forward. Stop. 120,000, and I'll allow you to use exotic beast materials for exchange. So you turn around. Is the teacher serious? Serious. Isn't that against the rules, teacher? So you remain cautious. Third-year students can start using exotic beast materials to exchange for credits during their internship period, since you've successfully challenged beyond your level, giving you this privilege ISNT against the rules. Teacher Tang explained, then reminded. However, you should think carefully. Exchanging exotic beast materials for credits in Yunchong Building is much less favorable than going to the Divine Weapon Pavilion. How many credits can a fourth-tier exotic beast material be exchanged for? So you completely missed the subsequent reminder, his eyes shining. 1 credit. You can sell it for over 30,000 outside. So you continue to ignore. What about 5th-tier exotic beasts? 10 credits. To exchange for 20,000 credits. You need 2,000 pieces of 5th-tier exotic beast materials. You can go find others to purchase. I'll wait for you here. Teacher Tang had a look that said he was giving you maximum privileges. So you smiled. No need. Teacher, let us go directly to the storeroom. Chapter 271. Farewell. Holding the contract signed by Su Yu, Teacher Tang's mouth was completely stretched to the sides. The situation was set, and he smiled. Loan of 100,000 credits, to be repaid within a year. No installment repayments accepted. So this is something you personally signed. After a year, if you can't repay the debt, our Yunchong Building has the right to reclaim this A-grade longsword. At the same time, you must perform tasks for Yunchong Building until the tasks are completed. This contract will be entered into the Martial Artist Association system. If you become a deadbeat, don't expect to have any consumption in the future. His eyes sparkled with cleverness. Saying this, he remembered Su Yu's past. Teacher Tang hurriedly added, of course. Don't say that the teacher forced you to sign a contract of servitude. I will help you synchronize the rights of the third-year Yunchong Building. In addition to being able to exchange exotic beast materials for credits, the task points from the Martial Artist Association can also be converted into credits. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. He was a law-abiding good student, and if there was an opportunity to not be a deadbeat, he had to seize it. Teacher, what's the specific ratio? Not much, 10-1. Su Yu didn't want to speak. The interest wasn't high. The daily interest was 1%, and the ratio wasn't much, 10-1. Chapter 272. The journey begins, a task. Wilderness Area B763. A small group of long-haired mouse beasts has appeared. Initially judged to be over 10 5th-tier long-haired mice. Task suggestion for hunting teams. 15 or more 4th-tier martial artists, or 10 or more 5th-tier martial artists. Minimum point reward, 8,000. A-grade task. Wilderness Area C962, 3 5th-tier, mid-level wild jackals. Task suggestion, mid-level martial artist hunting team. Minimum point reward, 3,000. A-grade task, Wilderness Area C978, 5th-tier high-level rock snakes are active. Task suggestion, mid-level martial artist hunting team. Minimum point reward, 3,000. All 3 tasks were about killing exotic beasts that had invaded low-level areas. There was no need to deal with others, and the tasks weren't difficult. So Su Yu decisively chose to accept the tasks. He sat on the bed, estimating. 3 tasks a day, 1,600 credits. It seems that one does not necessarily have to go down the path of a deadbeat. On the Warrior's Home app, the task is currently under review. Su Yu took out the map from the spatial ring and began to study the location of the secret realm. The C-Series secret realm is located in the primitive wilderness outside the hunting area of Jinhua City. After confirming the location of the secret realm, Su Yu started bone tempering. Chapter 273. Where did this brash guy come from? What few minutes? The team leader walked over upon hearing the sound. Su Yu had already completed the other 2 tasks. The bald man's face still bore a hint of disbelief. So fast. The eyes of everyone in the office turned once again towards him. Do you still think it's inappropriate for the president to follow, personally? The team leader scanned the crowd. Everyone was speechless. An 18-year-old prodigy who can kill a peak 5th-grade beast. For such a prodigy, it is reasonable for not only the president of the Jinhua City Martial Arts Association to follow, but even for the president of the Huagua Martial Arts Association to protect him all the way. TSK, you kid are really lucky to handle the top scholar's task. Someone laughed. The bald man's mouth stretched to his ears. Hee, when the top scholar becomes a master in the future, I'll have stories to tell while drinking. Everyone burst into laughter. The team leader reminded again. You can brag, but you have to wait until the top scholar becomes a master first. During this period, if any of you leak internal information, don't worry, boss. We know what to do. This matter will definitely stay in our hearts. In the wilderness, so he was getting closer to area B763. His mental perception sensed several groups moving towards the direction of a long-haired mouse swarm. Chapter 274. Task Level in the Complex and Tangled Cave. Using the Nirvana flame as a lamp, Suyu frowned and moved forward. If it weren't for his mental control, he would probably get lost in this cave for several days. Moreover, there were many traces of human activity inside the cave. This Longhamau swarm was intentionally nurtured here by someone. If no one exterminates these Longha mice, it is estimated that in a while, the underground of the Jinhua City hunting area will be filled with Longha mice. Once the beast tide rises, the consequences would be unimaginable. Beast God sect. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. The spiritual objects nurturing these Longha mice are the kind that overdraft life force. After consuming these Longha mice, one can quickly advance to the middle grade realm. However, most of the life force only lasts about a year. Thinking in his heart, he cleared the entire underground without letting a single fish slip through the net. Upon exiting the cave, the people outside who helped him move the corpses cast admiring glances at him. Suyu was surprised to find that the bald big brother had also joined in moving the beast corpses. Looking at the nearly 75th grade Longha mice, the three team leaders stepped forward solemnly and said, "Senior, if it weren't for you this time, we would have likely suffered losses if we had recklessly entered." Chapter 275. What one is fated to encounter at Jubiai University. In Yunzhong building, since Suyu took on a huge loan of 100,000, all the teachers felt that work was much easier. In fact, being a shrewd businessman was not what they wanted to do. But who made the school assign them the task of encouraging student growth? In order to let Suyu experience more training, they racked their brains. Teacher Tang was playing Minesweeper on an old computer. Suddenly, a message popped up. He glanced at it and continued playing. The next second, his hand shook and he clicked directly on mine. Not caring about the failure of the game, he immediately opened the message. It was a request for points conversion from the Jinhua City Martial Arts Association. The converter was Suyu. Martial artist points, 86,500. What the hell is this kid doing? The usually gentle and easygoing teacher Tang blurted out a curse. Immediately afterward, he quickly opened Suyu's task details. 3 minutes later, he leaned back in his chair. Is 100,000 credits a lot? Opening the group chat, he prepared to take a screenshot and post it in the group. The shocked people definitely couldn't be just him alone. Moreover, their Yunzhong building's task had not yet been completed. The mouse had already moved to the send button. After hesitating for a moment, he deleted the screenshot again. No need for that. This kid kills 5th grade beasts as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Chapter 276. Half a celebrity in the wilderness, the battle between a man and a bear was earth-shattering. Giant trees fell in clusters, and the ground was riddled with several meter-deep pits. Ugh, Suyu spat out the gray weeds from his mouth. Using his legs, he jumped out from a 5-meter-deep pit. Not far away, the barbarian bear excitedly raised its arms, as if celebrating its victory in this round. Looking at his fists, Suyu muttered, "Seems not very useful." While speaking, his figure created afterimages, dodging the barbarian bear's fierce charge. No martial ethics. Suyu raised his eyebrows. His fists broke through the wind and quickly struck towards the barbarian bear. A man who doesn't care about the consumption of chi in blood seems to have endless strength. A bear with extremely high defense completely disregards the opponent's attacks. After hundreds of rounds of battle, Suyu barely ground out some martial arts foundation for the destruction fist. The path of martial arts involves imitation, contemplation, and creation. In the end, it is to abandon all thoughts and feel the mysteries within. When throwing a punch, there is no need for deliberate imitation and control. The power of destruction flows freely within. The current version of himself is still far from this step. Punch, punch, again punch, and so it repeated over and over again. Chapter 277. Meeting an old friend, Suyu wanted to pay for the fare, but the other party was unwilling to accept it. In the end, he signed his name on the most luxurious backrest of the carriage. A group of people beamed with joy. The position where the top scholar sat. The top scholar's autograph. Their caravan instantly elevated its status. Suyu sat in the carriage, feeling somewhat curious. He has an SSS-level lucky ability and wondered if it would really bring luck to these people. Originally, the caravan needed to gather 40 people before departing. But with less than 30, the caravan leader beamed with a bright smile and set off with the beast. At the same time, those passengers heading to Fengzhou City were all as if they had hit the jackpot upon seeing Suyu. Several locals from Fengzhou City even respectfully referred to Suyu as Sir. After the battle against the beast tide, in the eyes of the citizens of Fengzhou City and Xiaozhong City, Suyu was their hero. Feeling the admiration of these people, Su Yu was somewhat taken aback. In his view, during the Beast-Tide battle, he didn't even count as a screw in the machine. Before this admiration, he felt unworthy at this moment. But one day, he will be like the war zone governor, like Minister Wang Chuan Dao. Su Yu closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The carriage fell silent, and the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Chapter 278. Killing 6 rank like slaughtering dogs. It was currently around 3 or 4 in the morning. Su Yu suddenly revealed his white teeth and smiled. Governor, can you help me with a favor? What is it? Governor Feng Zhu immediately responded. I found out that in Fengzhou City, there's a limit on the number of tasks you can take, only 5 at a time. In the martial artist's home, there are 23 A-level tasks available, and I want to take them all at once. As soon as Su Yu finished speaking, Governor Feng Zhu was stunned, and then with a complex expression said, I heard you owe a lot of money to your school. It seems this matter is true. Su Yu immediately began to complain. Governor, you don't know, those teachers at our school are simply inhumane. I'm just a small freshman, and they actually charge me a daily interest of 1%. You say it's usury, and no one is managing it. Governor Feng Zhu didn't respond. So you could complain about their teachers, but he dared not. Those masters were all perverts. All right, I'll help you mention it to the president of the Martial Artist Association. He then solemnly reminded, remember, safety is the most important. Got it. Thank you, Governor. At 7 in the morning, the hunting teams in Fengzhou City regularly opened the martial artist home to see if there were any new tasks released. Chapter 279. Those who understand, understand. Jubiai City. A group of teachers surrounded Teacher Tang, as if checking exam scores. How is it? How many credits? I heard that the A-level tasks in Fengzhou City were finished overnight. It must have been that kid Su Yu. I've roughly estimated. So you must have earned at least 20,000 credits in one day. Hiss. Doesn't that mean if he gets 4 more days, he can clear his debts? Not necessarily. Fengzhou City just went through a beast wave, so there are a few more tasks than other cities. That's good then. But giving him 10 days. Earning 100,000 credits shouldn't be difficult. The crowd fell silent. How many students struggle for 4 years to earn 100,000 credits? So you could save that up in 10 days. It was simply inhuman. The other students of the 228th class were still working hard for 5,000 credits in martial arts. Wait, there are 4 other geniuses who have recently started earning credits as well. The few of them never expected that with one Su Yu gone, for more would emerge. As the crowd gathered, Teacher Tang fell hot and kept wiping sweat with a tissue. After waiting for a long time, he grew a bit anxious. What's going on? According to reason, after completing the tasks, Su Yu should have applied for credit conversion immediately. It's been almost half an hour. Why is there still no news? Chapter 280. Returning to the Northwest War Zone. Before they set out, Song Qinghuan and the others completed all the A-level tasks available at school. After finishing these, the 4 went to challenge the Battle Method Tower. That day, 4 more outstanding students passed the 54th floor at Jubiai University. In response, students from the 1st to 3rd year at Jubiai University all expressed their numbness as if they were used to it. Sometimes, it's good to compare with others. Comparing with a wall is just looking for discomfort. At the south gate of Jubiai City, the 4 wore masks. Lin Yin expressed regret. I heard the exchange students are coming to school in a few days. The principal is really something. Even if the captain isn't here, shouldn't we 4 be kept to maintain order? What if those foreign geniuses come and act all high and mighty? Fu Yudan said, why don't you go back now? Actually, the 3 of us could also walk all the way to the Southwest War Zone. Lin Yan's look of regret instantly disappeared. Actually, what matters is not the face slapping, but I'm more looking forward to the captain's expression 3 months from now. What if we 4 catch up to him? TSK, TSK, TSK. Fu Yu, do you think it's possible? Old Fu, you're affecting my self-hypnosis. Do you believe I'll expose all your secrets? Chapter 281. Not sure if my talent is enough. On the rooftop, the 3 were chatting about interesting things at school while grilling skewers and drinking. Caillou, so the exchange students from your school are also from 4 military academies? Lu Long asked curiously. Caillou finished his drink. Yeah, the Divine Nation, the Untribe, and the Holy Soul Church all sent 1 exchange student each. They are all in the 3rd rank. He looked at them with a hint of vigilance. Damn, are you guys that powerful? Our school has 6, but they're all in the 2nd rank. But even the 2nd rank ones have bullied our school's geniuses. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. They didn't bully you too much, did they? Watching someone wanting to show off, Lu Long gritted his teeth. Brother Yu, if you want, I can actually handle it. Su Yu shook his head, Forget it, it's not like the novels. Lu Long was speechless. What a good brother, what a good desk mate. Caillou also laughed. Those exchange students, although they like to look down on people when they spar, they all keep their limits. I've sparred with one of them, and I managed to hold on for a few more seconds thanks to my abilities. In the end, he found out I was just in the first rank and simply left. Chapter 282, Zhuge Yun Derangement. In the Southwest War Zone, Zhuge Yun sat in the Battle Heaven City as the commander of the Southwest Front. Watching him arrange some things, the Southwest Governor Nangong Xing smiled and said, "If you keep this up, the Beast God Sect will definitely send masters to deal with that kid. The strongest in the Beast God Sect are only a few masters. If Sheng Lin can't help but take action, it could be troublesome." Zhuge Yun continued to focus on his work before the new student exchange meeting. Sheng Lin won't take action against Suyu. Nangong Xing's eyes flickered. Are you saying that Sheng Lin is also worried about the beasts obtaining the complete method for awakening intelligence? With billions of beasts on Blue Star, once they all gain intelligence, Sheng Lin will also have a hard time, Zhuge Yun replied. As he spoke, a hint of playfulness appeared in his eyes. Recently, there's a saying within Sheng Lin. They believe that Suyu's current rate of progress is due to us forcibly overexploiting his potential to ensure the other half of the awakening method doesn't fall into the hands of the beasts. So, if Sheng Lin sees Suyu in danger, they might even lend him a hand. Nangong Xing was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You can't say that. Just Suyu's shocking rate of improvement really resembles the method of overexploiting potential from the Divine Nation. Chapter 283, Self-Detonation. Old Qin, did you send someone to take action against the Qing Tian Martial Arts Hall? Did your security department find out their purpose? The president of the Wolf City Martial Artists Association and the president of the Tactics Association rushed in, looking anxious. We just had a lead here. How could you act rashly? Yeah, our people were about to gain their trust. The two spoke one after another. The governor of the Wolf didn't seem rushed. After the two calmed down, he slowly said, "It's not my people. Not your people. Then who is it? Is mad crazy? The Qing Tian Martial Arts Hall?" The governor of the Wolf replied, "They have a total of 4 6th-grade martial artists. Isn't it looking for death to attack the Qing Tian Martial Arts Hall? Then who is it? No other forces in Wolf City dare to act against them, right?" The two stared at the governor of the Wolf, clearly indicating that if he didn't speak, they would go to the scene themselves. Suyu. The two words landed, and within a second, the expressions on the faces of both presidents underwent a series of complex changes: worry, shock, and emotion. The two wanted to say something, but hesitated. At that moment, someone knocked on the door from outside. "Report. Come in. Report to the governor. The Northwest Governor's Office has issued a new task." Chapter 284, Great Prosperity. Great Prosperity. The Governor's Office of Wolf City. The two presidents looked at the governor of the Wolf, sometimes anxious, sometimes their eyes almost bulging out, until finally, seeing him calmly sit down, they asked, resolved, "How is Suyu's strength?" The governor of the Wolf gazed deeply at the two. "Seconds for you. There shouldn't be any problems." That night, the entire Wolf City was brightly lit. The Wolf army stationed in the southern city suddenly moved with great momentum into the residential area of the northern city. Hearing the commotion, all the citizens rushed out overnight to check. On both sides of the street, there were crowds of people, extremely noisy. What happened? The Wolf army had never entered the northern city before. Where are they going? Don't you know yet? Just now, there was a huge commotion in the Qing Tian Martial Arts Hall. The entire building felt like it was about to collapse. All the nearby residents have evacuated that area now. 6th-grade strongmen are fighting. I remember there are 3 or 4 6th-grade hall masters in the Qing Tian Martial Arts Hall. Who is so bold as to dare to act against them? Even so, it shouldn't warrant the Wolf Army's mobilization. Among the crowd, a staff member from the governor's office, dressed in plain clothes, loudly responded, "I heard that the Qing Tian Martial Arts Hall is affiliated with the Beast God cult." Chapter 285, Unsettled. The Governor's Office of Wolf City. The Governor of the Wolf and the two presidents. The 3 most powerful figures in Wolf City looked at the young man, approaching with expressions full of unending emotion and curiosity. "Come on, Suyu, sit down." The Governor of the Wolf actively invited Suyu to sit down. He had been waiting for Suyu's return at the governor's office today, just to show that he had not intervened in this task at all. Otherwise, he would have rushed to the Qing Tian Martial Arts Hall to welcome him. The two beside him, eager to move, were forcibly held back in the office by him. This night was destined to be Suyu's stage alone. Once Suyu sat down, the governor of the Wolf suddenly bowed. Suyu wanted to stand up, but was firmly pressed back into his chair by a great force. Suyu felt helpless. The governor of the wolf sincerely said, "I've always wanted to find an opportunity to thank you. If you don't accept today, I might regret it for life. In the past, due to my erroneous decision, the Northwest War Zone was once sluggish in the National College entrance examination. It was you who appeared and brought our Northwest War Zone back to its former glory. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how long we would have to wait for this opportunity. Perhaps I would have remained trapped in the past, forever stuck at the 6th grade realm." Chapter 286, number 1 on the rankings. After Suyu reported the task and left in the office, the president of the Martial Artists Association curiously asked, "If you want to say thank you, just say thank you. Why did you use the power of heaven and earth to pressure him?" The governor of the wolf looked helpless and said, "Do you think I want to? It was his teacher who entrusted me to put some pressure on him, so he wouldn't get carried away after killing a few 6th grade martial artists." The president of the Tactical Association joked, "Old Sheen, do you know what Suyu was like in high school? If I didn't know, would I use such a method?" The governor of the wolf's words fell, and the other two burst into laughter. After laughing, the three once again turned their attention to the source beast's corpse, their faces filled with seriousness. The pattern of blue star is likely to undergo a huge change again. In a city in the North War Zone, Song Qinghuan and the others gathered on a hotel balcony, each with an indescribable expression. After a long time, Lin Yin actively said, "It's okay. It's not just us who were struck down by the captain. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and the others are not doing much better. Hee. I not only shared the live stream in the group, but also sent them a private message. What if they have no signal in the wilderness or secret realm?" Xiao Qiao asked. Chapter 287, Going Home. Riding a bicycle, Suyu passed through numerous checkpoints and arrived at the innermost part of the military district. At the entrance of the community, a large stone was engraved with the 4 characters Ping and Community. Suyu was silent. No wonder he felt strange earlier. It turned out that his dad had moved the stone from the community when they moved back. A middle-aged man in a vest poked his head out from the security booth. Suyu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah, just coming home to take a look." The security uncle helped him open the door. "Uncle Zhang, are you going to work until you're old?" Suyu entered the community, and what caught his eye was a large lake of several thousand square meters, surrounded by tall buildings, small Western-style houses, and large villas. Suyu stood still, lost in confusion. "So where's my home?" "Number 18, Zhao Yuan E Street." The security uncle behind shouted. "Thank you, uncle." Indeed, there are no secrets in the internet age. Glancing at the map, Suyu headed straight for the destination. Number 18, Zhao Yuan E Street. A large villa covering over 500 square meters. Suyu was a bit curious about how his dad, who was used to living in a multi-story house, was persuaded to move in here. Just as he was about to ring the doorbell, the villa's main gate opened automatically. Su Jun appeared at the door. "Hey, you actually found your way home." Chapter 289, B-Series Secret Realm. On the first day back home, he ate the dishes he wanted and met the people he wanted to see. For the first time in days, Suyu didn't practice and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, he woke up feeling refreshed. "I'm up. What plans do you have this time?" Su Jun set out breakfast. "Today we're going to meet the governor, and then we'll head to the wilderness. I estimate I'll stay in the wilderness for about 10 days. Suyu took a bite of steam bun. "Was this made by Aunt Wu?" "Yes, Aunt Wu brought it this morning." "Finish your breakfast and set off. Don't delay, and be careful." Su Jun didn't ask what Suyu was going to do in the wilderness. He knew very well that whatever Suyu was involved in, asking wouldn't help at all. Tian Yuan City Governor's office. Governor Li Cheng'en had been waiting in the office early in the morning. Last night, he even went to the barber shop for a new hairstyle. "Report." A familiar voice came from outside. Li Cheng'en immediately stood up. "Suyu, you're finally here. Come in quickly." He opened the door to welcome him. "So, what are your plans for this return?" The two sat down, and he asked. Chapter 290, Improvement. Blushing, with veins bulging on his neck and forehead, Suyu finally pushed open the giant door with all his strength. After various cautious tests, he dared to enter. The floating inner armor emitted a faint red glow. Suyu touched it. Boom! A huge sound reverberated as if it would shatter his eardrums. Suyu immediately turned to look. The stone door was tightly shut. The stone door shook. The giant pattern on the door actually fell off and transformed into a moving stone statue. Each step of the two stone figures caused a tremor in the cave, reminiscent of a mountain. From a sense of power alone, these two statues had actually reached the peak of the 6th rank. Indeed, those ancient predecessors left behind things and surely designed a host of tests. I wonder what they were thinking. Couldn't they just set one test for everything? Suyu grumbled in his heart. ready for battle. He gathered all his strength to the limit, like a lion ready to explode at any moment. The giant stone statues approached step by step. Boom! The two giant stone statues simultaneously knelt on one knee. Suyu, poised for action, froze in place. They placed their right hands on their chests, looking submissive. Suyu realized he might have misunderstood that friendly predecessor. Chapter 291, Surprise Attack. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Inside the secret realm, the spiritual energy gradually thinned. Suyu opened his eyes, awakening like a sleeping lion. At the moment he stood up, the surrounding air trembled, as if every move carried the power of mountains and seas. Standing at the highest point, he looked down at the entire secret realm. His breathing technique activated again, swallowing the air for miles. The weather in the secret realm changed dramatically, and the last remaining spiritual energy was completely absorbed by Suyu. Sensing this space, Suyu's eyes brightened slightly. Perhaps because of the predecessor's inheritance, this secret realm had a stable spatial structure, and the speed at which it produced spiritual energy was not too weak. It could completely serve as the foundation for Tianyuan City's rise in the future. Retrieving his gaze, Suyu focused on himself. In 10 days, he had tempered 13 bone pieces. 51 pieces of torso bone, the easiest 24 ribs were all completely tempered. The spine, known as the dragon spine, had smoothly tempered 7 pieces as well. Less than a month since leaving school for training, he had already traveled 3/5 of the path to the 3rd rank. This speed had far exceeded his expectations. The new student exchange meeting was still more than 2 months away. If he could reach the peak of the 3rd rank in 1 month, he could take the remaining month to settle down and strive to perfect every part. Chapter 292, Having Suyu is Enough. Suyu strolled around the hunting area outside Tianyuan City. He successfully created a battle map for the upcoming extermination of the alien beasts. At the same time, he also customized a set of extermination plans. With these things in place, he nearly finished clearing out the 6th rank alien beasts in the hunting area. These 6th rank alien beasts, with their thick blood, could be considered the perfect punching bags. Through continuous battles, he quickly got used to the weight carried by Giant 1 and Giant 2. After breaking 2 bicycles in a row, this time when he pedaled, he finally didn't hear that creaking sound as if it could fall apart at any moment. Riding out of the wilderness, looking back at the gray sky and earth, Suyu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The first time he entered this wilderness, he had said that sooner or later, this land would return to brightness. Unexpectedly, just a few months later, it was about to be realized. Although it would be illuminated by an artificial sun at that time, at least it could be considered a small goal achieved. With firm determination, he believed that one day, this land would look just as it did in his memories. Tianyuan City Military Base. The 4 leaders of the military, the Minister of Education, the President of the Martial Artists Association, and Governor Li Cheng'an were all present. The 6th rank martial artists from Tianyuan City were all there. In addition, led by the President of the Tactical Association, there were 7 intermediate tacticians and 8 junior tacticians, forming a specialized extermination tactical unit. Chapter 293, Main General of the Army. In the military conference room, looking at the battle plan on the big screen, the tacticians occasionally frowned, and at times they looked delighted. So were busy taking notes on paper. Seeing the tactics department's demeanor, several 6th rank martial artists exchanged knowing glances. Just a moment ago, they were all stubborn and defiant. Yet in the blink of an eye, they looked like elementary school students in class. A group of tacticians were completely absorbed. The president of the Martial Artists Association curiously asked, "Old Lee, where did you find this genius? To be able to convince this group of stubborn heads. He must at least be a high-level tactician, right? No, wait, since old Ma is studying it, he must be among the top of the high-level tacticians." Several strong figures looked on with curiosity. Li Cheng'an glanced at them, wanting to say something, but hesitating. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "The tactical map was made by Suyu, and the strategy was provided by Cheng'yong." As soon as he finished speaking, several tactical masters looked over. The president of the Tactical Association sighed. "This kid, Cheng'yong, has been at Jubiai University for a few months, and it seems he has improved quite a bit." A mid-level tactical master also chuckled. After all, he was once known as one of the Jubiai twin stars alongside Master Zhuge. If he can overcome his mental obstacles and enter the realm of masters, he might have a chance. Chapter 294, Clean Up. The 3 of them pulled Suyu to teach him some of their experiences from years in the military. For more than 2 hours, Suyu transformed into a heartless, nodding robot. Understood. Got it. Remembered. As 8 o'clock approached, the three finally finished their teaching. Suyu prepared to set off. Su-jun posed the final question. When you go to the Tianyan army, what should be the first thing you do? Suyu seemed to ponder seriously for a long time. The three of them waited for his answer. The first thing? It should be to say hello. I am Suyu, and I will be your commander the day after tomorrow. That's it. Su-jun's eyes widened. Suyu looked as if it was obvious. What else do you think I need to do, Dad? Should I let them come up and challenge me? And if they win, I'll give up the command position? Or do you think they won to recognize me? Su-jun fell silent. Wang Shu and Zhang Shu beside him also hesitated to speak. They suddenly realized that the experiences they had imparted for half a day were those of being a foot soldier. This kid would be the commander as soon as he stepped onto the stage. They really had no experience for that. When Su-jun asked this question, he had thought of several satisfactory answers in his mind, but now it felt a bit redundant. Chapter 295. Gathering the seeds of Starfire, the Tianyuan and Governor's office issued a notice. The Tianyuan city communication network instantly exploded. Those citizens who had already fallen asleep got up in the middle of the night to discuss this matter. Why is there suddenly going to be a cleanup in the hunting area? Is this going to start nationwide? I don't know. I'm more concerned about the selection of the commander for this round of cleanup. Suyu is not only in Tianyuan at this moment, but also serving as the commander for the first round of cleanup? Wow, that's incredible. 18 years old, a freshman. I'm a commander of the First Army. Just ask who else is there. To be fair, based on Suyu's ability to kill a 6th grade warrior, he is indeed qualified for the command position. My concern is that he is too young and was directly parachuted in as commander. If he can't handle it, it could be a bit troublesome. Indeed, after all, leading tens of thousands of people requires more than just strength. I personally think Suyu would be more suitable as a deputy commander. It feels like the governor putting him directly as commander puts too much pressure on him. If something unexpected happens, and it affects his mindset, it would be a loss. The discussion upstairs is reasonable. However, I just want to ask, if you were a soldier of the Tianyuan First Army, would you not submit to Suyu? Chapter 296. Expedition. The seeds of Starfire flickered within Suyu. He did not continue to cultivate, although the 9-yang body refinement method could give him the strength of a 9th grade warrior. What he needed most right now was bone tempering. The 9-yang body refinement method is excellent, but he really doesn't have much time left. Regaining his focus, he began tempering his bones. The spiritual veins in the space ring were rapidly consumed, and his bone tempering progress was continuously improving. As he practiced, the 9-yang body refinement method within him suddenly began to operate on its own. The bone tempering method and the breathing method revolved like planets orbiting around a star. As they continuously revolved, they slowly moved the star as well. The power of the heavens and the sun was gradually absorbed and condensed into the seed of Starfire. Moreover, it seemed that the gathering of the seed of Starfire was also slightly accelerating the speed of bone tempering. So he was somewhat surprised and delighted. So, the 9-yang body refinement method is indeed great. He also doesn't lack time. Gaining such unexpected joy, Suyu immediately awakened Ju, Yi, and Ju Air, who were in a deep slumber within the inner armor. He activated their senses. Ju Yi, Ju Air, I thought of names for you. Ju Yi will be called Juning Gai, and Ju Air will be called Juning Huan. After transmitting his thoughts, Suyu closed their senses and plunged back into cultivation. On the inner armor, the two giants wore expressions of complete confusion as they slept. Chapter 297. There must be someone cheating. The battle vehicle moved at the front. Behind was the Tianyuan First Army, majestic and uniform in their footsteps, shaking the heavens. The large army marched autonomously along the road. The citizens on both sides instantly cheered. Tianyuan, 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 10,000 victories, 10,000 victories, 10,000 victories. The citizens' shouts were like the strongest buff. The entire city shouted 10,000 victories, and the Tianyuan First Army responded with their imposing momentum. Looking at the spirited youth on the battle vehicle, a man in the crowd sighed. A few months ago, I encountered this kid in the tactical hall, and I felt he was definitely a genius. I didn't expect that just a few months later, he has already become the commander of our Tianyuan City First Army. Back then, I even spoke to him. If he didn't have a girlfriend, I almost introduced my daughter to him. As soon as the man's words fell, a wave of envy erupted in the crowd. It wasn't just the man. Many people along the street shared their amusing stories with Suyu. Among them, out of 100 stories, 99 were unheard of by Su Yu. There was also one that the man mentioned about him being a pretty boy, which he remembered clearly. Besides these, the young boys and girls in the crowd looked at Su Yu with admiration in their eyes. Chapter 298. Master S abilities after a long silence. The president of the Tactical Association said with a serious expression, with Su Yu and Bai Qing here, there shouldn't be any issues in Area D and C. But the next Area B is the key. If we want to continue controlling zero casualties, it may be somewhat difficult. In fact, with a little carelessness, some areas could collapse. Governor, the Tianyuan Third Army can now set off. Li Cheng'an nodded. Wu Qin stood up. If the First Army has an urgent order after entering the wilderness, you may execute it first and report later, Li Cheng'an said. Yes. Wu Qin left. In the conference room, everyone sat upright, ready to handle various emergencies at any time. This time, the cleanup of the hunting area, Area B, is the most dangerous and crucial place. As long as Area B can be successfully taken, the cleanup operation will be considered 90 complete. The final stage will be to incorporate that B-Series secret realm into the Tianyuan City sector. Citizens of Tianyuan City on both sides of the main road still waited. They are cheering for all the troops going into battle and are always ready to become one of them. The Tianyuan army is setting off. The crowd, while cheering, is also somewhat surprised. Chapter 299. Unless they have radar. In the wilderness, the entire Tianyuan First Army enters Zone B. After undergoing the trials in Zones D and C, they have a deeper understanding of the tactical manual's role. With reasonable combinations, the overall strength of the Tianyuan First Army has increased by at least 30%. In Zone B, all soldiers are very cautious, not daring to be careless in the slightest. The commander has said that everyone must return home safely. At this moment, they feel that if they lose their lives in this wilderness due to personal carelessness, it would be even more embarrassing than fleeing. It would be the kind of death that makes them too ashamed to return home. Everyone raises their vigilance to the highest level. Su Yu's war vehicle moves along the front line. So far, he has not made a move. But under his command, Bai Qing has already avoided several unexpected situations in a timely manner. Whenever a small team encounters a difficult situation, Su Yu immediately sends Bai Qing for support. Sometimes, even before the small team encounters trouble, he sends Bai Qing ahead to clear obstacles. The two stand on the war vehicle, resembling babysitters for the entire Tianyuan First Army. After a few hours, Bai Qing has developed a heartfelt obedience to Su Yu. Even if Su Yu asked him to fly to the sky, he would find a way to do it. Chapter 300. Stand still here. In the wilderness, Zone B, Su Yu moves around the front line, and the logistics team has already sent out dozens of bicycles. As the frequency of use increases, he has become increasingly graceful in the way he discards bicycles. So you can't help but think, if the system counts discarding bicycles as a skill, he must be a master at it. Riding a bicycle, his mental energy is fully spread out, searching. At this moment, Bai Qing's voice comes through the headset. 2 6th-grade barbarian bears have been discovered at the edge of Zone B919. These 2 barbarian bears have not yet entered Zone B. What do you think? Should we ignore them or let old Wu come in so we can quickly deal with both 6th-grade beasts? Since Su Yu started moving around, Bai Qing has found himself with nothing to do. Now that he hears about the 6th-grade beasts, he becomes excited. You've already taken out 5th-grade beasts in seconds. For 6th-grade beasts, I should at least contribute a bit, right? On the war vehicle, Bai Qing is eager, waiting for Su Yu's reply. No need, I'll be right back. A few short words leave Bai Qing stunned. What does that mean? Is he going to buy some oranges? Their conversation is transmitted over the entire army channel. Chapter 301. The opportunity to become a master. In the meeting room, everyone is smiling joyfully. For them, nothing is more pleasing than the number of 0 casualties. The communications officer also has a hint of excitement on his face. Once several senior members finish speaking, he continues to report. The clearing in Zone B is complete, and the commander of the Tianyuan First Army has led a 1,000-man squad into Zone A. As soon as he finishes speaking, the president of the Martial Arts Association stands up and says, "Since Su Yu and the others have headed towards the secret realm, I will set off to prepare to take over." Everyone turns their attention to him. Li Cheng'an asks, "Have you thought it through?" The president of the Martial Arts Association laughs and scolds. "An opportunity to enter the master realm is right in front of me, and you still ask if I've thought it through. Old Li, if you don't want to give me this secret realm, just say it earlier. Otherwise, once I enter the master realm, I won't recognize you." Li Cheng'an looks speechless. The president of the Martial Arts Association continues. Our Tianyuan city wants to become the main city of Zone 1. It is absolutely impossible without a master from Tianyuan overseeing it. Although relying on the secret realm to enter the master realm is just a pseudopath. As long as I am within Tianyuan city, I am a true master. Oldly, you have every chance to formally step into the master realm. Chapter 302. An opportunity worth 10 billion academic credits. In the Pinyin community, inside Villa number 18 on Zhuangyuan Street, Su Jun's hearty laughter rings out. He did not see Su Yu off when he set out. But after Su Yu entered the wilderness, he has been closely following various information reports. When the Anda government issued a notice of successful clearing with 0 casualties, he was almost the first person in all of Tianyuan City to voice his doubts. How is that possible? As a veteran, he instinctively shouted out. Sitting nearby are Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, Aunt Wu, Song Qingwan's mother, and Xiao Xiao's parents. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately refreshed their screens. As they stared wide-eyed in disbelief, Su Jun couldn't hide his loud laughter. My son is really impressive. He didn't bring shame to our Su family. 0 casualties. Perfectly completed the mission. This must be written down in the family tree for 3 more pages. Su Jun happily walks around the living room. Inside the house, everyone starts laughing. Just now, who was it that said to stay calm? Uncle Zhang even teased. Old Su, you want to have every other sentence written down as being due to your careful teaching, right? Su Jun replied seriously. What are you talking about? It's due to the careful guidance of all of us. Chapter 303. He is both the present and the future. Inside the secret realm. In less than half an hour, Su Yu opens his eyes. In his gaze, it seems as if his sun is constantly releasing scorching energy. What he did not expect was that the situation he thought would directly condense into a blazing sun star did not happen. At this moment, within his body, there's only a preliminary formed embryo of a blazing sun star. Aside from that, there are 8 other star fire seeds. To condense these 8 star fire seeds, the black obsidian stone in front of him has completely turned into an ordinary stone. He roughly estimates that if he absorbs this energy step by step, he could directly enter the 4th or 5th rank of a 9 suns body refining method. However, this energy seems to have been set by some kind of rule from the very beginning. He tries to actively control this energy to condense the blazing sun star. Yet, despite being energy absorbed into his body, the power to control it is not in his hands. All the energy independently condenses into individual star fire seeds. 9 of them surround him. The last bit of residue finally condenses into the initial stage of the blazing sun star. Is this the power of the ancient predecessors? Even the energy from spiritual minds must operate under their rules. Chapter 304. I am invincible in Tianyuan on the way back. The once desolate hunting area had already erected high walls. They walked from the dirt road to the stone pavement. So you couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the era of superpowers, as Earth Element's superpowered individuals significantly enhanced infrastructure. It wouldn't be long before this area sees high-rise buildings. As they proceeded, they could vaguely see the Iron Gate. Su Yu then heard the cheers of the citizens within the city. The soldiers of the Tianyuan army behind him also stood tall. This battle was a great honor. With a distance of 1,000 meters from the Iron Gate, it slowly opened. At a glance, the citizens of Tianyuan gathered on both sides of the main road, all holding flowers to welcome the victorious troops. The Tianyuan army officially entered the city. At this moment, the entire city cheered. Tianyuan is blessed. The Northwest is prospering. Tianyuan is blessed. The Northwest is prospering. As the son of Tianyuan, praised by all citizens, Su Yu felt a sudden thought arise in his heart. I am invincible in Tianyuan. A single sword can slay a master. At the entrance of the Anda Mansion, all the high-ranking officials of Tianyuan City waited for Su Yu's arrival. Sensing the changes in the world, the president of the Tactical Association sighed. After this battle. Chapter 305. Outstanding Graduate. Principal, you said there wouldn't be any masters coming after me. What do you mean don't rush? 3. That S3. Principal, do you know what realm your beloved student is in? 3rd rank. Worthless 3rd rank. I'm not even in the middle rank. I don't care. I'm being targeted by 3 masters, and there may be more. I'm not going anywhere right now. Secret realm? Training? Forget it. Living is more important. What invincible mindset. Principal, I emphasize again that I'm walking the path of invincibility, but I'm not walking the path of recklessness. No, This is called the path to death. You know, your beloved student is a wise man, a talented individual who knows the times. So what do I want? Let us just leave it at that for now. Actually, I'm not trying to extort you. I'm not doubting your words, principal. Mainly, I'm just panicking because I'm being watched by 3 masters. Just think about it. That has 3 masters. What does that mean? Our Tianyuan governor hasn't even reached the master realm. Li Chang'an. Really? Principal, they are provoking your authority. You must kill them within the borders of Huagua. Chapter 306, 5-second real man. In the Omping community of Tianyuan City, in a security booth, Suyu had somehow gotten a thermos similar to Uncle Gio's. The two sat together, watching the patrolling soldiers pass by, occasionally pointing and commenting. After a while, Suyu stood up and cupped his hands. Senior, I'm heading home first. I'll chat with you again when I have time. Uncle Gio waved his hand. Go ahead, I'll be here. Back home, the table was laid out with a full banquet. Su Jun seemed as if nothing had happened. Your Uncle Zhang and Aunt Wu were worried about interrupting your training. So they came over to cook a meal and went back. Looking at the table full of his favorite dishes since childhood, Suyu smiled. After finishing the meal, Suyu stood up to clear the dishes. Su Jun immediately followed suit. What are you doing? Is clearing the dishes your job? Put it down. He quickly tidied up the table. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Then I'll go visit. I haven't seen Uncle Zhang and Aunt Wu in their new place yet. Just as Su Jun was about to speak, Suyu had already disappeared. You brat, are you afraid I'll make you wash the dishes? Don't you know we have a dishwasher? With a face full of wrinkles squeezed together, Su Jun felt extremely happy. Chapter 307. On top, the beasts broke through the city, and wherever the eye could see, corpses lay everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. The bodies of human soldiers and beasts alike. Those brave warriors fought valiantly, even in their last moments, trying to kill a few more beasts. After hundreds of repetitions, so you could directly call out many of the soldiers' names. The repeated annihilation of the entire army did not make his heart cold. Even knowing this was just a game and these people were NPCs, each time he felt overwhelming anger. And it compounded each time. He was very clear that what he saw now was an illusion. However, since the recovery of spiritual energy, such scenes had truly occurred thousands of times on this planet. His mother had also sacrificed during the beast tide. Moreover, such things were likely to continue happening in the future. Sitting on the city wall, Suyu appeared expressionless and calm on the surface. In reality, deep inside, his anger had long been roaring like a raging ocean, crashing against this world. Anger can unleash power beyond limits. This was what he had learned through hundreds of reincarnations. The corpse vulture appeared, blocking out the sun. Chapter 308. Is it necessary? The dark tide of beasts connected with the heavens and the earth. The beasts closed in, and the ground shook. Looking from the city wall, this scene resembled the end of the world. No martial artists above the 5th rank participated in the battle. The military defenses of Fenghua City quickly collapsed, and the city gates were soon breached. Beasts surged in. The sky seemed stained with blood, a dark red hue. The final city defense array emerged, intending to annihilate all the beasts that entered Fenghua City. The figure of the corpse vulture appeared in the skies. It blocked out the sun, and the world darkened. Within the city, a group of 5th and 6th rank experts gasped in shock. There really is a 7th rank beast, without master support. It's no wonder the governor said, we can't hold it. Does the governor really have the confidence to kill it? I don't know, but it's better to try than to wait for death. Yes, even if we can make this beast lose a few feathers, that's good. Everyone said so. The master-level aura of the corpse vulture descended. The city defense array was instantly breached. A group of people were also pressed to the ground by this force. Suyu sat on the city wall, barely holding on. The corpse vulture sensed a human presence that could barely resist its master-level aura. It seemed to take some interest. Chapter 309. Leaving, returning. Suyu quietly left. The entire Tianyuan city, apart from Su Jun and Uncle Gio, no one knew when he left. When Li Chang'an found out, he was still somewhat worried and flustered. The Beast God sect had previously sent 3 masters to try to assassinate Suyu. Although all 3 had now been expelled from the borders of Huagua, one of them was even seriously injured. But who can be sure that the Beast God sect only sent 3 people? What if these 3 are just a front? To this, Uncle Gio repeated what Suyu had said. If one is afraid to go out because they're being targeted by Master, then what is the point of seeking the path to invincibility? In response, Li Chang'an smiled helplessly. He suddenly understood that when Suyu called the president of Bibu University, He also had a bit of a performance for them. In the southwest war zone, Xie City, the air suddenly rippled. A mysterious door was opened. This time, we owe it all to Qiao Qiao. Otherwise, we would have missed this opportunity. Lin Yin was the first to come out of the secret realm. Behind her, Fu Yu nodded. Such a secret realm appeared in the hunting area. If we missed it, the next moment it would be occupied by others. Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao were the last to exit the secret realm. Chapter 3:10. Su Yu's unique stand. In Pingyuan City, a middle-aged man and a young man walked side by side down the street. You could have passed by our Pingyuan City 3 times without entering. This time you must be here for the Pingyuan battle method, right? Su Yu chuckled twice and quickly said, I was in a hurry to explore the secret realm before. Mainly, I was afraid that if I were slower, others would get ahead. Are you still in a hurry this time? Ping Wanwen's tone was flat. Not in a hurry. After learning the battle method on the way, I will go directly to the northwest front. On the way, Ping Wanwen raised an eyebrow. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yu immediately corrected himself. I came specifically to study the Pingyuan battle method at Pingyuan University. Ping Wanwen nodded. After walking several thousand meters in silence, he spoke. Whether it was on the way or specifically, it doesn't really matter. So you listen carefully, looking for guidance. The key is how you will explain it when you go to Dongji University or Nanxing University in the future. As soon as the words fell, the corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. You're already an 8th grade golden body expert. Are these empty titles really necessary? Ping Wanwen said lightly. If you are willing to say it's because you're optimistic about our Pingyuan battle method, I can give you a gift. Great. Su Yu immediately replied. Chapter 3:11. No reason. All eyes were focused on the two of them. From the very beginning, they had noticed the two who were not wearing school uniforms. The two looked ordinary and had no expert aura, so everyone automatically ignored them. In everyone's view, they should just be students from other martial arts universities who came to see the goddesses, because Wu Linlin and Yang Wenxian were about to break records. Pingyuan University often had students from other schools coming to encounter the two female prodigies. Under everyone's gaze, the least expert-like, Gao Shi immediately took a step back, allowing Hao Jiming to stand in front of him. Even with a ghost tool, he felt his face heat up under so many people's scrutiny. It was like a conditioned reflex that he couldn't control. Hao Jiming had long since gotten used to it, his expression calm. Several teachers from Pingyuan University approached. Gao Shi and Hao Jiming, welcome to our school as guests. The first-year director of Pingyuan University wore a smile. As soon as he spoke, the entire square erupted with a loud noise. Is this for real? How did these two come to our school? I can't believe it. We were discussing for so long, and the real people were right next to us? Chapter 3:12. Who is it? Su Yu's avatar entered the third 10-meter water area first. Outside, only a few teachers noticed. Everyone else remained fixated on the avatars of Gao Shi and Hao Jiming. The rest merely glanced to see if Wu Linlin and Yang Wenxian had any movements. They initially didn't pay attention to this matter, but as someone verified something, Gao Shi and Hao Jiming were instantly forgotten by everyone. In the square, several teachers widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Although they had heard about Su Yu breaking into the Biba University battle method building, could he really dive 1,000 meters in one breath? Is he playing at diving? There's no way diving could be this fast, right? The teachers were shocked, while a chorus of curses erupted from the students. Damn it, what the hell? Who is this god? Is someone trying to deliberately affect Gao Shi and Hao Jiming's state? But they can't feel the speed of the descent, can they? Maybe it's a senior reviewing the battle method inside? No. Have you ever seen someone review a battle method like this? Diving down so fast. How can you review anything? Chapter 3:13. It's him. After mastering the battle method, Wu Linlin and Yang Wenxian entered the 3,000-meter water area. If they wanted to continue diving, they needed to further refine their mastery of the battle method. However, neither of them was in the mood for that at the moment. They followed the aura, getting closer, but the water currents in the 3,000-meter area repelled them invisibly from 1,000 meters away. Inside the water area, they could not see the figure of the person. They exchanged glances, both showing shock. They had been hurriedly searching for someone to help, but hadn't noticed the changes in the spiritual energy in this water area. Now, blocked 1,000 meters away, they realized that all this spiritual energy was gathering around that person. At this moment, they were certain that this mysterious person was neither the president nor a teacher. After all, in the water area's secret realm, the spiritual energy rewards could only be triggered during the first challenge. Moreover, judging by how the mysterious person manipulated the water flow to prevent them from advancing, his understanding of the pinyin battle method had already surpassed the mastery level. Could it be a certain senior brother or sister? As Wu Linlin and Yang Wenxian speculated about which senior brother or sister it might be while in the water area. Chapter 314, Peak of the Third Grade. In the 4,000-meter water area, from entry to completion, Suyu had a smooth journey, everything falling into place. Floating in the water area, spiritual energy gathered around him. 90%, 95%, 97%. He was just a little bit away from the peak of the third grade. Suyu had already sensed the resistance to continuing to dive. However, at this moment, being just a bit short made it extremely uncomfortable for him. Just as he was contemplating whether to exit the secret realm, more spiritual energy emerged in the water area. Suyu understood and without hesitation absorbed all the spiritual energy, continuing to refine his bones. In another space, a muscular man looked pained. I don't care. This time, the school must compensate us for all the consumption. Otherwise, no one will get spiritual energy rewards for the next few months. Ping Wanwen smiled and said, Don't worry, it won't be shortchanged. Recently, the southwest front has been excavated, and we have discovered several new spirit veins. You should take a trip there. Upon hearing this, the muscular man showed a hint of worry on his face. With the spirit veins emerging, the situation on the desolate battlefield isn't very good. It's manageable, barely holding up. Ping Wanwen turned his gaze to Suyu. In fact, for us now, it might not be a bad thing at all. Chapter 315, Who is the Shepherd? On the streets of Pingyun City, a middle-aged man walked alongside a young boy. The two entered the city together in the morning and were now leaving together. Suyu, the southwest front will definitely not be peaceful for a while, Ping Wanwen said. Once you go, be sure to watch out for those from the Beast God cult trying to ambush you. Suyu listened carefully as Ping Wanwen spoke. Of course, I'm not saying you should avoid all risks. Although the southwest front is chaotic this time, there will also be plenty of opportunities. Many spirit veins have already been discovered on the front lines. These spirit veins are exactly what you need. I understand. By the way, that Zago has been making a scene online these days. How do you plan to deal with him? Ping Wanwen suddenly asked. Suyu replied, If it's on the way, I'll shut him up. If not, I can't be bothered with him. My suggestion is to make him shut up sooner rather than later. Ping Wanwen's gaze flickered. In the past, he climbed to the top of the human rankings, and he shed a lot of blood from our Huaxia martial artists. These battles were all fought in the arena. We never had a reason to make a move. This time, since he has actively challenged you, it's a good opportunity. As he spoke, a cold light appeared in Ping Wanwen's eyes. Chapter 316, The Appointment in the Blink of an Eye. 2 days passed. A fifth-grade, white-eyed tiger was rushing wildly across the wilderness. A man in black sat cross-legged on the tiger's back, seemingly in the midst of cultivation. Unlike those gentle beasts controlled by beast rings, the fifth-grade white-eyed tiger exuded a violent aura, even burning its own blood essence to hurry along. Entering the southwest front officially, the wristband beeped and the signal connected. It seemed you couldn't continue on. The frenzied rush of the white-eyed tiger gradually came to a stop. As if reaching the end of its life, it lay down, its life force growing weaker. The nirvana flame danced at his fingertips, flicking out. The flames instantly engulfed the white-eyed tiger. Throughout the process, it did not resist at all. With a breakthrough in mental strength over 1,000, combined with sensory deprivation and illusion control, Suyu successfully turned a fifth-grade beast into his mount. After developing this function, his desire for beast control rings significantly decreased. After 2 days of traveling in the wilderness, he had been out of contact with the outside world. When the wristband regained signal, he immediately opened it. The first message that popped up was from Song Qinghuan. We have arrived at Giant Stone City. How long until you arrive? Chapter 317. He has arrived in the Giant Stone Arena. A blond man sat cross-legged on the arena stage, eyes closed. The audience in the arena had gathered in significant numbers, all there for the contest for the top spot on the human rankings. Zago had issued a challenge to Suyu. Many believed that their top student Suyu would definitely come to fight. This wasn't just about the rankings. It was about Zago's arrogance, and, as a leading figure of the younger generation, Suyu would not sit idly by. Under this premise, many people brought food to the arena, securing good spots early. Some even brought collapsible army beds to recline in the arena. Do you think Suyu is set off yet? Not sure. If I were Suyu, with Zago making such a fuss, I would probably be on my way by now. But I checked the convoy from Pingyun City to Giant Stone City and didn't find Suyu. What are you talking about? With Suyu's current strength, he might get there faster on his own. Besides, the principal of Pingyun University even went to pick him up, so he might have brought him directly. If that's the case, he should arrive by tomorrow at the latest? Maybe, but we will definitely see Suyu before tomorrow night. Chapter 318. Killing a Waste. Why is there so much fuss? In the giant stone arena, the blond man suddenly opened his eyes. A look of surprise flashed across his face, quickly replaced by coldness. Zago opened his eyes, and the arena instantly buzzed with excitement. Wow, did Suyu come? So soon? Could it be that the principal of Pingyun sent him? Quick, start the live broadcast. Call your mom and your grandparents to come to the arena. If we wait any longer, there won't be any seats left. Hey bro, hurry up. Suyu seems to have arrived. Inside the arena, some are on the phone, while others set up equipment for live streaming. Amidst all this, their eyes were glued to the entrance. A young man in black, carrying a water diamond sword sheath, walked into the arena. The noisy, bustling arena fell silent instantly. After a few seconds, it erupted into chaos again. Screams, cheers, and various curses filled the air, as if they wanted to lift the roof off the arena. The boy's black eyes looked towards the arena. Zago suppressed his shock and calmly said, "So you finally agree to fight me?" Suyu smiled and lightly jumped onto the arena. Zago maintained his expert posture. Chapter 319. World-famous WoW. 2 sword strikes, and it's over. So direct, so brutal, so bloody. I love it. Suyu is awesome. Streamer, I've donated for love. Hurry and analyze Suyu's moves. Me too. Donated for love, please analyze. 10086, can't analyze. Just give us a quick hit. Barrage after barrage flew across the live stream. The streamer looked at the proud young man on stage, feeling both amused and helpless. Analyze? What the hell can I analyze? He took out his opponent in just 2 moves. What do you want me to analyze? Raise the sword, then swing the sword? I can only say these 2 strikes are impressive. As for how impressive, I don't think I need to say more. Saying this, he became excited again. Without further ado, folks, our top student definitely deserves to be #1 on the human rankings. Let us celebrate together. The giant stone arena was buzzing. Meanwhile, across the world, Suyu's 2 strikes had completely stirred things up. Southwest War Zone. Outside the city, 5 young people gathered to watch the live stream. From anticipation to shock to acceptance. The mood of the few changed in just a second. Chapter 320. Youth is wonderful. Governor Dashi officially announced the end of the competition. The audience left the venue in an orderly manner. At this moment, the 4 approached Suyu from the stage, always calm and leading the 3 in completing various tasks. Song Qinghua now wore an incredibly radiant smile and rushed straight into Suyu's arms. Her hair, which had been tied up, fell loose as she looked up at the young man with a sweet smile. No need for excessive sweet words. Her face was filled with a sweet smile, and in her crescent-shaped eyes, there was only Suyu. Suyu rubbed her head and smiled. Are you tired these days? Not tired. We're quite powerful now. We've completed quite a few S-class missions. Xiao Xiao and I are at the peak of the 3rd tier now. A few days ago, we even encountered a secret realm, and it felt like the 2 of us had returned to when we were desk mates. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and noticed that everyone who hadn't left the gym was looking at them with a knowing smile. A blush instantly crept up her soft ears. Quick, let go of me, she whispered hurriedly. Suyu playfully scratched her nose. What's wrong, Shy? Not at all. Really? Just a little. The 2 didn't continue to hug in public, but their hands remained warm together. Chapter 321. Suyu can't escape. That night, after Suyu defeated Zago, the official Hua Country account on the Blue Star Martial Artist Network shared a video of him defeating his opponent in seconds. Along with it, they wrote, "The #1 on the human rankings is well-deserved." The number of people viewing the video grew rapidly. This time, the discussion wasn't about whether Suyu had the strength to be #1 on the human rankings. Instead, people were debating whether he could be the strongest #1 since the establishment of the heaven, earth, and human rankings. On this point, netizens around the world had various opinions, but the one thing everyone agreed on was that Suyu is undoubtedly the strongest #1 in 30 years. Moreover, everyone was eagerly looking forward to him continuing to create new miracles and achieve new legends. Inside the sacred temple, 9 masked holy lords appeared one after another. Some arrived in their true forms, while others were merely illusory projections. The one in the center said in a hoarse voice, Hua country, let Suyu take down Zago. Are you sure he did it by overexerting his potential? Regardless of whether he overexerted his potential, at least based on his current performance, we need to pay close attention to him. A voice, neither male nor female, chimed in. His two swords clearly received ancient inheritances. I suspect the Hua people let Suyu absorb a very powerful inheritance to ensure the peak of the inheritance. Chapter 322, Arriving at Battle Heaven City. While talking, a 6th-tier exotic beast was already chasing after them. It leaped directly towards the group. The squad leader, with a surge of blood energy, confronted it alone. Boom! The giant claw of the 6th-tier savage wolf struck down, sending the man flying like a kite with a severed string. He crashed through several large trees. Ugh! The man got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, there was a hint of determination. He took out a blood-burst pill from his pocket and tossed it to the other two. Damn, this 6th-tier exotic beast is really not something ordinary people can kill. Second, third, let's split up and run later. Every second we can buy is worth it. After saying that, he shouted angrily at the other two. What are you two still doing? Hurry up and notify the others. The leader's eyes were blood red. Get lost. What are you waiting for? Seeing the two completely frozen in place, the squad leader was truly angry this time. The two, who had just been red-eyed a moment ago, now widened their eyes and pointed at the sky. The squad leader turned to look and saw 5 figures descending from the sky. No, there were 6. And a 5th-tier sharp-beaked sparrow was charging fearlessly at the 6th-tier savage wolf, burning its blood energy. Chapter 323, Officially Forming the Hunting Squad. I think, before becoming an S-class squad, you first need to help me solve this trouble. Suyu enlarged the projection for his wristband. The 4 looked over. Hunting Squad registration. Please give your hunting squad a nice name. God Slayer Squad. Dragon Slayer Squad. Invincible Squad. Lin Yin immediately suggested 3 names. The others silently ignored them. Suyu pondered for a long time while stroking his chin. How about we call ourselves the Path Clearing Squad? He tentatively asked. Out of respect for the captain, the others tried to come up with a suitable reason. Captain, that name is too targeted at Senior Wang Wei and the others. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized. Right, their squad is called the Thorn Squad. If we use that name, the intention is too obvious. The 4 were momentarily taken aback. What do you mean too obvious? Captain, do you really want to target them? With the Path Clearing Squad rejected, Suyu also suppressed the name riding the winds and breaking the waves that he hadn't yet mentioned. Being bad at naming, he genuinely couldn't think of a suitable name. The God Slayer Squad won't work. How about we call ourselves the God Killing Squad? We still have a new nation of gods on Blue Star. Damn, why is it so hard to come up with a name? Chapter 324, The 9-Tier Battle. Right now, the main battlefield against the exotic beasts in Songshan is at the Unai tribe. To prevent our Hua country from providing support to the Unai tribe, they have adopted a harassment-based beast-tide tactic against us. Currently, what we are facing on the front lines are basically cockroaches, rats, flies, mosquitoes, and ants, exotic beasts that reproduce at an extremely fast rate. Their destructive power is far less than that of other exotic beasts, but because there are too many of them, it will be difficult to end the battle on the front lines anytime soon. Nangong Xing said. Suyu's eyes lit up, Governor. Will there be the source beasts of these types appearing on the front lines? Of course there will be. If it weren't for these middle-tier exotic beasts gaining intelligence, their reproduction speed wouldn't be so terrifying now. In the past, when facing such a beast tide, we could just take down the mother beasts hiding in their lairs. Now, not only has their reproduction speed increased, but those mother beasts also hide and seek. Your main task as hunting squads is to find and kill these mother beasts. Everyone you kill will significantly relieve the pressure on the front lines. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes shone even brighter. Nangong Xing was somewhat curious. Why do you look like you can't wait to go to the front lines to take down a few? Chapter 325, Breakthrough. Hearing this, Nangong Xing laughed heartily. If you can take down a master on my southwestern front, I will help you scour all the black obsidian and dark gold in Hua country. Since the governor said so, I have to work hard. Suyu's eyes sparkled. Nangong Xing didn't say those words to warn Suyu against being overly ambitious or to be cautious. Then I look forward to it. As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, you really found me trouble. He looked at Suyu with a mysterious gaze. At that moment, Suyu felt a chill down his back and immediately clarified. Governor, you know that I'm not familiar with my master. We are both martial artists. And he's a tactician. We are on the same front. Nan Gongxing was taken aback for a moment and then laughed. You little brat. TSK, TSK, TSK. He waved his hand. After a dizzying whirl, Suyu opened his eyes again and found himself back in the villa. At this moment, Song Qinghuan and the others were all practicing in the room. Suyu didn't disturb them. He went to his room and opened the door to find everything already tidied up. Suyu smiled beautifully. TSK. This is the benefit of having a good girlfriend. Regaining his focus, Suyu took out a piece of obsidian. Chapter 326. On the battlefield, raising his gaze slightly. A dazzling light suddenly burst forth from Suyu's dark eyes, making it hard to look directly at him. He got up and left the room. Outside the door, the four of them widened their eyes the moment they saw him. Lin Yan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Captain, have you ascended to immortality? So handsome. Xiao Qiao couldn't help but exclaim. Beside her, Song Qinghuan deeply agreed. Fu didn't say much, but also nodded repeatedly. Suyu was immediately surrounded by the four of them, like some kind of artwork. Outside the villa, the artificial sun shone on the lake, sparkling. Occasionally, small teams passing by Suyu's villa would stop and glance inside. Inside the villa, the four of them circled around Suyu several times. And Song Qinghuan even reached out to touch him. No need to study it, this is the effect of my body, refining technique. Wait a moment, and these lights will disappear on their own. Suyu looked helpless. Ah, such a handsome effect. Can it last forever? Lin Yin looked at the faint lights, her eyes full of envy. Suyu glanced at her. If it lasted forever, would I be a light bulb wherever I go? Hee, then I'll adjust it myself. Let it shine when I want to show off, and we'll keep a low profile normally. Lin Yin had already started to fantasize about the show-off scenarios. Chapter 327. Old friends on the front lines. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The entire area was tinted red. Suyu and the others got off the war vehicle. They climbed up the city wall and looked toward the front-line battlefield. Countless iron-armored cockroaches were continuously charging toward them. The electromagnetic cannons on the city wall fired round after round. Smoke billowed on the battlefield. The soldiers advanced in waves, pushing back the iron-armored cockroaches that had breached the electromagnetic cannon's coverage. At a glance, those iron-armored cockroaches seemed to be continuously delivering themselves to death. The situation was one-sided slaughter, but the five of them wore serious expressions. They knew that for the alien beasts, these killed iron-armored cockroaches were completely insignificant. But for Huahua, every soldier on the battlefield was a treasure in their parents' eyes. Don't even mention sacrifices. Even if they just got a scratch and bled, their parents would still feel heartbroken upon seeing it. Suyu's expression turned solemn. In 10 minutes, they will launch a counterattack. Let us be ready. The five of them stood on the city wall, prepared to leap down at any moment. They didn't even have time to meet with the frontline commander. Upon arriving here, they had only one task, to quickly eliminate those source beasts. 10 minutes passed. The electromagnetic cannons on the city wall instantly expanded their range. Chapter 328. Cowardice in the command tent. Several red marks appeared on the large screen. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. 7 of the life signs were all at the 6th rank. 7 6th-rank source beasts. Several tacticians widened their eyes, unable to believe it. The tactics minister said lightly, "What are you panicking about? There's only one source beast. The other 6 are ordinary alien beasts." But she scanned the crowd. But what? This detection device has been in use for half a month. You still don't understand the difference between source beasts and ordinary alien beasts? Instead of worrying about the safety of the Spark team, you might as well think about whether it's time for you to retire. Minister, if we can't adapt, we will naturally step back. But the current problem is that there are multiple 6th-rank alien beasts on the front line. I believe the Spark team is in a very dangerous situation. I suggest we withdraw them immediately. The long-bearded tactician spoke firmly. The tactics minister glanced at him. Whether they have the ability to complete the mission is not for you to decide. Send a communication team to establish a temporary signal network and ask the Spark team captain about the combat situation. Additionally, arrange for A-series drones to take off and guard against the appearance of master-level alien beasts. Chapter 329. Action. The electromagnetic cannons fell like shooting stars. Sensing the gathering iron-armored cockroaches around him, Suyu no longer hesitated. A hint of blue flashed in his eyes. An ice flower instantly blossomed around him. 10 meters. 100 meters, 1,000 meters. These iron-armored cockroaches were frozen, and the electromagnetic cannons fell. The mid-grade, iron-armored cockroaches which could not be killed before, were now all reduced to ashes. At the moment Su Yu unleashed the Ice Age, 6 iron-armored cockroaches charged forward. A golden flash passed by, and a huge hole appeared in the chest of each of the 6 iron-armored cockroaches. Once the energy reached a certain level, the Overlord gun could easily kill these 6th-rank alien beasts. Murmuring to himself, Su Yu quickly chased after the fleeing 6th-rank source beast. In his eyes, it was just a bond shining with golden light. With a whoosh, the Overlord gun flew out like a falling star, the tip of the gun emitting a bit of firelight, as if the air it passed through had evaporated. Boom! The man with the handlebar mustache was smashed to the ground. Su Yu followed closely behind. A glance revealed that he was trying to use this opportunity to create distance in the smoke. This 6th-rank source beast had thick blood, and Su Yu quickened his pace, instantly disappearing into the smoke. Chapter 330. I'm like a god 10 minutes after the Spark team arrived at the 70th front line. The electromagnetic cannons on the city wall began to roar. The black armored army surged toward the front line beast horde. The alien beasts clearly did not expect humans to take the initiative to attack. Upon confrontation, the Battle Heaven army gained the upper hand. The smell of blood gradually thickened. Underground, traces of tunnels spread, and the second black armored army emerged from the city carrying special weapons. Those vibrators were placed on the ground, transmitting energy. The ground began to collapse continuously, and the tunnels dug by the rats all collapsed. A group of soldiers jumped down with their battle knives. Su Yu stood atop the city wall, his eyes slightly squinted. Just as Senior Brother Wang Wei said, once the battle begins, these monstrous beasts are coming to break the city. The soldiers responsible for guarding the city gripped their weapons tightly, not daring to show any signs of slackness. They're coming. Leave this to me. You four deal with the one in the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu leaped down from the city wall. The terrifying force of his fall created a pit several dozen meters wide in front of the wall. Below the pit, a giant rat was left dazed from the impact. Behind this rat, faint sounds emerged, sending chills down one's spine. After being struck by Su Yu, the giant rat immediately transformed into human form, nimbly dodging his second kick. Chapter 331. One sword cuts the master silence. An absolute silence. The roaring beasts and the charging warriors all came to a halt at this moment, as the blood rain fell within 10 miles of the master's fall. A 7th-grade master realm expert, able to wield part of the power of heaven and earth, even recognized by the heavens, was instantly killed by a sword from a low-grade martial artist without any ripple. The heavens wept for the master. Amidst the blood rain, another master stared wide-eyed. Just like that, he died. What if that sword had been aimed at me? Jieshi's slender eyes narrowed. Shock, fear, anger, excitement. Multiple emotions surged in his heart. A sharp voice rang out. His narrow eyes were fixed on Su Yu. Su Yu, you are Su Yu. Wang Wei and the others immediately blocked in front of Su Yu. Su Yu lay on the ground, too weak even to lift his sword. With his sword, he had unleashed all his energy and blood. Mental intimidation, deprivation of the 5 senses, stellar state, and the first use of solar power. He held nothing back against a master-level expert. At this moment, not only Jieshi sensed Su Yu's weakened state, but Wang Wei and the others also frowned. Just a second ago, Jieshi was still contemplating whether to retreat when a master's force field suddenly unfolded. Chapter 332. Falling in love with fishing with the fall of 2 masters, the monstrous beasts on the battlefield were instantly leaderless. Outside the city wall, Song Qinghuan and her 3 companions successfully killed 3 6th-grade origin beasts. Should we go assist the captain and the others? Lin Yin panted. Song Qinghuan replied calmly, no need. Our task is to hold this place for them. The girl stepped lightly, holding a spear as she stood atop the city wall. Though she said there was no need to assist, her gaze remained fixed on the distance. As the beasts fled, countless ice blocks fell like meteors. Qingshi turned his eyes to the right and saw Su Yu lying on the ground just like him. His brows twitched continuously. Su Yu smiled, don't worry. Senior brother, we won't get hit. Just wait for brother Lu Dun to come and carry us back. Qingshi exhaled lightly, as if truly preparing to close his eyes for a good sleep. Just as his eyes were about to close, a shout from Wang Wei came from not far away. Run. Another master is coming. Before he could even open his eyes, Qingshi felt himself being lifted into the air. Su Yu had one hand pulling him and the other holding a long sword. stepping on the heads of the beasts as he flew across the battlefield. The four arriving behind saw the scene before them. Chapter 333. Routine operation, have you heard? The Thorn Squad took down another master. It seems this time they killed two at once. Damn, it's only been a few days. And now they can directly cut down two? Did someone in their breakthrough? That is not the main point. The main point is that among the two 7th grade beasts they killed, one was Jieshur. Jieshur? I remember he almost made it to the heaven ranking before. What the hell? The Thorn Squad is on a roll. I have the latest news. In the special supply bar of the hunting district, a group of people immediately surrounded. I have a photo here. Take a look. The man projected the photo with his wristband. The photo showed a giant blood mosquito frozen in midair. Does the Thorn Squad have an ice-type ability user? No. I know the abilities of the few in their squad. So this time, 2 squads completed it together? It should be. That makes sense. It explains everything. By the way, which squad was the other one? As the words fell, everyone began to ponder. Is there an S-rank squad with an ice-type member? Hiss. There shouldn't be any on the southwest front right now. I know there are 2 in the desolate battlefield. Chapter 334. The top stream forced to develop stealthily early the next morning. The human ranking was updated again. Suyu killed the master-level Tun Xianrat, Tun Yun. The news spread, and in an instant, Suyu became a sensation worldwide again. Not long ago, he had killed Zago in 2 strokes, making him one of the most famous new stars of Blue Star. This time, with his achievement of killing a master announced. Everyone across Blue Star was discussing this prodigy from Huagua, killing a master at a low-grade level. This time, it should be no problem to say he is the first in history on the human ranking, right? Not to mention, he is indeed the first to kill a master at a low-grade level. Stop bragging. I have a friend who said Suyu's brother Wang Wei also made it into the top 10 on the Earth ranking. This time, since Suyu killed a master, it might be because his senior brother from Beta helped him and let him pick up the head. What the person upstairs said makes sense. So would you dare to pick up a head if I give you a severely injured master? What? When did it become necessary to have refrigeration for a refrigerator? Forget it. No need to argue with the person upstairs. Just a stray dog whose home was flooded by a tsunami. Indeed, before the Marshall Dow era, there were a pack of dogs. After the Marshall Dow era, they became stray dogs. On the World Network, netizens were fervently debating. Chapter 335. Zhuge Yun's gift of 5 arrived at Battle Sky City. The human ranking verified their identities. This time back in the city, they simply removed their ghostly gear, familiar faces, and the 2-word Starfire on their chests. As they passed through the checkpoints, each warrior would stand tall and salute them. Upon returning to the district, many hunting squads wanted to greet them. As everyone was observing, the governor of the Southwest, Nangong Xing, appeared. Seeing this, the crowd immediately dispersed. Governor, are you here to deliver the obsidian black gold to me? Suyu's eyes sparkled as he rushed over, watching someone show a big white smile. Nangong Xing's mouth twitched slightly. Not so fast. Even if I were to transfer goods, it would take some time. Besides, kid, this time you kill the master. It was either phishing or sneak attack. When you can kill a 7th grade master face-to-face, I will help you collect the rewards. Hearing this, Suyu mumbled. There's no such thing as patching up afterward. Nangong Xing ignored him and looked at the other 4. Your team killed a master, and Master Deng has already taken the master's body back. Your team has the opportunity to train in the Demon Refining Hall for 7 days and to comprehend martial arts in the Comprehension Hall once. Do you need me to send you over now? Chapter 336. Illuminate the Level 7 Bond, Battle of the 9th Grade. In the commander's mansion, Nangong Xing raised an eyebrow and said, Does your student have a masochistic tendency since childhood? Otherwise, why do you think he can repeatedly exceed our expectations? Is it just because of talent? Zhuge Yun's eyes were deep, as if he was probing into the direction of something. Nangong Xing waved his hand. All right, I'm leaving this thing in your hands. The Tsangshan side will probably go crazy. I need to go take a look. Inside the infinite room, Suyu felt the solar power within him rapidly dissipating. This time, he was no longer reckless and drew the power of heaven and earth with a sword. A cold, sharp light flashed. The mountain opening bear suddenly opened its eyes. Terrifying battle intent erupted from its eyes. However, an energy fell from the starry sky, suppressing all the power of the mountain opening bear. An invisible sword instantly destroyed its master's force field. The corpse was severed. Blood gushed out like a spring. The air was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. Suyu fell to the ground and took out his camera to take pictures. The level 7-5 animal illustration, bear icon, successfully illuminated. The Nirvana flame burned. The mountain opening bear's corpse was gradually engulfed by flames. Suyu, who was just going through the motions, had his pupils slightly constrict. Chapter 337. Transformation Breakthrough. Level 7-5 Animal Bond. The panel flickered with golden light. Without hesitation, Suyu directly claimed the reward in the room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Level 7 bond, earning the reward of bone transformation. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and Suyu's pupils slightly constricted. The Level 6-5 Animal Bond greatly enhanced the bones. Level 7 actually resulted in direct transformation. While he was marveling his heart, he felt as if his body was undergoing a wonderful change. The next second, he found himself watching his own transformation from a third-person perspective. The bones that had completed the tempering now emitted a hazy glow like jade. In fantasy novels, this should count as legendary immortal bones, right? The lower limb bones, upper limb bones, and trunk bones transformed little by little. Finally, he saw his skull. 29 skull bones flickered with a hazy glow. The gray-white bones gradually became transparent like immortal jade. Watching himself undergo transformation bit by bit, Suyu's eyes widened more and more. The 4th grade realm refines the 5 viscera. The 5th grade realm refines the 6 bowels. The 6th grade realm can refine the skull. Yet he completed a transformation in the 3rd grade realm. Moreover, this transformation was different from tempering. Tempering is like continuously polishing a piece of iron, refining it into steel. Chapter 338. Support in the name of Starfire. Support the front line. This time, Suyu chose to follow his heart. He couldn't just watch the soldiers fighting bloodily on the battlefield from the rear. He couldn't do it. If he avoided this time, he didn't know if he would feel even more justified in avoiding it next time, or even until humanity was ultimately extinguished. Was there still a possibility that he would be searching for reasons to avoid the storm? This battle, if he did not stand up, that breath in his heart would be hard to swallow. Suyu spoke with determination. Zhuge Yin smiled. Back then, I told you to act like a reckless man. But I didn't expect you to really become one. Teacher, you understand, ever since I started walking the path of invincibility, I'm destined not to be a qualified tactician. The world cannot have both. At this moment, Suyu appeared calm. Zhuge Yin shook his head. No. Who says that walking the path of invincibility cannot be a qualified tactician? Being able to push all enemies aside with your own strength is the best tactic. Suyu laughed. Zhuge Yin continued. Since you want to support the front line, then go to the 70th front line. The 70th front line is one of the most critical strongholds, facing the most attacks from 6th grade alien beasts. Wang Wei was taken away by Nangong Xing, and his life or death was unknown. Chapter 339. Open with a big move upon meeting. The 4 from Qingshi were entangled with a group of 6th grade alien beasts. After seeing the actions of the Starfire team, all 4 widened their eyes. Wait, have they never guarded a city before? How long can they last at this hour? Lu Dun looked confused. Qingshi smiled helplessly. It doesn't matter. With them joining, as long as we have a bit of breathing time, the problem should be manageable. Just as he spoke, Lu Meng's voice came through the headset. A bit optimistic. You 4 hurry up and come down to recover. If nothing unexpected happens, our 70th front line will become the center of the entire Northwest Front. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 were stunned for a moment. The relaxed expressions on their faces instantly disappeared. Let's go back to the city and rest, Qingshi said immediately. The master rushed to the meteor battlefield, and the battle against the beast tide below grade 7 began. Only the 4 of them maintaining good condition would be the best protection for Suyu. The 4 understood that this battlefield could have master-level experts at any moment. They retreated. Suyu charged forward alone with the Overlord Spear. As they brushed past each other, he saw a faint golden light in Suyu's eyes. Qingshi murmured, Is their team planning to come up for a bit and then go back down? Chapter 340. Please return the Starfire team to the city. The night fully enveloped the land. Spotlights on the city wall lit up, instantly illuminating the battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several giant spears shot out from the dark depths, trying to knock out the searchlights on the city wall. Suyu leaped into the air, swinging his spear, unleashing his vitality. Several red energies shot out. All the giant spears were severed. A green figure emerged from the darkness. A giant spear hovered above its head. With a loud boom, it charged towards Suyu. The giant spear broke through the air, making a piercing shriek. Suyu's momentum surged. and an invisible force spread from him. The surrounding dust was lifted by this power. He thrust forward with his spear. The shockwave spread in the air. The giant spear was halted and turned to dust. Lin Yan, did the fish take the bait? Suyu, if our five catch such a small fry, don't you think that would be a failure? Fuyo, he is a true 6th grade primordial beast, and he is probably only a hair's breadth away from becoming a master. Song Qinghuan, do you need us to help? Suyu, you all continue to control the situation. I'll handle this hedgehog. Boom! Dust rose from where Suyu stood. Waves of energy formed in the air, and he instantly appeared in front of the man. Chapter 341. When can we stop? 3 urgent calls for the Starfire squad to return to the city echoed through the heavens and the earth. Each person's eyes burned with intense anger, wanting to avenge their fallen brothers. But they understood that no matter what, Suyu could not pursue. Suddenly, it began to pour rain. The city gates swung wide open, and soldiers rushed out to change shifts. Suyu moved against the flow and entered the city. The 4 behind him hesitated several times, wanting to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Inside the command tent, Lu Meng slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, these damned beasts. Minister, is the Starfire squad leader okay? A tactical officer asked with concern. Suyu is a prodigy, a monster, but in terms of war, he is ultimately a newcomer. They worried that this incident would affect his resolve and feared he would be discouraged. A group was pondering whether to send someone to offer him psychological counseling. Lu Meng waved his hand. Do you think my junior brother is like those babies? Just do your own jobs well. If something like this happens again, just fire the doomsday cannon directly. But, no buts, as a tactical officer, thinking 3 steps ahead is the norm, but the step we're taking now is the most critical. Lu Meng said seriously. Chapter 342. Still fishing since the Starfire squad joined the battlefield. Those 6th grade beasts have been charging into the battle lines recklessly. Even if they are killed by Suyu and the others, they still want to take down some warriors. The 5 scanned the battlefield, trying to kill all beasts above the 5th grade. Damn, they're definitely doing this on purpose. They are targeting our junior brother's weakness to stab at it. Damn, this is really frustrating. Lu Dun cursed loudly on the city wall. Qing Shi's expression was cold. These beasts' lives are no longer valuable. Even 6th grade beasts have their limits. Now it's a contest to see who can hold out first. I have a feeling the beasts should be reaching their limit, so be ready to support them at any time. On the battlefield, Suyu had just killed a 6th grade beast. On the other side, another 6th grade beast charged toward the battle lines. The pressure from the 6th grade beast shook the air, causing chaos in the formation. Blood and energy erupted, and Suyu's sword light arrived first, followed closely by his figure. The 6th grade beast suddenly transformed into a human form to block his strike. Suyu remained unperturbed and slashed again. This sword carried a hint of the power of heaven and earth, directly cleaving toward the soldiers in the formation. The black-armored soldier's face changed dramatically. His body instantly swelled, and a huge bull's hoof blocked Suyu's blow. Chapter 343. Blood veil covers the sky in the center of the battlefield. Just after Master had fallen, those violent beasts dared not approach this area. On the dark red ground, Song Qinghuan supported the exhausted Qiao Qiao, while Fuyo guarded Lin Yan, who was about to fight with the corpse. Suyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked into the distance. He knew in his heart that the beasts had sent out 9 masters to suppress and launch sneak attacks. This great battle was just the beginning. After all this time, we've only killed 4 bad guys, Qiao Qiao said, feeling regretful as she recovered. The outside world was spreading that Suyu had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Sword Immortal. But she was the true inheritor of the Sword Immortal. The immortal falling sword had a total of 9 sword scars. Qiao Qiao had nurtured her sword for months to unlock the first scar. The difficulty of the remaining 8 increased by hundreds of times. Obviously, these sword scars were a means of self-preservation left for Qiao Qiao by that Sword Immortal. The group seriously discussed whether to use this sword scar. The usually obedient Qiao Qiao firmly stated that this was the time it needed to be used most. Thus, with 1 sword strike, 4 half-step masters perished. Qing Shi and the others silently looked elsewhere. Only killing 4. Is this even human? How can the Starfire squad be so inhumane? Lin Yan was about to speak. Chapter 344. 8th grade makes a move. Suyu accelerated, leaving countless afterimages behind. Even 6th grade powerhouses found it difficult to match his speed. However, at this moment, he was easily caught up by 2 people, one in front and one behind. He was sandwiched in between. Two completely different master energy fields descended. One seemed to want to completely crush his mental strength. The other was tearing at his flesh. A terrifying pressure bore down on him. Boom! With a loud sound, the dark red ground beneath Suyu cracked. Pei Ding and Pei Yuan remained unhurried, as if toying with their prey. The two enjoyed watching Suyu desperately resist, gradually closing in. When both sides were only 100 meters apart, Suyu's dark eyes were suddenly filled with golden light. On the blood-soaked battlefield, a yellow flash zipped past. Boom! A punch carrying the might of mountains and seas was easily blocked by Pei Yuan. The power of heaven and earth shaped a massive palm and struck toward Suyu. Suyu immediately switched from offense to defense, bracing with both hands. Bang! Like a kite with a broken string, he was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Dust rose. In the pit, dark red appeared on Suyu's arm. Pei Ding looked surprised, not expecting this special ancient method could enhance her defense. The beastified Pei Yuan quickly closed in. Chapter 345. 8th grade falls again, a blood mist dispersed once more. This time, everyone witnessed Suyu's figure being shredded. But the next second, he surprisingly appeared next to Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan was stunned. Suyu was also momentarily taken aback. In an instant, he acted without hesitation. A sword struck down to confront Pei Yuan. Boom! The sword light left terrifying traces on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the flower girl suddenly appeared and pulled Pei Yuan away. At the same time, with the two of them being so close together, another black beam of light shot out. With the aura of an ancient ferocious beast, the black tiger reappeared in midair. Boom! A burst of blood mist exploded. This time, Suyu appeared behind the twin brothers. Everyone was dumbfounded. Suyu slashed down with his sword. Blood splattered. The terrifying wound made it seem as if one could see the spine on the back of the man. Seeking death, the twin brothers' eyes turned bloodshot. They charged towards Suyu. Qingshi quickly blocked them. At the same time, the flower woman and Pei Ding charged towards Suyu. Just as the two were rushing in, a terrifying aura erupted behind them. They quickly turned around to see a golden giant ape wielding a staff, exuding an overwhelming presence as it swung towards Pei Yuan. No! The flower woman shouted urgently. Chapter 346. Enemies meet. The old man moved slowly, as if any faster would cause his old bones to fall apart. He merely raised his head slightly and smiled at Suyu's shout. Suyu stood behind Qingshi and Wang Wei, whispering, "Old Qing, old Wang, can you two hold him off? If you can stop him, I can find a way to deal with these other useless ones. Heaven-ranking master, you two are also renowned talents on the Earth ranking. You shouldn't be inferior to him now that you've entered the master realm, right?" So you had a look of confidence in them. Wang Wei replied without hesitation. "If no one helps us, the two of us should be able to hold out for 10 moves." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief. The two sensed someone looking at them with a face full of disappointment. Qingshi said helplessly, "There is still a gap between masters. The transition from 6th to 7th rank determines the level of spiritual transformation and also the upper limit of vital energy. This old fellow entered the master realm 50 years ago, drawing countless rays of light. His level of spiritual transformation has reached a terrifying degree." So you blinked, wow. Little Qing, when you entered the master realm, how come there was no sign at all? No wonder you can't hold him off. Qingshi's mouth twitched, damn it. Little Qing, you don't even want to call me senior brother anymore, do you? Chapter 347. The storm changes. The great battle was about to break out. Suyu, at the peak of the 3rd rank, faced the peak of the 6th rank. In stellar form, with the fire phoenix divine feather, his figure remained godlike. Time and again, they clashed. The man wore a cold expression. Suyu's face grew slightly serious. The last trace of his spiritual energy was being constantly pulled and twisted by the opponent. If this continued, it would eventually break. At that moment, he would truly be in danger. Another punch came crashing down like a meteor. The force field it generated causing a buzzing sound in Suyu's head. Pain shot through him as various battle scenes flickered in his mind. For a moment, he even felt unable to distinguish reality. In his daze, he was hit by several punches. The pain kept him awake, and the feeling of resisting the 7th rank primal beasts resurfaced. At that moment, Suyu suddenly abandoned resistance, allowing the man to send him flying with a punch. Just a little more to see clearly. Boom! In a pit several meters wide, Suyu lay motionless. Not far away, Lin Yin widened her eyes, thinking, "Captain, Are you fishing or are you stupid? How could you possibly catch that? As her voice fell, Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao's gazes shifted instantly. No. The captain must have a way to take care of this idiot. Chapter 348. Let's talk Prison Dragon. Wasn't he already erased by Shi Chaobi and Guan Yu 100 years ago? Li Yu and the others are making such a big fuss not to eliminate that kid from Hua country. They want the Prison Dragon to take over his body. In the void, a group of 9th-rank grandmasters immediately sensed the presence of the Prison Dragon. At that moment, some showed shock, while others were visibly angry. The 9th-rank grandmasters from Hua country rushed to support Su Yu. The old man opposite Wang Chuandao slowly stood up. Wang Chuandao, let them not waste their efforts. We prepared so much. How can we let you escape now? To be honest, I didn't expect you to invest so many treasures in Su Yu. But now, any treasures are useless. As he spoke, the old man suddenly made his move. You thought I didn't notice you trying to escape? Suddenly, the entire blue star was engulfed in darkness. Wang Chuandao, who had left a clone with secret techniques, was helplessly taken into the void by the old man. Let us talk. Wang Chuandao's expression was serious. Naturally, there was a need to talk, but it would have to wait for 3 minutes. The old man made his move. A massive eagle claw swept across the vast starry sky. The battle between the two top-tier powerhouses was about to erupt. Chapter 349. Multiple parties compete for people. Li Yu let out a long sigh, his energy dissipating. Seeing that Wang Chuandao's aura was still rising, the corners of his mouth twitched. What? Do you want to keep me here today as well? Wang Chuandao smiled. With my current level of cultivation, even if I were to keep you, I could at most keep half of you. Having finally spoken out of turn once. Today, I naturally want to see who else wants to provoke. At this moment, he wore a smile, but his aura was extremely terrifying. Also, with such a treasure in Su Yu's hands, Bill, Wu Shi, and the others might not harbor ill intentions, Li Yu said. Regarding this provocation, Wang Chuandao calmly replied, let them go and fight for it. You people can also give it a try. As his words fell in the 9th layer of the void, the Cloud Mountain Demoness and the deep-sea old monster broke through the void. Westerners Bill, Wuna, and Wu Shi followed closely. The Cloud Mountain Demoness' bell-like voice rang out. Brother Chuandao, you gave a treasure to the younger generation of Huaxia. What will you do if desolation comes in the future? I don't want to see you being assimilated by foreign races. She seemed to be genuinely worried about Wang Chuandao. However, everyone present knew that for hundreds of years, every time they met, she would ruthlessly target Wang Chuandao. Chapter 350. Lost in the void. Qing Shi, you keep going. I'll hold them off. Wang Wei rushed back desperately. After a moment's hesitation, Qing Shi immediately sped up towards the white helmet. Pei Ding was ambushed by the flower woman. In his final moments, he grimaced. You have the blood of the beast god. Surviving this calamity will only bring more torment. Ha ha ha. His laughter gradually faded as his life force completely dissipated. Wang Wei, who was returning, paused for a moment upon seeing this. This woman is terrifyingly strong. The flower woman smiled seductively. Little brother, don't worship your sister too much. As she spoke, she charged towards the twin brothers. The two unleashed their master-level force field without hesitation. Boom! The ground heaved, and those violent alien beasts instantly turned to nothingness. A terrifying energy surged across the entire battlefield. At this moment, not only the 70th front line, but also all surrounding front lines were affected by this energy. Qing Shi, clutching the white helmet, rolled in the pit, covered in blood. Junior brother, you have to protect me from now on, he mumbled. Boom! A beam of light suddenly struck in front of him. The Grand Elder, the Beast God sect, forcefully broke through the void. With just a single strike, the white helmet in Qing Shi's hand was knocked away. Chapter 351. The Seven Saints Agreement. The Demon Refining Platform, or rather the essence of the Demon Refining Banner, appeared before Su Yu. The imprisoned dragon was refined, and part of its blood and energy scattered into the world. A significant portion of its spiritual power was absorbed into this space. That night, Zhuge Yin told Su Yu that since you chose to support, some difficulties would be waiting for you. If you could overcome these challenges, reaching the 8th grade Golden Body realm would be much easier. At this moment, Su Yu completely clarified everything. To advance from the 7th to the 8th grade, one needed to merge spiritual power and blood energy to form a true unity of essence, energy, and spirit. In this situation, any power that was too high would make it extremely difficult for him to enter the 8th grade Golden Body. If balance could not be achieved, he would either have to discard the excess power and forcibly merge into the 8th grade realm or enter the 8th grade realm with defects. Both options would leave hidden dangers on the path to the 9th grade. The two principals, Nangong Xing, had privately mentioned to him that his blood energy was too elevated. This was a good thing, but it would also become a significant difficulty. Suyu originally planned to take pictures with these strong individuals every day once he reached the Master Realm. Perhaps within a year, he could raise his spiritual power as well. Unexpectedly, his teachers, or rather the senior experts of Huagua, had already paved the way for him. Chapter 352, The Appearance of Black Fans. The 70 Battle Line. A golden light broke through the gray dome, as if tearing apart the sky. Song Qinghuan carefully stored the hand ring and golden threads left by Suyu. Looking up, she smiled and said, "We must work hard to improve ourselves. He will definitely be back soon." After saying this, she took Xiao Qiao and the others away. Wang Wei and the others looked at the backs of the 4 freshmen. Even without Suyu, this year's freshman exchange conference would still be incredibly exciting, Qing Shi said. Wang Wei glanced at him, feeling that he had become more talkative after not seeing him for a few days. After being struck by some pervert, I can only rely on words to express my emotions, Qing Shi said, unflustered. Good thing we're not in our 3rd year, Lu Dun suddenly said. Everyone was taken aback, then reacted. TSK, give Suyu another year, and they could probably award the 1st place in a martial arts competition for the next 3 years in advance. The great battle came to an end. They had slain a 9th grade grandmaster, 2 8th grade golden bodies, and several 7th grade master-level experts. From the perspective of the battle situation, Huagua was undoubtedly the victorious side this time. However, until night fell, everyone in Huagua was still waiting for specific news from the 70 Battle Line. Chapter 353, Nangong the Pervert. The emergence of the 7 Saints Agreement sparked heated discussions across Blue Star. However, regardless of everyone's opinions, restricting powerful individuals above the 7th grade from taking action in the realm of Blue Star would undoubtedly benefit the weaker ones. The recent battle of the falling heavens made everyone understand that in front of these supreme beings, if they truly fought without restraint, those below the 7th grade were nothing more than cannon fodder. The only point of contention was that in a major battle, the Untribe not only lost millions but also failed to reclaim all their cities. The Beast Clan established Beast Cities, claiming they would bring about a coexistence of humans and beasts on Blue Star. Yet on the borders of various nations, the war between humans and beasts continued. After the 7 Saints Agreement was issued, Huagua promptly announced that it would clear out the beasts across the entire territory, aiming to restore Huaxia to the era before the Beast Tide. The era of city defenses against the Beast Tide would never return. In addition, Huagua, the new God Nation, the Untribe, and the Holy Soul Church jointly announced a thorough crackdown on the Holy Dogs. Any place or organization that dared to harbor the Holy Dogs would face a joint strike from the 4 Holy Lands. Suddenly, major desolate markets rushed to conduct cleanups. Chapter 354, Serious Specialization. On the 3rd day after the fall of the imprisoned dragon, more information flowed out on the day of the 70 Battle Line. In front of the various void fissures of Blue Star, more and more master-level experts appeared. Everyone now understood that in order to trap the imprisoned dragon, Huagua's Supreme King Zhuan Dao truly gave up control of the demon refining banner. Otherwise, the powerful beings of the demon race would have sensed it in advance that day. Various analyses and details appeared online, causing many experts to become restless. Even some 5th grade individuals sought out small void fissures, hoping to try their luck to see if they could encounter this ancient treasure. If Suyu were awake, he would say it was to save him. When faced with enormous benefits, very few could remain calm. Those on the Earth ranking and Sky ranking, even knowing that there might be King Zhuan Dao's backup on the demon refining banner, still wanted to enter the void for a gamble. Among them, a suited uncle was the most aggressive. Whenever a void fissure appeared, he would definitely be the first to arrive. As long as the demon refining banner did not appear, he would certainly catch someone to vent his frustrations. The more people he beat up, the more the name Zheng Kexian officially topped the Sky ranking. Chapter 355, Crossing the Void. The demon refining banner pointed the way out of the void. Suyu carefully explored forward. The stinging sensation on his skin deepened as he held the demon refining banner in his hand. The flowing light enveloped his body, and the corrosive power of the void instantly disappeared. His speed of crossing the void also increased significantly. Without the demon refining banner, it would be quite difficult for me to rely on myself to get out. The hand ring vibrated, and Su Yu's figure disappeared in the void. A white helmet floated. Back in the demon refining banner, Su Yu took out 50 beast corpses from the hand ring. He took pictures, collected useful materials, and finally burned all the useless parts with a nirvana flame. Throughout the entire process, Su Yu executed it with incredible skill. In a sense, this was one of the few places where the system could exploit bugs. Otherwise, with the opportunity to take pictures 50 times a day, each time requiring a live kill to be accepted, Su Yu felt he would take ages to complete the current stage of the illustration task. After persistent hard work, there were still over 2,000 remaining in the illustration collection task. At most, he could collect 1,005 in a month. After 2 months, he would finally welcome the long-awaited enhancement of his talent. The top-tier SSS-Talent was already beckoning him from the front. Chapter 356, Crossing the Void. In the city of Battle Heaven, in front of the Demon Suppression Gate, a giant sword stood tall between heaven and earth. Names of heroes were engraved on the giant's sword. In front of the giant's sword, some held a bouquet of flowers in silence. Some cried uncontrollably, and others murmured about the stories they had experienced together. Those who sacrificed themselves were once the protagonists in the lives of others. Life begins, goes through a process, reaches a climax, and then comes to an end. Many people have not yet reached the pinnacle of their lives, and their stories end abruptly without warning. A middle-aged couple stands before a monument to heroes. As they bend down to lay a bouquet of flowers, it seems as though their world collapses with that single gesture. The woman suddenly breaks down in heart-wrenching sobs. Afraid of disturbing others, she covers her mouth, trying to keep her cries quiet. But who here would blame her for making noise? The middle-aged man squats down beside her, saying nothing, just quietly accompanying her. If you want to cry, then let it out. Song Qinghuan and the others watch from a distance, the figure of a young man appearing before their eyes. They hold flowers, their eyes gradually turning red. Seeing the couple stand up, Su Yuan quickly strides over to them. With a thud, he kneels before them. Chapter 357. Each has their own adventure in the dark, jagged crack. A meteorite floats. Su Yu initially wanted to take a photo and leave, but the system indicated that he was too far away to successfully record it. With no other choice, he cautiously extended one hand into the void. Holding the demon refining banner in his right hand, he activated its light. Tensing his whole body, he carefully stretched his left hand inside. The last experience in the 3-layered void taught him that no caution was too much in this emptiness. If he were to encounter a 4-layer or 5-layer void and lose his life here, it would become the most ridiculous joke in the world. As his left hand entered the crack, he felt a sharp pain. Instead, Su Yu let out a sigh of relief. The 2nd layer of the void. This could work. Fortune favors the bold, and he stepped fully into the void. Upon entering the 2nd layer, he discovered that the meteorite that seemed so close was actually hundreds of miles away. Su Yu wanted to unleash his full speed and rush to the meteorite. But every step in the void required extreme caution, especially since he was currently unable to withstand the 2nd layer. With no other options, he could only hold the demon refining banner above him and move inch by inch. Every 10 minutes, he had to retreat into the banner to rest, preventing his flesh from reaching its limits. Chapter 358. Someone destroys the ecology ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the collection device. Collection device, usable film, 100100. Usable ability slots, 515. The probability of obtaining high-level abilities and high-level skills is increased. The ability upgrade function is activated, allowing for the acquisition of corresponding special factors to upgrade abilities. A series of notifications appeared, and upon reading the last line, Su Yu's eyes widened. What special factors? He directly asked. The unresponsive system showed no reaction. Helpless, Su Yu turned his attention back to the meteorite. He pondered that things favored by the system are usually good. Suddenly, the meteorite disintegrated and transformed into strands of strange energy that drifted away. Su Yu stared in bewilderment. There was no time to think. He showcased his powerful absorption ability. In an instant, these strange energies entered his body. With a hint of trepidation, fearing he might be tricked by this damn system, he sensed the energy until it reached his internal organs. He felt the flesh on his body beginning to undergo transformation. The lung gold power, which was far below the heart fire and kidney water, began to rise at that moment. Suyu had already forgotten how many times he had widened his eyes today. Chapter 359. An interesting encounter. The fisherman never leaves empty-handed. Suyu cleaned up the battlefield, a grin spreading from ear to ear. His right hand rested on the head of a long-haired man as he exerted mental control. Some memory fragments appeared in his mind. He discarded most of the useless memories, leaving only events from the past week. The Seven Saints Agreement? So these experts on the Earth and Sky rankings believe there is a Seven Saints Agreement in place. As long as they obtain the demon refining banner in my hands, they will basically be invincible in the Blue Star. If all else fails, they can retreat into the void and embark on a wandering path. No, are these experts out of their minds? This is a treasure. The only complete treasure in the Blue Star. How could Minister Wong not have a backup plan? Grumbling inwardly, he suddenly understood the choices of these experts. If he had been stuck at the peak of the 6th tier or 7th tier for years, and such a treasure fell into the void, with no powerful being in control, he would also choose to venture into the void. The path of martial arts is one where you dare not hesitate. If you hesitate once, you will hesitate every time. Calculating in his heart, at this moment his eyes sparkled. So this is a big fishing pond. All the fish come for me as bait. Chapter 360. Suyu. I have a plan. A boy holding a white helmet appeared before him. The 5 who should have been excited were now hesitating. In just one day, they had encountered several people already. Teacher Zheng from the blood refining secret realm, Teacher Tang from the cloud pavilion, and Suyu's homeroom teacher. Naively, they had initially made some amusing blunders. Now, they dared not speak carelessly. The two sides held each other in silence for several seconds, when suddenly, the Suyu opposite swung a massive fist and shouted loudly, "Little Suyu, come and take my life." The Ice Age sealed off the space. Wang Wei and the others showed joy. This time, it was the real person. But looking at the aggressive demeanor of the opponent, the 4 who had been nagged by a certain man for a long time tacitly made way for the real Suyu to confront the fake Suyu. Qing Shi's eyes widened as golden sand formed a shield in front of him. But it was useless. The ice crystal froze the ever-expanding shield. Suyu seemed to flicker, instantly appearing behind Qing Shi. Bang, bang, bang. One punch after another landed solidly on Qing Shi's back without any burst of energy, but they were still solid blows. Nearby, Wang Wei and the others were astonished by his speed and power, left speechless. The brief freeze ended. Qing Shi removed the ghost artifact, seemingly unfazed by the punches Suyu had delivered. Where's your 4th tier realm? Chapter 361. The coordinating seniors, the 6 of them, traversed the void. While searching for teacher Zheng Xian and the others, they also encountered other master-level experts. Whenever they sensed an approaching aura, Suyu would immediately pull out the demon refining banner, holding it in his hand as he ran forward. Behind him, Wang Wei and the others chased with fierce expressions. During their previous 2 collaborations, they were still somewhat inexperienced. By the end, Suyu would suppress with punches while the 5 would execute lethal strikes. The entire process flowed seamlessly. Killing, soul-searching, and treasure-snatching. Suyu was very familiar with the routine. After gaining a general understanding of the fish's information, the 6-man group would put on their vests and continue to save the void. Having witnessed Suyu's various extraordinary abilities, the 5 remained calm. They had already chased a master in the 4th rank. Soul searching and sound transmission, these ancient techniques, what was there to be surprised about? In the secret space of the Southwest battle zone, the puppet figure was trying to challenge the puppet minion, sneezing several times and getting caught and beaten up by the puppet minion. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was laughing extremely recklessly. "Little trash. Let me demonstrate how to get through this level." Saying that, he jumped into the crowd of puppets, his whole being seeming to enter a supersensory state. Chapter 362. 8th rank, I'm the greatest. In the governor's mansion of Battle Heaven City. That kid still hasn't moved? Nangong Xing asked. Zhuge Yun replied lightly. There has been movement. Oh, Nangong Xing stopped. I don't know his exact location, but I can sense that he is wandering in the void. Zhuge Yun's tone was somewhat resentful. The demon refining banner and his grand formation had some connection. Suyu had been nonstop, crazily driving the demon refining banner around. On Zhuge Yun's side, it was as if someone was jumping around in his mind. Anyone else would be rolling on the bed with a splitting headache at this moment. Nangong Xing chuckled. I guess there would be movement. The top few on the heaven ranking have all returned. Those old guys sent out secretly from the 3 regions have also gradually come out. Now there are basically no official personnel inside. Zhuge Yun nodded, with Senior Zheng inside. It's impossible to stay quiet. Encountering Su Yu, those people will probably be skin alive. Hearing the name Zheng Kexian, Nan Gongxing's brow twitched subconsciously. If possible, he didn't want to deal with this senior, even though his realm had far surpassed the other. The two continued walking inside. Chapter 363. Su Yu is still alive. Under the brick, the five struggled desperately. The Master-S force field was crushed, and blood flowed from their 7 orifices, their bodies seeming to explode at any moment. At the moment of life and death, a figure emerged. Zheng Kexian, you have gone too far. The aura of the 8th rank Golden Body realm seemed to press everyone down. Zheng Kexian stepped forward again, and the 8th rank aura was neutralized. What's wrong? Do you want to be the first to violate the 7 Saints Agreement? I won't violate the 7 Saints Agreement, but I don't think your Huagua's talents want to be targeted by an old 8th rank. Boom. At that moment, the 5 exploded into a mist of blood. Zheng Kexian retracted the brick and slapped it out. You were the first to dare threaten our talents. I admire you. If you want to take the initiative to strike, come. Let us have a fair fight. The red brick shattered countless voids. Zheng Kexian stepped out, his figure dissipating. His cursing voice lingered in a layer of void. Damn it. How dare you threaten me? Come, if I don't kill you today, I won't be surnamed Zheng. You guys, don't run. I'll be right back. In the high-level void, the aura fluctuated, and even a layer of void seemed to shake incessantly. Su Yu and Wang Wei stood together, staring wide-eyed at each other. Chapter 364. Heart Punishment in a Layer of Void. Su Yu was carefully counting the loot with Wang Wei and the others. This is Teacher Zheng's. This is ours. This one suits us better. Su Yu counted 1 for each of them. The Thorn squad of 5 gathered together, their faces full of excitement. They had fought bloodily against the wasteland and alien races. After a year, they hadn't earned as much as this time with Su Yu. The other 3 S-grade squads, Fireworks, Hunt Monsters, and Giant Spirit, were present as well. They looked at Wang Wei and the others collecting spiritual artifacts and treasures from a distance with envy. The few who were signing servant contracts now looked particularly resentful. Losing was one thing, but there was really no need to specifically divide these things in front of us, right? Regarding the gazes from these people, Su Yu remained unfazed and even shouted more enthusiastically. Teacher Tang, after listening for so long, can't help but ask, Su Yu, how come there's still a share for old Zheng? Su Yu replied earnestly. We agreed with Teacher Zheng that this wave of fishing would be split 50-50 after it's done. After saying that, he didn't forget to add, Teacher, you must help me hold the fort. I've counted everything here on site. I didn't take anything for myself. Teacher Tang's mouth twitched, waving his hand. What are you talking about? These things are all yours. Chapter 365, standing at the peak, overlooking everyone. After the jokes, Wang Wei said seriously, Junior brother, when we meet at the martial arts competition, we won't hold back. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. I also want to have a good contest with all my senior brothers and sisters. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiru waved her hands repeatedly. Just talk to those senior brothers. Don't drag me into this. I'm not your opponent. For this junior brother who could instantly kill the first in the Earth ranking with 1 sword. Yiru hoped she could avoid him as much as possible before reaching the 7th rank Master Realm. Lu Dun and Mei Zhao also nodded in agreement. Masters are your opponents. Qing Shi chuckled. I don't mind. After all, I've defeated you before. Su Yu replied, Senior brother Qing Shi, it seems we are destined to meet. Qing Shi's expression changed instantly, and he quickly changed the subject. By the way, do you know if Xiao Xiong is at the 70th battle line? I heard you two at a contest back then. Who lost and who won? The 5 cast curious glances simultaneously. Su Yu generously admitted. I was the one who got schooled. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Then let us start with senior brother Xiao Xiong. This little guy, he really holds a grudge. The 5 shouted in their hearts simultaneously. Chapter 366. Don't rush to the 8th rank. In the Pinyin community, Su Jun looked at the information online. Stunned for a moment. The next moment, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, what a loss. What loss? Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, and Aunt Wu, who were about to come to report good news, were also stunned upon seeing this. We sold it too cheap. What number 1 on the rankings? My son is number 1 on the Earth ranking. We sold it too cheaply. At least we could have doubled it. Su Jun said, and everyone looked speechless. You all sit first. There's tea and water. Help yourselves. I'll go upstairs and add a few more pages to our Su family's new genealogy. Everyone waved their hands as Su Jun hurried upstairs. Back in his room, he took out the genealogy and was about to start writing when he realized his hands were shaking uncontrollably. Su Jun cursed, half laughing and half crying, "Damn it. I'm already at the second rank. How come I can't even write a word?" He cast his gaze towards the photo on the wall. He murmured to himself, "Our son has really made a name for himself. But as his father, I'm always on edge. Isn't it a bit too embarrassing for him?" Inside the secret realm, Lin Yin transmitted all the secret realm levels. The pain he felt when accepting the inheritance was matched only by his current spirited demeanor. Chapter 367. Scalding hot, they've gone mad. They are really killing crazily. On the 71st front, Wu Qingmei, who had climbed onto the city wall, had a complicated expression. The dark wasteland was marked by a striking blood-red path. 6 people rode away on bicycles. Wu Qingmei seemed to see them waving at her. Perverts. Even she, who usually had good manners, couldn't help but utter those 2 words. The bearded strategist widened his eyes. Are they so reckless that they're not afraid of the alien masters hunting them? This is simply madness. Treating their lives as a joke. Wu Qingmei shook her head slightly. I heard they were on the 79th front, and Su killed a 7th-grade armored cockroach with 1 sword strike. The bearded strategist's eyes widened like a commander's, and he closed his mouth. At that moment, he remembered what his mentor had said when he first learned tactics. Talents cannot be measured by common sense. On the 70th front, Xiao Xiong stood on the city gate, watching the beast tide retreat, feeling mixed emotions. Just 6 people. Only 6, and these beasts actually backed down? Tao Jun touched Cheng Liang's bald head and chuckled. It seems these beasts are afraid of pain too. Su Yu and the others fought their way over, and it was said that all the source beasts had temporarily withdrawn from the battlefield. Chapter 368. Is this difficult? Is it difficult? Su Yu asked. Yes. Not only is it difficult, but it's also very dangerous. When Lu Ling entered the Holy Land back then, he almost fell into a trap there, Zhuge Yun said. So you don't need to rush. You're still young, and you could try going in every year. Can I participate in the martial arts competition after I graduate? Su Yu was puzzled. Zhuge Yun glanced disdainfully at his unlearned student. Don't you know that as long as you make it into the top 10 of the martial art competition once, you'll always have the opportunity to enter the Holy Land? Can 8th and 9th grades do that? So you continue to ask. 8th grade can, but for 9th grade, it depends on the opportunity. Haven't you learned about this in class? This time, it was Su Yu's turn to look resentful and disgusted. Teacher, I'm only in my first semester of freshman year. Zhuge Yun was taken aback and glared. How can you say that? I've been so busy because of you lately that I'm all mixed up. He continued to change the subject. This time, Zhang Kaxian should also go in. Stay away from him when the time comes. Su Yu's eyes widened, as if he had discovered a shocking secret. This time, Zhuge Yun gave him a smack on the head. What are you thinking? If you were a traitor, you wouldn't know how many times you'd be dead by now. Chapter 369. Reunion. Zhang Kaxian acted very carefree. Zhuge Yun sighed. Can't cultivate? He shook his head. I can't cultivate, but there are some contents inside that can improve my situation. It will give me relatively more time. He looked at Su Yu with emotion. No wonder your absorption is nearly perfect. In a sense, your skull has already been tempered once. These ancient methods are truly unattainable. Don't be disappointed. This precisely proves one thing. There are definitely ancient methods in the Holy Land that can solve my problems. Moreover, my previous approach was wrong. I can't think about starting directly from mental strength. Zhang Kaxian took out a jade piece for transmitting teachings and handed it to Su Yu. His large palm slapped Su Yu's back. Su Yu felt like he was about to fall apart. Don't go causing trouble again recently. I finally managed to suppress things a bit. If you get into a fight again, my anger will rise again. Su Yu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Got it. Teacher, rest assured, I'll go into seclusion right now. He took the jade piece and walked toward the inner courtyard. The formation that conceals energy automatically operated. So you placed all the black obsidian gold stones in front of him. Chapter 370. Dao Body? In the cultivation room, the energy in the black obsidian gold stones was completely exhausted. The air seemed to be burned to an illusion by extreme temperatures. So you opened his eyes, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. The dark cultivation room was instantly filled with golden energy. Wonderful waves of fluctuation spread, as if he were in a golden ocean. The energy shifted, and all light converged. In the previous second, he seemed divine. Now he returned to the ordinary, with no trace of a strong person on him. The Tao is simple, he murmured. Did Qinghuan and the others come? A hint of surprise appeared on his face. Without using any abilities, he could fully sense what was happening outside. In fact, it seemed he could even sense their current emotions. With some confusion, Suyu pushed open the door and walked out of the cultivation room. Song Qinghwan happened to hear the sound and looked over. The two locked eyes. At that moment, Suyu sensed an extremely happy, emotional fluctuation. Besides that, there seemed to be suppressed excitement. This girl wants to rush over and hug me. Suyu took 2 steps to reach Song Qinghwan's side. With a wave of his hand, he pulled her into his arms. As a man, being shy is the most taboo. One must take the initiative at such critical moments. Song Qinghwan blushed all the way to her ears when he hugged her like that. Chapter 371. Gathering at Battle Sky City, the spoils were divided. Lin Yin looked regretful. What a pity, Captain, you missed the chance to become the rookie king. To make up for this regret, I will carry your share forward. Suyu's face darkened as he kicked the guy's butt. Lin Yin still wanted to show off his agile moves. However, facing Suyu's fast, precise, and ruthless legs, he still flew out after some maneuvers. Fuyu immediately followed up without hesitation to deal damage. Lin Yin twisted his butt. TSK, can't avoid the captain's kicks. Can I be kicked by you? By the way, my uncle said he would come here to cheer for us. Do you know Suyu? Song Qinghwan said. They're all coming? Suyu was a bit surprised. Dad is coming and actually told Xiao Qinghwan first instead of me. It's simply ridiculous. It seems they're all coming. My uncle said it's mainly to cheer for us and to comfort you. Su Qinghwan also said intentionally. Suyu's face was filled with black lines. What do you mean, comfort me? I'm so happy I don't have to participate in the freshman exchange conference. TSK, as expected of the captain, your mentality is quick to challenge. Lin Yin jumped out to flatter him. Suyu glanced at him. Mainly, bullying children isn't interesting. Chapter 372. Gained abilities again. At the entrance of Ping and Community, an anti-explosion bus was parked nearby, and the people of Ping and Community were boarding the bus with banners, large drums, and large gongs. This time, everyone even prepared matching support outfits. Li Cheng'an and the president of the Martial Arts Association stood not far away watching. The president of the Martial Arts Association expressed some concern. Is it really okay for them to go far away at this time? Li Cheng'an shook his head, saying it doesn't matter as long as Uncle Gio is willing. They can go. Hearing this, the president of the Martial Arts Association looked at Uncle Gio, who was leading with the flag. He was shocked and said, I heard it was Uncle Gio who suggested it. Yes, I feel that if conditions allowed, they would even want to form a senior citizen travel group. This group of people got on the bus. Uncle Gio, holding the tour guide flag and a small horn, was the last aboard. Once everyone was seated, Uncle Gio introduced, let me introduce everyone. This is our driver for today. He has been driving in the army for decades, and this time we will have a smooth journey. Our bus can reach the destination in 2 days without stopping. Uncle Gio, no need to rush. We can still take breaks. Anyway, Qinghwan and the others don't have to participate in the preliminary competition. Chapter 373. The Supreme Wei Hao Jiming left in a hurry. On the opposite side, Gao Shi immediately lowered his head. He could still think about other matters, but this one was truly impossible. If he agreed, he would find it hard to clear his name for the rest of his life. Suyu saw the hesitant expression on his face and quickly got up to leave. Boys must learn to protect themselves when outside. The gathering continued until midnight. A group of people drank and exchanged harsh words, among them Lin Yin, who boasted drunkenly that he would take everyone down. Thus, everyone took turns pouring him drinks, and he became the first person to fall down. Aside from saying some words about not holding back in the ring, everyone regretted that Suyu couldn't participate in the freshman exchange conference. Although if Suyu participated, all their goals would have to change. But people are inherently contrarian. The harder it is to win, the more they want to step up and get beaten. Even forcing out some abilities is not bad. In a large manner, everyone had already chosen their rooms. After eating and drinking to their fill, they each returned to rest. Suyu stayed behind to clean up the venue. He noticed that Hao Jiming, Gao Shi, Su Yinsheng, and Wu Linlin seemed to be waiting for him on the side. He was a bit surprised. Chapter 374. Photo collection. Song Qinghwan took out the first photo that Suyu had taken of her. So did you copy my abilities when you took this photo? Her eyes were curved, and her face had a hint of curiosity. Suyu nodded, saying that at that time, his mastery of abilities was still insufficient. He needed to copy it multiple times to fully replicate it. Just a second ago, Song Qinghwan was laughing, and the next moment she squinted her eyes and said, Sure enough, what you said in the tactical hall was all nonsense. You even said you wouldn't lie to me. The atmosphere on site suddenly became strange. So you didn't expect the boomerang to come back today. He was a bit dumbfounded. Everyone looked on with expressions waiting for a good show. However, the next moment, Song Qinghuan smiled brightly. But I don't blame you. You really need to be careful with your special abilities. Everyone fell silent, thinking I shouldn't have expected. I've eaten enough tonight. You two really don't need to force feed us. Wu Linlin said with a smile. Suyu replied, it's fine. Just get used to it. So, you all stayed back to collectively sign up for a photo shoot, right? Everyone fell silent. Wu Linlin jokingly said, do you still want to take photos of us? Aren't you afraid Qinghuan will hit you? Chapter 375. Sniper competition during dinner. Lin Yen, who was used to eating while checking his wristband, suddenly shouted. After spending a few days together, everyone had gradually gotten used to his outbursts. No one paid him any mind. Everyone continued to fight for the last bit of eggs in the tomato and egg dish. This year, the rules for the martial arts competition at Wu University have been greatly changed. It is no longer the previous ring competition model. All participants will enter a secret realm. Each person will have an identity wristband, and if the wristband is snatched, they cannot obtain another wristband within 3 hours and will be eliminated. The last person standing will be the martial king of this martial arts competition. Everyone paused their chopsticks and listened attentively to Lin Yan's explanation. Suyu took the opportunity to put food into Song Qinghuan's bowl. Lin Yan deliberately kept them in suspense. Everyone glared at him. Having been thrown into the pool several times, he immediately surrendered and projected the information from the Martial Artist Information Network. The last survivor will be the martial king of this martial arts competition. Everyone looked at this information. Wu Linlin was a bit surprised. It seems this rule also allows team formation. Hao Jiming added, not only that, every 5 hours, everyone's location will be revealed. Chapter 376. Kinesok bite? Everyone decided to stay, and Suyu didn't really start taking photos of them right after midnight. Although it was said to be a group relaxation, everyone was actually practicing in their rooms, confirming the acquisition of S-level ability with growth. After claiming the reward, Suyu immediately sensed his affinity for wood attributes. His eyes slightly opened, and green grass sprouted in the room on the second floor. The consumption of mental energy seems to be higher than other abilities. Is it because I gave him life? Suyu retracted his mental energy, and the grass withered at a visible speed. He tried to sense the breath of life. After a while, he shook his head with a smile. It turns out that the main ability is still the wood attribute. Life should only have a slight connection. If it were at the 3S level, perhaps he could truly touch the life attribute. Other abilities could also reach their peak. Suyu pondered, and his body was also undergoing changes. Compared to the last time, he absorbed special energy to replenish his lungs' golden force. This time, the transformation of his flesh was simple and rough. This time, the liver's wood force also triggered the kidney's water force. The two powers interacted, and every cell seemed to be slowly growing and evolving. Chapter 377. Newcomer King has strong competitors in the garden. Everyone remained silent for a long time. The principal of the prestigious Sifong Martial Arts School went to be a driver to fish. This kind of thing is quite explosive no matter when it happens. The most outrageous thing is that such an obvious fishing behavior. Those holy dogs still crashed into it blindly. Su Yincheng said seriously, Suyu, from this matter, we can conclude that those holy dogs do not care about the cost to kill you. They are madmen. You must always be vigilant. Suyu nodded, indicating that he understood. It is indeed the case. The holy dogs clearly knew this was a trap, but they were still willing to risk the lives of 5 masters to give it a try. It's never too cautious to deal with these crazy people. Of course, instead of worrying about his own safety, he is more concerned about his dad and the others. This time it's fishing, but what about next time? Wu Linlin also said, I've heard from my family that the alien races possess secret methods to quickly create masters. They can temporarily grant some individuals the strength of a master to carry out tasks for them. Once the task is completed, they can fully step into the realm of masters. Under such temptation, the sacred dogs will never be completely eliminated. Chapter 378. Don't look back on the explosion-proof bus heading to Battle City. Su Jun excitedly said, Can we say that we participated in killing a master? We heard that Su Yu killed a master before, and we thought it was amazing. Wow, now it seems that we are still sharp. Fan Senluo, sitting in the driver's seat, laughed and asked, How about it? Should we take another round? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jun quickly replied, No need, principal. Just once is enough. In fact, when those masters attacked them with world-destroying energy, his first reaction was that his son was facing such dangerous enemies outside. After hearing that these people were all fake masters, his shock and worry increased a bit more. Of course, as a qualified father, he had to learn to hide these worries. This way, so you could continue to move forward more bravely and fearlessly. Beside him, Uncle Jean seriously said to Uncle Gio, "Brother Gio, let's not talk about anything else. This time, I really respect you as the head of the security booth. When we go back this time, I want to apply to join our security booth. Our peace community is such a large area, and you're the only one watching. That must be exhausting." Chapter 379. There will be sacrifices in the mysterious space. The strongest of the human race appeared. 12 9-grade divine plants and hundreds of old monsters all came out this time. This time we suffered serious losses, Bill said solemnly. They spent hundreds of years making us believe that the divine plants were trapped in the main city and could not act freely. This sudden action definitely has a simple purpose. Either they discovered a new portal, or there might be problems behind them as well, another strong person said gravely. Wu Shi turned his gaze to Wang Chuan Dao and speculated. Could it be because you actively gave up the treasure that they suddenly decided to accelerate the integration process? Wang Chuan Dao shook his head. The possibility is low. Do you believe me when I say I don't have any treasures on me now? He retorted to everyone. For a moment, several strong people fell silent. The people from Huagua always have one backup plan after another. It's easier for them to believe that Wang Chuan Dao no longer has the treasure to protect the way than to believe that this wave of actions from the alien race is aimed at Su Yu. Thinking of this, the Pope of the Holy Soul Church, Oslian, bluntly said, "Perhaps it's because Su Yu from Huagua is growing too fast on the infinite path, which has caused the alien races to feel a sense of crisis." Chapter 380. Principal of the branch school, everyone lay on the arena, recovering their energy while reviewing the gains from today's battle. During the battle, they received various instructions from Su Yu. Now, looking back from a third-person perspective, everyone was filled with shock and admiration. In these two battles, their understanding of their own martial arts had risen to a new level. At this moment, they admitted that this salary was indeed generous. Tomorrow is the group stage of the new student exchange conference, and everyone officially said goodbye. Su Yu and the five sent them out of the manor. Just as the five were about to turn back, they suddenly noticed a conspicuous explosion-proof bus driving towards them. The front of the bus displayed the huge words "Peace." After a not-so-cool drift, Su Yu discovered that there were red banners hanging on both sides of the bus. After circling the bus, Su Yu was filled with disappointment. On the left was Qing Huan, "Go for it." And on the right was Qiao Qiao, "Go for it." He felt worthless. "Son, your dad is here," Su Jun shouted as he got off the bus. Su Yu wanted to turn and leave. Seeing his dad walking over, he reluctantly opened his arms. Su Jun then showed a face of disdain. "What are you hugging for, big man?" After saying that, he ran to Song Qing Huan and Xiao Qiao, asking them various questions. Chapter 381. So annoying. Su Yu and the five returned to the main force of Jubiai University overnight. The day class heard that they had arrived at the hotel. Each of them rushed out of their rooms. "Class leader, you're back. Class leader, are you going with us tomorrow? Class leader, good luck in the martial arts competition." Everyone shouted. Su Yu was momentarily stunned. Yang Xiu said with a face of indifference, "Just treat them as your loyal fans." Su Yu smiled helplessly, thinking about it. He had skipped class for more than half a semester as a class leader. He looked at everyone. The scene instantly quieted down. Yang Xiu pouted. "See? This is the real class teacher. Get some good rest, and let's aim for everyone to make it to the knockout stage tomorrow." Su Yu said, "Okay." Everyone replied in unison. All right. Everyone disperse. Gather downstairs at 8 tomorrow morning. If anyone dares to dawdle, don't participate in the competition." Yang Xiu drove everyone back to their rooms. Rooms 1818 to 1822 are for your 5 people. He handed the room cards to the 5. "Get some rest early. Su Yu, don't run around these 2 days. I heard there will be new rules announced for the martial arts competition," Yang Xiu reminded. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's face darkened. Chapter 382. Su accompanies you all participating contestants entered the arena. Representatives from each martial arts university stepped forward to raise the martial arts battle flag in the center of the gymnasium. The flags of various martial arts universities fluttered in the center among many battle flags. In the audience, many people took out their phones to take commemorative photos. Wow, our Nanjing Martial University finally made it to the main competition this year, a historic level of progress. However, it seems that there are fewer than last year. This year, Exchange students occupied nearly 100 spots. They cannot represent the martial arts university. So there are only a little over 100 martial arts universities in the official competition this year. To be honest, I don't understand why we need to bring in exchange students. I don't know, but the reforms from the Ministry of Education must have their reasons. Just look at how much better this year's preliminary rounds are compared to previous years. When fighting at the same level, those exchange students' combat skills are obviously better. I heard that some people are even betting on Jiaxi Lin and Walker to win the championship. They swept through the preliminary rounds. Laughing. Even if Su Shun doesn't participate, it wouldn't be their turn. Those two aren't even in the top 50 of the human rankings. Who are they to be so confident? Sigh, just get used to it. There will always be people who think the grass is greener on the other side. Yes. And there's a group of people who like to say unconventional things to seek attention. Chapter 383. The Whisper of the Lucky Male God. The group stage of the new exchange conference continues. On the arena, almost all the suspense revolves around the competition between exchange students and students from the Four Directions Martial University. In contrast, the students from other martial universities at the peak of the first grade realm appear to be lacking in competitiveness. Many students from the Four Directions Martial University have been defeated. In the audience, many are discussing whether the training policies of Huagua are not as good as those abroad. After all, it seems that the level of foreign prodigies is generally higher. Nonsense. Let us not talk about anything else. Just look at how Song Qinghuan and the others are crushing their opponents. Exchange students can't even last a move against them. They are exceptions, besides. The true prodigies from abroad haven come here. You have dozens of exceptions, so let us see if the foreign prodigies can win when they come. Brother, saying that is a bit extreme. Fine, I'll argue with you. But let me ask you a question. Every year, how many of the top 100 in the Blue Star competition are from our country? And how many are from other countries? Don't tell me last year as Blue Star competition champion was from a Western new country. That guy is also an exception. Every place has a few freaks. Just wait for the next 3 years. Not only will our Huagua have the most in the top 100, but we will also definitely achieve a three-peat in the championship. Chapter 384. The Martial University competition rules update. Apart from requiring everyone to leave their spiritual weapons in the secret realm, each time a contestant's position is revealed, a batch of spiritual weapons locations will also be exposed. These spiritual weapons include spiritual treasures and magical artifacts, and there may even be heavy treasures appearing. It is specifically mentioned that on the last day of the Martial University competition, a top-tier heavy treasure will appear. In addition, the range of the secret realm will continuously shrink until the final competition circle. After these rules were announced, all eyes from the students of Beta turned to Su Yu. Top-tier spiritual weapons can completely change the battle situation. This time, not only was Su Yu's advantage in spiritual weapons stripped away, but it also indirectly strengthened the other contestants. Su Yu sighed. I originally just wanted to be a support runner. The students from the class laughed. Looks like our class leader is going to take the first place with a reverse version this time. The boys and girls trusted Su Yu blindly. On the other side, the senior students from a fourth year were even more determined to join forces this time. Otherwise, those spiritual weapons could really be taken away by someone. At first, some thought it wouldn't come to that, but the 5 members of the Thorn team seriously insisted it very much would. After a day of arena competition. Chapter 385. No regrets in making a move. Have they opened the box again? In the ancient hall, Wang Chuan Dao appeared. In the center of the hall, various fragments of objects were placed beside Ji Qing. The handle of a teapot, the bottom of a teacup, a mirror frame without the mirror surface, and a chair missing 3 legs. These objects float in the air, vying for attention. Ji Qing opened his eyes, and the objects scattered on the ground looked as if they were picked from a pile of scrap. It's moving. The aura of that person cannot be concealed. Ji Qing said, what do you think of its strength? Wang Chuan Dao asked. The physical body of the son of Liu, the spiritual power of an ancient figure, and various secret methods. To deal with him, it seems only Su Yu has a slight chance. The others are not his match. Wang Chuan Dao nodded. That's also why they didn't care about others at all and tried every means to ensure Su Yu could not participate in the Peak of Inheritance. That layout, although they seemed to lose the prison dragon, actually achieved their intended goal. Trading a half-dead 9th grade for the method of enlightenment is not too much of a loss. Ji Qing said. Wang Chuan Dao looked at him. Shall we go for a trip? Let us go. At least we can't let these kids go and die. Ji Qing said, disappearing first. Chapter 386. the true target in order to allow Ku Lingjie to prepare for the challenge competition with peace of mind. Song Qinghuan activated the lake water to freeze the arena, shooting ice spikes everywhere. With a grandmaster-level martial art, the 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix spear defeated him. Instantly eliminated, Ku Lingjie instead showed gratitude on his face, thanking Sister Song for her decisive action, allowing him to prepare for the challenge match. He jumped off the arena and began selecting his next opponent. On other arenas, the situations were also overwhelmingly one-sided. With the semester passing, these prodigies still led far ahead of others. Occasionally, one or two could be called dark horses, but when facing Hao Zhiming and the others, they only prepared for the resurrection match in advance. It seems that the gold content of the college entrance examination competition is still high. Suyu sighed. Yang Xiu smiled. Talent is one aspect. The resources they gain for training later also differ. Without other opportunities, the gap between them will only grow larger. Suyu looked at the arena matches. Sometimes, the right choice is far more important than hard work. Yang Xiu nodded, continuing before the top 32. There won't be any surprises. It's a pity that entering the peak of inheritance requires accumulating enough luck. Chapter 387. The Martial University Competition. At 6 in the afternoon, the challenge competition ended, and the final top 32 were decided. Ku Lingjie also successfully defeated his opponent and maintained his position. Interestingly, in these two matches, he encountered a fire attribute ability user, and the battle scene was a lake. When he faced a water attribute ability user, the battle scene was a desert. After the competition ended, Xiao Xiao instantly became his absolute goddess. A true god, not to be desecrated at all. To this, Xiao Xiao quickly waved her hand, stating that these were all coincidences. Beside her, the lucky male god also felt it was somewhat absurd, although it was a double buff. The effect was indeed too overwhelming. Ku Lingjie's smile had already stretched to his ears. Soon, the battle schedule for the top 32 was released, and his smile instantly vanished. On the light screen of Arena 3, it read, Ku Lingjie vs. Gao Shi. A super strong self-healer meets the Dark Devourer. The strongest punching bag is already in position. Suyu patted his shoulder, smiling. It's okay. You can prepare for the Resurrection Challenge, match one night in advance again. I studied a bit. That walker is pretty suitable as your opponent. But you need to pay attention to one thing. His lower body is unstable. It's a bait. Don't fall for it. Chapter 388. The first battle of the Martial University Competition, 3-in-1 chapter. The final rules for the Martial University Competition were announced. There's still nearly 4 hours until midnight. However, the seats closest to the spatial gate have already been fully occupied. The Martial University Competition is not live-streamed. They occupied the seats in advance just to witness the first contestant entering the competition's secret realm. Inside the gymnasium, many contestants sat down waiting for midnight to arrive. Some prodigies gathered together to discuss some unknown matters. Regarding this, Suyu smiled and returned to his room to sleep. He barged into Song Qinghuan's room. Little Qinghuan looked at someone sleeping soundly on the bed. Unable to resist, she touched his cheek. So smooth. She was filled with surprise and covered her mouth, whispering. Strangely, she suddenly wanted to know what it would feel like to take a bite. For all this, Suyu was completely oblivious. The person he trusted the most was by his side. He let down all his defenses and just wanted to sleep well at that moment. He knew very well that once the martial arts competition began, he would hardly have any time to rest. Time passed. In the gymnasium, contestants were walking into the public area one after another. On the screen, there were only 3 minutes left on the countdown. Chapter 389. The heist begins. As Suyu's father, Su Jun spoke the thoughts of millions in attendance. After a brief silence, the gymnasium erupted into noise. Wow. Even though they didn't fight to the end, these two are really fierce. I feel like they're fighting with their abilities alone, and ordinary masters are no match for them. It can only be said that Qin Shi ran off quite reasonably. Upon careful consideration, this martial art competition obviously has a long format. Mutual testing is the correct choice. Indeed, regardless of who loses, they have the ability to snatch back an identity wristband in the next 3 hours. And let's not forget, Suyu also rejected North University, who would want to eliminate their own seed players from the start. Damn, isn't that cheating? If Suyu and the others team up, what is left to watch in this year's martial arts competition? A man widened his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately drew the speechless gazes of others. Dude, did you even pay attention to the rules of today's martial arts competition at all? What a joke. Do you think everyone thinks like you, a small-minded person? Some were mild-mannered, while others directly cursed. Chapter 390. Does this person have a map? At 3 in the morning, the gymnasium was still crowded. The central screen continuously showed battle footage of various contestants. Contestants ranked in the top 100 were basically showcased on the screen. There were also some lesser-known contestants who put on an exciting battle that drew cheers from the crowd. In the gym, in front of the screen, many viewers were exclaiming that this new martial arts competition seemed to be more thrilling than the previous tournaments. However, the 24-hour continuous format made many non-martial artist spectators cry out that they couldn't handle it. At this moment, the official launched a new pill, the Longyang Calming Pill. This pill was affordable and effective. Although it couldn't directly restore mental strength, it was excellent for alleviating mental fatigue, and it sold out online immediately. To follow this year's martial arts competition throughout, many viewers stocked up on several bottles at once. On the screen, one battle concluded, and another battle immediately followed seamlessly. Many watched with rapt attention, exclaiming how exciting it was. Awesome. Exciting. Indeed, these battles were mostly between those at the qualifying level. A guy who had never watched the qualifiers before realized today that these students had some skills. Chapter 391. Such filthy insults. At the peak of a snow-capped mountain. From the foot to the middle of the mountain, there were towering trees, while the summit was icy and cold. Suyu stood at the top looking down, extremely satisfied with his chosen battlefield. When everyone else thought he would run to a water-rich area, they didn't know that a place with many trees was also his home ground. With a half-hour exposure time, Suyu was fully confident he could last half an hour in this location. After all, if he really couldn't fight, he could just take flight. At that time, only a few masters would be able to keep up. Thinking of this, Suyu felt a bit of anticipation. He had not yet experienced aerial combat. Just as he was preparing for the upcoming battle, he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. His brows raised slightly, and he looked surprised. Could it be that he encountered a treasure? Murmuring to himself, he immediately spread his mental power completely, searching again and again. Finally, he found a trigger in one location. His mental power activated. A golden staircase appeared at the peak of the snow mountain, leading straight to the clouds. Suyu was taken aback upon seeing this. In the official observation room, Nan Gongxing wore a smug expression. The others were speechless. Creating a treasure assessment while playing with pirated phenomena, and still having the audacity to be proud. This guy is truly something else. Chapter 392. Witnessing Suyu's moment of failure in the assessment space, Suyu showcased his unique sarcasm to the fullest. Not a single curse word was uttered from beginning to end, yet the strong individuals in the observation room didn't want to listen for even a second longer. They shifted the topic to observe the performances of other contestants. Nan Gongxing silently replayed what Suyu had just said in his mind. What? No way, right? Yes, yes. Yes, adding a NE to the last word of each sentence. It was the first time he realized that insulting someone could be so artistic. Although this time, he was the target of the sarcasm. He felt that this art should not be experienced by him alone. He thought to ask this kid if there were any other sentence structures. With this in mind, he was already looking forward to the next time he could spar verbally with other beasts or races. In the assessment space, Suyu felt dry and hoarse before finally stopping his output. At this moment, that calm voice sounded again. Challenger, there is another option. Would you like to try it? Suyu was taken aback. Why didn't you say so earlier? In the infinite starry sky, silence reigned. This time, it was pure filth. He realized that this NPC was definitely an artificial intelligence idiot. Introduce the other option. Suyu exhaled a breath of foul air, helplessly cooperating with this artificial intelligence idiot. Chapter 393. First acquisition of a treasure. The path of rules beneath his feet was disappearing. Stars fell, and Suyu appeared relaxed. Upon careful thought, there was really nothing to regret. It was clear that at least 7 or 8 people were needed to pass the assessment, and he had already cleared 8 stages on his own. That was considered doing his best. Missing out on a treasure was nothing. The assessment had just begun, and the true victory was to snatch the final treasure. He still wasn't strong enough. If he were a bit stronger and could easily push others aside, he wouldn't have to be anxious. Suyu muttered to himself. In the observation room, everyone twitched their mouths. While they were speechless at this kid's top-tier Versailles attitude, they also couldn't help but admire the young man's excellent temperament. A hint of curiosity flashed in Nan Gongxing's eyes. To be honest, the more he acts like this, the more curious I am about what kind of energy he would unleash if pushed to his limits. As the stars fell and the path of rules beneath his feet completely disappeared, Suyu's figure began to blur in the starry sky. Still not thinking of giving up. Sure, Chaobi smiled. It was his character. Zhuge Yun nodded. The terrifying pressure seemed to want to completely squeeze Suyu out of this starry sky. Carefree steps, 7-star steps. Elusive steps. Chapter 394. Childhood moments. There was less than an hour left until the first positioning announcement. The central screen of the gymnasium was playing battle footage while the leaderboard was constantly changing. The first place had 67 identity bands, while the last place had over 40. In the top 100, just having one more identity band could elevate a position by several ranks. As the ranks continued to fluctuate, it was interesting that none of the predicted top 100 were present in the top 100. This strange scene puzzled many spectators. Was this year's martial arts competition going to turn everyone into dark horses? Currently, none of the top 100 had any notable names. It was indeed a bit absurd. Not a single one of the predicted top 100 had made it into the top 100. Although I know it's impossible, I still want to say, it's not like they're throwing a fake match, right? Damn, do you really not understand, or are you just pretending? The competition has just begun. Wait a day, and you will see that the strong remain strong. The current top 100 are just working for them. I understand the reasoning, but there shouldn't be a single one missing from the top 100. Chapter 395. The hunt begins. Suyu was a bit puzzled. He felt calm about almost failing at the peak of the snow mountain earlier. He believed he had done his best. After all, what is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. But when it came to chess, he truly felt unjust. Logically speaking, as a tactician, as long as he understood the rules of Go, becoming a top player should be simple. But he was different. After taking photos for more than half a year, he hadn't acquired any of the 8 elegant skills of life: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flowers, and tea. He thought shortcuts wouldn't work, and considering his talent, learning seriously shouldn't be difficult. Thus, after watching a series of video tutorials, he remained completely in the dark about these matters. What 36 strategies? What overall perspective? Sitting in front of the Go board, he felt as if he were bewitched, and he could only write with the essence of 5 in a row. It was ridiculous. Was it possible that Xiao Su, was born unsuitable for elegance? Riding a bicycle, he headed toward the shore. He was fated to have nothing to do with the 8 elegant skills, but he had a natural talent for showing off. Anyone who saw his current posture would have to mutter under their breath that he was indeed a show-off king. There was less than 10 minutes left until the first positioning announcement. Chapter 396. Up to this point on the central screen of the gymnasium, all the participants' icons appeared on the large map. As a group of strong players gathered towards Suyu, the gymnasium instantly became noisy. Damn, it seems like they really are going to surround Suyu. Not necessarily. Perhaps they are heading towards Suyu's area for the treasure. Still being stubborn, huh? If it's for the treasure, do these masters really need to compete for the same one? Right? Haven't you seen that Suyu has already encountered Wang Wei and Tong Shan? So why isn't there footage of them fighting? I want to see. The gymnasium was bustling. Another screen suddenly displayed a scene where Suyu was attacking with waves against 4 people, and the standoff made everyone sit up straight. The next second, the video ended. The atmosphere in the gym was almost palpable with resentment. In the observation room, Zhuge Yun remained calm, as if all operations had nothing to do with him. Inside the secret realm, ice rain fell behind everyone. The rumbling sound was like war drums beating. Suyu's fire phoenix spirit feathers spread out, floating in the air. Wang Wei, Tong Shan, and Qing Shi also harnessed the power of heaven and earth. Standing in midair. Chapter 397. It's all their fault. Inside the secret realm, almost all of the top 50 were rushing towards the sea. As everyone hurried along, they looked at the map. When they saw Suyu and Wang Wei encountering each other, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's settled. The task of training the younger disciples is in the bag. A group of people eagerly headed this way. As they hurried, they suddenly noticed that Suyu and Wang Wei seemed to have pulled apart. Not only that, but when they zoomed in on the map, Wang Wei and the others had even stopped directly. Wait, did Wang Wei and the others run out of steam, or were they bought off by junior brother Suyu? Damn, these 4 trash actually let junior brother get away. This doesn't make sense. Let us turn around and get ready to intercept him. Everyone was shocked. Lung Yijian shrank the map. On the large map, Suyu's slowly advancing icon suddenly sped up. His pupils constricted. This junior brother S speed is even faster than Wang Xiaolu's. Nearby, teammates who had already joined him quickly gathered around. Are you kidding? Look, this is the distance we are currently moving per second on the map. This is the distance Suyu is moving per second on the map. Lung Yijian immediately started a math class. On the large map, the changes in Suyu's icon distance were not obvious. Chapter 398. Nobles and generals at the peak of the snow mountain. Everyone looked at each other. They repeatedly opened their identity bands to confirm whether this was the assessment location for treasures. Time and again, the cold wind howled on the snow mountain. Battles had already taken place multiple times, yet there was still no movement regarding the treasure assessment. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and said, "Could it be that the treasure here has already been taken? The treasure is gone, but the icon is still lit up. Yangyu, if you want to leave, you go first." The leader of another group shouted. Just as the voice fell, a participant who had been observing the map suddenly gasped. "Captain, the icon has gone dark." The cold wind was biting, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The strong contenders ranked at the top were going to surround Suyu, and those who originally felt the treasure was out of reach began to think of competing for it. Along the way, those who were weak were repelled. Finally, standing at the peak, both sides had dozens of people. This was a team victory. The unprecedented martial arts competition at Wu University brought a glimmer of opportunity to these non-Wu University contestants. Along the way, many from Wu University temporarily formed alliances, deciding to jointly strive for the treasure. They aimed to ensure that the seed players from all sides could rely on the treasure to enter the final circle of the competition. Some unwillingly ordinary youths even hoped to take this opportunity to challenge a few outstanding talents. Chapter 399. Do you have the guts? You guys let Junior Brother get away. This treasure should belong to us. Lung Yijian raised an eyebrow, and the sea water surged up to support him steadily. It was obvious that this was also his home turf. Qing Shi looked disdainful, muttering to himself, "If only my junior brother were here, otherwise, I would like to see if you dare to show off." Liang Zhiqiu smiled lightly and stepped forward. "Let's have a fight. The loser goes to another treasure assessment point." Qing Shi raised an eyebrow. "5 people, how do we divide?" The short-haired girl Tuyu stepped forward. "Qing Shi, there are 4 fighting. How can you join in?" Qing Shi glared back. "None of your business." "Oh, our stone-faced one can actually glare now," Tuyu said deliberately. "What, do you want to fight me?" The golden sand spear behind Qing Shi began to coalesce. The intensity of the mental power on the sand spear surprised the girl Tuyu. Liang Zhiqiu and Lung Yijian exchanged glances. "Didn't you say you rushed into the master realm? Your mental power has actually undergone 3 transformations." Qing Shi smiled. "I've also participated in killing a 9th grade grandmaster. So what if my mental power has undergone 3 transformations?" He glanced sideways at Tuyu. "Come on. Don't worry, I will definitely guard your corpse until you're eliminated." Chapter 400. Achievement rewards. Suyu widened the distance, constantly monitoring the map, and found that the 5 did not pursue him. He immediately steered the Xinxing boat to change direction. Above the sea, the 5 were left speechless. Before they could say another word, several sword chi struck again. The 5 raised their eyebrows simultaneously. "What to say?" Tong Shan asked. "I can't take it anymore. This kid is doing it on purpose. Let's go after him." Wang Wei immediately charged towards Suyu. Suyu continued to flee. "Brother, are you stupid? You're coming after me alone," while they all went to activate the treasure assessment. Wang Wei was momentarily stunned, sensing the 4 following closely behind. He looked speechless, then gritted his teeth and shouted, "Junior brother, you really have guts." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant ape appeared in the world. The golden long rod swept across, making a whistling sound, like a muffled thunderclap. The Xinxing boat was almost swept by the long rod. The terrifying force carried by the airflow made the Xinxing boat shake in midair. Suyu's speed suddenly slowed down. At that moment, the other 4's attacks followed closely. Suyu hurriedly stabilized the immortal boat, frantically urging his blood energy, and his speed increased again. A slight delay of 1,000th of a second could cause him to fall off the boat. The brilliant golden spear was particularly eye-catching. Chapter 401. The boat is leaking. Suyu has awakened the wood attribute ability. Liang Zhiqiu widened his eyes. The vines filling the sky ignored the master realm force field and startled the 4. The 4 had no time to pay attention to Suyu, who was gradually disappearing. They hurriedly took action to crush the branches and vines. Just as they wanted to continue the chase, a more terrifying vine emerged from the forest below. At this moment, the expressions of the four changed slightly. Wang Wei said coldly, "No, this definitely isn't Junior Brother's ability. This thing has a spirit. It looks a bit like a divine plant." Lung Yijian said uncertainly. Tong Shan suddenly said, "It's not a divine plant. It's a demon plant." In the era of spiritual energy recovery, not only animals have mutated, but some plants have also undergone tremendous changes. I didn't expect such a being to exist in the secret realm. Damn, if this area is set up like this, won't others be eliminated one by one? Liang Zhiqiu was somewhat confused. "Let's land and take a look. I suspect this thing only restricts flight," Wang Wei suggested. "Land in this forest?" Tong Shan looked at the densely wooded forest below, hesitating. This demon plant could ignore their master realm force field and pose a threat. If they really entered its home turf, it could be very troublesome. "Let's back out of this area first." Wang Wei quickly changed his mind. Chapter 402. Little Su will also capsize one day in the depths of the forest. Towering trees surrounded him. Suyu stood in front of a very ordinary tree, starting to talk to himself. "Senior, either activate the assessment to compensate for my losses, or today I will set fire to the forest. If that doesn't work, you can help me fix my treasure. Without it, I don't dare to leave this forest." The dense forest was silent, not even the sound of wind rustling the leaves. The old tree remained unresponsive. Suyu felt conflicted. He didn't want to, with so many people watching. But if he was really pushed to that point, he would have to use his trump card. The Nirvana flame clung to the old tree. The tree remained motionless, showing no intention of responding. It was as if the flames were flames, and the tree was simply a tree. Suyu glared at the senior. "Which tree can be like this? Stop pretending. You still have to compensate for the damages." A gentle breeze blew by, and the flames suddenly extinguished. Suyu decided to take a gamble. He put away the Nirvana flame in his hand, took 2 steps forward, and stood in front of the old tree. He took a big step to the left, and then made a motion as if to unfasten his belt. Although he didn't have a belt, he thought that if no one yelled to stop him, he would have to go through the entire process. Chapter 403. The story of the previous first on the earth, ranking if you fail the assessment. The treasures on you will belong to you, the tree senior continued. Kong Dong, hiding in the shadows, looked helpless. "Do I need him to fail the assessment? I'm only 200 meters away. I could borrow it soon." This senior, too unreasonable. "Child, reason is something strong people talk about," the tree senior said kindly. "However, if you ever have the chance to help me get a couple of eggs back, I can also give you a treasure. Of course, that would have to wait until after your assessment this round. Otherwise, whatever I give you will also end up in this kid's hands." Suyu, who had been secretly probing with his mental power, immediately looked serious. "Senior, you misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person." The tree senior smiled without speaking. "All right, the assessment officially begins." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu immediately rose into the air. Before he could take off, those vines began to stir. This time, he didn't dare to shout. He obediently took out his bicycle for transportation. The bicycle sparked as it was pedaled, and Suyu activated his mental probe, scanning each area like radar. He roughly estimated that the person should not be at the edge, so scanning around would probably take less than 10 minutes. Chapter 404. The pattern has shrunk. Suyu smiled broadly. "Brother, you really are a remarkable talent." Kong Dong didn't want to respond to him. Mainly, his strength didn't allow it. Otherwise, he would have preferred to be a mountain bandit or a robber. "Brother, there's no need to feel unconvinced. Just think, if I wanted to guard your corpse, you would be eliminated today. You're already quite fortunate now." Suyu casually grasped, and the fire cloud sword automatically came into his hand. Kong Dong slightly raised his eyes, a hint of unusual color flashing in his gaze. This junior brother might be more perverted than anyone could imagine. Soon, a similar smile appeared on his face. "The junior brother is right. Looking at it from a different angle, I should seriously thank you, junior brother." "No need, no need." Suyu waved his hand. Both of their smiles were incredibly professional. "What should we do now?" Kong Dong seemed to imply that Suyu should take the lead. Suyu remained calm, pulling a camera out of his pocket. "Come on, senior brother, let us take a group photo to commemorate our bond." He rested his sword on Kong Dong's shoulder, still maintaining a stellar state. Facing the camera, Kong Dong forced a smile. The sword was resting on his neck, so he had to cooperate. Detected SSS level ability. Concealment. Chapter 405. The SSS level ability is undeniable. The moment Suyu said Kong Dong had a narrow mindset, Everyone in the observation room understood that Kong Erdong's SSS level ability was guaranteed. Walking through the forest, Kong Erdong's eyebrows instantly raised. Junior brother, from what you said, you're quite optimistic about my ability. Hiss. Senior brother, I finally found a confidant. You have no idea how many people have said my ability is useless. Back in high school, I couldn't get into the rocket class because my ability was lacking. Otherwise, I might have gone to Jubilee University as well. If it weren't for a bit of luck finding a few secret realms, I wouldn't have even dared to think about the Great 4 and 6 realms. By the way, Senior Kong, which school are you from? Suyu suddenly asked. Shishan Marshall University. Kong Erdong replied. Suyu was taken aback. Senior brother, it seems we really have a connection. My high school deskmate is from Shishan Marshall University. Isn't your deskmate Song Ching-Huan? Everyone in Huahua knows about Suyu's high school matters. Deskmates can be split left and right. Suyu sighed. Kong Erdong became interested. What is her name? I will definitely take good care of that junior brother when I return to school. Chapter 406. A playstyle never considered before Senior Tree was very candid, unlike some who thought of ways to undermine Little Sue. So, at this moment, Little Sue felt he shouldn't keep bothering the senior. Of course, part of his confidence came from the fact that he had just obtained another magical artifact. With a fire cloud sword in hand, what is the harm in having one less spirit boat? He was incredibly confident. Senior Tree was slightly taken aback. Kong Erdong also glanced sideways, noticing that this junior brother had a very complex personality, sometimes cunning like an old fox, other times reckless like a bull. He was a very contradictory pervert. Senior brother, it's not good to slander others. Suyu suddenly said. Kong Erdong was speechless. Regardless, if possible, he didn't want to see him again before the final circle. Ideally, he could eliminate him before that. Senior brother, no one can eliminate me. Suyu smiled broadly. Damn, your mind-reading skills are a bit excessive. Kong Erdong instantly distanced himself from Suyu. Senior Tree smiled silently beside them. Suyu handed over the spirit boat. Senior Tree accepted it, and the spirit boat merged into the trunk. Inside the trunk, a piece of naturally formed wood hung above the spirit boat, with tiny specks of light continuously falling. The cracks on the spirit boat disappeared at a visible speed. Chapter 407. The truth is revealed. Kong Erdong completely disappeared from the leaderboard. Suyu directly topped the list. Inside the gymnasium, the crowd, engrossed in watching the battle, were momentarily stunned. The next second, the entire gymnasium erupted in excitement. Wow, Suyu is back in first place? It seems like that Kong guy was caught by him. TSK. That guy must be confused. He finally rose to first place and immediately ran into an unbeatable monster. That said, if Suyu defeats Kong Erdong, what about the magical artifacts on him? Hiss, so it just started, and Suyu has already obtained 2 magical artifacts. Calm down, it just started. Now Suyu is ranked first. Who knows? He might be the first to break 1,000 later. By then, he will have 1 more magical artifact. What are the others going to do? I suddenly understand why Wang Wei and the others are chasing Suyu. Someone like him should be kicked out of the game in advance. Indeed, if voting were possible, Suyu would definitely be the first one to be kicked out. The audience was enthusiastically discussing. Suddenly, the screen began to play footage of Suyu provoking Wang Wei and the others. Chapter 408. Then let the game begin. Inside the secret realm, the top-tier experts began to exert their strength, and the number of eliminated contestants started to rise rapidly. In the gymnasium, a space portal opened. A group of students walked out. Their expressions were rich and complex. Among them, a significant portion were second- and third-year students. In previous arena matches, these top talents still had a chance to create miracles. This time, in a lawless competition within the secret realm, they transformed into harmless little lambs in the eyes of their seniors. Many of them were eliminated. The entire gymnasium laughed as they watched them being deceived. After coming out, they learned that their experience of being fooled was broadcasted live across the internet. The faces of those top talents turned completely red. Regret. How could I believe she was a good person just because she wore a JK uniform? You're lucky. At least you saw the JK senior. I was tricked by 3 senior brothers from my own school. Damn, they might not even be able to beat me one-on-one. You guys were deceived. At least you had some sense of participation. Damn it, I was taken out by Liang Jiqiu on the way. Didn't he even get a 3-hour revival time? And directly triggered the elimination protection mechanism. Who the hell do I complain to? Chapter 409. The beginning of the script for the next hour. The number of identity wristbands for Liang Jiqiu, Wang Wei, Tong Shan, and Lung Yijian rose rapidly, chasing each other. In no time, they completely distanced themselves from the fifth place. On the leaderboard, the fifth place now had 376 wristbands. The fourth place, Lung Yijian, had 783. These few were bloodthirsty, hunting everywhere. In the secret realm, they became the greatest danger. Some tried every means to avoid them. Others began to skillfully dig pits and set up snipes. With 282 wristbands, Su Yu was just barely sitting at 10th place. Unhurriedly, he followed closely behind Senior Qing Shi. Along the way, unless they encountered someone head-on, he wouldn't specifically hunt. The competition for the first to break 1,000 is extremely intense. He is alone, without a divine boat to ensure his safety, so he really can't act recklessly. At this moment, he misses Song Qinghuan and the others a bit. If the 4 members of the Spark Squad were here, they would definitely fight for it today. After a few battles, he once again realizes that his strength is still not enough. Although it seems like he can easily take down the top of the Earth rankings and kill some ordinary 7th-grade exotic beasts, in reality, when faced with a truly grand scene, he can only be a spectator. Chapter 410, Professional Paparazzi, Online Sneak Shot in the first battle. Lin Yin faced Fu Yu. The moment the two stood on the arena, the venue erupted with cheers like a tsunami. Among the cheers, there were also some discussions. Could today's fight determine who would be the 5th member of the Spark Squad? Almost. Su Yu is in a league of his own, while Song Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao seem to be half a rank above them, leaving Lin Yin and Fu Yu to compete for 4th and 5th place. Based on past records, Lin Yin should be 5th, and Fu Yu should be 4th. Although goddess Xiao Qiao was once the silent 5th, she has clearly distanced herself from them now. Of course, the most important thing is that even if the little sword immortal is 5th, Su Yu and Song Qinghuan would not abandon her. On the arena, Lin Yin and Fu Yu twitched their lips. What does this mean? Are we going to be abandoned? How did a good news student exchange conference turn into a fight for 4th and 5th place? Unwilling to accept this, they exchanged glances and decided to give these oblivious spectators a little shock. The match officially began. As the referee's voice fell, both rushed out simultaneously. Chapter 411. Start and end on Blue Star, Beast City. At the innermost part of Beast City, a towering arena stands tall. It is like a peak, the most eye-catching building in the entire Beast City. Since the establishment of Beast City, the arena has been the most popular spot. Visitors stand on the observation platform above, overlooking the entire gladiatorial arena. They can experience the bloody and brutal combat up close while enjoying the feeling of being above everything, as if all beings are mere ants. In the arena, the combatants are always exotic beasts. A visitor once suggested allowing humans to participate, but this proposal was sternly rejected by the Lord of Beast City. After making the suggestion, the visitor was struck dead by heavenly lightning as soon as they left Beast City. Some suspect it was a powerful human who took action to warn others, while others say it was Beast City that killed him to make a statement. Regardless, no one sympathizes with the visitor's fate. Everything was self-inflicted. The new student exchange conference in Huagua is in full swing. In the arena of Beast City, a bloody melee is also underway. Hundreds of 3rd-grade exotic beasts burst out of their cages, tearing and fighting each other while in the audience. They're transformed source beasts and humans who came specifically to experience it. Chapter 412. Su Yu plays unconventionally in the quiet gymnasium. Everyone sees Su Yu's figure on Song Qinghuan. Gao Shi, Hao Jiming, and others look calm. Previously, in the manor, they had tried to besiege her with multiple people. Only then did they realize that this girl's brilliance was overshadowed by Su Yu. She not only possesses powerful exotic abilities, but also has a unique understanding of martial arts and combat tactics. If it weren't for Su Yu's talent, which is so astounding that it seems one glance is enough to master, many would have believed that Song Qinghuan's martial arts talent is the strongest today. Even at the peak of the 3rd grade, to defeat the opponent, one really needs a bit of luck. However, even knowing the opponent's extraordinary strength, their fighting spirit did not waver in the slightest. Compared to Su Yu, at least they still have a fighting chance against Song Qinghuan. Jia Shilin stood below the arena, dazed for a long time. He was ready to exchange serious injuries for light ones from the opponent, but never expected he wouldn't even get a chance to strike. At this moment, recalling what he just said on the arena, he felt utterly embarrassed. He stood there silently. Walker stepped forward to comfort him. Jia Shilin helplessly shook his head. This generation of Huagua's prodigies is too powerful. Looking across the entire blue star, they are indeed the most dazzling group. Chapter 413. First experience of digging. Su Yu quietly approached. Not far away, many were secretly observing. In the center of the battlefield, Wang Wei had a serious expression as he scanned the crowd surrounding them. If you have a chance to enter the top 100, why do you need to hunt us? Wouldn't it be better to keep a low profile and strive for a chance to enter the sacred land? The JK girl, Xiaoyu, shook her head, saying they don't actively hunt. If they want to enter the top 100, they also need luck. Once they are targeted by you, they would be eliminated regardless. Captain Wang Wei, sitting still is not our style. She smiled charmingly, and in the next second, she suddenly moved. A terrifying force of vitality surged. It was as if the space was distorted because of her. Meanwhile, the mysterious formation began to change continuously. The formation, composed of 87 people, formed 3 encircling circles. Su Yu observed closely. Under this combat tactic, these similarly powerful seniors seemed to merge into one whole. To break this formation, one must possess the ability to completely overturn these 81 people. As the formation's commander, Xiaoyu, in her youthful and beautiful JK skirt, was concealed. A massive force of vitality coalesced into a blood-red armor on her body. She punched out. Chapter 414. Taking the back door? On the battlefield, facing the overwhelming momentum of the blue stone, the members of the Hell Legion seemed like a small boat on the waves, swaying precariously. Xiaoyu, holding a blood-colored spear, stood at the forefront. She gritted her teeth, enduring inhuman pain, with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. In the darkness, the blood-red spear formed by their vitality seemed ready to shatter at any moment. The swirling sand and stones continued to press down. Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale as she smiled. It seems I underestimated the situation. As her voice fell, the about-to-collapse blood-red spear recklessly swept towards Lu Dun and the others. The spear shattered. A group of people flew out like kites with broken strings. Once the formation was broken, this power was beyond their ability to resist. Flashing lights flickered, and the protective mechanism in the secret realm was triggered. In an instant, out of the 87 encircling them, only Xiaoyu remained. At the moment of the explosive release of powerful energy, willow roots penetrate the ground, and Lu Dun transforms into a shield, standing in front of Mei Zhao and Yi Yao. A fierce surge of blood energy rushes towards him. He stands alone at the front, not retreating a single step. Layers of energy ripple through the air. Sand and stones scatter everywhere, and the world returns to brightness. In the enormous deep pit, Lu Dun kneels on the ground, covered in blood, having forcefully withstood this blow. Chapter 415. Collaborative Choice in the Gymnasium. The battle between Fu Yu and Lin Yin set an incredibly high tone for the top 16. After Song Qinghuan eliminated Zaxi Lin in one move, the subsequent matches seemed somewhat dull. Every year, the top 16 competition receives more attention than the finals. This time, it was sadly neglected by the vast majority of the audience. Most spectators focused their attention on the central screen of the gymnasium. The battle between Xiaoyu, leading the Hell Legion, and the Thorn Squad was being broadcast live on the screen. Seeing their performance, the retired soldiers in the gymnasium looked gratified. What a great country we have, with such promising juniors. Why worry about eliminating foreign tribes? The Soviet soldiers patted their thighs, full of excitement. They looked as if they wished to be young again and return to the battlefield. The eliminated members of the Hell Legion emerged from the spatial door. They were greeted by thunderous applause from the crowd. Xiaoyu was the last to come out, and the applause remained fervent. She looked around with her head held high, her inner fire burning even brighter. The disciple she had tricked regarding the bracelet had a very complex expression on his face. There was a hint of resentment in his eyes, but his applause was unhesitating. Xiaoyu smiled. She was confident that her decision this time was absolutely correct. Chapter 416. Another breakthrough. How to say it. Tao Jun looked at the two. He had not rejected North University and had not interacted much with Su Yu. For him, whether it was to encircle or to assist made no difference. The key issue was how to enter the top 100. Of course, having heard the story of Su Yu's heart, he leaned more towards collaborating with this exceptional junior. The image of Su Yu smiling brightly while threatening someone on the front line remained vivid in his mind. In the silence, Tang Yu took the initiative to speak. My suggestion is to help junior brother Su Yu. After a pause, he added, if a faction war really forms, Junior brother Su, you would be our best choice. Adding flowers to a brocade is not as good as sending charcoal in the snow. Xiao Xiong stroked his chin, not in a hurry to express his opinion. Seeing this, Tang Yu knew his senior still had some pride to let go. Therefore, he decided to apply a bit more pressure. Senior brother, actually the main point is. Xiao Xiong raised his eyes. If junior brother Su Yu does not obtain the title of Martial King this time, but does in the next session, Tang Yu did not finish his sentence. At that moment, Tao Jun and Xiao Xiong, both in their third year, felt the hair on their bodies stand up. Just a second ago, Tao Jun had seemed indifferent, ready to follow their lead, but at this moment, he immediately declared, "We must help him." Chapter 417. Looking around in confusion if he does not compete for the treasures. It will be very difficult for Su Yu to contend for the 5 elements fruits and the 5 spirits flowers. The power of the 5 elements cannot be balanced. However, if he does compete, he may be eliminated at this stage. The conflict of the 5 elements powers, the suppression of the heavens and the earth, and the alliance of the Hell Legion make it exceedingly difficult for him to break the situation. Several powerful individuals are closely watching Su Yu, wanting to see how he will resolve the current predicament. Inside the secret realm, the remaining members of the Hell Legion gather. Xia Yu and the others take the initiative to strike, creating precious opportunities for them. There is less than an hour until the second positioning announcement. Whether they can achieve a complete overthrow in this round of the 5 major competitions depends on how many treasures they can acquire next. Several leaders of the Hell Legion stand at the top, while the crowd below looks excited, eager to take action. Xia Yu and her team have perfectly calibrated their scale, leaving quite a burden on Wang Wei and Tong Shan. At this stage, they certainly will not fight us to the end. We must seize this opportunity. If we can get all 5 treasures, we will take them all. Chapter 418. His sense of camera is really good soon. The Hell Legion set ambushes at various treasure assessment points, waiting for several S-rank teams to walk into their trap. At the same time, they monitored the movements of Tong Shan and Lung Yijian in real time. Whenever these few showed signs of converging, they would rush out to engage in a major showdown before they could join forces. The top combat powers all stayed outside the assessment points, ready for battle at any moment. Those entering the assessment were the selected junior brothers and sisters. In the eyes of Wang Wei and his group, they were the villains. At this moment, in the eyes of these junior brothers and sisters, they were also the villains and slave masters. In contrast, Su Yu's image suddenly rose significantly. The 5 members of the Thorn Squad advanced deep into the secret realm ahead of time. Qingshi looked helpless. They really got us. Now we're all in a tough spot. Let's team up. They seized upon our hesitation to join forces, and that's how they controlled the current situation. If they let the snowball grow larger, it would be more embarrassing than if Su Yu were to claim the title of Martial King. The 4 nodded in deep agreement. If Su Yu were to take the title of Martial King, everyone would merely praise him as a prodigy without equal. Chapter 419. Su Yu was eliminated? On the plateau, looking at the 4 in the distance, Su Yu felt speechless. The expressions on Xiao Xiong and the others' faces were filled with caution, ready to flee at any moment. Tang Yu held the spirit-locking disc, fully prepared. Although they said that, what if this junior brother became bloodthirsty? To avoid dying before they could accomplish their mission, the 4 decided to play it safe. Su Yu stood still. Xiao Xiong shouted, "Junior brother, let's make it clear first. We are here to collaborate with you, not to encircle you. We are all on the same side. Don't make a move." Su Yu helplessly replied, "I know. Why are you all standing so far away? I want to eat you." Only then did they dare to approach. Tang Yu chuckled awkwardly, putting away the spirit-locking disc. "That's not it. We were afraid you might become bloodthirsty and attack anyone." Su Yu was exasperated. "Senior brother, do you think I'm that kind of reckless person?" He was about to nod, but immediately shook his head. "Of course not. Junior brother, you are upright and reliable in your actions. Otherwise, we wouldn't have actively sought you out to collaborate." Su Yu smiled without saying a word. If he believed that, he would be a fool. "All right, then senior brothers and sisters, please help me with one thing." As soon as he finished speaking, the smiles on the faces of the 4 instantly vanished, preparing for a tough battle. Chapter 420. Slander, pure slander. In the snow, Kong Erdong suddenly shivered. A faint sense of unease rose in his heart, and he immediately stopped to open the map. It didn't matter not to look, but once he did, he was startled. What the hell? Su Yu's location has disappeared. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ba beside him revealed a look of joy. Has he been eliminated? Then do we not need to run in the opposite direction anymore? Nonsense. Even if the two of us were eliminated, he couldn't possibly be eliminated. His location disappearing definitely means he is trying to set someone up. Kong Erdong looked around. No, this place is not safe. We need to quickly change to another hiding spot. Zhang Ba didn't understand. Do we really need to be this afraid? Kong Erdong said very seriously, yes. It's very necessary. Brother, I want to hide it from you. I have a feeling that Su Yu has definitely set his sights on me. I was able to escape last time, but I'm not sure I can do it again. Trust me, as long as we hide from him well, we will definitely make it into the top 100. Zhang Ba reluctantly agreed. All right, but I still don't understand what you're afraid of. Didn't you brag that your abilities could ensure that even a master wouldn't find us? Chapter 421. Unable to understand a few teenagers came out of the cave. I don't know. Why do I feel like this assessment is even harder than breaking through a maze and jumping rope? Is this even something a human can pass? The strength of that stone man must have reached the 6th rank. Not allowing the use of blood energy, I feel it's basically impossible, the buzzcut boy complained. A muscular man looked even more unconvinced. I'm really not convinced. Those two stone men actually said I'm a weakling. They even said that their master at the 3rd rank could beat both of them. If we can't pass, that's fine. But they actually made up such an impossible lie to discourage us. Damn it, do you believe that? Or do you believe in a ghost? If there really is a buddy who can twist his head off to make a urinal. 3rd rank, without blood energy, without abilities, even Su Yu, the number 1 in the human rankings, wouldn't be able to do it. To be fair, I think even if Su Yu came now, he probably wouldn't pass this test. The few of them complained. Jin Yu looked at their expressions and knew they had failed again. He was also very helpless about this assessment point. He comforted them. It's okay, there will be other magical assessments next time, and you can come and try again. Chapter 422. Is it really that difficult? In the observation room, a tactical master side, Su Yu is truly the nemesis of the battle tactic equality of all beings. Zhuge Yun smiled. Their battle formation lacks a tactical master, making it somewhat rigid. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this, completely being beaten by Su Yu like a sandbag. He changed the subject. However, rather than saying Su Yu is the nemesis of equality of all beings, it's more accurate to say he was born for this battle tactic. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. If Su Yu were to be the commander of this battle formation, I believe they could trap and kill a 7th-rank divine plant. Zhuge Yin shook his head. No, don't let him be the commander. It's more appropriate for him to be the tactical master of the formation. If given a chance, he could trap 2 or 3 royal masters from alien races. At that moment, everyone felt their thoughts were completely opened up. Royal masters are powerful beings from alien races with royal bloodlines. In a desolate battlefield, they can compete head-on with human 8th-rank beings. To kill these royal masters, one often has to set up a grand scheme and even deploy 9th-rank grandmasters. In the desolate battlefield, killing a few 8th-rank divine plants does not hurt the alien races as much as killing a royal master. Chapter 423. Ranking back in the top 10. At another magical assessment point, Xue Ziji looked at the longbow in front of him with great satisfaction. The top-tier magical artifact, the Nebula Bow, can gather the power of heaven and earth to shoot arrows with great might. Now, with the Nebula Bow, we don't have to fear Su Yu's little brother using the divine sailing boat to hit and run us. If he still wants to target us, he'd better weigh whether he'll be shot down by us like a bird, Xue Ziji said. Kai Peng was somewhat surprised. Ziji, are you saying Jin Yu and the others are in danger now? The others immediately stood up. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry and support them. Jin Yu and their equality of all beings performed well. They have a chance to take away a T0 contestant. Xue Ziji shook his head. I'm not saying Jin Yu and them are in danger. It's just that with Su Yu's little brother having the divine sailing boat, even if Jin Yu and the others can take control, it's probably hard to keep him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xue Ziji continued. However, if Jin Yu and the others really can't defeat Su Yu's little brother, I want to go to rescue them. A few people showed puzzled expressions. He said solemnly, not to mention that Tong Shan and the others have already blocked several critical paths. Chapter 424. A New Beginning, Confusion. The 5 enter the cave. Juning Huan and Juning I bent down and said in a deep voice, let us see which weaklings dare to challenge us again. As soon as the words fell, along with Su Yu, the 5 were left with black lines on their foreheads. Su Yu couldn't understand. It hadn't even been 24 hours since they separated. How did his 2 honest and simple bodyguards turn into this? Juning and Juning saw Suyu's face and instantly shivered in fright. Xiao Xiong and the other four looked numb. It doesn't matter. There are too many surprises and unexpected events. Even if they said Suyu was the master of these two stone men, they wouldn't be surprised. Master. As soon as Juning and Juning spoke, the brows of the four jumped simultaneously. It's really true. This is the welcome phrase set by Senior Nangong. We have no intention of targeting you, the two explained. Suyu waved his hand, not caring about this. Whether they're weaklings or not, we'll know when we wrestle later. He was now more curious. In just 10 hours, these two brothers seemed to have recovered quite a bit. Juning and Juning also seemed to have a lot to say. However, thinking of the strong person's instructions, they still kept their mouths shut. Chapter 425, Suyu, I want all. Inside the secret realm, everyone stopped. They opened their wristbands and observed carefully. On the wristband map, two major survival areas were marked. Additionally, it reminded them of things to note within the survival areas. The first survival area is called Fallen Leaf Root. Inside, there exists an unseen and untouchable unknown terror. Entering Fallen Leaf Root, the more people there are, the stronger the unknown that is attracted, even capable of annihilating masters. Furthermore, Fallen Leaf Root will have a specific period of deathly silence. When the heavens and earth darken, everything falls into silence. Everyone must enter houses to avoid the deathly silence period. Some houses can accommodate dozens of people, while others can only hold one or two. If targeted by the unknown, even a house that isn't sturdy enough may be destroyed. The second survival area is called Changxing Tian. In this area, everything has a spirit. Powerful life forces will be favored by Changxing Tian and may have the opportunity to receive corresponding spiritual rewards. However, if the life force is too weak or if someone is alone, they will be hunted by the beings within Changxing Tian. Additionally, Changxing Tian has special periods. When the spring rain falls, everyone must find a place to take shelter. Otherwise, they may be assimilated by the beings. Chapter 426. Entering the Fallen Leaf Root within the secret realm, no one chose to give up. Looking at the introductions of the two survival areas, the vast majority of people chose to head to Changxing Tian. In the Fallen Leaf Root, it's impossible to form groups, and there are creepy, unknown entities. At the same time, Wang Wei's Thorn team had already gone ahead. From any angle, the life-filled Changxing Tian would be more appealing. With the announcement of new rules, the requirement of at least 100 wristbands left many students skilled in survival tactics having to grit their teeth and find ways to acquire them. Within the secret realm, groups of people were increasing. There were almost no lone wanderers. Suyu and his four companions headed straight for the Fallen Leaf Root. In the observation room, Nangong Xing squinted. The Fallen Leaf Root is the place most likely to have beast-taming methods besides the Peak of Inheritance. If Suyu can handle the situation in the Fallen Leaf Root, this trip to the Holy Land might allow him to take a look around. Sure, Xiaobi slightly nodded. Those brave enough to venture into the Fallen Leaf Root probably have unique methods. If the number is sufficient, it might not be impossible to attempt to bring the Fallen Leaf Root back to light. Lin Etienne said solemnly, I'm afraid the situation in the Fallen Leaf Root will further deteriorate. Once, the Fallen Leaf Root was one of the must-visit treasures for the prodigies of Huaxia. Chapter 427. The Arrival of Silence. Suyu tried to push open a door to enter, but found the wooden door tightly locked. Even with his strength capable of bending a giant wristband, he couldn't open it. Not daring to act rashly, he could only try several small wooden houses. After pushing doors for a while, he finally managed to open one. The wooden door creaked as it was pushed open, releasing a musty smell. Dust filled the room, making one feel the urge to sneeze. The five entered the room and looked around. There was nothing but a single room with a table and 4 chairs. Tang Yu muttered. Suyu speculated. With only 4 chairs, does that mean only 4 people can stay in this wooden house? The group pondered for a moment. Let's mark this place in case there are no other rooms, and we need to come back here. They continued to explore outside. After wandering in the Fallen Leaf Root for over 10 minutes, the 5 finally found a small wooden house with 4 long benches. Suyu initially guessed that it shouldn't be a problem for 8 people to stay in this house. Interestingly, due to the strangeness of the Fallen Leaf Root, they encountered quite a few people in this small village, meeting a group of people in a narrow passage, looking at each other in confusion. Chapter 428. The appearance of the 5 spirit flower. The light from the spirit seeking ring kept flickering, as if trying to pull him outside. Xiao Xiong and the others knew the importance of the 5-spirit flower to Su Yu. Should we try to go out? Xiao Xiong asked. Tang Yu took out the spirit locking plate again. Su Yu thought for a moment, but didn't answer immediately. Personally, out of curiosity, he also wanted to see what the so-called unknown looked like. However, considering the safety of the entire team, everything still needed to be done cautiously. He shook his head. No rush, let's wait and see. After this silence period passes, we can talk about it. Just as he was speaking, his brows suddenly lifted. Let the other senior brothers test the waters first. At that moment, sounds of battle erupted outside. The commotion was so loud that it felt like the old wooden house could collapse at any moment. Fortunately, Su Yu's earlier attempt to force the door open had shown them the sturdiness of the wooden house. So there was no need to worry about the people inside suffering a disaster while the fighting continued outside. The 5 listened intently, faint sounds reaching their ears. Xiao Xiong's expression changed slightly. It seems senior brother Liang Ji Kue and the others have sensed the 5 spirit flower as well. Tang Yu was the first to stand up. Should we go out and grab it? Su Yu narrowed his eyes, ears twitching, and did not rush. Chapter 429, Why Must We Lick? These wristbands can't be touched. There are ghosts. There are really ghosts. These things are very strange, Run. We can't stay here any longer. The boys started screaming again. Su Yu felt helpless and threw a punch. This time, the secret realm's protection mechanism was triggered, and a beam of light took the boy away. Stimulated, he needed a different environment to calm down, Su Yu said. Looking at the wristbands on the ground, he clicked his tongue. These things are quite strange. Qing sure nodded. When we first entered, it wasn't this severe. It's clear that it has officially begun. Su Yu looked at him. Senior brother, as one of the first entrants, did you gain anything else? Why should I tell you? You're my competitor, all right. Qing sure walked towards Wang Wei without looking back. Su Yu felt speechless and sighed. If he didn't find anything, just admit it. No need to act. Proudly striding Qing sure slightly hesitated in his steps, but ultimately ignored him. Su Yu returned to Xiao Xiong's side. Let's go. We should check elsewhere. Let's not touch the wristbands on the ground for now. He deliberately made a big motion to raise the spirit-seeking ring on his wrist. Xiao Xiong and the others held back their laughter and followed behind him.